transcending into the realm of Xue Qinghe. I commence my journey with the signing of a pact beneath the illustrious Qian Renxue. Inheriting the Imperial throne, I find myself in possession of the grand expanse of the Tiando Empire. Emperor Xue Qinghe declared, "Your Holiness, would you consider a matrimonial alliance? The empire shall belong to you, and you shall belong to me." Bibi Dong retorted, "I shall not." In a fit of rage, Emperor Xue Qinghe commanded, "Warriors of Tiando, fight for your emperor. Flatten the spirit hall. Annihilate the Star Luo. I shall unify the continent." Tang San responded, "At your command, your majesty." Chapter 1. The throne awaits. Your Highness, the emperor has sent word inquiring about your intent regarding marriage. Xue Qinghe rubbed his eyes, awakening to ponder his surroundings. Where am I? He regarded the respectful maidservant, Xiaoxue, beside him. Marriage? Crown Prince? As he surveyed the room, his gaze fell upon a mirror atop the table. Is this truly my reflection? This face, both familiar and strange, gradually illuminated Xue Qinghe's current predicament. He realized he had traversed into another realm. The individual before him was the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, Xue Qinghe, the foremost heir to the throne, destined to inherit the vast territories outside his window within. Mere decades, of course. Such an inheritance hinged on not being prematurely dispatched by Qian Renxue. "I wish to marry you," Xue Qinghe declared. Xiaoxue's cheeks flushed, and she bowed. "Your Highness, my station is humble. How could I aspire to be a consort? To serve you is already a tremendous blessing." Xue Qinghe felt a pang of regret and sighed. "If I cannot wed you, then I harbor no intention of marriage." Xiaoxue appeared, momentarily taken aback. "Since your Highness has no desire for matrimony, I shall return to report to the palace." Her voice, laced with shyness, hastily concluded, and she hurried away. At 14, Xue Qinghe was considered an aged bachelor within royal circles, especially in a world where maturity was reached at 12 on the Douluo continent. He gathered his thoughts, sifting through the memories within his spiritual sea. Currently at the 23rd rank, his martial soul was a swan. With access to the inexhaustible resources of royalty, his cultivation remained disappointingly low, indicating the inferiority of his martial soul. However, within the annals of the Tiando royal family, this was relatively commendable. "Would you like to sign in at the East Palace?" Xue Qinghe was momentarily stunned as a virtual interface materialized before him, eliciting profound surprise. Fortune had smiled upon him. "Sign in." Xue Qinghe decisively clicked the sign-in button. Sign in complete. Martial soul upgraded to the three-legged golden crow. Xue Qinghe's eyes sparkled with joy. The three-legged golden crow, a solar deity from mythology, far surpassed the royal white goose in prowess. Martial soul, activate. Boom! A radiant golden light erupted from behind Xue Qinghe as the ethereal form of the three-legged golden crow enveloped him. He discovered a method to channel his soul power from within his spiritual sea and began to practice. The mere qualitative transformation of his martial soul had significantly elevated his strength, rendering him a vastly different individual. Quickly, Xue Qinghe retracted his martial soul, mindful that Qian Renxue resided in his palace. Rousing her now would not bode well. The maidservant named Xiaoxue is in fact Qian Renxue in disguise, having been so for a year, merely just 10 years old. Xue Qinghe sat in quiet contemplation for a while, pondering the future. Since Qian Renxue had arrived in her palace, it was imperative that she not be allowed to leave. First, she would be nurtured, and once she matured, she would be devoured. As for the throne, Xue Qinghe was not one to be complacent and passive. The imperial seat must be seized. However, according to the original narrative, the Emperor of the Snowy Night still had 2 decades of life ahead, and it was by the poison of Qian Renxue that he would meet his demise. If Qian Renxue were unable to administer poison, the Emperor, possessing a modicum of soul power, could easily live for another 30 or 40 years. Xue Qinghe sighed, realizing that this meant he would be a prince well into his 50s or 60s. This situation was compelling him to mimic the likes of Liu Erlong and Yangguan. Indeed, a tyrant that was as an emperor, it would be quite normal to have 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. After much deliberation, Xue Qinghe replayed all the plots of the Douluo continent in his mind, searching for opportunities, and soon an hour had passed. He activated the sign-in system, which allowed him to check in once a day at different locations, each providing varying rewards, with the more significant places offering even greater treasures. Joyful sign-ins ensued. An hour later, "Your Highness, the steward Tang Ming of Haoyan sect requests an audience," announced Xiaoxue as she entered. Xue Qinghe replied, "Allow him to enter." Subsequently, a middle-aged man strode in swiftly, bowing respectfully. "I pay my respects to His Highness the Crown Prince." "What brings you here?" Xue Qinghe inquired. Your Highness, the Haotian sect has established itself in the Tiando Empire for many years, and with the affairs within the sect being quite complex, the sect master intends to retreat from the world for a time to reorganize the internal matters and also to devote more time to cultivation, free from mundane concerns. Upon finishing, Steward Tang Ming gestured, and behind him, 7 or 8 individuals entered, carrying several boxes that they carefully set down. Xue Qinghe furrowed his brow, having grasped the situation entirely. The Haotian sect's retreat at this juncture coincided with the recent birth of Tang San, the sacrifice of the Blue-Silver Emperor, and the death of Xue Qinghe. The Haotian sect had come to present him with gifts, undoubtedly having made arrangements throughout the court, likely extending beyond mere offerings to him. Xue Qinghe nodded. Indeed, the Haotian sect has worked tirelessly over the years, and the sect master's efforts to organize internal affairs are indeed commendable for the benefit of the Tiando Empire. Tang Ming, filled with trepidation, quickly nodded in acknowledgement. Your Highness is too kind. The sect master is merely attending to his responsibilities and cannot be compared to your vast magnanimity. The two exchanged mutual praises. Xue Qinghe contemplated, realizing that if the Haotian sect wished to make arrangements, they ought to demonstrate some sincerity. I have heard that the sect master has a daughter, named Tang Yuehua, who is well-versed in music. Since your estate is in need of a musician, why not take this opportunity to forge a beneficial alliance? What do you think? Xue Qinghe said with a smile, envisioning Tang Yuehua, who, while not as striking as the likes of Bibi Dong, Hulaina, Zhu Zhuqing, or Xiao Wu, was still quite lovely. One could take things one step at a time. Xue Qinghe adopted the demeanor befitting a flamboyant prince, gazing at Tang Ming with a cheerful expression. Tang Ming was taken aback and hurriedly said, Your Highness, this is a matter of great importance that I must return to consult the sect master. Xue Qinghe nodded. Very well. Do go swiftly. I await the opportunity to admire the moon alongside Tang Yuehua. Understood. Tang Ming promptly departed. Although the Haotian sect remained secluded, placing an individual beside the crown prince would be a significant advantage. However, Tang Yuehua's noble status posed a challenge for the sect. Had she been an ordinary beauty, Tang Ming, as a steward, would have readily acquiesced. Even if she were a promising prodigy from the sect, presenting her to the crown prince would yield certain gains. Xue Qinghe opened the chest, revealing an array of gold, silver, and jewels, as well as medicinal herbs for cultivation. Xiao Xue, store the gold and silver, and place the herbs in my cultivation chamber, Xue Qinghe instructed. Yes. Xiao Xue called for the servants to remove the chest. Though the young girl was filled with curiosity, how was the crown prince so different today? Why would he seek a woman from the Haotian sect? After a while, Your Highness, everything has been arranged. Will you still go hunting tomorrow? Xiao Xue inquired. Xue Qinghe was seated in a meditative posture, recalling that it was during his last hunting expedition that Qian Renxue had cunningly usurped his identity and slain the true Xue. Qinghe, with a slight smile, he replied, No, I shall not. Tang Yuehua is likely to arrive tomorrow. Please prepare a room for her. Upon finishing, he drew Xiao Xue into his embrace, saying, Xiao Xue, in a few years, you must obediently become my consort. Xiao Xue's heart raced. To be a consort for him was but a dream. She would not give up her life. Suddenly, she was taken aback as he leaned in to kiss her. Chapter 2. Transformation of the Martial Soul. She exerted herself to push, yet refrained from revealing her strength, unable to budge him at all. Qian Renxue felt tears welling in her eyes. Her first kiss had been stolen by him. How infuriating. This prince, who was evidently a gentle and composed individual, had gone mad today. Do you believe I won't kill you right now? After a while, Xue Qinghe released her, secretly pleased with himself for having her masquerade as a maid. Little Xue, rest assured, I shall take responsibility for you, Xue Qinghe said with a cheerful smile. There was a trace of resentment in little Xue's eyes as she pouted, looking as though she had suffered a grievous injustice. Despite her inner hatred, she could not afford to confront him openly and continued to play the role of a bashful young girl. Your Highness, you are truly wicked, little Xue thought bitterly, managing to utter this single phrase. How detestable. I had intended to leave you intact, but how dare you treat me this way? Just wait. I shall dismantle you piece by piece. Xue Qinghe looked at her with a smile, relishing her frustration. It serves you right for pretending to be a maid. It must infuriate you. A kiss from the prince to his own little maid is quite normal, isn't it? Your Highness, I shall take my leave, little Xue said, attempting to exit. Just before she stepped out, Xue Qinghe placed a kiss on her forehead. Little Xue dashed out, nearly tripping over the threshold. Steadying herself, she hurried away, her face flushed with anger. How infuriating. Xue Qinghe stretched languidly, reveling in the privileges that came with being a prince. The key, he thought, was to possess a lack of shame, much like an avalanche. Xue Qinghe began to cultivate, The three-legged golden crow martial soul had indeed departed, and his cultivation speed was now incomparable to before, at least 3 times faster. The great white goose martial soul of the Tiando royal family supported soul masters to reach level 50, but beyond that, the path became exceedingly arduous. Even with a frenzied accumulation of cultivation resources, after a night of relentless training, Xue Qinghe felt as if he had been reborn, transformed from the previous day. The fruits of his labor could rival what he had achieved in 10 days prior. How exhilarating! At Qian sect, the grievances between Tang Hao and the Spirit Hall had already entangled the sect, compelling them to choose seclusion, avoiding the Spirit Hall's wrath. Upon Tang Ming's return, he conveyed Xue Qinghe's words to the sect master. The sect master was Tang Hao's father, as well as Tang Yuehua's. Tang Yuehua was present as well, and upon hearing the news, she gently clenched her teeth. The sect master furrowed his brow, aware of his daughter's stubborn nature. From a pragmatic perspective, Tang Yuehua's proximity to the Crown Prince would greatly benefit the reclusive Qian sect. With the Crown Prince shielding them from the storm, many troubles could be averted. Yuehua, what is your opinion? The sect master inquired. Tang Yuehua understood that the Crown Prince was inviting her under the guise of a musician, yet it was, in essence, a pretext for a marital relationship without formal recognition. The advantage was that she could remain close to the Crown Prince, becoming his most intimate confidant. This, precisely, was the communication channel that the secluded Qian sect desperately needed with the court. Tang Yuehua could not help but marvel at how deftly the Crown Prince had grasped the intentions of the Qian sect. Tang Yuehua has long harbored deep affections for a man she ought not to love. Her love, destined to yield no fruit, has left her in silent tears. Father, I am willing to go, she resolves. Since love bears no promise, she chooses to conceal her feelings, sacrificing herself for the sake of Qian sect. She willingly flutters towards a family devoid of affection. Sect leader Tang heaves a long sigh. His daughter has reached the age of 32, while the Crown Prince is merely 14. Although soul masters enjoy a lengthy lifespan, the prospect of a union seems bleak. However, becoming a concubine to the Crown Prince, and perhaps one day ascending to the rank of Imperial consort, would likely be the most suitable fate for Tang Yuehua, who lacks prowess and soul power. Very well. Prepare yourself, sect leader Tang states. As a father, he also hopes his daughter can find someone to rely on in the future. Tang Yuehua nods slightly and steps out. The following day, at the Crown Prince's residence, Xue Qinghe, having finished breakfast, stealthily slips into her boudoir, while Xiaoxue is momentarily distracted. Upon opening the door, a refreshing fragrance wafts through the air, elegant and enticing. Xue Qinghe pulls up a stool and muses that this must be a place of great significance. Perhaps he could sign in. Sign in, Qian Renxue's boudoir. Sign in successful. Reward, a right arm bone of the three-headed crimson demon hound. The three-headed crimson demon hound ranks as the 8th among the 10 fearsome beasts, possessing an impressive 30,000 years of cultivation, nearing the pinnacle of fire. This soul bone is generated by the system, rather than obtained through hunting. As Xue Qinghe gazes at this soul bone within the system, he realizes that few, if any, soul bones superior to this exist in the Douluo continent. His martial soul, the three-legged golden crow, embodies both fire and light with supreme attributes, making this soul bone a challenging, yet fitting match for him. I shall absorb it for now. Your Highness, what brings you here? It is time for breakfast. Xiaoxue enters, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction at Xue Qinghe's intrusion into her room. Xiaoxue is exceedingly cautious, never leaving a trace in her chamber. Even a thorough search would yield no clues. Xiaoxue, your room is rather cramped. Why not move into mine? It is far more spacious, Xue Qinghe suggests with a smile. The petite Qian Renxue already possesses a striking appearance, her delicate visage complemented by bright, expressive eyes brimming with intelligence. In just 2 or 3 years, she will blossom into a breathtaking beauty. No, Your Highness, I am quite content here, Xiaoxue replies softly, thinking to herself that by the time he wishes to occupy her room, she may no longer be alive. Xue Qinghe nods, and together they head out for breakfast. After a satisfying meal, he retreats to the training chamber to practice. Xiaoxue gazes at his departing figure, feeling a pang of resentment. You only seek to mock me. There will come a day when you regret this. Once back in the secluded training room, Xue Qinghe retrieves the 30,000-year right arm bone of the Crimson King, preparing to absorb its power. The rewards bestowed by the system are entirely within his grasp. There will be no instances of inability to absorb them. He inhaled deeply, not daring to let his guard down, for it was his first experience absorbing a soul bone. The power of the soul bone, guided by his soul force, gradually merged into his right arm without any rejection, the process remarkably smooth and effortless. After half an hour, Xue Qinghe opened his eyes, exhilarated. Absorbing a soul bone had seemingly doubled his soul power. He placed his hands on the soul power testing sphere, which radiated brilliantly, revealing a soul power level of 27. The absorption of a single soul bone had propelled his soul power up by 4 levels, especially during the second and third decade, where even an ordinary soul bone could dominate others of the same rank. Moreover, his soul bone was an astonishing 300,000 years old. Knock, knock. Your Highness. Tang Yuehua has arrived, came the voice of Xiao Xue from outside the training chamber. She was Xue Qinghe's personal maid, the only one permitted near the chamber. Xue Qinghe stood and said, "Take me to meet her." Your Highness, Tang Yuehua wishes to decorate a wedding chamber, Xiao Xue informed him. Very well. Go ahead and arrange it, he replied. Isn't this merely a woman's most straightforward desire? Of course, it poses no issue. Wait for me, ahem. Once I ascend to the throne, being a groom every day will be no trouble at all. Yes. Xiao Xue felt awkward. She did not wish for Xue Qinghe to take a woman, as she would later need to impersonate him, being a woman herself. If she neglected Tang Yuehua for too long, it would surely expose her disguise. If she were to eliminate Tang Yuehua, the Haoyan sect would not let the matter rest, and a thorough investigation could potentially reveal her true identity. Xiao Xue was speechless. This fellow, with his lecherous and fickle nature, managed to construct a logically coherent argument, thereby quashing any potential for a swap right from its inception. Xue Qinghe emerged. Having already heard the enchanting sound of the guqin, melodious and soothing, he could not help but pause to admire it. Slowing his pace, he quietly savored the artistic essence within the music. After a long while, as the final notes faded, Tang Yuehua rose and slightly bowed. Greeting, Your Highness. Xue Qinghe nodded. Although he knew little of music, he was profoundly adept at appreciating the beauty of women. Tang Yuehua possessed a serene and composed demeanor, her presence tranquil, akin to flawless and lustrous jade. Compared to the youthful and naive Xiao Xue, she exuded a richer allure, reminiscent of a ripe peach, with its mature flavor, both dazzling and delectable. Indeed, as expected of the master of Yuexian, today's meeting certainly lives up to the reputation, Xue Qinghe praised. Your Highness flatters me. I am but an ordinary musician, Tang Yuehua replied softly. Everyone may leave now. Xue Qinghe dismissed those around him, and Xiao Xue exited, leaving only the two of them in the room. I adore moments shared between just two individuals. I have heard that Yuehua excels at controlling emotions and breath. I am quite curious about this. I wonder, does a tender touch stir your heart? Xue Qinghe said with a smile, their proximity allowing them to hear each other's gentle breaths. Tang Yuehua was momentarily taken aback as he kissed her, and they embraced each other. She was utterly naive regarding matters of love and felt an inexplicable fear at the prospect of rejection. After a while, Xue Qinghe released her, observing her shy nod and the rosy hue of her ears, which elicited a soft chuckle from him. He gently placed his hand over her heart, feeling its rapid thudding. While her gaze darted about in a state of confusion, it seemed that even lady you could not escape the conventions of romance, he remarked with a playful smile. Tang Yuehua took a deep breath, stating, I have always been but an ordinary person. I hope your highness does not find amusement in my simplicity. Xue Qinghe smiled slightly, grasping her hand and sensing the faint traces of her soul power. Indeed, it was quite minimal. Come, Yuehua, join me for a stroll, he suggested. The prince's residence was beautifully designed and expansive, boasting a sizable garden even within the precious confines of Tiando City. Xiao Xue awaited at the entrance and bowed slightly upon their emergence. Your Highness, the room has been prepared, she informed. Xue Qinghe nodded, wrapping an arm around Tang Yuehua's slender waist, teasingly proclaiming, Yuehua, tonight you shall be the happiest bride in the world. Tang Yuehua felt a flutter of anxiety. She considered herself somewhat attractive, akin to a delectable lamb unwittingly straying into the jaws of a wolf. As they strolled through the garden, engaging in light conversation, they appeared like a pair of affectionate lovers, despite this being their first encounter. Xiao Xue followed behind, sensing the intimacy between them and feeling a sense of foreboding. The news of the prince's affection for Tang Yuehua had already spread among the household, complicating her ability to maintain her guise as the prince's favorite. Your Highness, it is time to cultivate. One must not neglect their training, Xiao Xue reminded them. Ah, Tang Yuehua exclaimed, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Her attire was somewhat disheveled, and she bit her lip, guilt gnawing at her conscience. I shall not train. Xiao Xue, your perception is lacking today. Do you not see that I am occupied? Xue Qinghe retorted impatiently, dismissing her with a wave of his hand. Forgive me, Your Highness, Xiao Xue stammered, fear evident in her voice, and she quickly retreated. Yuehua, I shall teach you to cultivate as well, Xue Qinghe offered. They sat closely together, and Tang Yuehua gradually grew accustomed to his affectionate gestures, recognizing that they would share many years together in the future. Your Highness, I possess only 9th level soul power and can no longer advance, she whispered softly, nestled in his embrace. 9th level soul power, There is still potential for this plastic Haotian hammer to rise, he mused. No matter. The residence is replete with countless training resources. Tomorrow, I shall have them brought to you, he assured her with a smile. Tang Yuehua nodded silently, not taking his words to heart, perceiving it merely as the prince's generous nature. The Haotian sect was not lacking in resources, yet her talent was regrettably insufficient. No amount of medicine could aid her in making progress. Xiaoxue stood at a distance, observing the affectionate exchanges between them, feeling a sense of frustration. Her undercover plan, which had yet to commence, seemed destined to conclude prematurely. Xue Qinghe and Tang Yuehua had spent the entire day in the residence, and everyone was aware that the crown prince had taken Tang Yuehua of the Haotian sect as his consort, their love for each other evident to all. As night fell, Tang Yuehua gazed at the festive bridal chamber, a flicker of contentment warming her heart. In the vast crown prince's estate, only this room was adorned with lights and decorations. She bore no grievances and felt quite jubilant. Dressed in a resplendent red gown, she awaited her beloved's arrival with quiet anticipation. In her youth, she had often fantasized about the wedding night, having prepared herself for the possibility of marrying a stranger for the sake of an alliance. As was customary for someone of her stature in the Haotian sect, a young man gently pushed the door open. Tang Yuehua smiled, feeling a twinge of nostalgia, as if she had returned to the innocent girl of 13 or 14. Later that night, the flickering candlelight cast shadows reminiscent of a romantic scene. Xiaoxue, assigned to keep watch, sat angrily on the steps outside the door, the sharp female voices from within piercing her heart. Infuriated, she thought, I wish I could storm in and put an end to this shameless couple. Yet, she was reluctant to abandon her mission. Perhaps there was still a chance if she waited a little longer. After an hour, the ruckus inside continued unabated. Xiaoxue called out, Your Highness, it is getting late. Please take care of your health. This was the duty of a night watch. Sullenly, Xiaoxue decided to send a message to the Wuhuan Hall to find someone skilled in disguise, not only to impersonate Xue Qinghe, but also Tang Yuehua. With the myriad of human soul powers available, finding one capable of transformation was not particularly challenging. The difficulty lay in the fact that if Xue Qinghe chose to dote on another woman tomorrow, would they need to assume yet another guise? This was not a sustainable solution. She needed to find a way to eliminate him swiftly. An hour later, Xiaoxue stifled a yawn. Your Highness, please take care of your health. It is already quite late. The next day, bright and early, Xue Qinghe rose energetically, picking up Tang Yuehua's garments from the floor and neatly placing them by her pillow. Would you like to check in at Tang Yuehua's bridal chamber? Xue Qinghe clicked to confirm. Reward, level 1 soul power. Soul power has reached level 28. Xue Qinghe was taken aback. A direct reward of soul power was quite delightful. Qian Renxue had reached level 20 at the age of 6, now at 10. He speculated that she must have attained level 30 before she infiltrated his surroundings last year. Her soul power was likely in the 30s now. However, given the current rate of his own growth, he would soon surpass her. Moreover, despite her considerable soul power, Qian Renxue, constrained by her status as a servant, could not hone her practical combat skills, leaving her increasingly distanced from Xue Qinghe. He pondered, I should find a mentor to guide me in practical combat. Ning Fengji is an auxiliary type, capable of imparting knowledge, but he lacks the strength to truly train me. As for the sword Douluo, his power is far too formidable, creating an insurmountable gap. He ought to seek an individual whose prowess slightly surpasses his own, someone who can exert pressure and provide him with ample opportunity to exert his utmost efforts. A level around 50 would be ideal, preferably a female, who can also enrich his harem and serve as a bodyguard in the future. Her age should not be too advanced, allowing for sufficient potential for growth. Xue Qinghe immediately thought of Liu Erlong. In his recollection, she currently occupied the role of the lethal aspect of the Golden Iron Triangle. Having traversed the continent with her companions for several years, he decided to summon someone from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan to bring her back. Your Highness, I am feeling rather fatigued today and cannot accompany you, Tang Yuehua said in a soft, delicate tone. Xue Qinghe approached her, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead, and reassured her, It's all right, take your time to rest. Tang Yuehua felt a bit sore and gradually closed her eyes, drifting into slumber. Xue Qinghe held a profound admiration for this mature and voluptuous woman. He stepped outside and softly closed the door. Xiaoxue was waiting as usual at the entrance, though today she bore slight dark circles under her eyes. Your Highness, breakfast is ready, Xiaoxue announced. Very well, please bring some food to Yuehua shortly. Additionally, arrange for me to meet with Yu Luomian of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan today. Make it happen swiftly, Xue Qinghe instructed in a deep voice. Understood. Xiaoxue replied. Yu Luomian, the second head of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, Liu Erlong's father and Yu Xiaojiang's uncle, currently resided in Heaven Do City, making it quite simple to meet him. Xue Qinghe returned to his secret chamber for cultivation, intending to thoroughly assimilate the soul power he had just acquired. Now at level 28, it would not be long before he could venture into the Star Luo forest to hunt for soul rings. However, there was still the matter of Qian Renxue. She was not someone he could dispose of, as this little fool was meant to be his future wife. She was fully aware of every step he took, so he needed to devise a plan to deal with her effectively. Although Xue Qinghe could not pass the throne to her, he could father a son, bequeath the throne to him, and allow her to govern behind a curtain while he indulged in a carefree life. This arrangement was quite acceptable to Xue Qinghe. In due time, the Spirit Hall and the Heaven Dou Empire would merge. Uniting their strengths to unify the Star Luo Empire would not pose a challenge. Yet, he had not yet ascended to the throne himself. Perhaps he was thinking too far ahead. It was prudent to focus on the present. Resting his chin on his hand, he cultivated his soul power while contemplating his strategies, considering how to broach the subject with her and gauge her reaction. After a morning of cultivation, Xue Qinghe emerged for lunch. "Your Highness, I have already informed you Lumian, and he said he would come this afternoon," Xiao Xue said, her head lowered, her cheeks flushing upon seeing Xue Qinghe. Though this little girl had developed a remarkably resilient disposition, she remained merely a 10-year-old child, untouched by worldly matters. "Xiao Xue, do you wish to become the empress? That way, our son could ascend to the throne," Xue Qinghe inquired. Xiao Xue was taken aback and hastily replied, "This servant does not dare to aspire to such a thing." Xue Qinghe shrugged his shoulders, exclaiming, "You have been given an opportunity, yet you fail to cherish it. How disappointing. Very well, since you are unwilling to become the queen, I shall seek another to fill that role. Do not lament later." With a cheerful demeanor, Xue Qinghe added, "One day, little girl, you shall regret this decision." Xiao Xue lowered her head, trembling slightly, and skillfully portrayed the image of a startled young girl, embodying the character perfectly. "Then please summon Yuehua for dinner," Xue Qinghe instructed. "Yes," Xiao Xue responded, her movements quick and efficient as she swiftly exited. After a few minutes, Xiao Xue returned, assisting Tang Yuehua into the room. Tang Yuehua, inexperienced in worldly matters and in the presence of the fierce soul master, found herself somewhat overwhelmed. "Your Highness, I apologize for my lack of decorum," she said, as Xiao Xue helped her take a seat. Tang Yuehua appeared a bit shy, her ears tinged with pink, her movements somewhat awkward. "There is no need for formality, Xiao Xue. Come, sit with us and share the meal," Xue Qinghe said generously. "Your Highness," Xiao Xue began to refuse. But Xue Qinghe pulled her onto his lap, his large hands encircling her slender waist. A shiver ran down Xiao Xue's spine, an inexplicable thrill coursing through her, and her face flushed crimson. She felt a wave of frustration. How infuriating it was to be subjected to the prince's advances. She wished she could confront him right then and there. "Your Highness, please, let us not jest. We should eat," Xiao Xue said, attempting to free herself, her irritation evident. Xue Qinghe smiled subtly and turned to Tang Yuehua, encouraging her. "Come, Yuehua, eat well and restore your strength." Tang Yuehua, having skipped breakfast, was ravenous and wasted no time digging into the food, eager to replenish her energy in case the little tiger required her attention later that night. "Xiao Xue, prepare a gift for the Haoyan sect this afternoon, on my behalf, to convey my regards to the sect master," Xue Qinghe instructed. "Your Highness, there is no need for such trouble," Tang Yuehua replied hastily. Xue Qinghe chuckled, "Since sect master Tang has sent me such a wonderful woman, how could I not express my gratitude? Xiao Xue, you must go." He then added, "Oh, and be careful not to mix up the gifts." The term mixing up referred to the practice of returning gifts sent by Tang Ming, the steward, back to him. The princess residents received gifts daily and occasionally. It would reciprocate, meaning gifts would be exchanged and returned. "Rest assured, Your Highness, I will manage it. However, the journey to the Haoyan sect is not short. If I go this afternoon, I may not return until tomorrow," Xiao Xue remarked. "That is of no concern. Take your time and enjoy yourself while you're there." "Your Highness, Xiao Xue is not one to indulge in leisure. I will return promptly," Xiao Xue replied sweetly, feeling a sense of relief at the thought of being away from this troublesome prince. Yet, she pondered, wait, was I not intending to get closer to him? Why should I feel joy at the prospect of distancing myself? After the meal, Xiao Xue set out to prepare the gift. As she approached the door to bid farewell to the prince, she suddenly heard Tang Yuehua's sharp cry from within. With a sense of helplessness, Xiao Xue knocked on the door and spoke. "Your Highness, I have gone to the Haoyan sect." No reply came from within, prompting her to leave directly. She mused that perhaps Tang Yuehua's voice had drowned out hers. That insufferable prince was far too engrossed. It was infuriating that as the princess of the Spirit Hall, she was reduced to running errands for this useless individual. Merely killing him would not suffice to quench her fury. He must be subjected to 1,000 tortures. After her departure, the commotion inside the room continued for quite some time before it finally subsided. After preparing a light meal, Xue Qinghe and Tang Yuehua engaged in some activities to aid digestion before they both retired for an afternoon nap. In the afternoon, Xue Qinghe awoke, donned his clothes, and gently shut the door behind him as he stepped outside. Tang Yuehua also stirred, her eyelids heavy, opening them briefly before closing them again, utterly unable to rise. Xue Qinghe practiced in the courtyard for a while, and soon after, a messenger arrived to announce the arrival of Yu Luomiang from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. He promptly went to receive his guest. "Your Highness, I offer my respects," Yu Luomiang said with a bow. Xue Qinghe responded courteously, a smile on his face. "You are too kind, Master Yu. I have summoned you for a particular matter on which I seek your assistance." Yu Luomiang replied, "Your Highness, if you have a request, please do not hesitate to command. It is truly an honor for me." The servants of the estate served him the finest tea. Xue Qinghe continued, "I have been practicing alone for some time and lack a sparring partner. I have heard that your daughter, Liu Erlong, is renowned as the killing corner of the Golden Iron Triangle, and I presume she possesses considerable combat experience. If you would be so gracious, I would like to invite Liu Erlong to be my mentor." Yu Luomiang was taken aback, quickly rising to decline. "I cannot accept such an honor. Your Highness, my daughter Liu Erlong is a child born out of wedlock, of lowly status. How could she possibly serve as your teacher?" Xue Qinghe blinked, reflecting that his current mentor, Ning Fengji, was the head of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, a figure of equal stature to that of a princess teacher. He had not expected that in the predatory world of Douluo continent, lineage would be held in such high regard. "If your Highness truly values my daughter, allow her to serve as your sparring partner or personal bodyguard. She may not serve as your teacher," Yu Luomiang insisted with a bow. Xue Qinghe nodded, "Very well. I have no one to ensure my safety, so let her come and assist me in practice." "Thank you, Your Highness. This is indeed a stroke of fortune for Erlong," Yu Luomiang expressed with gratitude. "I received news yesterday that Erlong has just arrived in the city of Qihua, 200 miles east of Tiando. I shall send someone to find her, and she will be delivered to your residence by tomorrow morning." Yu Luomiang spoke with reverence, visibly excited. This was a tremendous opportunity. Establishing a connection with the prince would undoubtedly yield benefits when he ascended to the throne. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family might thus gain an advantage over the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. However, everything hinged upon Liu Erlong's performance. "Thank you, Master Yu," Xue Qinghe replied with a smile. After which, Yu Luomiang took his leave and immediately dispatched someone to locate Liu Erlong, sending a powerful soul saint from the family to seek her out in Qihua City. As he departed, Xue Qinghe smiled gently. The identity of the crown prince was indeed quite comfortable. He then began his cultivation, and his three-legged golden crow martial spirit was advancing remarkably quickly, yielding significant results with minimal effort. That evening, at the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, not only had Liu Erlong returned, but also the other two members of the Golden Triangle, Yu Xiaojiang and Flender. "Father, what do you need?" Liu Erlong inquired. Flender and Yu Xiaojiang had gone to their hotel, unaware of Liu Erlong's relationship with Yu Luomian. Only the father and daughter were present in the room. "Erlong, what level are you at now?" Yu Luomian asked. "I have just obtained my 5th spirit ring, reaching level 51, Liu Erlong replied. Yu Luomian nodded, acknowledging that at 28 years of age, Liu Erlong's achievement of Spirit King status was commendable. Although not of the highest talent, she was certainly of first-rate caliber. "Erlong, you're not getting any younger. It's time to consider your lifelong matters," Yu Luomian remarked. Liu Erlong was taken aback. Her father had never broached such topics, considering she was his illegitimate daughter, striving for independence while he discreetly supported her and her mother. "Father, I wish to explore more," Liu Erlong stated. Yu Luomian smiled slightly, saying, "The crown prince is already 14, with spirit power at level 21 or 2. He lacks a companion for his cultivation, and he specifically requested you." Liu Erlong blinked, slightly puzzled. "You just mentioned marriage, and now you're talking about work. Are you insinuating something? Since the crown prince has made the request, I shall go. Moreover, I have 2 friends who are quite knowledgeable and should be able to assist His Highness," Liu Erlong replied confidently, feeling a sense of secret delight that the crown prince sought her out, indicating the renowned status of their trio, the Golden Triangle, across the continent. "Erlong, the crown prince is still young and naive. This is the perfect opportunity to win his favor. Do you understand my intention?" Yu Luomian admonished, expressing frustration that he had to spell it out for her. Liu Erlong's lips twitched. What did he mean? Was he suggesting that she take advantage of the crown prince's innocence and love? She was not that kind of person. Her pursuit was for true love. "All right, father. I shall return to rest now," Liu Erlong said dismissively. Yu Luomian frowned and replied, "Erlong, you must realize this is a rare opportunity. Furthermore, the Haoyan clan has also sent women to the crown prince, and Ning Fengji of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is his teacher. This indicates that only our blue electric family has no connection with the crown prince, which is unacceptable. I'm leaving, Liu Erlong said impatiently. She then departed from Yu Lumian's residence and returned to the hotel where Yu Xiaojiang and Flinder were staying. Neither of them had fallen asleep, especially Yu Xiaojiang, who immediately asked upon her return, Erlong, why did Yu Lumian seek you out? Unbeknownst to each other, both individuals remained unaware of their true identities. Yu Xiaojiang possessed a mutated martial spirit, while Liu Erlong bore no relation to the Yu family, leading them to dismiss any notion that the other belonged to the Blue Lightning family. He is, in fact, my father. He has tasked me with training Prince. Liu Erlong declared. Her words struck Yu Xiaojiang like a bolt from the blue, leaving his countenance ashen. Xiaojiang, what troubles you? Flandra inquired, noticing his peculiar demeanor. Instinctively, Yu Xiaojiang took a step back, his heart trembling as he replied, It's nothing. I shall retire for now. Chapter 6, The Golden Triangle. Flandra seemed to comprehend the situation and swiftly pursued him. Liu Erlong, filled with curiosity, was known for her fiery temperament, intolerant of such cryptic exchanges. What is the matter with you today, Xiaojiang? She demanded, catching up to him, her anger palpable. Yu Xiaojiang, head bowed and voice strained, stammered, It's nothing. I'm just going back. Before he could finish, Liu Erlong seized his collar, insisting, Speak. Erlong. Flandra intervened, Do not press him. He is actually the son of Yu Yuanjin, the head of the Blue Lightning family, making him your cousin. Liu Erlong paused, realizing the implications of this revelation. This meant that not only were they comrades who had faced life and death together, but they were also cousins, strengthening their bond. He may merely harbor some aversion toward his family. Do not worry, I shall have a word with him. With that, Flandra led Yu Xiaojiang away. Liu Erlong speculated that Yu Xiaojiang's discomfort stemmed from the mockery he faced due to his mutated martial spirit, lamenting how a grown man could be so sensitive. The following day, Liu Erlong observed that Yu Xiaojiang appeared significantly improved and approached him with a cheerful demeanor. Cousin, let us visit the prince's residence. Do not dwell on family matters. We are already quite strong. That address of cousin pierced Yu Xiaojiang's heart like a dagger, and he softly replied, Very well. Let us proceed. At the prince's residence, Xue Qinghe was practicing in the courtyard, while Tang Yuehua sat nearby, quietly watching her beloved. Their days of intimacy had profoundly altered her perception of him. Your Highness, the Golden Triangle has arrived, a servant announced. Very well, let them enter, Xue Qinghe responded. I, too, shall take my leave, Tang Yuehua said gently, rising from the table with care, biting her lip in an act of feigned composure as she briskly departed. Soon after, the trio entered. Your Highness, Liu Erlong stood at the forefront, and together they bowed. These two are my companions, Flandra and Yu Xiaojiang, she introduced. Xue Qinghe nodded, appraising Liu Erlong, who wore a striking white outfit that accentuated her figure, rivaling even Tang Yuehua's allure. The contrast between the two women was stark. One was serene while the other was dynamic, suggesting that Liu Erlong might be the more assertive of the two. The thought of the three sharing a chamber was indeed tantalizing. At this moment, Xue Qinghe activated the system, and a virtual panel materialized before him. He clicked to select a sign-in location. A beam of virtual light traversed the surroundings and ultimately settled on the crevice of Liu Erlong. Xue Qinghe confirmed his choice. Would you like to sign in at Liu Erlong's crevice? He clicked to confirm once more. Sign-in successful. Reward, level 2 soul power. Xue Qinghe's soul power surged dramatically, rising 2 levels to precisely reach the 30-level threshold. This left him astounded. If such a minor location could yield a 2-level increase, wouldn't a more substantial site, like that of Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyuan, result in a 4 or 5-level boost? Indeed, he must secure Liu Erlong for daily sign-ins in the future. Since the three of you are here, let us commence. I would appreciate your companionship in practice. Xue Qinghe stated. Flinder adjusted his glasses, suspecting that the Crown Prince had summoned them due to their esteemed reputation as the Golden Iron Triangle. Bang! Cat Eagle possessed. Fire Dragon possessed. Both of them activated their martial souls simultaneously, showcasing the optimal soul ring configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojiang stepped back, positioning himself at a distance. My martial soul has recently undergone a mutation, and your extensive experience will be invaluable in assessing it, Xue Qinghe remarked calmly. Upon hearing the mention of martial soul mutation, Liu Erlong and Flinder instinctively turned their gaze towards Yu Xiaojiang, who possessed considerable experience in this area. Yu Xiaojiang took a step forward, stating that according to his research, most martial soul mutations tended to deteriorate. He was aware that the martial soul of the Tiando royal family was a swan, not a particularly formidable one. If it were to mutate further, what could it possibly become? A ugly duckling? That would certainly rival his Luo San Pao. I have studied over 100 examples of martial soul mutations and have garnered some insights, Yu Xiaojiang said gravely. Bang! Xue Qinghe unleashed his martial soul. A blazing entity erupted from his back, causing the temperature in the vicinity to spike dramatically as the three-legged golden crow manifested. Liu Erlong took a few startled steps back. As a fire attribute beast martial soul user herself, she could perceive the exceptional quality of his martial soul with utmost clarity. The three of them were utterly astonished. Both the cat eagle and the fire dragon paled in comparison to the three-legged golden crow. Yu Xiaojiang stood agape, rendered speechless. He had never encountered such a positive mutation before, as his studies had predominantly focused on the adverse transformations of martial souls. Your martial soul, Your Highness, Liu Erlong exclaimed, sensing that the quality of the three-legged golden crow likely surpassed that of the blue lightning tyrant dragon. Her fire dragon was a parallel mutation of the blue lightning tyrant dragon, which had diminished the lightning attribute while enhancing the fire attribute, resulting in faster cultivation but a slightly lower ceiling. Xue Qinghe smiled and said, Liu Erlong, let us engage in a spar. Two yellow 100-year soul rings emerged beneath his feet, shimmering like gold under the radiance of the three-legged golden crow. Liu Erlong remained in a state of shock. Alongside her fire dragon martial soul, she possessed the ability to ascend to the radiant holy dragon through the fusion technique associated with her soul. She was acutely aware of the sheer magnitude of possessing a supreme martial soul imbued with the essence of pure light. However, she firmly believed that even the radiant holy dragon would bow in submission before the three-legged golden crow. Your Highness, I have arrived, Liu Erlong proclaimed. Boom. The first and second yellow soul rings beneath her feet ignited simultaneously. Her mastery over her soul techniques was as natural as an extension of her own limbs. She was not constrained by mere technique, but wielded her powers with effortless grace. Like a torrent of raging flames, she surged forth towards Xue Qinghe. Surrounded by flames, Xue Qinghe felt a profound sense of frustration. The effects of his two soul rings were minimal, severely hindering his potential. Let us unleash the power of the 300,000-year-old soul bone, he declared. Hellfire. The three-legged golden crow ascended, while Xue Qinghe soared at a low altitude. With a powerful punch, he unleashed the 300,000-year-old soul bone technique, infused with the unparalleled flames of the three-legged golden crow, aimed directly at Liu Erlong. Liu Erlong gasped, sensing the imminent threat as if heavenly fire descended upon her. At that moment, it seemed as though her martial soul was suppressed by the three-legged golden crow, rendering her cultivation stifled and unable to manifest. Her third, fourth, and fifth soul techniques illuminated, channeling her soul power to meet the oncoming force. Boom. The two flames collided, sending a searing shockwave that enveloped the surroundings. Yu Xiaojiang and Flinder retreated, overwhelmed by the ferocity of the heat wave. Chapter 7, Liu Erlong's School. The surrounding vegetation withered. The heat wave had ravaged much of the garden, leaving many precious flowers and plants desiccated. Boom. Moments later, Liu Erlong stood her ground, panting heavily, her chest heaving violently. She felt a deep-seated fear. Dragons were the sovereigns of the Douluo continent. She had assumed that a greater dragon would instill fear in the fire dragon. Yet it was an unknown, mutated martial soul that struck terror within her. Enough of this. This place is unsuitable for practice, Xue Qinghe stated, emerging from the dust. Scratching his head. Such a beautiful garden had been destroyed. How could he ever enjoy the moonlit nights with a beauty in the future? Erlong, are you all right? Flinder hurriedly approached her with concern. I'm fine, Liu Erlong replied, casting a profound gaze at Xue Qinghe. She understood that the emergence of someone like him in the Tiando royal family was indeed a stroke of fortune for the entire Tiando Empire. Your Highness, I believe it is imperative to report to the Emperor at once, Yu Xiaojing suggested. Xue Qinghe shrugged. For him, anything was acceptable. He simply required a bountiful and tranquil place to sign in, preferably accompanied by two lovely companions. Why don't you two go inform my father? I just reached level 30 and intend to hunt for soul rings in the Sunset Forest. Liu Erlong, you shall accompany me, he said. Cough, cough. Liu Erlong gently cleared her throat, causing a slight movement in her bosom before responding, as you command. Their casual conversation felt like a dagger to Yu Xiaojiang, especially the mention of level 30, which struck his ears with particularly jarring resonance. Yu Xiaojiang stepped forward and said, Your Highness, according to my research, the ideal age for the third soul ring should be close to 1,700 years. It would be most appropriate for you to hunt a fire attribute 1,000-year soul beast. Xue Qinghe smiled and agreed. Although Yu Xiaojiang's sample size was limited and his conditions were rather rudimentary, his theory on soul ring ages did not apply to any soul master possessing a soul bone. A soul bone of the same age generally enhances the capabilities more than a soul ring. Thus, the next soul ring must also have an increased age, or else the augmentation provided by the soul bone would be wasted. Those two may go. Ere long, let us depart as well, Xue Qinghe stated. He wished to avoid the presence of those two and desired to be alone with Liu Erlong. Liu Erlong followed closely behind Xue Qinghe. After making some arrangements at his residence, he set off directly. Once they left the prince's residence, they headed straight to the outskirts of Tiando City. The Sunset Forest was not far from there, and they could reach it by afternoon. They would likely only need to stay there for one night, making the task of hunting for the third soul ring quite manageable within 2 days. As they journeyed, Liu Erlong suddenly recalled her father's words. She glanced at the young prince, whose vitality radiated youth, and a sense of inferiority washed over her. The Sunset Forest, while lacking the high-level soul beasts found in the Star Luo forest, was adequate for Xue Qinghe's needs. He simply required an ordinary 10,000-year soul beast. Erlong, I have heard you are the illegitimate daughter of Lumian, Xue Qinghe remarked. Liu Erlong nodded silently, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. Was it not rather lacking in emotional intelligence for His Highness to speak so directly? However, upon reflection, a straightforward and candid prince was preferable to a taciturn one. Otherwise, one might not even know how one met their end. Xue Qinghe smiled faintly and continued, I intend to establish a Soul Master Academy, specifically for commoner soul masters, with reduced tuition fees. Would you consider becoming the dean of the academy? He added, students emerging from the school could serve as generals or enter the court as officials, while those of striking beauty might even become consorts in the palace. Liu Erlong's heart fluttered. To be understood by the prince was a profound honor. His words carried significant weight. If he promised that one could serve as a general, then it would surely come to pass. If he said one could hold an official post, that too would be realized. And if he claimed one could become a consort, then it was destined to be so. In a hurried tone, Liu Erlong replied, Your Highness, I am merely a fifth-ring soul king. I fear I may not be able to shoulder such a heavy responsibility. Xue Qinghe smiled reassuringly. You are a soul king now, but that does not mean you will always remain one. You are still young, and your soul power has vast potential for growth. His words struck deep within Liu Erlong's heart. Although she hailed from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, her status as an illegitimate daughter set her apart in her thinking from other nobles, allowing her to empathize with the struggles of commoners. For the common folk, awakening soul power was already a significant achievement, yet exorbitant tuition fees barred them from entering the realm of soul masters. Liu Erlong couldn't help but regard Xue Qinghe with newfound admiration. Her heart ignited with fervor for one who truly understood her. Your Highness, on behalf of the common folk of Tiando, I express our heartfelt gratitude for your benevolence. Liu Erlong sincerely remarked. She found no fault in Xue Qinghe's assertion that only the most beautiful would enter the palace. After all, he is the crown prince, destined to become emperor. Would you wish for him to favor but one? In her eyes, this youthful prince exuded remarkable charisma, and his genuine compassion for the people was enough to distinguish him among his peers, making the throne rightfully his. Very well, let us seek out soul beasts. Xue Qinghe smiled. Liu Erlong, a woman of exquisite poetic talent, possessed a slightly fiery temperament, yet her heart was pure. How could such a woman be forsaken? Xue Qinghe resolved, in his heart, to cherish her well. After a long afternoon search, they encountered several soul beasts just over a millennium old. Liu Erlong wished to hunt them, but Xue Qinghe dissuaded her. Your Highness, that 1,000-year-old clear water goose is quite suitable, Liu Erlong queried. Xue Qinghe responded with a mysterious smile. It is getting late. Let us search again tomorrow. We should find a place to camp. Liu Erlong pouted. This prince is indeed peculiar. Once their tent was set up, spacious within, Liu Erlong attentively placed a small table and lit a candle. Your Highness, I have scattered some bait outside. Ordinary soul beasts will not dare approach, she informed him. Ah, so the formidable ones will come. Splendid. We shall slay them for soul rings, Liu Erlong declared, brimming with enthusiasm. Seated at the table, she was fully alert, contemplating that the prince would require a fire attribute soul, which should be easy to find. She resolved to seek one according to her own criteria. While keeping watch, she quietly envisioned the future school. Even a school for commoners must possess grandeur. Nothing could be lacking, including a simulated training ground. Moreover, it would need to employ excellent teachers, at least of soul sect rank or higher, as anything less would be inadequate. As for the school's name, Liu Erlong initially intended to solicit funds from her family, naming it Blue Electric Academy. However, with the crown prince now at the helm, she would defer to him for the naming. The night passed in serene tranquility, leaving Xue Qinghe astonished by the profound calm. Surely, he was the king of fortune. Early the next morning, Xue Qinghe mused. Little Xue must have returned by now. Chapter 8. The Ice and Fire Duality. At dawn, the two continued their quest for soul beasts in the Sunset Forest, where even the grasshoppers were just awakening to feast on dew. The dampness of the forest soaked their garments. Xue Qinghe gazed thoughtfully into the distance and hastened forward, with Liu Erlong dutifully trailing behind, ever protective of her prince. The cave nearby was devoid of soul beasts. Even the grasshoppers dared not venture close. Xue Qinghe was slightly taken aback. The cave bore a striking resemblance to one he had encountered before. Perhaps it was merely the uniformity of caves that evoked such a sense of familiarity. He activated his system, selected this location, and began to sign in. Sign in at the Ice and Fire Duality Eye entrance. Reward. Encyclopedia of Toxicology. Xue Qinghe was taken aback. Realizing that this place was indeed the Eye of Ice and Fire, a stroke of extraordinary fortune for him. Given this, it was evident that the entrance must be toxic. Otherwise, no soul beasts would dare approach. The owner here was the notorious Douluo, and with him absent, it was the perfect opportunity to slip in unnoticed. In this world, all land belonged to the sovereign, and Xue Qinghe felt no guilt in this endeavor. Erlong, please assist me in gathering these herbs while I wait here, he instructed. He then pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket, inscribed with several lines, and handed it to her. The Sunset Forest, abundant in both soul beasts and rare herbs, was a treasure trove, and the materials Xue Qinghe requested were not particularly scarce. Your Highness, let us go together. I must ensure your safety. Erlong insisted earnestly. Xue Qinghe chuckled softly. There is no need. The vicinity is fraught with toxins that even the soul beasts avoid. I shall observe from here. You may proceed. Though still somewhat anxious. Erlong nodded silently and hurried away, though she remained close by. As Xue Qinghe waited, he opened the system interface and delved into the vast compendium of toxicology. A surge of knowledge flooding into his mind. In an instant, he transformed from a novice into a veritable expert. With keen eyesight, he scrutinized the cave from a distance, analyzing the toxic components present. Douluo, relying on his title as a poison Douluo, lacked profound expertise in toxicology, predominantly utilizing singular types of poison. After a light meal, Erlong returned with the herbs. Xue Qinghe employed the flames of the three-legged golden crow to refine them, and Erlong ventured out 3 more times to gather additional herbs. Once the powder was prepared, he scattered it around the cave entrance, neutralizing the toxins and ensuring safety. The two ventured inside, first consuming a detoxifying pill. The cave was spacious, narrowing as they delved deeper, leading them to a wondrous realm. Before them lay the foremost of the 3 great treasure troves of the Douluo continent, the Eye of Ice and Fire. Erlong was utterly astonished. Even without a grasp of pharmacology, the potent aura emanating from the treasures was enough to indicate their immense value. Let us remain here for a few days. Xue Qinghe suggested with a smile. Oh, please help me locate these medicinal materials, he added, handing Erlong another sheet of paper. Without hesitation, she set off to gather them, marveling at the abundance of resources, which surely surpassed the collections of any of the 3 great sections. Xue Qinghe settled down to meditate. The soul power here was rich, more conducive to cultivation than many simulated training grounds. Within the span of a single incense stick, Erlong returned with the herbs, and Xue Qinghe proceeded to transform them into powder. Sprinkle this powder in a circle around the Eye of Ice and Fire, even if Douluo returns. He shall not gain entry, he remarked with a grin. Liu Erlong, filled with skepticism, pondered the fact that Douluo was indeed a titled Douluo. Nevertheless, she did not dwell on it for long and proceeded, realizing that even if he were to enter, he posed no threat to Xue Qinghe. The white powder scattered around, and Xue Qinghe felt relieved, able to sign in without worry. Little Xue must be at home. Anxiously pacing, he chuckled to himself, amused by the thought of the young girl's flustered demeanor. Silly little Qian Renxue. After dispersing the powder, Liu Erlong began her return, when suddenly a flash of greenish blue darted towards her heart. Swiftly, Liu Erlong retreated, blood splattering as she clutched her chest, glaring into the distance with her fire dragon martial spirit manifesting behind her. The fleeting figure had vanished into the thicket, leaving her uncertain of the opponent's martial spirit. But the ability to conceal oneself was undoubtedly remarkable. True to her nature, even when injured, she felt no inclination to retreat. With a fierce roar, she prepared to charge forward. Stop! Come back! Just as Liu Erlong was about to move, she heard Xue Qinghe's voice from behind. Come back! Quickly! Xue Qinghe commanded, her tone laced with urgency. Despite Liu Erlong's fury, she dared not defy Xue Qinghe, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, steadying herself while remaining vigilant as she retreated. The two of them withdrew into the cave, returning to the Eye of Ice and Fire. Your Highness, Liu Erlong suddenly collapsed, and Xue Qinghe hurried to support her. The ability to ambush Liu Erlong and inflict such severe injury indicated an exceptional level of power. Retreat was indeed the wisest course of action. Do not worry, with the powder outside, he cannot enter, Xue Qinghe assured her. He then laid Liu Erlong on the soft grass, allowing her to recuperate. Wait here, I will prepare some medicine for you, he said. Liu Erlong gritted her teeth, recalling the fleeting image she had seen earlier. Aside from its green hue, She had no further impressions. The soul power likely hovered around that of a soul emperor. How shameful for a soul emperor to act so cowardly. Liu Erlong clenched her fist tightly, feeling the darkness spreading across her chest. That strike must have been poisoned. She held her breath and focused, using her soul power to protect her heart from the toxins, knowing that otherwise, she would face dire consequences. Although Xue Qinghe had recently mastered the compendium of toxicology, he quickly grasped the concepts and became quite proficient. He soon prepared the medicine for her external injuries. But upon his return, he found Liu Erlong's expression grave, her lips darkened, and her chest marred by blackness. Ultimately, Xue Qinghe's inexperience had prevented him from identifying the poison immediately. He calmed himself, reminding her not to panic. Even among the formidable titled Douluo like Douluo, the poisons utilized were often singular in nature. In the Douluo continent, those who wielded poison primarily derived it from their martial spirits. Thus it was not as fearsome as it seemed. Erlong, lie down. I will help you detoxify, Xue Qinghe said gravely. Liu Erlong offered no protest. She respected Xue Qinghe deeply, considering him a confidant, and thus she would not refuse his assistance. At this moment, outside the Eye of Ice and Fire, the soul master who had grievously wounded Liu Erlong was in a state of utter disarray. His martial spirit was that of a chameleon. Despite the name containing the word dragon, it bore no resemblance to one, resembling more of a frog, capable of altering its color in accordance with its surroundings. Chapter 9. The 10,000-Year Soul Ring. Cursed be it, if these two do not emerge, how shall I complete my task? The chameleon soul emperor fumed. In a fit of rage, he seized a century-old wild boar from nearby and tossed it into the cave. Upon contact with the medicinal powder, it was instantly reduced to a fine powder. The chameleon soul emperor gasped. The powder, mingling with the damp air of the cave, posed a grave danger. One careless inhalation could lead to dire consequences. Within the Eye of Ice and Fire, Liu Erlong shed her upper garments, gritting her teeth as she fortified her heart with soul power. Xue Qinghe could not help but marvel at the fiery dragon girl. Her figure surpassed even that of Tang Yuehua, embodying a perfect harmony of grace and fullness, an effortless beauty. Between her alabaster peaks lay a vivid crimson scar, evoking sympathy. He assisted Liu Erlong in cleansing her wound, applying ointment and bandaging it with care. Thank you, Your Highness, Liu Erlong murmured. Her complexion pale as she donned her clothing and reclined beneath a tree to recuperate. It is of no concern, rest well. This place is replete with rare treasures. Even if we cannot escape, we shall endure for quite some time, Xue Qinghe replied with a smile. A single soul emperor had rendered them powerless. Since they could not defeat him, they might as well relax, for he could not enter their sanctuary. Xue Qinghe speculated that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it was indeed Qian Renxue who had sent him, demonstrating remarkable consideration, sending a soul emperor for a mere great soul master like himself. Once Douluo returned, they would deal with him, and then they could exit together. The Eye of Ice and Fire was abundant with precious resources. After a brief exploration, Xue Qinghe remained to consume several rare herbs. Possessing an exceptional fire attribute, he found that the addition of a fiery herb would be of minimal benefit to him. Merely a flourish, it was far more advantageous to offer it to Liu Erlong, whose martial spirit was inherently of the fire attribute. As he continued his search, Xue Qinghe stumbled upon a 9th-grade purple ginseng, a truly remarkable find. In the original tale, Yu Xiaojing had consumed this very herb to transcend the 29th level barrier. Both Yu Xiaojing and Liu Erlong shared a lineage of the blue lightning tyrant dragon's mutation. Thus, the herb would be equally beneficial to her. However, a thought crossed his mind. If he were to give it to Tang Yuehua, it might also aid her in breaking through the 9th level barrier. That plastic Haotian hammer of hers had drained her potential. Being the woman who had shared Xue Qinghe's first night, he resolved to reserve this exceptional 9th-grade purple ginseng for her. Having made these considerations, Xue Qinghe settled beside Liu Erlong, quietly engaging in his cultivation. He had no intention of venturing out. The environment was conducive to rapid advancement, there was sustenance available, and he was in the delightful company of a beautiful companion. Xue Qinghe murmured to himself, contemplating whether to wait until he attained the title of titled Douluo before venturing out. Meanwhile, in the prince's residence, Qian Renxue returned, her brow furrowed in confusion. Despite Xue Qinghe having only recently achieved the 22nd rank and scarcely hunting for soul rings for half a year, he was now pursuing them again. Moreover, what was the nature of that three-legged golden crow martial soul? Unlike others, she was intimately familiar with Xue Qinghe. This foolish prince had no need for soul rings at all. Before long, Qian Renxue received a secret message indicating that the individuals she had dispatched had failed to eliminate Xue Qinghe. Frustration surged within her as she crushed the note with her soul power. This imbecile chose to hide in a cave rather than face the world. Let him starve there. The recollection of his recent advances made her consider visiting him personally. Currently, she served as a maid in the prince's residence, and with Xue Qinghe absent, she found herself rather idle and without tasks. When will His Highness return? She inquired, her demeanor shifting to that of a timid servant girl as she engaged with the staff of the residence. I don't know. I heard that the palace has sent someone to the Sunset Forest to find the prince. He should be back in a few days, replied one of the attendants. The next day, in the Eye of Ice and Fire, he was prompted to check in. Xue Qinghe confirmed his presence. Check-in complete. Reward, a 10,000-year ultimate fire soul ring. Originally intending to acquire a soul ring through hunting soul beasts, he was pleasantly surprised by this direct reward and promptly claimed it. The Eye of Ice and Fire was indeed a place of profound significance, offering substantial rewards. Qian Renxue, you might as well remain a maid in the prince's residence. Upon my return, perhaps I shall teach you a lesson, he thought, reflecting on how perfectly the 10,000-year ultimate fire soul ring complemented him. Any more would be excessive. Although he had evolved into a divine-level martial soul, he still bore some limitations. The previous incarnation of Xue Qinghe had 2 inferior soul rings, one 400 years old and another 700, yet they were the best ratio available. With his original Great White Goose martial soul, it was reasonable to assume that the royal family had invested considerable effort in ensuring he could absorb optimal soul rings, likely feeding him many rare treasures. The black 10,000-year soul ring gradually merged with Xue Qinghe's being, its immense power integrating seamlessly, as if custom-made for him. At this moment, Liu Erlong had regained about 60% of her strength and was able to move normally. Sensing the fluctuations in soul power from nearby, she hurried over. Where did His Highness obtain that soul ring? She wondered. Never mind, let us protect him first. The absorption process proceeded smoothly, and after half an hour, Xue Qinghe exhaled gently, causing 2 yellow and 1 black soul rings to rise beneath him. Black, 10,000-year. Liu Erlong gasped, retreating 2 steps in astonishment. According to both the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family's theories and Yu Xiaozhang's own insights, a 3rd soul ring should have been 1,000 years old at most. How did the crown prince unexpectedly absorb a 10,000-year soul ring? Moreover, from whence did this soul ring originate? Xue Qinghe rose to his feet, noticing her astonishment. He chuckled softly and said, "This is the divine creation of heaven and earth. This soul ring was naturally bestowed upon me by the sun, moon, and mountains." The notion of the sun, moon, and mountains offering such a gift seemed absurd to Liu Erlong, who pondered why they had not conferred anything upon her. However, upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. As a member of the royal family possessing the divine bird, the 3-legged golden crow martial soul, it was only fitting that the flora and fauna would yield to him. Liu Erlong found herself bewildered. Your Highness, now that you have acquired the soul ring and greatly enhanced your strength, let us rest for another day. Once I regain some of my strength, I shall escort you out. Liu Erlong declared resolutely. She had made a firm resolution. Even if it meant her demise, she would ensure the crown prince's safe passage. For to die for a kindred spirit was the most fortunate of fates. Who says I am leaving? I shall remain here for 1.5 years at least. Xue Qinghe replied dismissively. After saying this, he sat down as if intending to linger indefinitely. This left Liu Erlong perplexed. Was the throne of their family to be forsaken? Chapter 10. The Sign-In at the Eye of Ice and Fire. Fear not. I shall give you this fiery apricot flower. I have no use for it, Xue Qinghe remarked, pointing towards a celestial herb. Liu Erlong, unable to comprehend his words, had never heard of such a thing, so she followed the direction of his finger. Upon seeing the fiery apricot flower, she was taken aback. The herb resonated with her so profoundly that when it was offered to her, she did not even have the courtesy to refuse. Thank you, Your Highness, Liu Erlong said. She sat beside the celestial herb, pondering how to consume it. Would ingesting it directly reduce her to ashes? Certainly, it could for the weak, and as Liu Erlong was not particularly strong at present, she decided to familiarize herself with it for a few days before contemplating consumption. Xue Qinghe had just absorbed his 3rd soul ring. Yet this 10,000-year soul ring had not significantly increased his soul power, only elevating it by 1 level. Perhaps it was due to the overwhelming strength of his martial soul, resulting in a high concentration of soul power. In the Imperial Palace of the Tiando Empire, Yu Xiaozhang and Flandre arrived to report to Emperor Xue Yi about Xue Qinghe's martial soul, the 3-legged golden crow. Emperor Xue Yi furrowed his brow, based on their descriptions. He summoned an artist to sketch the outline of Xue Qinghe's martial soul. Although Emperor Xue Yi's cultivation was not profound, he understood well the implications of such a martial soul. Soul masters possessing superlative martial souls were exceedingly rare across the continent. If their accounts were accurate, Xue Qinghe might indeed surpass even the blue lightning tyrant dragon. How could Qinghe, having just hunted his 2nd soul ring less than half a year ago, already require a 3rd? Emperor Xue Yi inquired. Flandre bowed and replied, "That remains a mystery to us." But he indeed ventured into the sunset forest with Erlong. At that moment, Emperor Xue thoughts were in disarray, his mind racing with countless considerations. In every household, fathers naturally aspire for their sons to excel. It is a common sentiment for fathers to desire their sons to surpass themselves and ascend to greater heights, unless, of course, the father is an emperor. Ordinarily, the ascension of the crown prince's martial soul would be an immense blessing, a fortune for the entire Tiando Empire. Yet, the Snow Knight Emperor found himself in a quandary. Clenching his fists, uncertain and pensive. Very well, send someone to fetch Qinghe. Once he has hunted the third spirit ring, he is to come to the palace. I wish to see his martial soul, declared the Snow Knight Emperor. A day later, he received a notification. Check in beside the flame apricot blossom. Reward, a 10,000-year-old flame apricot blossom. Snow Qinghe's mouth twitched, stunned and swallowing hard. He quietly stored it away. 10,000 years. A whole 10,000 years. Consuming a 10,000-year-old flame apricot blossom would surely be more beneficial than devouring a 10,000-year-old Xiao Wu. After all, the flame apricot blossom possesses attributes of supreme flames. While Xiao Wu is merely an ordinary little rabbit, Snow Qinghe placed this treasure into his system backpack and continued his cultivation. Another day passed. Check in beside the octagonal Xianbing grass. Reward, a 10,000-year-old octagonal Xianbing grass. Snow Qinghe had already mentally prepared himself and was less astonished this time. However, the 10,000-year octagonal Xianbing grass was not immediately useful to him, so he decided to keep it for future use. A day later, he encountered another prompt. Do you wish to check in at the Ice and Fire Yinyang Spring? He confirmed. Check in. Reward. The age limit of the first spirit ring has increased by 500 years. With his first spirit ring originally at 350 years. The addition of 500 years brought it to 850 years, still within the yellow category. This enhancement was not particularly significant, as the increase in spirit ring age typically yields the most noticeable amplification of spirit abilities when crossing thresholds of hundreds or thousands. Snow Qinghe rested his chin on his hand and sighed, continuing his check-ins. 7 days later, he had consistently checked in beside the spring, gradually improving his spirit rings. Now, his first spirit ring had reached 2,000 years, while the second had attained 2,100 years. Both had transformed into purple rings. Martial Soul activate. 2 purple and 1 black spirit ring rose from beneath his feet. His first 2 spirit rings had undergone a qualitative change, evolving from century rings to millennium rings, surpassing the optimal configuration. Snow Qinghe mused that if he continued to check in for a few more days, he would soon be prepared to deliver a thorough beating to Qian Renxue, who was quite deserving of it. Just then, Liu Erlong approached him, inquiring, Your Highness, we have been here for over 10 days. I have fully recovered. When shall we venture out? Snow Qinghe, bemused, responded, What's wrong? Is it not enjoyable to stay here? It's safe and provides ample opportunity for cultivation. Liu Erlong found himself at an impasse. Very well. Having chosen to follow His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, he would remain steadfast. Within the eye of ice and fire, sustenance was at hand, ensuring he would not perish from hunger. Thus, he resolved to linger there. However, the sole emperor outside had been silent for several days. Your Highness, if we do not return, surely the palace will send someone to search for us, Liu Erlong remarked. Let us revisit this matter in a month, Xue Qinghe replied. Very well, Liu Erlong conceded, feeling rather helpless. Meanwhile, outside the eye of ice and fire, Liu Erlong emerged every 7 days to sprinkle medicinal powder. The sole emperor was on the verge of giving up. It seemed the task would remain unfulfilled. The Tiando royal family had dispatched numerous powerful individuals to the Sunset Forest in search of Xue Qinghe, having explored every other location, leaving only this mysterious cavern. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that this was the lair of the poisoned DouluoDalu. After Liu Erlong completed his task of scattering the powder, he returned. The Tiando royal family sought the poisoned Douluo to dispel the toxic mist surrounding the cavern. Xue Qinghe's teacher, Ning Fengji, was also present. In the crown prince's residence, Qian Renxue wore a frown of frustration. How despicable! That dog of a prince has hidden himself away, she exclaimed. A sole emperor who cannot even dispel poison is utterly useless. What good are you to me? She had also learned of Xue Qinghe's martial spirit evolution, which added to her mounting headaches. Her undercover plan had yet to commence, and already it seemed doomed to failure. I must personally ensure the demise of Xue Qinghe. Little Snow, come and try these pastries, Tang Yuehua said with a smile. During Xue Qinghe's absence, Qian Renxue had taken to serving as a maid to Tang Yuehua. She had contemplated numerous times the prospect of eliminating Tang Yuehua, but what then? Could she truly replace her? That was out of the question. Thank you, madam. Little Snow replied respectfully. Tang Yuehua found great affection for the obedient girl, taking her to play each day. Yet, with Xue Qinghe missing for so long. She could not shake her concern. Moreover, with Xue Qinghe in the Sunset Forest, what if something were to happen? Surely she would not begin her new life as a widow. Madam need not worry. His Highness has divine protection and will come to no harm. Little Snow reassured with a smile, resembling a harmless little angel. Tang Yuehua nodded slightly, her heart feeling lighter from the comfort offered, hoping sincerely that no misfortune would befall him. Chapter 11. What of the soul ring? It is completely black. This poison, I cannot unravel it. Dugu Bo stated with a furrowed brow. He gazed at the ominous toxic mist at the cave's entrance, feeling a sense of dread. Should he come into contact with it, his demise would be certain. Ning Fengji's expression turned grave. A poison that could perplex the poison daw was indeed formidable. What on earth is the Crown Prince doing inside? How has he encountered such poison? Master Jian, can you dispel this toxic mist? Ning Fengji inquired. The sword Douluo shook his head, replying. To forcefully eliminate it would not only ruin this precious cavern, but its collapse could also endanger the Crown Prince. There is one point he has yet to mention. Perhaps he does not care. The toxic mist that spreads here may endanger many soul beasts in the Sunset Forest. Are we to simply wait here? Ning Fengji remarked. The two titled Douluos found themselves at an impasse. It seemed they could only remain here. The prince would emerge when he chose, and if he did not. Poison Douluo, you must have some provisions in your cave, correct? Ning Fengji inquired. Poison Douluo replied. Very little, primarily herbs. I have long since cleared out the wild rabbits and boars, fearing they would consume my precious herbs. Ning Fengji's expression darkened. Surely, the prince within will not starve. How absurd. After several days of waiting outside, they stationed guards here. Remaining here indefinitely was not feasible, so they decided to return the following day. In the ice and fire duality Xue Qinghe and Liu Erlong lived quite comfortably, untroubled by the issue of sustenance. They could rely on the system to address their needs, and prior to their arrival, they had brought ample provisions. Staying here for a year posed no problem. The people outside changed shifts repeatedly, yet those inside remained unchanged. Initially, Liu Erlong had been eager to leave, but after a month, she had completely lost the desire to venture out. It was better to hunker down here. Ice and fire duality sign in. First soul ring's duration extended by 300 years. Ice and fire duality sign in. Second soul ring's duration extended by 300 years. Ice and fire duality sign in. First soul ring's duration extended by 500 years. Xue Qinghe remained here, diligently signing in each day. His soul power soaring, as if soaring on an airplane. Liu Erlong had been closely following him these days. She discovered that her fire dragon martial soul, when near the three-legged golden crow, experienced a remarkable enhancement through their dual cultivation, yielding rapid progress. After a day of cultivation, twilight descended, enveloping the surroundings in darkness. My prince, may I borrow that soul power testing orb? I feel my soul power has surged significantly this past month, Liu Erlong stated. Xue Qinghe tossed her the orb. Placing her hands upon it, she realized that after spending over a month in the ice and fire duality her soul power had risen a level, now reaching 59. If I were to consume that fiery apricot, I would surely break through to level 60, Liu Erlong mused. However, she was not in haste to advance. For even if she did, she would have no means to hunt for a soul ring. The sixth soul ring typically required around 20,000 years. She alone would not stand a chance. Moreover, Xue Qinghe was merely a three-ring soul master, making it even more impossible to contend with a 20,000-year soul beast. With these thoughts, she prepared to continue her cultivation. Liu Erlong instinctively glanced at Xue Qinghe, only to notice that while his martial soul was manifested, his soul rings had vanished. She rubbed her eyes, thinking perhaps they were gone, but upon closer inspection, she realized they had transformed into a deep black hue. All three soul rings had turned black. Your Highness, what is happening? Liu Erlong exclaimed in astonishment. Xue Qinghe rose to his feet and replied, It is nothing. Merely my soul rings have turned black. Liu Erlong swallowed hard, for the darkening of soul rings signified they had reached the formidable age of 10,000 years. She was acutely aware of the strength embodied by such rings, as her own fifth soul ring was also of the same epoch. Clearly, she discerned that all three of Xue Qinghe's soul rings were indeed genuine 10,000-year rings. Erlong, come practice with me, Xue Qinghe said with a smile. Liu Erlong had instinctively believed that someone with merely 3 rings could not possibly surpass her, yet now a sense of trepidation began to creep into her heart. After all, she was facing a soul master who possessed 3 10,000-year soul rings and a mutated, top-tier martial soul. How could she contend with that? Your Highness, please test your soul power first, Liu Erlong suggested. Nodding, Xue Qinghe took the soul power testing orb, and the results emerged swiftly. Over the course of a month, his soul power had only increased by 4 levels. Liu Erlong's expression turned peculiar. An increase of 4 levels in a month was a rate of advancement that might well be recorded in the annals of the entire Tiando Empire. For a naturally gifted individual with full soul power, advancing 2 levels in a year or 5 levels in 2 years before the age of 30 was considered a standard pace of cultivation, sufficient to command respect across the continent. However, Xue Qinghe's 4-level improvement in just 1 month left Liu Erlong feeling as though all her prior knowledge had been turned on its head. "Your Highness, let us exchange a few moves without damaging this place's precious resources," Liu Erlong suggested. Xue Qinghe nodded, sharing her desire to preserve this auspicious location. The two summoned their martial souls. The moment Xue Qinghe's 3-legged golden crow manifested, Liu Erlong felt an incredible pressure weighing down upon her. Although her own martial soul was a variant of the blue lightning tyrant dragon, which typically boasted an innate superiority, today she found herself unexpectedly suppressed. Clenching her fists, Liu Erlong felt a certain discomfort. The pressure had notably restricted her strength by at least 30%. Bang! Xue Qinghe launched a series of robust attacks that mirrored Liu Erlong's own style. Both fought with a bold and straightforward approach. The air crackled with intense fluctuations of soul power, disturbing every blade of grass in the vicinity. 10 minutes later, Liu Erlong was gasping for breath. Having engaged in combat with Xue Qinghe, the heat was overwhelming. His body radiated an extraordinary temperature. Not only did she have to endure his offensive prowess, but she also had to withstand the extreme heat, which soon began to drain her stamina. Bang! Liu Erlong staggered back repeatedly and declared, "Your Highness, I concede." Xue Qinghe withdrew his attacks, feeling somewhat exasperated. "How can you be so easily defeated? You are, after all, a half-step soul emperor." What Xue Qinghe lacked most was combat experience. The previous incarnation of Xue Qinghe had scarcely engaged in real battles, and this version, having traversed worlds, was no different. "Erlong, you seem to be feeling quite warm," Xue Qinghe remarked. Liu Erlong distanced herself and sat down to cool off for a moment. "Indeed, Your Highness's extreme fire is far too potent," Liu Erlong replied with a hint of resignation. She gasped for breath, her ample bosom heaving violently. Xue Qinghe smiled and said, "Fortunately, there are 2 springs here. We've been here for over a month without exploring them. Let us go see today, and you should join me." Liu Erlong paused for a moment. "In here? Your Highness, you jest," Liu Erlong exclaimed in astonishment. The Eye of Ice and Fire is a realm of extreme cold and heat. Merely existing here is already remarkable. Who would dare venture inside? Not even a titled Douluo could survive in there. Xue Qinghe chuckled. "I assure you, I am not joking. Did I not give you a fire apricot flower? Just consume it." Liu Erlong glanced at the 2 immortal herbs in the distance, having contemplated consuming them countless times over the past few days. However, while these herbs possessed extraordinary attributes, they also harbored potent toxins. To consume them unprepared would spell disaster. "Cough, allow me to demonstrate how to consume it, and then you may follow suit," Xue Qinghe stated. With a swift motion, a 100,000-year-old fire apricot flower appeared in his hand. Not a product of the Eye of Ice and Fire, but rather a gift from the system. Liu Erlong gazed at him in astonishment. Where did this come from? To possess even one top-tier immortal herb is exceedingly rare. Such a fortuitous item seems beyond the reach of a mere prince. "Pay close attention," Xue Qinghe instructed. Liu Erlong sensed the rich spiritual energy emanating from it. It was undoubtedly genuine, impossible to be counterfeit, and even stronger than the one from the Eye of Ice and Fire. Xue Qinghe swiftly consumed it, chewing thoughtfully before swallowing. Neither Tang San nor Douluo possessed the fire attribute, yet this 100,000-year fire apricot flower matched perfectly with Xue Qinghe. For him, absorbing it carried no risk, and his absorption rate surpassed even that of Tang San. For Tang San, consuming such a treasure would be a waste. His 2 martial souls could not fully exploit the herb's potential, only allowing for the superficial effects of fire and water attributes. For Xue Qinghe, the difficulty of absorbing this herb was akin to that of assimilating a 100,000-year soul ring. Liu Erlong quickly stepped back, although she too possessed the fire attribute. She could not compare to Xue Qinghe. Even from a distance, she could feel the potent soul power radiating from him and had to retreat further. Xue Qinghe's absorption process was remarkably smooth. The fire apricot flower seemed to find its rightful owner, rapidly merging into his bloodstream. Half an hour later, Xue Qinghe exhaled a breath of hot air, slowly opening his eyes, having completed the absorption. However, his 3-legged golden crow was already formidable. It seemed he had reached the point of diminishing returns, and this fire apricot flower was insufficient to bring about a qualitative shift in his strength, merely serving as an embellishment to his already impressive abilities. Xue Qinghe clenched his fist and declared, "This miraculous herb should elevate my level to 40. Your Highness, you have succeeded," exclaimed Liu Erlong in astonishment. She had been powerless against the fiery poison of the herb, Yet Xue Qinghe effortlessly absorbed an even more potent one. Is this truly a blessing from the heavens for the Tiandou Empire? Liu Erlong gazed at him with profound significance. If anyone could alter the fate of the Tiandou Empire or the world of soul masters, it could only be the prince before her. Provided he could firmly ascend to the throne. Come, let me protect you. If you cannot absorb it, I will channel it into my body, Xue Qinghe said. Liu Erlong nodded silently, aware that forcibly absorbing a miraculous herb was perilous, yet the presence of Xue Qinghe instilled in her a profound sense of security. She was willing to entrust her life to this prince. Very well, Your Highness. Liu Erlong approached the fiery herb, feeling the corrosive heat encroach upon her, and held her breath. The fiery herb released a protective aura, formidable enough to deter any ordinary soul emperor or weaker. With a resounding clash, Xue Qinghe unleashed the power of the three-legged golden crow, subduing the herb with an exquisite flame, granting Liu Erlong the opportunity to pluck it. Liu Erlong felt a wave of embarrassment. If relying solely on her own strength, she would not have succeeded. She sat cross-legged, mimicking Xue Qinghe's earlier actions, summoned her martial spirit, and consumed the herb in one swift motion. Almost immediately, as it entered her abdomen, the herb's power erupted within her, flooding her limbs and even seeping through her skin. Boom! The heat radiating from her skin incinerated Liu Erlong's clothing, vaporizing it in the air. Her fair and delicate skin was fully exposed before Xue Qinghe, visibly reddening at an alarming rate, deepening to a purplish hue, with even droplets of blood seeping forth. Liu Erlong let out a pained groan. With her current strength, absorbing this fiery herb proved exceedingly challenging. Just as her mental defenses teetered on the brink of collapse, a pair of gentle hands pressed against her back. As they helped guide the chaotic foreign energy, they also drew forth the excessively volatile spirit power of the herb. Liu Erlong gasped for breath, her body easing somewhat, but the fiery poison had reached her heart, escalating her agitation. Stay calm, maintain your composure, Xue Qinghe urged. Just as he was beginning to clarify the chaotic energies within her, a surge of even hotter power emanated from her heart, spreading to her limbs. This warmth was not particularly harmful, yet its invasive nature was undeniable. Xue Qinghe withdrew his hands, realizing the tenacity of this fiery poison. Suddenly, Liu Erlong turned to face him, her skin as white as jade, her complexion flushed, sitting upright before him. Your Highness, I feel a bit warm. Her body had begun to stabilize, thanks to Xue Qinghe's remarkable efforts, allowing the fiery herb to integrate more harmoniously within her. Only the last remnant of the fiery poison remained, rampaging within her body unchecked. Xue Qinghe was momentarily taken aback when Liu Erlong suddenly charged in. A heated, delicate figure lunged at him, and despite his attempts to push her away, he found himself unable to do so. Hey, Liu Erlong, what are you doing? Let go of me. Let go, Xue Qinghe exclaimed, but the tempestuous dragoness paid no heed to his protests. Her nature was inherently resolute and straightforward, and with the poison igniting her emotions, she was utterly incapable of restraining her feelings. In the face of the chaotic actions of a soul king, Xue Qinghe, a mere soul sovereign, was powerless to resist. Soon, after a series of fervent advances from Liu Erlong, Xue Qinghe found himself assuming the dominant role. Unlike Liu Erlong, whose fury had surged instantly, her consciousness gradually regained clarity. No matter how tempestuous she became, she could not reclaim the initiative. In the eye of ice and fire, the air resonated with intoxicating melodies. Chapter 13. Erlong, you must take responsibility for me. After a considerable time, the two lay quietly beside the hot springs of the eye of ice and fire. Her mind had cleared, and the fiery poison had been extinguished by Xue Qinghe. Liu Erlong burrowed into his embrace, as if seeking refuge. Perhaps this was merely a dream. Dreams always fade away. Yet the pain in her abdomen unmistakably affirmed its reality. In her dazed state, Liu Erlong ensnared his fiery soul between her thighs, allowing her thoughts to drift away as she gradually succumbed to slumber. Time passed. Within the eye of ice and fire, the distinction between day and night was blurred, with the only source of light emanating from the shimmering waters. The canopy above obscured the sun, allowing no light to penetrate. Liu Erlong awoke abruptly, instinctively swallowing hard before gritting her teeth and pushing Xue Qinghe away. Your Highness, you must not look. Turn away. Erlong, rest assured, I shall take responsibility for you. In the future, you will be with Tang Yuehua. Your Highness, that is unnecessary. Let yesterday be forgotten. I shall return to my cultivation. Her resolve unwavering, she strode forward with purpose. However, she had not ventured far when Xue Qinghe embraced her from behind. Erlong, must you be so stubborn? Would it not be better to willingly be my woman? I shall grant you the title of noble consort. Your Highness, please maintain decorum. You are merely the crown prince at present. If the emperor were to learn of this, you might even lose your princely title. Liu Erlong did not turn back, but instead cautioned him. With a sudden effort, she attempted to free herself from Xue Qinghe's grasp. The throne shall eventually be mine. What? Do you not wish to become a noble consort? Is it unappealing to you? Then perhaps you would prefer to be a maid. Xue Qinghe remarked without hesitation, then forcefully drew her closer. Erlong, did we not agree to enter the spring together yesterday? Come now. Liu Erlong sat cross-legged, her soul power fully restored and having ascended to an even greater height than the day before. At present, her soul power had likely reached the 60th level, and she was merely lacking a soul ring. She surmised it might be at the 70th level. At this moment, she no longer dared to underestimate the prince, who was 20 levels below her. The true strength of Xue Qinghe could very well rival her own. Your Highness, I wish to recover first, said Liu Erlong. She cast a fleeting glance at Xue Qinghe, only to avert her gaze immediately, slowly closing her eyes. Do not look at me, do not look at me. She mentally resisted. However, when Xue Qinghe approached and ensnared her from behind with his legs, she offered no resistance. Your Highness, we can no longer engage in such behavior. Please release me, Liu Erlong protested. Yet, Xue Qinghe held her slender waist, his head resting gently against her back, their relationship exuding an unmistakable intimacy akin to that of lovers. Do you not wish to take responsibility for me, you scoundrel? Outside the ice and fire duality eyes, the Tiando royal family, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had dispatched individuals to guard the cave entrance, awaiting the dispersal of the toxins. Every toxin has a temporal nature, particularly those that permeate the air. The poison DouluoDalu remarked. This poison will significantly diminish within a week, at which point tidal Douluo level powerhouses will be able to enter safely and retrieve the prince. Naturally, this task fell to him. The fact that the prince remained trapped inside was already known to many, and through Qian Renxue, the news had reached the Pope's palace. Pope Bibi Dong glanced at the report delivered by Qian Renxue and scoffed disdainfully. Little Xue, what a useless individual. You failed as an undercover agent, unable to endure a mere toxin. It is truly laughable. Beside Bibi Dong stood a 6- or 7-year-old girl who had just awakened her martial soul, with short golden hair, quietly standing at attention. Chapter 14, 1 month of sign-ins. This little girl was Hulaina, who had awakened with innate full soul power, being raised by Bibi Dong as if she were her daughter. She was indeed formidable, progressing rapidly in her cultivation, although she still fell short compared to the Bibi Dong of yesteryears. Nonetheless, she ranked prominently in the historical records of the Martial Soul Hall. Outside, those waiting had been eagerly anticipating the moment. After 10 long days, the toxicity at the cave's entrance had somewhat diminished. For a tidal Douluo, the risk of amputation was now a plausible consideration to rush inside. Douluo inhaled deeply, steeling himself with great resolve, and with a determined stomp, he charged forth. At that moment, Liu Erlong arrived at the cave entrance, carrying a bucket, extracting a ladle, and began to sprinkle the poison powder. She had already taken the antidote in advance, so she would be unharmed. Liu Erlong, cease at once. Is the prince truly inside? Douluo demanded angrily. My precious treasures, your highness, have some mercy and leave me a shred of hope. Liu Erlong paid no heed to his words and continued to scatter the poisonous powder. Douluo furrowed his brow. And not only he, but also the dozen or so soul masters behind him were growing increasingly anxious. Sister, please cease your actions. Do not continue. Poison Douluo. If you leave a strand of hair, His Highness will assist you in examining the toxin, and you may collect the antidote in 10 days, Liu Erlong said nonchalantly. Douluo was taken aback. Could the crown prince truly detoxify? He was a formidable poison Douluo, arguably one of the foremost experts in the art of poison across the entire Douluo continent. Yet, despite his prowess, he found himself helpless against his own poison. If it could be cured, he would not have endured such torment for so many years. After speaking, Liu Erlong cast him a glance and declared, If you want to provide the hair, then I shall take my leave. Wait a moment, Douluo hastily interjected, preferring to believe in the possibility rather than dismiss it. He promptly severed a strand of hair, imbued with his soul power, and tossed it towards Liu Erlong. She accepted it, having finished dispersing her poison, and turned to leave. Douluo watched as Liu Erlong vanished into the depths of the cave, his brow knitted in concern. He harbored doubts about Xue Qinghe. He had never heard of Xue Qinghe possessing detoxification abilities, and the Tiando royal family was not particularly adept at employing poison. Douluo's expectations of Xue Qinghe fluctuated greatly. On one hand, if the poison nearby truly originated from him, then Xue Qinghe's skills in the use of poison would be nothing short of extraordinary. On the other hand, it was also plausible. The Tiando royal family had no history of poison users throughout its long lineage. He remained ambivalent. Upon reaching the base of the cave, Liu Erlong bit her lip gently, resting her hand against the wall. The pain in her abdomen persisted. The nightly battles over the past few days had gradually drained her strength. Before long, she returned to the Eye of Ice and Fire, placing down the medicine barrel. "Your Highness, I have returned," Liu Erlong announced. Xue Qinghe, having received a set of bedding from the system, felt his urgent needs met. He wrapped himself snugly in the blanket and said, "Erlong, come here. I have missed you dearly." Liu Erlong pursed her lips. Aware that this mischievous prince had left numerous large and small marks on her skin, and she longed for a moment of rest. "Your Highness, I need to cultivate," she replied, stepping away. Xue Qinghe snorted, "Dare you defy me? Now you shut me out. We shall see if you will beg for my favor in the future." Acting aloof is misguided. Liu Erlong sat down in a cross-legged position, huffing, "I still have to cultivate. Men are merely stumbling blocks in my path." Like a dedicated scholar, she sat in tranquil focus, her soul power already beginning to circulate. Her feelings for Xue Qinghe were exceedingly complex, although she had initially asserted her unwillingness to be together. She often found herself unable to resist him. Over the past 10 days, she had engaged in such intimate actions with him, and after consuming the fiery apricot essence, her cultivation speed had increased several-fold. Now, she found herself stuck at the level 60 bottleneck. If one were to return to wield the martial soul fusion technique alongside Flanders and the others, it should suffice to confront soul sages of level 70 or above. Once sufficient soul power is amassed, refraining from hunting for soul rings for an extended period can lead to internal injuries. Although Yu Xiaozhang's theory posits that after reaching a bottleneck, soul power will still accumulate without hunting for soul rings, such a passive approach in practice is exceedingly foolish. For instance, Liu Erlong, now at level 60 with merely 5 soul rings, continues to cultivate at the pace of a soul king. However, upon acquiring a soul ring, she would ascend to at least level 61, becoming a soul emperor, and her cultivation speed would then align with that of a soul emperor. It is an undeniable fact that soul emperors cultivate significantly faster than soul kings. Remaining stagnant at a bottleneck without acquiring soul rings primarily wastes precious time and results in a deficit of soul power accumulation. This is particularly crucial for young soul masters. As time is of the essence, the sooner one breaks through, the more advantageous it is. Moreover, one must consider the aspect of self-preservation. Greater strength enhances survival capabilities within the soul master community, and the absence of a 6th soul ring presents a considerable disparity. Furthermore, Liu Erlong has recently consumed the fiery apricot and fragrant herb, which should enable her to at least surpass level 63. Xue Qinghe, now at level 40, understands this principle profoundly. Those who stagnate at their levels have no promising future. He rose from his bed and donned his garments, realizing that an outing was necessary. Both of them needed to hunt for soul rings. "Erlong, let us venture forth to hunt soul rings," Xue Qinghe declared. Liu Erlong stood, replying, "Very well, Your Highness." She no longer underestimated Xue Qinghe. Despite his current level of 40, he might not be weaker than she. "Upon our return, we shall enter the Ice and Fire Spring," Xue Qinghe said with a smile. He had long desired to cultivate there, were it not for his infatuation with Liu Erlong's exquisite form. Indeed, women can be formidable obstacles on the path of cultivation. "Your Highness, do you still intend to descend? It is perilous," Liu Erlong cautioned. While Xue Qinghe was indeed powerful, should he truly venture down and meet his demise, she would be left desolate. Such an outcome was entirely unacceptable. "Rest assured, it will be fine. Come, let us depart." After enduring over a month within the Ice and Fire duality, they finally emerged. The number of individuals waiting outside had dwindled. Douluo had also departed. Upon seeing Xue Qinghe's arrival, 6 or 7 soul masters hurried over. "Your Highness, you have finally emerged. Please, return with us," they urged. Liu Erlong positioned herself before him, exuding the formidable aura of a soul king, which effectively repelled the others. "The prince aims to hunt for soul rings. You must not follow, as you would only hinder us," Liu Erlong asserted decisively. Truly, she was a fiery little dragon. Chapter 15, Yu Xiaozhang's Breakdown. The warriors of Tiando exchanged glances, at a loss for words. The irate woman did not grant them the opportunity to speak, her piercing gaze fixated upon them like a powder keg, ready to ignite at the slightest provocation. "Your Highness, Erlong." At that moment, Yu Xiaozhang and Flanders suddenly approached. They had been waiting there for many days, occasionally wandering about before returning to keep watch, demonstrating remarkable perseverance. Upon their arrival, they immediately bowed to Xue Qinghe. "No need for formalities. It is fortuitous that you both have come to assist me in hunting for soul rings," Xue Qinghe remarked. "Rest assured, Your Highness, I, Flinder, shall procure a splendid soul ring for you," Flinder said with a proud smile. Yu Xiaozhang covertly cast a glance at Liu Erlong, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions, burdened with unspoken words. "Flinder, cousin, you both have arrived," Liu Erlong exclaimed cheerfully. The term cousin pierced Yu Xiaojing's heart like a dagger. Why cousin? Why is the woman I adore my own cousin? Observing Yu Xiaojing's gloomy demeanor, Liu Erlong inquired with concern, what troubles you? Yu Xiaojing quickly replied, it's nothing, nothing at all. Let us hasten to assist His Highness in procuring the soul ring. The warriors stationed at the entrance of the cave did not dare to approach, but remained vigilant. For His Highness might return, so they continued to stand guard. Simultaneously, they dispatched a messenger to report back. Xue Qinghe and the Golden Iron Triangle ventured into the Sunset Forest in search of suitable soul beasts. Given his attributes, Xue Qinghe could only pursue fire attributes or those related to strength and speed. Any other attributes would not only be unsuitable, but might be beyond his capacity to absorb. Your Highness, although you have not hunted for a soul ring in over a month, it is of no consequence. Even without a soul ring, the accumulation of soul power does not cease. Once a soul ring is obtained, it will manifest, Yu Xiaojing explained. The limit for the third soul ring stands at 1,700 years, a challenge Flinder was more than capable of meeting. However, Xue Qinghe interjected, no. I require a fourth soul ring. As his words fell, both men were taken aback. Yu Xiaojing and Flinder exchanged bewildered glances. What was happening? Over a month ago, Xue Qinghe had left the estate to hunt for a third soul ring, and they had assumed he had yet to acquire one. Liu Erlong chimed in. His Highness is a being of unpredictable fortune. He has already secured the third soul ring, and it is a 10,000-year one. A 10,000-year third soul ring? The two men were momentarily stunned, particularly Yu Xiaojing. A staunch defender of the soul ring age theory, Yu Xiaojing could comprehend minor deviations from his theoretical framework. But this was an outright multiplication of several times. With a furrowed brow, Yu Xiaojing inquired, Your Highness, may I have the honor of observing your soul ring? He had just finished speaking when he realized his mistake, and quickly said, Your Highness, I was merely a bit overly excited. Please forgive me. Although Yu Xiaojing was renowned for his theoretical knowledge, his previous statement had committed a grave blunder known even to a child. In the Soul Beast Forest, recklessly manifesting one's martial soul was exceedingly perilous. To unleash a martial soul signified a readiness for combat, which in the eyes of soul beasts amounted to a provocation. The weaker beasts would naturally retreat, but those of slightly greater strength would surely engage. At such a moment, one could very well face a siege. Xue Qinghe had cast him a sidelong glance and continued onward with Liu Erlong, delving deeper into the Sunset Forest. The air in this forest was remarkably fresh, and Xue Qinghe took a deep breath. Suddenly, an overpowering stench assaulted his nostrils. His previously joyful expression abruptly froze. He could not endure such a pungent odor. He feigned calmness, realizing the treachery of this forest. Yu Xiaojing followed behind, feeling exceedingly superfluous. He had initially intended to share that the fourth spirit ring should be within 5,000 years, but recalling that Xue Qinghe's third spirit ring was 10,000 years, he quickly dismissed the thought. Yu Xiaojing's mind was a tumult of confusion. His theoretical knowledge required an urgent update, lest he fail to even deceive a single disciple in the future. Under what circumstances could a soul master absorb a spirit ring beyond their level? As Yu Xiaojing pondered, his thoughts wandered, and had it not been for the presence of others to protect him, he might have already fallen prey to a soul beast. Liu Erlong remarked, Brother Fu, cousin, I have now reached level 60 and require a 10,000-year spirit ring as well. Together, the three of us can utilize our martial soul fusion technique. Their combined bright holy dragon was formidable enough to rival soul saints, easily handling soul beasts of 20,000 years. Both Yu Xiaojing and Flinder were once again astonished. What was happening? Liu Erlong had already reached level 60? Erlong, how did you achieve level 60? Flinder inquired in amazement. In just over a month, her soul power had surged by 2 or 3 levels. This was truly unprecedented. Yu Xiaojing was left dumbfounded, feeling as though his theories had been mercilessly crumpled within a single day. Liu Erlong turned to Xue Qinghe and smiled mysteriously. His Highness the Crown Prince gifted me a celestial herb. After consuming it, I attained my current cultivation, she stated calmly. Yu Xiaojing inhaled deeply, his head buzzing. In the evening, they set up camp in the Sunset Forest. After wandering all day, they had yet to find a suitable soul beast. While fire-type soul beasts were not particularly difficult to locate, those over 10,000 years old proved to be exceedingly rare. Moreover, the spirit rings required by Liu Erlong and Xue Qinghe should be of a similar age, around 20,000 years. The strength of the soul beasts in the Sunset Forest was considerably inferior to that of the Star Luo forest, yet with a few more days, they were certain to find what they sought. They erected 2 tents. The more spacious and comfortable one was naturally reserved for Xue Qinghe. Your Highness, please rest assured. Tonight, the three of us will keep watch, Flinder assured. Xue Qinghe was quite unceremonious. After all, he was the Crown Prince. Could it be that the Crown Prince was to keep vigil while the three of them slumbered? That night, They caught a few fish nearby, and after satisfying their hunger, they prepared to rest. I shall take the first watch, Sister Erlong. You can relieve me later, Flanders said with a cheerful smile. Liu Erlong did not refuse. She directly followed Xue Qinghe back to the tent, leaving Flander and Yu Xiaojing alone outside. Flanders seemed to have something to say, but hesitated, sensing something amiss. They had been through life and death together for a long time. Although there were distinctions between genders, it was quite normal for Liu Erlong and Yu Xiaojing, as cousins, to share a tent. Why had she entered Xue Qinghe's tent? Flander and Yu Xiaojing exchanged glances, and it appeared they both understood something. Could it be that they were together? Chapter 16. Qian Renxue's Cunning Mind. Yu Xiaojing and Flander were taken aback. If the mere fact that he and Liu Erlong were cousins was like a knife twisting in his heart, then now, it had shattered completely. Sister Erlong. Flander spoke up. Liu Erlong turned back and spoke quickly. Old Flander will take the first half of the night. I will take the latter half. I'm off to rest now. With that, she entered the tent. Yu Xiaojing and Flander sat on the ground in silence. Xiaojing, you should head back to the tent. I can manage out here, Flander said. Yu Xiaojing nodded, walking back with a sullen face, feeling stifled and unable to voice his thoughts, which left him quite distressed. Perhaps it was time to let go. She was my cousin, and I should wish her well. No, she is the girl I like. I should give it another try. But how? Are you not afraid of being beaten by your uncle? Would your family even accept it? Old-fashioned thinking. Who says cousins cannot be together? What is the matter? Can you defeat His Highness the Crown Prince? They are together now. What chance do you have left? Do you think she likes you as well? Yu Xiaojing lay quietly, feeling despondent, his heart heavy and lifeless. Perhaps it would be better to just let it all go, to find a quiet place and live alone. That would be fine. Why must there be competition? It is exhausting. As he pondered, he realized there was nothing he could do. This was beyond his control. Time to sleep. Outside. Flander extinguished the fire, took out a small bottle of liquor, contemplating having a drink. But then he thought better of it. The scent could attract a soul beast drawn to such aromas, and that would be disastrous. Both tents extinguished their candles. In the middle of the night, old Flander. I'm here to take over. You can go rest now. Liu Erlong emerged from the tent. All right, Sister Erlong. Be careful, Flander replied as he returned to the tent. Yu Xiaojing kept his eyes tightly shut, unable to sleep, pretending to be asleep. Outside, the evening breeze was chilly, and Liu Erlong was fully alert, keenly observing her surroundings, not daring to let her mind wander. The next morning, at the break of dawn, Xue Qinghe rose with exuberance, ready to embrace another vibrant day. The first task upon waking was to check in with the system. No other matter held his attention. Although this tent was not particularly significant, Xue Qinghe firmly believed in the principle that the earlier one checks in, the better. All cultivation resources must be swiftly transformed into tangible power, otherwise, they are mere illusions. Upon checking in, he received the reward, the Yinyang family's corpse god curse. This skill, renowned in the world of Qin Renxue, had been employed by the star soul of the Yinyang family to render the members of the Mo family powerless at the conclusion of the 4th season. The corpse god curse, once inflicted, would result in the loss of inner strength and paralysis for a duration of 12 hours. After this period, the victim would naturally recover. Xue Qinghe eagerly learned the skill, adapting it for the Douluo continent, where it could incapacitate soul master soul power. This skill held great potential, and notably, it seemed free from restrictions of strength, meaning even formidable opponents like DouluoDalu could fall victim to it. Xue Qinghe felt a surge of joy. He had acquired another lethal trump card, one capable of turning the tide in his favor. Stepping out of the tent, he was greeted by Liu Erlong, who had prepared a grilled fish for him. Your Highness, shall we venture deeper today? The ancient soul beasts of the Sunset Forest are scarce. We have yet to reach the core of the forest where the 10,000-year soul beasts reside, Liu Erlong suggested. Xue Qinghe nodded in agreement, saying, let us proceed as such. Frand, their mentor, maintained a sense of confidence, for the three of them combined could easily handle soul beasts under 50,000 years, ensuring a safe retreat. Furthermore, Liu Erlong had reached a soul power level of 60. After a hearty breakfast, the four of them departed swiftly, with Yu Xiaojing lagging behind in silence, his slower pace slightly hindering their progress. As the trio advanced deeper into the forest, the atmosphere grew increasingly eerie. In the depths of the forest, the cheerful chirping of birds had all but vanished. Ordinary birds could not withstand the soul power fluctuations from the local soul beasts, as even a single sneeze could spell doom for them. Those residing in the forest depths were no ordinary creatures. Suddenly, a tremor shook the ground violently, resembling the stampede of myriad beasts. Trees fell in their wake as furious predators charged toward the quartet. What is happening? Surely they are not coming for us. Xue Qinghe muttered, his lips twitching in resignation. The roar of the beasts intensified, and Xue Qinghe sensed impending danger. Retreat seemed impossible. If these soul beasts were to charge, the four of them would undoubtedly be trampled underfoot. Xue Qinghe contemplated. If we delve deeper into the core circle and provoke a clash between these surging soul beasts and the formidable beings within, perhaps we can seize the chaos to escape. The golden iron triangle exchanged glances, and they promptly resolved to proceed with this strategy. An eye for an eye might grant them a sliver of hope. Yet, what had incited such madness among the soul beasts? With a thunderous roar, the four of them simultaneously unleashed their martial souls. Xue Qinghe's three-legged golden crow possessed wings. Enabling him to soar through the air, he swiftly scooped up Liu Erlong and took flight. Flandra, wielding the cat-eagle martial soul, also spread his wings and ascended with Yu Shaojiang. The territorial instincts of the soul beasts were particularly fierce, although numerous. A single 30,000-year soul beast could quell most of them. Xue Qinghe was utterly bewildered, questioning the situation. We merely sought to obtain a soul ring. How could we have provoked such wrath? With a swift motion, they soared towards the core circle. The myriad beasts continued their frenzied pursuit, yet they hesitated. While the 1,000-year soul beasts lacked intelligence, they were aware of whom they should not provoke. Advancing further would lead them into the domain of the true powerhouses. At that moment, Qian Renxue stood at the entrance of the Ice and Fire Duality Eyes cavern, flanked by three formidable soul masters. Is there truly no way to neutralize this poison? She inquired, her brow furrowed. Esteemed elder, it is exceedingly complex to counteract. I have dispatched samples back to the Spirit Hall. They anticipate a potential resolution within a year, a companion replied. With a cold snort, Qian Renxue retorted. Why not say 10 years instead? The Qingyo clan has been provoked. They are launching a fierce assault on Xue Qinghe and have roused other factions. Currently, Xue Qinghe and his companions are being driven towards the core circle, an aide reported urgently. Chapter 17, I am the King of Luck. In the Sunset Forest, an arrow pierced the clouds, heralding an army's arrival. Just as Xue Qinghe soared with Liu Erlong in his arms, a meteoric arrow shot towards them. Alarmed, Xue Qinghe was taken aback as Liu Erlong suddenly pushed him away, resulting in their separation. With a swift descent, Liu Erlong plummeted from the sky. To avoid perishing amidst the beast tide, her only option was to plunge into the water. Upon landing, she found herself submerged in a lake. Few soul beasts could navigate underwater, not due to an inability to hold their breath, but because the waters teemed with formidable aquatic soul beasts. Upon entering, she encountered yet another dead end, while Liu Erlong remained submerged, continuously activating her martial soul to face the ferocious water soul beasts approaching from all directions. Xue Qinghe landed on the periphery of the beast tide. Holding his breath, he narrowly escaped disaster and, noticing Liu Erlong in the water, prepared to rescue her. Before emerging from the cavern, he had meticulously devised a plan. To combat the water soul beasts, he had settled on a rather explosive strategy, fishing with dynamite. Boom. Xue Qinghe held a sizable red bomb, tossing it directly into the water. Yet, that was not enough. He prepared another. The bomb detonated upon contact with the water, causing a tremendous explosion that drew the attention of the aquatic spirit beasts, granting Liu Erlong the opportunity to escape. Xue Qinghe continued to hurl bombs into the lake, annihilating numerous fish. Had time not been of the essence, he would have certainly taken some back with him. These bombs were not physical entities, but rather skills rewarded through recent sign-ins, formed by Xue Qinghe's soul power. Boom. The explosions intensified, capturing the focus of the ferocious sea spirit beasts. Human, come down. Are you afraid to play? Boom. A column of water erupted from the lakebed, hurtling towards Xue Qinghe. Quick-witted, he evaded the attack and, undeterred, conjured another batch of bombs to throw into the water. Let the explosions commence. The violent splashes, accompanied by the explosive sounds, stirred the water spirits into a frenzy. Their wrath was palpable, perceiving it as a provocation. Among them, a millennia-old spirit beast unleashed its primal instincts, targeting Xue Qinghe with the intent to obliterate him. However, Xue Qinghe swiftly fled, embracing caution over bravado. He dashed toward the direction where Liu Erlong had fallen into the water. Your Highness, congratulations on surviving the peril. At that moment, a gentle yet chilling female voice drifted from behind him, prompting an immediate turn. He quickly realized that it was Qian Renxue orchestrating this. Her vigilance directed at him the moment he exited his lair. Had he known, he would have remained hidden. The woman radiated golden light, her 6 golden wings shimmering magnificently. Unfortunately, she wore a half-masked visage, revealing only her rosy lips, leaving her beauty shrouded in mystery. Yet, from her lips alone, an undeniable youthful charm emanated. Despite her slightly wicked nature, she was indeed a stunning beauty. For soul rings glimmered beneath her feet, yellow and purple, at merely 11 years of age. She had already attained the rank of Soul Master, a formidable feat at this moment. Aside from Qian Renxue, Dozens of Soul Duo level experts surrounded the area, highlighting the lengths to which Qian Renxue had gone to eliminate Xue Qinghe. 3 black soul rings pulsated beneath Xue Qinghe's feet, eliciting expressions of disbelief from the members of the Spirit Hall, especially Qian Renxue, who regarded him as if he were a monster. This is impossible. Not only has his martial soul mutated, but even his soul rings are extraordinarily peculiar. Prepare to die? Qian Renxue uttered no further words. The series of audacious maneuvers executed by this man had nearly derailed her undercover plan, leading to mockery from Bibi Dong. Yet, Qian Renxue, a mere 11-year-old girl, was desperately eager to demonstrate her strength to her mother. However, the individual before me bore no resemblance to Xue Qinghe. In fact, she appeared even more formidable. Brandishing the angelic holy sword, she charged forth. Xue Qinghe hastily produced 3 small vials, releasing the highly venomous powder contained within into the surrounding air. A mutual demise was imminent. Well, let them perish together, for Xue Qinghe had already consumed the antidote. At that moment, the 3-legged golden crow flapped its wings, dispersing the powdered toxin towards Qian Renxue. Before one could blink, the area was enveloped in poison. "Elders, retreat quickly," exclaimed a member of the Spirit Hall in alarm. Qian Renxue's brow furrowed. She was acutely aware of the toxin's dreadfulness. In the face of such venom, even a titled Douluo was no different from an ordinary civilian. She sheathed her sword, realizing that the only course of action was to bombard Xue Qinghe from a distance. Any attempt to approach would surely lead to death. "Until we meet again," Xue Qinghe declared, striding away with an air of confidence, fully prepared to evade any attempts on his life. The setting sun cast a haze of poison throughout the forest. Qian Renxue flew at low altitude, watching as Xue Qinghe vanished into the woods. Anger surged within her. This retreat was a testament to the overwhelming potency of his toxin, leaving her with no alternative. She led her team in withdrawal. Xue Qinghe, having distanced himself, retrieved Liu Erlong from the water, and the two slipped away unscathed, leaving Qian Renxue in a state of confusion. With Liu Erlong, who bore a severe wound on his back, Xue Qinghe spread his wings and hastily departed. As for the soul rings, he could forego them for now. He would return to concealment until the system rewarded him with soul rings. Xue Qinghe flew towards his abode, continuously releasing toxins to deter any pursuit from Qian Renxue and her companions. Liu Erlong lay across his back, a large wound on her shoulder. Had it not been for the explosive sounds, she might have been consumed by the sea spirit beast. "Your Highness," Liu Erlong murmured, her voice barely audible before she succumbed to unconsciousness. Xue Qinghe gently set her down, aware that the forest spirit beasts remained agitated. He could not linger. He needed to tend to Liu Erlong's wound immediately, for the scent of her blood would only incite the feral beasts, turning them into a roaming buffet within the forest. Using his soul power, he applied pressure to her wound, tearing a strip from his clothing to bandage it hastily, with the sole intention of stifling the scent. Otherwise, the spirit beasts, devoid of reason, would charge forth, undeterred by his toxins. The beast tide soon subsided. The 30,000-year spirit beasts of the core circle had learned the harsh lessons of societal hierarchy and returned to their lairs, leaving only Qian Renxue as the sole loser. To avoid poisoning, she had no choice but to abandon her plans. Chapter 18. I Desire to be Emperor. The Eye of Ice and Fire. Xue Qinghe successfully returned, bearing Liu Erlong on his back. As for Yu Xiaojing and Flender, they should be able to extricate themselves, for no one was troubling them. They were safe. Xue Qinghe resolved to remain hidden, refusing to venture out, regardless of who might come, choosing instead to wait until the Soul King ascended before emerging. He tended to Liu Erlong's wounds, purging a batch of toxins from the water soul beasts. Liu Erlong remained in a state of unconsciousness. Yet there was no immediate threat to her life. She would likely awaken in a few days. He continued to hide. Ice and Fire Duality I sign in. All soul ring ages increased by 500 years. Ice and Fire Duality I sign in. Rewarded with a 20,000-year 8 Spider Lance soul bone. Ice and Fire Duality I sign in. Liu Erlong's affinity increased by 20%. Ice and Fire Duality I sign in. Rewarded with a 10,000-year flame left arm soul bone. Ice and Fire Duality I sign in. Rewarded with a set of Bibi Dong's intimate garments. Ice and Fire Duality I sign in. Rewarded with a 10,000-year flame left leg bone. Ice and Fire Duality I sign in. Rewarded with a 20,000-year soul ring. After a week of sign-ins, Xue Qinghe finally obtained what he desired, a set of original intimate apparel. Alas, he acquired a 20,000-year soul ring, which would aptly address his urgent needs. Though the enhancement from the two 10,000-year soul bones undoubtedly surpassed that of the 20,000-year soul ring, Xue Qinghe found himself in greater need of the soul ring at this moment rather than the soul bones. As for the soul bones, their means of enhancing age were rather scarce. He wished for something of a higher age, which he would bestow upon Liu Erlong. Having suffered a setback at the hands of Qian Renxue, Xue Qinghe resolved that unless his strength reached an extraordinary level, he would not venture outside. After all, he was being watched by the most formidable forces on the Douluo continent. A single misstep could lead to his demise. As for the 8 spider lances, he had no immediate use for them and would keep them for the time being. The affinity between Liu Erlong and himself had reached 80%, a commendable height. Conversely, his rapport with Tang Yuehua remained low at merely 20%, which was unsurprising given their lack of emotional connection, having only shared a few embarrassing moments. Xue Qinghe sat cross-legged, beginning to absorb the soul ring. The 20,000-year soul ring posed no challenge for him now. Liu Erlong had spent the past few days recuperating, and her injuries were nearly healed. Observing Xue Qinghe, she couldn't help but twitch her lips in confusion. Why was His Highness absorbing another soul ring? Where had he acquired such a soul ring? Surely he wouldn't claim it was a tribute from the sun, moon, and rivers. Liu Erlong was utterly perplexed by the happenings surrounding Xue Qinghe, which defied all logic, and she sat quietly beside him, watching. Xue Qinghe absorbed the soul ring with tranquility and ease. An hour later, 4 ebony soul rings rose beneath the feet of Xue Qinghe as he stood, casting a knowing smile at the perplexed Liu Erlong. Your Highness, what on earth is happening? Liu Erlong inquired. Xue Qinghe shrugged, remarking, it is merely a gift from the mountains and rivers of the sun and moon. Liu Erlong, somewhat speechless, recognized the truth in his words. After all, he was a prince, a member of royalty, and perhaps, unbeknownst to him, there existed an unseen force safeguarding his existence. Your Highness, do you know the origins of those individuals? Liu Erlong asked. Xue Qinghe replied, who else could they be but the people of the Spirit Hall? Liu Erlong nodded in acknowledgement. She had long suspected this, but had lacked certainty. Indeed, it was likely only the Spirit Hall that possessed the power to mobilize a dozen soul saints and formidable soul Douluos with ease. What do you propose we do moving forward? She queried. Xue Qinghe retrieved a soul power testing orb, placing his hands upon it. With a 2,000-year soul ring, combined with the previously consumed 100,000-year fiery apricot spirit, his soul power surged dramatically to level 46. Liu Erlong exclaimed, Your Highness, this is astonishingly swift. Taking a deep breath, Xue Qinghe contemplated his ambition to ascend the throne. Unlike Li Shimin, he would not resort to eliminating his brothers. Yet, the only viable solution lay in compelling the Snow Knight Emperor to abdicate. Thus, he resolved to continue his cultivation until he attained the rank of title Douluo. The throne was indisputably his destiny. Should he fail to become emperor, given Qian Renxue's nature, she would undoubtedly seek his demise. A more terrifying thought struck Xue Qinghe. In the original narrative, Qian Renxue fell behind in her cultivation due to her undercover role within the Heaven Do Empire, leaving her at the Soul Saint level during the coup. However, now, her undercover mission had prematurely faltered, had she not been delayed in her training. Upon her return to the Spirit Hall to access the finest resources, her soul power would likely soar to extraordinary heights. Breathing heavily, he acknowledged the grave reality. Qian Renxue was the heir to the Elder Hall, while Hulaina was the chosen successor of Bibi Dong. The two were fundamentally different. The latter resembled a corporate manager, while the former was akin to a shareholder. This line of thought made Xue Qinghe's head ache. Alas, Qian Renxue is cunning beyond measure. Let us remain here for the time being. As long as we can survive, that is sufficient, Xue Qinghe had declared. Liu Erlong nodded in agreement, recognizing the dangers lurking outside and the necessity of concealment. Xue Qinghe planned to wait until he became a title Douluo before confronting the Snow Knight Emperor for the throne, subsequently reforming the Heaven Do Empire and embarking on his quest for continental unification. With Tang San now born into the Heaven Do Empire, Xue Qinghe could even claim the title of his uncle. In the future, he would assign this young man to labor on his behalf, delegating perilous tasks and responsibilities that might offend others. As emperor, Xue Qinghe would naturally reap the rewards of all victories. Qian Renxue, Bibi Dong, and Hulaina, none shall escape. Xue Qinghe has meticulously devised his plans. Even if he were to lie idle and live in a daze, he would eventually ascend to the throne in a few years. Once the conflict between the dual gods concludes, he intends to bring Qian Renxue and Hulaina back as his brides. However, he possesses a system. This scenario represents the least favorable outcome. The most favorable, haha. After his ascension, he shall forge an alliance with Bibi Dong, then form a union with the Star Luo Empire, and subsequently engage with the Star Do Forest. Moreover, Tang San will work for him. Unifying the continent is but a matter of time. He must also show compassion to wild rabbits and establish a grand court. Xue Qinghe's thoughts drifted, and it seemed that as long as Qian Renxue did not bring about his demise, he was destined to effortlessly succeed in this life. Your Highness, what are you pondering? Liu Erlong inquired, puzzled by his distraction. Shall we signal for help and coordinate an escape? Liu Erlong suggested. Chapter 19, Breaking Free. No need. Xue Qinghe replied. Qian Renxue gazed upon the entirety of the sunset forest. Inhaling deeply, she resolved to abandon this place and return to the spirit hall. No longer would she act as an undercover agent, for such a path held no promise. She would return to her cultivation, and when she ascended to godhood, she could easily overpower the two great empires. Yet, her heart still burned with resentment towards Xue Qinghe, the man who had stolen her first kiss and continually taken advantage of her. When I return, I shall ensure your demise first. Returning to Spirit City. 20 days later, Douluo arrived at the Eye of Ice and Fire, eagerly awaiting Xue Qinghe's remedy. Liu Erlong emerged, tossing him a vial of potion, calmly stating, "This vial of elixir in exchange for the Eye of Ice and Fire." With that, she turned and left. Douluo held the potion, a flicker of skepticism crossing his face before he gulped it down. As the liquid entered his system, he froze. His poison had infiltrated his very organs. Even as a titled Douluo, he dared not risk harming his internals to expel the poison. Yet, at that moment, the toxins seemed to evaporate, enveloped by a gentle force, quietly detaching from his insides. Douluo was astounded. He immediately set about neutralizing the poison, flowing with the process, attempting to expel it from his body. Half an hour later, Douluo violently spewed forth a mouthful of blood, which splattered against a tree, corroding it instantly, a testament to the poison's ferocity. Subsequently, he retched 3 more times. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes. Though his body felt weak, his gaze burned with vitality. Bang! Douluo knelt, expressing profound gratitude to His Highness. He then rose and departed the scene. A year later, a man and a woman emerged from the sunset forest. It was none other than Xue Qinghe and Liu Erlong. If we do not emerge soon, others shall forget my existence. Xue Qinghe jestingly remarked that he is indeed the crown prince, destined to inherit the throne. With a royal lineage, it is only natural for him to step forth and claim his rightful place. A year ago, following the beast tide in the sunset forest, Yu Xiaojing and Flander managed to escape, after which they parted ways. Yu Xiaojing sought refuge in a secluded location, while Flander vanished from Tiando City, leaving no trace of their whereabouts. Xue Qinghe and Liu Erlong returned to the prince's residence, only to receive the disheartening news that Xiao Xue had disappeared a year prior. She had claimed to be searching for His Highness in the sunset forest and was never seen again. The household presumed she had fallen prey to a soul beast in the forest, prompting them to erect a memorial for her. After all, she had once been the crown prince's most cherished maid, deserving of such honor. Upon seeing it, Xue Qinghe couldn't help but chuckle and sigh. Qian Renxue, should you lay eyes on this, you would surely be infuriated. In the prince's residence, Tang Yuehua bowed respectfully, having remained there throughout the year, teaching lessons at the Yuexian. Her connection to the prince's estate further solidified her noble status, facilitating her teaching endeavors. Yuehua, I have missed you dearly. Xue Qinghe exclaimed as he enveloped her in a tight embrace. Initially startled, Tang Yuehua's complexion paled, but as she regained her composure, she returned his embrace warmly. It has not been easy for His Highness, living as a wild man in the soul beast forest for a year. Yuehua, throughout this year, your melodies have been my greatest longing. Tonight, we must engage in an artistic exchange, Xue Qinghe declared earnestly. Liu Erlong stifled a laugh. Well aware of Xue Qinghe's true intentions, his appreciation for music was merely a guise for his amorous nature. However, as the crown prince, his indulgences were inconsequential. The real concern lay in lack of capability. At your service, Your Highness, Tang Yuehua replied softly. Presently, the Emperor of the Snow Night, while not lacking in political achievements, is more of a conservator than a reformer. However, the Tiando Empire faces numerous internal and external threats that a mere conservator cannot resolve. The empire's grip over the 4 vassal states is tenuous, fraught with complications. Only a resolute emperor can navigate the current predicaments, and this merely addresses domestic issues. Externally, the Spirit Hall and the Xingluo Empire loom ominously over Tiando, posing a perilous threat that could lead to its downfall at any moment. The city stands at a critical juncture of survival. Your Highness, why have you remained in the sunset forest for an entire year? Tang Yuehua inquired, perplexed. Xue Qinghe chuckled, explaining that during this time, he not only enhanced his cultivation but also honed his combat awareness, akin to a Tarzan of sorts, wrestling wolves barehanded and subsisting on nature. It is safe to say he now embodies all the qualities requisite of an emperor. I must enter the palace to see father. Please arrange accommodations for Erlong. Xue Qinghe instructed. Tang Yuehua nodded in compliance. Xue Qinghe swiftly departed from the prince's residence, making his way directly to the Imperial palace. As the crown prince and firstborn son, his position was precarious. He had a younger brother, 2 years his junior, who had once been regarded by Emperor Xue as the hope of the Tiando Empire. In the original narrative, Qian Renxue, while masquerading as Xue Qinghe, had taken the initial step of poisoning her younger brother, thereby eliminating the threat entirely. Though Xue Qinghe did not mind emulating Li Shimin, he recognized that the second and third princes were no longer significant threats to him. Soon, Xue Qinghe arrived at the palace. After a brief announcement by the attendants, he entered and stood before Emperor Xue. The emperor, possessing only the cultivation of a soul king, was showing signs of age. It was said that the emperor of the Xingluo Empire, despite being over 100 years old, remained spirited and vigorous. This exemplified the disparity between the two dynasties. "Father, I wish to enter the royal secret realm," Xue Qinghe stated directly upon his arrival. Emperor Xue furrowed his brow, his gaze complex as it fixed upon Xue Qinghe. The royal secret realm was the ancestral ground of the Tiando Empire, established several millennia ago amidst the tumultuous Douluo continent, where it commanded a vast territory and gathered hundreds of vassal states. Eventually, these vassal states merged to form the present four major subordinate nations. The first sovereign of the Tiando Empire, also a title Douluo, was undoubtedly a formidable figure capable of rising to power amidst chaos. Thus, the founding emperor established the secret realm, wherein descendants of the royal lineage could inherit the throne if they could pass its trials. Surviving the trials within the secret realm was deemed sufficient for succession. However, the ancestors had not anticipated that their descendants would prove so inept in just a few generations. The swan martial spirit had weakened considerably, leaving no royal offspring capable of passing through. Consequently, the succession system had to be altered to favor the eldest legitimate son. Emperor Xue harbored a complex sentiment towards Xue Qinghe, a mix of paternal affection and imperial disdain for an ambitious prince. "Have you truly thought this through?" he inquired solemnly. The emperor was apprehensive. Should Xue Qinghe succeed in the royal secret realm, it would signify the loss of his prerogative to choose a successor. A prince who could conquer the secret realm would undeniably inherit the throne, a matter of great significance, especially in an era where the Tiando dynasty was waning. "I have made up my mind. I beseech your permission, father," Xue Qinghe declared resolutely. After a moment of silence, Emperor Xue slowly inquired, "What is your current cultivation level?" "Qinghe?" Xue Qinghe promptly revealed his martial spirit, 5 black soul rings illuminating beneath him, while the blazing three-legged golden crow spirit manifested behind him. Although a sense of dread filled Emperor Xue's heart, he remained composed on the surface, displaying the shrewdness acquired over his years of rule. The emperor, regardless of the time, must always maintain the dignity befitting his station. Indeed, his martial spirit has undergone a transformation, one that has taken a favorable turn. At last, the Emperor of the Snowy Night spoke. "Very well, you may proceed." "I take my leave," Xue Qinghe replied. He then exited the grand hall, heading toward the ancestral grounds of the royal family. As the emperor gazed at his retreating figure, a myriad of emotions surged within him. While he sensed a threat to the throne, the overall implications for the Tiando Empire leaned more towards benefit than detriment. However, the Emperor of the Snowy Night was not one to relinquish the throne lightly. A knot remained tied within his heart. Subsequently, he too made his way to the royal ancestral grounds. The royal ancestral grounds lie to the north of Tiando City, a seldom visited place known as the Shanglin Garden. This hunting ground for the emperor is typically guarded by the Royal Forbidden Army, concealing its true identity as a royal secret realm. Upon presenting his credentials, Xue Qinghe was granted entry. Accompanied by soldiers, he proceeded into the mountains, where the soldiers soon withdrew. The expanse was remarkably vast, encompassing an area larger than half of Tiando City, with towering peaks and valleys. It was once home to numerous soul beasts, many of which were carnivorous. However, due to the Emperor of the Snowy Night's aversion to martial pursuits, his hunting endeavors often resulted in embarrassment, leading to an increasing population of soul beasts. Xue Qinghe placed his hand upon the ground, and suddenly, a fissure appeared within the mountain, into which he leaped. This entrance was exclusively accessible to the royal offspring, serving as a test of bloodline. Upon entering, he found himself enveloped in darkness, which soon illuminated as he ventured deeper, revealing walls embedded with luminous gemstones. Ancient texts record that these were once the eyes of a certain soul beast, which would glow at night and were repurposed as night pearls. As he delved further, he beheld a formation of 24 copper figures, each distinct in form, standing before him. Upon detecting his presence, these copper figures surged towards him. Xue Qinghe, perplexed, wondered how these figures could move. In the world of Douluo continent, there were no mechanisms or puppets, so how did these millennia-old copper figures come to life? Surely, they could not be human-shaped soul-guiding devices. Such things did not exist, neither in the past nor the present. Quickly evading their advance, the 24 copper figures revealed their martial spirits, akin to an unexpected encounter in a zoo, all exhibiting beast martial spirits. Beast martial spirits possess an inherent advantage over weapon martial spirits, particularly in terms of physical refinement, which was more pronounced among the formidable beings of millennia past. These figures likely corresponded to the 24 founding generals, who once fought alongside the ancestral emperor to establish their dominion. Xue Qinghe mused. These individuals were once at the level of Soul Sage and Soul Emperor, yet now, their prowess seemed rather ordinary. Three-legged golden crow, awaken. Behind Xue Qinghe, a blazing light emanated, for he had ascended to the illustrious rank of Soul King at the formidable level of 54, adorned with 5 10,000-year soul rings. The outcome of the ensuing clash was uncertain. Who would prevail remained a mystery. Suddenly, 24 bronze figures surged forth, a formidable mass. With a resounding thud, a powerful bear spirit master unleashed a ferocious blow directly towards Xue Qinghe. With a deft maneuver, Xue Qinghe retreated a single step, enveloped in exquisite flames. Undaunted by the assault, he discerned that the strength of these bronze figures was not as formidable as anticipated, merely at the level of soul ancestors and soul kings. Their powers diminished from their prime. With a flick of his hand, Xue Qinghe sent one of them sprawling. His gaze swept the surroundings, and he perceived that this location was quite favorable for a sign-in. Would you like to sign in at the ancestral grounds of the Tiando royal family? Xue Qinghe confirmed with a click, initiating the sign-in process. Sign-in complete. Reward, skill, insightful perception. This skill, derived from the world of Qin's moon, belonged to Tian Yin, whose eyes could detect the flow of an opponent's internal energy in the realm of Douluo. It translated to the ability to sense the trajectory of soul power. This was particularly advantageous for Xue Qinghe's current predicament. Faced with the onslaught of 24 adversaries, he activated his insightful perception. The soul power of these bronze figures emanated from underground, surging through a small aperture, as if tethered by invisible strings, providing them with a continuous source of energy. However, the intensity of their soul power was confined to that of high-ranking soul ancestors or low-ranking soul kings. Xue Qinghe's extraordinary flames erupted, forcing any who approached to retreat. Swiftly, he dashed past them, positioning himself atop the small opening. The flow of soul power ceased. Deprived of their energy source, the 24 figures halted in their tracks. Xue Qinghe chuckled. This was simpler than he had anticipated. He lifted his foot, allowing the soul power to flow once more, and the bronze figures stirred again. Yet, as they took their first step, he would once more apply pressure, rendering them immobile. After several iterations of this experiment, he tore a piece from his garment and plugged the opening. The bronze figures remained still. In a direct confrontation, Xue Qinghe could indeed prevail. As a spirit master of exceptional attributes, he was unrivaled among his peers, especially as one possessing extraordinary qualities. However, these bronze figures resembled ancient terracotta warriors, having stood for millennia. Damaging them was not an option. Continuing onward, he breathed a sigh of relief, feeling fortunate. Yet, had he engaged in a direct confrontation, facing over 20 Soul Kings simultaneously would have proven exceedingly difficult. Given the talents of the Tiando royal family, Xue Qinghe mused. His eyes shimmered with golden light. Tian Yan's insightful perception was indeed a remarkable skill, immensely aiding in predicting his opponent's attacks. He had brought provisions, munching as he walked, feeling a twinge of hunger, wishing he had filled his stomach before entering this domain. Chapter 21, Challenge completed. Xue Qinghe, carrying provisions, ventured deeper into the enigmatic realm. The abundant soul power here promised a training effect comparable to that of an ideal cultivation arena. However, the encroaching darkness rendered it unsuitable for extended habitation. A golden glimmer emanated from Xue Qinghe's eyes. The skill bestowed by Tian Yin seemed to manifest its true potential only in the realm of Douluo continent. In Douluo, all soul masters relied on soul power to activate their abilities. Yet with the insight to read others' intentions, one could foresee an opponent's soul skill, thus gaining a crucial advantage. With a sudden crash, he traversed a stretch of terrain, deftly navigating through mechanisms powered by stored soul energy, his keen vision allowing him to anticipate their activation. He evaded numerous traps until he reached the end. A resplendent swan, distinct amidst the murky depths of the secret realm, caught his attention. This swan, the martial spirit of the Tiando royal family, appeared far more formidable than its counterparts. With a fierce roar, it charged at Xue Qinghe, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Xue Qinghe scrutinized the majestic creature. Its soul power emanated from below, suggesting the presence of an energy reservoir beneath the ground. In response, he summoned his martial spirit, the golden three-legged crow, manifesting behind him. The radiant golden light illuminated the entire secret realm, enveloping the menacing swan. Overwhelmed with terror, it halted its advance. Xue Qinghe blinked in surprise. Just as he prepared to unleash a soul skill, the swan froze. The once ferocious creature ceased its flow of soul power. Paralyzed by profound fear, akin to a serpent's encounter with a dragon, the weight of bloodline supremacy compelled the swan to abandon its resistance, transforming it into an inert form. Motionless before him, is this truly the end? Xue Qinghe pondered, momentarily taken aback. He circled around the swan, discovering the exit of the secret realm behind it. Was it really this simple? How inept must the former royal descendants have been to fail at this challenge? After a brief moment of exasperation, he stepped out of the secret realm. As he emerged, light flooded in, and he found himself greeted by the soldiers stationed outside. Upon witnessing Xue Qinghe's arrival, they immediately bowed in respect, fully aware of the significance of his successful passage. It signified that this prince was destined to become the future emperor. As long as he lived, his ascension was assured, rendering any opposition from the current emperor futile, a decision rooted in ancestral decree. Unless another prince could navigate the royal secret realm, this destiny remained unchallenged. At ease, escort me back, Xue Qinghe spoke with a dispassionate tone, stretching languidly. Feeling a tinge of ennui, the royal guards stood respectfully behind him, having served here for many years. Their familiarity with the traditions of the royal family ingrained in them since their first day of duty. Yet, throughout the years, no one had ever emerged from the forbidden grounds. It was not merely that they had not witnessed it. Even the records bore no mention of such an event. The prince before them was destined to fill this void, a living legend. This alone ensured that he would one day be immortalized in the annals of history as a renowned emperor. Your Highness, we shall promptly report this to His Majesty, said the leader of the guards. Xue Qinghe nodded, gesturing for them to proceed. Go, let the emperor be informed. Xue Qinghe harbored a keen interest in the throne. Although he was a transmigrator, he was not one to adopt a passive approach. In his past life, he had only experienced being an emperor in dreams. In this life, he was on the brink of indulging in the opulent lifestyle of the imperial court, accompanied by his remarkable aide, Tang San. How delightful! Your Highness, shall you return to the palace? Inquired one of the guards. No, I shall return to my residence. You may leave me be, Xue Qinghe replied. The guards had escorted him out of the royal ancestral grounds, intending to continue their protection, but upon his dismissal, they dared not follow and could only watch from a distance. Upon returning to the prince's manor, he resumed his cultivation. With only the rank of a sole king at 5 rings, he felt it insufficient. He had anticipated the warm welcome of 2 beautiful maidens at home. However, he found none awaiting him. Liu Erlong had gone off to train. Though her feelings were sincere, her attention to detail was lacking, and she had not prepared any little surprises. Tang Yuehua, while meticulous, harbored little affection for Xue Qinghe and was currently engaged in teaching harp at the Moon Pavilion. Their union was merely a simplistic arrangement. With a sigh, Xue Qinghe found himself missing Little Snow, that adorable girl. If fate granted him a second chance, knowing she would depart, he would certainly cherish her more. It was destined to be a tumultuous day. The news of Xue Qinghe's venture into the forbidden grounds soon reached the ears of Emperor Xue Yi, who sat on the throne, his heart restless, feeling as though he might lose his seat at any moment. At the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fengji rejoiced upon hearing the news. Truly, a testament to my teachings. The rise of the Heaven Do Empire is promising. The information regarding Xue Qinghe's feat was not concealed and swiftly spread to the ears of powerful factions. At the Haotian school, the sectmaster, Tang San, could hardly contain his delight, exclaiming that placing Tang Yuehua by Xue Qinghe's side was a stroke of genius. This prince was indeed a living legend, destined to surpass any emperor before him. This was inevitable. From now on, I shall be a pillar of the nation, the sect master chuckled with satisfaction. However, to refer to it as a national affair is somewhat imprecise, for Tang Yuehua's ascension to the position of empress is not guaranteed. Moreover, when she was sent to the crown prince's residence, there were no expectations for her to gain a formal title. Nevertheless, Tang Yuehua hails from the Haotian sect, and with such lineage, she would not be subject to mistreatment within the imperial harem. As for the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family, there is not much concern regarding the disappearance of Yu Xiaojing. Yet, upon hearing of the crown prince's transgression into forbidden territories, members of the family flocked to congratulate Yu Lumian, for his illegitimate daughter has allied with Xue Qinghe and is destined for greatness. Yu Lumian is elated. Erlong, you have not disappointed your father. The upper echelons of the Heaven Do Empire are intricately connected to Xue Qinghe, and the imperial hierarchy is already remarkably solidified. Now, it is merely a matter of waiting for the demise of the Snow Knight Emperor or for him to voluntarily abdicate. The aristocrats of Heaven Do are keenly observing the Snow Knight Emperor, who himself feels the chill of uncertainty. The throne is precarious, and the foundation of the empire is unstable. Chapter 22. Heaven Snow Academy. Is it truly conceivable for an emperor to willingly relinquish his throne? Historically, few have done so. and most who have ascended to the position of Grand Emperor have found it to be a source of discomfort. For instance, Li Yuan was coerced by Li Shimin, and Li Longji faced the turmoil of the Ungshi rebellion. Upon its conclusion, he was welcomed back to court, only to find the throne lost. His thoughts consumed by the memory of Yang Guifei. Xue Qinghe, after suffering defeat, returned to find the throne usurped, and he yearned for restoration. Only Emperor Qianlong, admiring his grandfather, chose not to exceed his grandfather's reign, joyfully passing the mantle to his son. Thus, it appears that apart from Qianlong, those who ascend to the title of Grand Emperor often endure significant turmoil. The Snow Knight Emperor finds himself in a dilemma, feeling the weight of unease. Each time he attends court, hearing the ministers discuss Xue Qinghe, his heart grows heavy. Yet, he feels powerless to make decisions that would contradict his ancestors' edicts. They declared that anyone who could traverse the royal secret realm would be deemed worthy of the throne, and such proclamations are immutable. Each court session fills him with a sense of instability regarding his reign, living in constant trepidation. How can one endure such days? Meanwhile, Xue Qinghe, residing in the crown prince's estate, harbors no such concerns. His days are filled with unadulterated joy. Each day, he is accompanied by 2 companions, a true blessing. Erlong, I have informed His Majesty of my intentions to acquire a parcel of land within Heavendo City to establish a school. Soon, you shall be the headmaster of the academy, Xue Qinghe remarked with a smile. Thank you, Your Highness. Liu Erlong expressed her heartfelt gratitude, for this had long been her cherished aspiration. Xue Qinghe led Liu Erlong to Heavendo City, where, amidst the high value of land, he purchased a substantial area. Although slightly smaller than the Royal Academy of Heavendo, it is still considerable in size. Liu Erlong gazed upon the site under construction, moved by the prospect. She was willing to remain by the crown prince's side, to protect him and serve him faithfully. Erlong, let us think of a name before we proceed to recruit instructors, proposed Xue Qinghe. Originally, Liu Erlong intended to name the school after a familial benefactor, calling it Lanba Academy. However, since it was now funded by the crown prince, it would be inappropriate to retain that name, as it would imply favoritism. It was necessary to ponder a new title. When considering instructors, Liu Erlong's first thought was of Yu Shaojiang. Although Yu Shaojiang possessed relatively low spiritual power, his theoretical knowledge was commendable. If he could be persuaded to teach here, it would be quite beneficial. Your Highness, what do you think about inviting Yu Shaojiang? Liu Erlong suggested. Are you certain you are not mistaken? We are not establishing a junior soul master academy. The students who will attend here are all above level 20, with some even surpassing level 30. How can we expect a mere level 29 Yu Shaojiang to command their respect? As a teacher, if he cannot even manage his students, how can he instruct them? What if a mischievous student challenges him? Such occurrences are quite common in a soul master academy. Xue Qinghe articulated with rapid-fire reasoning, leaving Liu Erlong speechless. While Yu Shaojiang could manage teaching 6 or 7-year-olds at a junior academy, instructing these 13 or 14-year-olds, who were nearly his equal in power, would be quite challenging. Defeated, Liu Erlong chose to remain silent on the matter. Flander, being a soul king, was indeed qualified, yet he was currently unreachable. At this critical juncture, not a single suitable candidate could be found. Yuehua, could you possibly persuade your father to send a few individuals to teach? Xue Qinghe inquired. The Haoyan clan had secluded itself from the world, severing most communications with the outside realm, yet sending someone to educate students should not be overly difficult. Tang Yuehua shook her head in resignation. My father wishes to avoid unnecessary troubles. He is likely unable to assist. Very well, then we shall have to find another solution. Xue Qinghe mused, contemplating suitable names. How about Tianshui Academy? He said with a smile. Thank you for bestowing the name, Your Highness, Liu Erlong replied, bowing respectfully. To her, any name would suffice. A title chosen by the crown prince was sure to be excellent. Haha, it is settled then, Xue Qinghe had declared. Tianshui Academy took 6 months to construct and, after a year of recruiting teachers, welcomed its first cohort of students. As the dean, Liu Erlong diligently remembered Xue Qinghe's words. The students nurtured by Tianshui Academy could enter the court as officials, serve as generals, or even become consorts in the palace. The prospects for employment after graduation were exceedingly promising. Of course, since Xue Qinghe had yet to ascend to the throne, the option of becoming a consort was temporarily closed off, reducing their employment avenues by 1. After all, the emperor was quite elderly and needed to take care of his health. In the second year, Tianshui Academy greeted its inaugural students with great fanfare, as the sounds of drums and cheers filled the air and the campus was bustling with activity. The esteemed Academy of Soul Masters, personally overseen by His Highness the Crown Prince, has attracted numerous dignitaries from the court to show their support. Representatives from the top 3 sects have graced the event, including Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo, Yu Yuanzhan, and Tang Yuehua. each standing for their respective sections. The students are immensely inspired, their futures shining brightly before them. In a fleeting moment, Qianrenxue Academy has eclipsed even the Royal Academy in terms of enrollment for its inaugural session. Furthermore, it stands as the first noble institution to recruit students from the common populace. Yet, one cannot entirely dissociate Qianrenxue Academy from the shadow of nobility, as it is established under the auspices of the Crown Prince himself, who would dare call it a school for the commoners. During the opening ceremony, Xue Qinghe took to the stage to address the students. Welcome to the first cohort of Qianrenxue Academy. You are the future pillars of the Heaven Do Empire, and there should be no doubt, you are the talents that the empire will prioritize in nurturing. His Highness's words, though somewhat commonplace, resonated with authority. When he declared that their futures were bright, it was a proclamation that could not be dismissed. Even those deemed inept could find their paths illuminated. The inaugural students were filled with enthusiasm, and Liu Erlong was particularly delighted. Eager to make a significant impact and provide opportunities for commoners to pursue their dreams of becoming soul masters. Upon hearing this news, Qian Renxue, residing in the Spirit Hall, interpreted the term Tianxue in an entirely different light. For her, it did not signify Xue Qinghe of the Heaven Do Empire, but rather resonated with the notion of an angel, Qian Renxue. As another year passed, Qianrenxue Academy welcomed its second batch of students. This cohort lacked the fervor of the first, yet the enrollment remained commendable. Many young aspirants from mid-tier sects sought admission to Qianrenxue Academy, although students from the top 3 sects still gravitated towards the Royal Academy. Xue Qinghe planned to wait a few years before enrolling his younger sister. In the 3rd year, the Academy's enrollment stabilized, garnering significant interest from the common populace. 6 years had elapsed since Xue Qinghe traversed to this realm. Throughout this period, he had diligently maintained his daily attendance, never missing a single day, a testament to his incredible resolve, akin to a fervent attachment to a mobile device in a past life. Now, at the age of 19, his soul power had reached an astonishing level of 91. Sitting in the courtyard, basking in the sun, he pondered the essence of life. What is the purpose of one's existence? His strength had become extraordinary. With just one more year of perseverance, attaining the rank of Super Douluo would be within reach. With an additional 3 to 5 years of dedication, he could potentially achieve the status of a peerless Douluo. After that, he would ascend to the divine realm and continue his journey of attendance. He yearned to transcend beyond a life whose conclusion was all too apparent. Rising to his feet, Xue Qinghe reflected on the emptiness that sometimes accompanied existence. With a wry smile, he glanced down at the 9 soul rings encircling him. 8 were black, and the final one was red. Possessing a 10,000-year soul ring, even without daily attendance, consistent cultivation would ensure he could stabilize at level 95. Xue Qinghe, now consumed by an urgent desire to prove his worth, felt the pressing need to seek an opportunity to showcase his prowess. Otherwise, once he ascended to the divine realm, he would have accomplished nothing, which would indeed be rather tedious. He pondered the current level of little Xue, as he mused aloud. Recalling that she had been a 4-ringed soul master when she departed from the Heaven Do Empire, he speculated that after 6 years, given her extraordinary cultivation speed, she might have ascended to the rank of a high-level soul king, or perhaps even a soul emperor. Foolish Qian Renxue, he lamented. Had you chosen to confront me head-on back then, now you would have no opportunity left. I have already attained the status of a titled Douluo. He sighed, recognizing that immense strength could sometimes be a source of ennui. Although he had yet to reach an invincible level, it seemed merely a matter of time. Ere long, prepare the estate. I wish to visit the Imperial Palace, Xue Qinghe instructed. Liu Erlong gazed in astonishment at the 9 soul rings beneath his feet, utterly flabbergasted. A titled Douluo at the age of 19, such a narrative would be deemed absurd even in the most fantastical tales. Your Highness, Liu Erlong ventured hesitantly. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit to the palace? What else could it be? Xue Qinghe replied. Liu Erlong fell silent, realizing that it could only signify one thing. Indeed, it was time for her to gather her belongings, and she urged Tang Yuehua to do the same. For the prince's residence would not be their home for much longer. Xue Qinghe felt a sense of helplessness. He had unwittingly established himself among the ranks of the powerful. Although he had exerted considerable effort, it seemed almost too easy. With a deep sigh, he reflected on how the Douluo continent had treated him so favorably, and he felt compelled to repay this land. Thus far, Xue Qinghe felt he had achieved little of significance. The most meaningful endeavor he had undertaken was assisting Liu Erlong in founding the Qianrenxue Academy, where he had recruited commoners as soul masters, providing them with a place to learn. He finally grasped the solitary feeling that arises from harboring ambitions yet achieving nothing. Life, after all, should be spent striving to accomplish great things. However, greatness often invites controversy. Yet, as the tides of the sea surge, true heroes reveal their essence. No matter the tempests they face, they walk with unyielding grace. The matter of controversy was inconsequential. As Xue Qinghe entered the Imperial Palace, he ascended the steps deliberately. Within the palace, a position awaited him. No one dared to follow. Liu Erlong had already surmised his intentions, though her heart aligned with Xue Qinghe's. Out of respect for the current sovereign, she chose to wait at a distance. Tang Yuehua, anxious and uncertain, found herself at a loss, as the demands of her noble upbringing seemed to pale in comparison to the gravity of the situation. Nobility often revels in the superficial allure of wealth and luxury. Showing little interest in the machinations of power, they preferred to savor the present moment. Thus, within Tang Yuehua's worldview, this matter presents a significant blind spot. She stands helplessly beside Liu Erlong. Xue Qinghe strides purposefully towards the apex. By this time, the court has already dispersed, leaving only 2 Imperial guards stationed here, who dare not obstruct Xue Qinghe. Your Highness, do you wish to see His Majesty? I shall notify him, one of the guards suggests. Yes, do so. Xue Qinghe replies nonchalantly, his heart as tranquil as a still lake, patiently awaiting the arrival of the Snow Knight Emperor. The Snow Knight Emperor is engrossed in reviewing memorials when he summons Xue Qinghe into his study. Upon entering, Xue Qinghe finds the room spacious, with only the 2 of them present. Qinghe, what brings you here? The Snow Knight Emperor inquires, his heart racing, as if tethered by an invisible string. Sensing that something significant is afoot, bang! Xue Qinghe, unsure of how to begin, immediately reveals the soul rings beneath his feet, 8 black and 1 red. The Snow Knight Emperor is taken aback, dropping his pen in astonishment. The crimson glow reflecting from the 10,000-year soul ring on Xue Qinghe's face emanates a palpable pressure, instilling a sense of foreboding. Qinghe, you. The Snow Knight Emperor stammers, momentarily at a loss for words. He could hardly believe that the day had arrived so swiftly. 6 years ago, Xue Qinghe was merely a grand soul master, and now he stands before him as a titled Douluo. Father, what do you think of my martial prowess? Xue Qinghe inquires calmly, resembling an emotionless automaton as he gazes at the Snow Knight Emperor. Well done, my son, well done, the Snow Knight Emperor responds, uncertain of what to say next. His initial thoughts revolve around the authenticity of the soul rings, yet such unfounded conjectures do little to quell the fear brewing within him. Xue Qinghe, the first heir apparent of the Tiando Empire. That very afternoon, the Snow Knight Emperor unexpectedly issues an edict, abdicating the throne in favor of Xue Qinghe. The news swiftly spreads throughout the Tiando Empire. A new era dawns upon Tiando. Though somewhat abrupt, the transition fails to evoke any significant unrest. It is deemed entirely normal, even by the 4 subordinate nations. The Snow Knight Emperor, having grown old, passing the throne to the Crown Prince is a commonplace occurrence. The Crown Prince has been established for a decade, creating a solid foundation in the hearts of the people. Thus, the abdication to the Crown Prince is met with no sense of shock. Everything proceeds smoothly. The Crown Prince's residence is abuzz with activity. The inhabitants are busy packing, eagerly anticipating their move to the palace, which is surely more spacious. 3 days later, Xue Qinghe's coronation is met with nationwide jubilation. In the court, all distinguished officials are present. Who would dare miss the ascension of the new emperor? Even the Xing Luo Empire and the Spirit Hall send representatives bearing gifts. For maintaining this superficial camaraderie is essential. After all, perpetual conflict is not a viable option. Chapter 24. The Ascendancy of the Great Tyrant. The new emperor, Xue Qinghe, finally ascends to the imperial throne. In the tranquil embrace of a snowy night, the great emperor quietly departed to enjoy his retirement, preparing to construct a tomb worthy of his legacy, ensuring it would reflect dignity after a century. Just the day before, the entire celestial realm revolved around him. Yet, upon his retirement, he found himself detached from the splendor of the world. Seated upon the throne for the first time, Xue Qinghe gazed at the assembly of ministers and military officials, marveling at the thought that this vast empire now belonged to him. Your Majesty has just ascended the throne. It would be prudent to issue a general amnesty to demonstrate imperial benevolence, proposed a minister with utmost respect. A general amnesty? Such a practice has been customary throughout history. And Xue Qinghe, not wishing to deviate too far from tradition, acquiesced. On the inaugural day of his reign, no pressing matters arose. All affairs paled in significance compared to the ascension of the new emperor and were thus postponed. Very well, I shall contemplate how best to enact this amnesty. Xue Qinghe replied with a smile. Your Majesty is most wise, responded all present with reverence. After the court session concluded, Xue Qinghe returned to his study, where he set about drafting a list for the general amnesty. The criteria were as follows. First, individuals aged 75 or older, severely disabled, and unable to care for themselves. Second, those who had made significant contributions yet were sentenced to 3 years or less. Xue Qinghe's decree primarily targeted ordinary citizens. When the officials of the criminal department reviewed it, they were taken aback. The stipulations were rather stringent and did not encompass soul masters. Thus, the department commenced their inquiries, ultimately discovering that only 3 individuals nationwide met the conditions set forth by Xue Qinghe. In the world of soul masters, living to 100 or 200 years was commonplace. However, for ordinary people, reaching 70 was rare, especially since Xue Qinghe had established the threshold at 75. The term ordinary people referred to those with soul power below level 1, regardless of their martial spirits, which categorized them as commoners. By the standard, although Tang Yuehua possessed only 9th level soul power and seemed rather weak, she was already recognized as a soul master. Given that ordinary individuals inherently lacked physical prowess, those who had made significant contributions were exceedingly rare. Even if such individuals existed, they would be hailed as extraordinary among the common populace. Your Majesty, this appears to be a reluctance to grant pardons, lamented the officials of the criminal department, having just concluded their review. At that moment, the palace presented another decree for soul masters, which was even more stringent. The new criteria stipulated those who had made significant contributions and received sentences of 1 year or less. That was all. With a pained expression, the officials continued their investigations, which proved simpler this time. All records indicated that only one person met the new standards. Should the emperor's proposed actions be enacted, it would result in a mere 4 individuals receiving clemency upon the new emperor's ascension. I shall promptly seek an audience with His Majesty, declared the official with a solemn voice as he made his way to the palace to report the situation. Xue Qinghe acknowledged with a nod, calmly stating, "Proceed as planned. Act on it immediately." The Minister of Justice trembled, his hands quaking, and cautioned, "Your Majesty, upon ascending the throne, the late emperor granted amnesty to over 1,000. Might you reconsider?" Xue Qinghe furrowed his brow, exuding an aura of authority befitting a Douluo, instilling fear in the minister, who was drenched in sweat. "Shall we proceed as I have decreed? Do you dare to defy me?" Xue Qinghe retorted with ire. "I dare not," the minister replied, trembling as he knelt before the emperor and hastily withdrew. As Xue Qinghe observed his departure, he chuckled softly and stretched languidly. The issue of nobility had long plagued the Tiando Empire. The power of the aristocracy was overwhelming, leaving commoners with scant opportunities for advancement. Although there were soul master academies, most elite institutions refused admission to commoners. Xue Qinghe resolved to tackle the educational crisis first, aiming to transform the entire empire. He decreed that no school, regardless of its status, could reject either commoners or nobles. Education should be inclusive and equitable. He promptly drafted a royal edict for promulgation. In Tiando City, only the Tianxue Academy accepted commoner students. Within the greater Tiando region, the Tianxue Academy also admitted commoners. Apart from these, no reputable institution was willing to do so. This was unacceptable. "Your Majesty, do you wish to rest for a moment?" Tang Yuehua approached softly, her demeanor more regal since entering the palace. "No need," Xue Qinghe replied. Being an emperor could be a burdensome task, yet it could also be rather effortless. Take for instance Emperors Wanli and Jiajing, who ruled for decades without attending court, retaining power while the nation remained orderly. Xue Qinghe aspired to emulate such rulers. If there was a secret to this, it lay in the cabinet system. However, as he had just ascended to the throne, it was not prudent to implement sweeping reforms just yet. He sought to find a capable aide for future endeavors. Tang San, now 6 years of age, he was on the cusp of awakening his martial soul this year. "Bring him to me. He shall be the finest aide, a paragon of loyalty." The original tale of Tang San depicted him as the savior of the Tiando Empire during a crisis. "Yuehua, I have heard that your brother Tang Hao has a child," Xue Qinghe remarked. Tang Yuehua paused, having long been concerned for Tang Hao. Upon hearing Xue Qinghe's mention, a wave of longing surged within her. "Indeed, my second brother has been missing for many years," she replied. Xue Qinghe smiled gently. "There is no one in this realm that I cannot locate. I wish to bring your nephew here. Nurture him well, for he shall become a pillar of our Tiando." Tang Yuehua was taken aback, quickly bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness." Xue Qinghe chuckled lightly. "It is but a small matter. Yuehua, you have accompanied me for 6 years. I shall bestow upon you the title of Imperial concubine, while you shall remain UFA. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Tang Yuehua replied softly. "What should Liu Erlong be called?" "Dragon concubine seems inappropriate, and second concubine is rather peculiar. Let us simply refer to her as Liu Fei." The noble concubine holds a status just beneath that of the empress, and currently, in Xue Qinghe's court, there is no empress, making Tang Yuehua the highest-ranking member of the harem. After preparing the imperial decree, Xue Qinghe refrained from dispatching it immediately, choosing instead to bide his time. With the new emperor's foundation still shaky, it is prudent to stabilize the court before introducing new policies. Otherwise, one risks overreaching and causing discord. Among the 3,000 beauties of the harem, Xue Qinghe found himself somewhat overwhelmed. It was clear that establishing a cabinet was essential, allowing him to steer the course without delving into the minutiae of governance. It would be exhausting to manage every detail, and he could not afford to exert himself as Zhu Yuanzhang had. Xue Qinghe calculated the journey from Tiando to Shanghan village at Tang Yuehua's pace. She could return in half a year. By that time, Tang San would have been persuaded to leave by Yu Xiaojiang. Chapter 25, Bringing Tang San away. While assembling the cabinet was crucial, it should not be the first step taken after ascending to the throne. Yuehua, you and Erlong shall go to Shanghan village and bring Tang San back. If he is not there, he will be at Nodding Academy, Xue Qinghe instructed. As you command. Your Majesty, Tang Yuehua promptly replied, her heart brimming with joy at the prospect of reuniting with her long-lost brother. Recently, Liu Erlong found herself with little to occupy her time. As Tianxue Academy had entered a period of stability after 5 or 6 years, she could temporarily step back. Liu Erlong accepted this task with enthusiasm. Xue Qinghe saw them off, choosing not to accompany them personally, as he had just ascended the throne and was faced with an overwhelming number of affairs to address. As emperor, he was burdened with numerous responsibilities, prompting him to begin scouting for members of the cabinet. Historically, only the Ming dynasty had a cabinet, primarily composed of individuals from humble origins, with very few of noble birth. This perspective suggested that selecting commoners held a certain merit. Sitting upon the throne, Xue Qinghe reviewed recent graduates from the Advanced Soul Master Academy, furrowing his brow slightly. The adage goes, one can conquer a realm swiftly, yet cannot govern it immediately. Employing a cadre of soul masters fixated solely on their cultivation to manage the realm was ill-advised. However, with internal and external challenges looming, he had no choice but to select relatively astute soul masters. Ordinary individuals, no matter how clever, were best suited for behind-the-scenes roles in the realm of Douluo. Rather than taking center stage, those who could step into the limelight must possess considerable soul power. Only in this manner could they command respect, otherwise, a faade of order would crumble, rendering their authority ineffective. After contemplating for a while, Xue Qinghe set aside matters of state. His thoughts wandered to Tang San, who was now 6 years old. Qian Renxue must be around 16 or 17, while Zhu Zhiyun was 13 and ready to face the world. Zhu Zhiyun was likely engaged to Davis. Despite her tender age of 13, her sister Xue Qinghe, at 12, had already blossomed, outshining her peers. It was evident that her sister Zhu Zhiyun would not fall short either. A plan must be devised to capture Zhu Zhiyun, Xue Qinghe murmured. As for the other beautiful women, Hu Liena is around 11, still quite young. Hu Wu is already 10, Xue Binger is merely 7, Zhu Zhuqing is 6. And Ning Rongrong is also 6, all still in their youth. As the sovereign of a nation, it would be a disgrace to have too few concubines, tarnishing the dignity of the entire empire. Lost in thought, reminiscent of a leisurely day at work, he noticed the sky darkening. Liu Erlong and Tang Yuehua departed from the city of Tiando together. With Liu Erlong's assistance, their pace significantly quickened. Liu Erlong, now a formidable soul sage at level 74, possessed immense strength and 2 soul bones, giving her a fair chance against soul masters below level 80. Even when facing a novice soul Douluo, she could ensure a safe retreat for both herself and Tang Yuehua. Sister Erlong, let us hasten our journey. I am fine, Tang Yuehua expressed eagerly, longing to see her brother. Liu Erlong, somewhat helpless, replied, Sister you may not be tired, but I am. Although the speed of a soul sage is swift, Liu Erlong had already carried Tang Yuehua for quite some distance, leaving her soul power at 50%, reserved for emergencies. She could not expend it all merely to quicken their pace. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Tang Yuehua paused for a moment before quickly apologizing. Sister Erlong, I am sorry. Acquainted with noble etiquette, she momentarily lost her composure, revealing her emotions imperfectly. After a brief rest, the two continued their journey. The following day, in Shanghan village, the sisters finally arrived. This village lay near the border, where the fruits and vegetables fetched good prices whether sold in Xingluo or Tiando. Tang Yuehua inquired around the village before heading directly to a seemingly abandoned blacksmith shop. Is anyone here? She called out at the entrance, pushing the door open. A small boy emerged. Hello, are you here for blacksmithing? Xiao Tang San asked calmly, instantly recognizing that the two were not from the village. The villagers were farmers dressed plainly, while Tang Yuehua wore exquisite attire, and Liu Erlong was clad in robust clothing, exuding a striking presence. Is this the home of Tang Hao? Tang Yuehua inquired, striving to suppress her excitement. Yes, my father is currently working at the forge, Tang San replied. Without hesitation, Tang Yuehua rushed inside. Second brother, she exclaimed. Bang, bang. Tang Hao, with drooping eyelids, appeared half asleep. hammering the iron as if he were a mere shell of a person. Suddenly, upon hearing the voice of a woman from outside, he became alert. As Tang Yuehua burst through the door, she immediately recognized the disheveled Tang Hao and rushed into his embrace, the siblings reuniting. Yuehua, how did you come here? Tang Hao queried, bewildered. Brother, I thought I would never find you again, Tang Yuehua cried out, her heart overwhelmed with longing in the absence of outsiders. Yuehua, Tang Hao replied helplessly. Little Sanzi stood at the doorway, his vigilance dissipating as he went to fetch hot water. Auntie, please have some water. Little Sanzi brought water to Liu Erlong. Their home had only hot water, devoid of tea. Oh, thank you, Tang San, Liu Erlong smiled. Tang San chuckled, realizing how familiar they were with his family, and offered Liu Erlong a seat. Come, little Sanzi, this is your aunt. Call her auntie, Tang Hao said in a deep voice. Auntie, little Tang San politely addressed her, quickly understanding the familiarity with his father. Little San, Tang Yuehua said softly, gently ruffling his hair. Brother, I have come here to take you and little San away, Tang Yuehua declared. Tang Hao furrowed his brow slightly, picking up a hammer to continue forging, and asked, why? After a moment of contemplation, Tang Yuehua replied, the emperor has just ascended the throne, and I have become a favored concubine. Let little San come to Heavendo City. I can take good care of him. Tang Hao was taken aback and turned to look at Tang Yuehua. His sister had become a favored concubine? He had never known this. Even after she had followed Xue Qinghe for 6 years, it had never been mentioned. Initially, this matter had been kept hushed, known only among the elite of Heavendo, and in this remote village, news was scarce, making it even less likely to have reached them. Brother, let him come with me, Tang Yuehua urged. She sensed that after a Yin's death, Tang Hao had become despondent, and as an aunt, she naturally wished for Tang San to grow into a remarkable man. Chapter 26, The Lonely Xiao Wu. Tang San felt it was improbable. His father did not want him to become a soul master, let alone to leave with his aunt. However, he never expected to have an aunt who was a favored concubine. This meant that their family could indeed be considered part of the noble kin. Little Sanzi, what is your martial soul? Tang Yuehua asked, noticing Tang Hao's silence. Tang San glanced at Tang Hao, then extended his left hand to reveal the blue-silver grass, saying, my martial soul is blue-silver grass, with innate full soul power. Innate full soul power. Both Tang Yuehua and Liu Erlong were astonished. Liu Erlong had taught at Tianxue Academy for many years and had encountered numerous children. She understood all too well the significance of innate full soul power. The level of innate soul power directly determined the potential one could achieve in the future, even if the martial soul was blue-silver grass. As long as the soul power was sufficiently high, one could be invincible. Tang Yuehua took a deep breath, repeating, innate full soul power. The more soul masters she had encountered, the more she understood its formidable nature. Brother, is little Sanzi's martial soul inherited from her? Tang Yuehua inquired gently. Tang Hao nodded and said solemnly, take him away. Tang Yuehua was overjoyed. Really, brother? Yes. Tang Hao was acutely aware that the spirit hall had never ceased its pursuit of him. Thus, the farther little San distanced himself, the safer he would be. Father, I wish to learn blacksmithing from you, Tang San declared with unwavering determination. Tang Hao let out a rare chuckle and replied, huh? I have imparted all that I can teach you. Now, go accompany your aunt and be obedient. With that, he retreated to his room, locked the door, and resumed his afternoon nap, embodying the image of a disheartened middle-aged man. Tang Yuehua longed to exchange a few more words with Tang Hao, but he had effectively dismissed her with his actions, demonstrating his reluctance to alter the status quo. His primary concern was that little San had yet to mature, and his apprehensions were plentiful. Liu Erlong cast a glance at Tang San. She felt no familial affection for the child, viewing him merely as a future talent to serve Xue Qinghe. Little San, I shall take you to the Junior Soul Master Academy in Tiando City, Liu Erlong announced. Her own academy, the Tianxue Academy, was a prestigious institution that did not admit children as young as 6. So it was best for Tang San to cultivate alongside peers of his own age. Thank you, teacher, Tang San replied politely. Liu Erlong nodded, recognizing Xue Qinghe's ambitions. The unification of the continent was inevitable. This child, once nurtured, could undoubtedly become a vanguard for His Majesty. In the future, you will charge into battle for His Majesty. Tang San, she expressed her satisfaction, eager to instill in him a sense of loyalty and patriotism. When he grew older, he would become a staunch supporter of the crown. Little San, gather your belongings. We must depart at once, Tang Yuehua instructed. Tang San nodded and promptly set about his task. With little more than a bare room, he had few possessions to collect, so he packed a few articles of clothing into his backpack. Auntie, teacher, I am ready, Tang San announced. Tang Yuehua nodded, wishing to converse with Tang Hao once more, yet the door remained locked. She understood that he wished for her to leave swiftly. Let us go, she said, taking Tang San's hand as the three of them proceeded to bid farewell to village chief Jack before exiting Holy Soul Village. Tang Yuehua possessed a soul power of level 9, while Tang San was at level 10, their abilities only a tier apart. Teacher, I heard from Grandpa Jack that a soul sage is the most formidable of soul masters. Are you a soul sage? Tang San inquired. Liu Erlong chuckled softly and replied, I am already a soul Douluo. Your Grandpa Jack does not quite grasp the full extent of the matter. The term soul Douluo was unfamiliar to Tang San. At this moment, the trajectory of Douluo continent was subtly shifting. At Nodding Academy, a girl clad in pink attire bounced into register. She, too, came from humble beginnings and was financially constrained. However, due to her innate full soul power, she had secured a position as a working student in her village. Carrying the bedding provided by the school, she made her way to Dormitory 7, where she quickly triumphed over Wang Sheng, who had come to stir trouble, thus establishing herself as the leader of the dormitory and safeguarding the working students within the school. She was naturally known as Xiao Wu. In school, she was always solitary, eating and sleeping alone. Occasionally, if any work-study students were bullied, she would seek retribution for them. Sister Xiao Wu, the master is looking for you. Wang Sheng rushed over one day, visibly anxious. The master? Xiao Wu finished her lettuce and carrot, pondering briefly. She had heard of him, a weary-looking middle-aged man, appearing quite despondent. Very well, I shall come once I have finished my meal, Xiao Wu replied. After all, it was merely a teacher seeking her, it was no great matter. Once satiated, she made her way over. She pushed open the door to the master's office. Master, you called for me? Xiao Wu inquired with curiosity. Yu Xiaojiang was elated. He had been away from Tiando City for 6 years. The woman he cherished, who was not only his cousin but also ran off with the crown prince, had dealt a significant blow to him. He had been teaching here for 6 years, and with the director's backing, he had managed to establish himself quite well in the school. However, he had always been deeply engrossed in theory, yearning for a breakthrough until he encountered Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu was a transformed soft-bone rabbit of 100,000 years, inherently possessing full soul power. All soul beasts of 100,000 years were endowed with innate full soul power, and even though Xiao Wu was among the most ordinary of the 100,000-year beasts, she was no exception. Yu Xiaojiang aspired to cultivate an exceptional student to demonstrate the viability of his theoretical work. Master, please speak, Xiao Wu urged. Snapping back to reality, Yu Xiaojiang smiled and said, Young lady, this is a compilation of my theoretical work. Perhaps it may aid in your training. Xiao Wu took it, contemplated for a moment, and then returned it to Yu Xiaojiang. Master, I do not require this. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Before Yu Xiaojiang could respond, she dashed away. Bouncing back to her dormitory, Xiao Wu resumed her training. She believed herself to be a soul beast with 100,000 years of cultivation experience, content to continue refining her skills in her own manner without needing Yu Xiaojiang's limited decades of experience. Whether her decision was wise or reckless, she simply declined the offer, leaving Yu Xiaojiang in a state of frustration. Is my theory truly so valueless that it is refused even when offered freely? Upon returning to her dormitory, Xiao Wu continued her cultivation. She did not need to hunt for soul rings. Her soul power would naturally augment on its own, free from the troubles of seeking soul rings. Sister Xiao Wu, you already possess a 100-year soul ring. Keep it up. Sister Xiao Wu, someone is hitting me. Sister Xiao Wu, I invite you to dine with me. In no time, Xiao Wu not only became the leader of the work-study students, but also the formidable figure at Nodding Academy. Chapter 27, The Predicament of Xue Qinghe. While Xiao Wu thrived at Nodding Academy, Tang San, accompanied by Tang Yuehua, had arrived in Tiando City. The trio was destined to embark on 2 entirely different paths. Tiando City. Little Tang San, being a child of the village, was nearly dazzled upon arriving in the grand city. The Heavenly Snow Academy, overseen by Liu Erlong, did not possess a junior soul master division, necessitating the temporary enrollment of Tang San in another institution. Not far from Heavenly Snow Academy lay a commoner's school, which, while not officially affiliated, enjoyed a close cooperative relationship with the academy, nearly reaching a state of quasi-acquisition. Liu Erlong, with her influence, arranged for Tang San to be integrated seamlessly among the other students. Little San, you must strive diligently. Your aunt will visit you often, Tang Yuehua said, affectionately ruffling his hair with a gentle smile. All right, aunt, Tang San replied eagerly, feeling a swell of pride at the thought that his uncle was the reigning emperor. With Tang San settled, the 2 women returned to the palace. Presumably, His Majesty had not been idle during their absence and was likely indulging in festivities. Upon their arrival at the palace, the reality did not align with their expectations. Xue Qinghe was not in the company of palace maidens, but rather poring over maps in his study. Your Majesty, we have returned, and we have brought Tang San. He has been arranged at Dawn Academy. Tang Yuehua announced with a respectful bow. Xue Qinghe nodded. Excellent. Tang San will become a great loyal minister in the future. Tang Yuehua moved beside him, gently massaging his shoulders. Taking a deep breath, Xue Qinghe felt the mature scent of Tang Yuehua envelop him, an enticing presence. He marked a point on the map, signifying the border between the Tiandou Empire and the Xinglua Empire, known as Dongming City. This location held immense military significance, fortified by natural defenses that made it easy to defend, yet difficult to attack. The Tiandou Empire had suffered numerous setbacks here. Liu Erlong approached and stood beside him. Over the years, the two enchanting women had captivated Xue Qinghe, and after days apart, he found himself longing for their company. My dear consorts, how shall we capture Dongming City? Xue Qinghe inquired. Tang Yuehua's hand faltered, and she quickly replied, I am but a woman. I know little of such matters. Xue Qinghe shrugged, recognizing this as a typical response from a concubine, as the tradition forbade them from participating in political discussions for millennia. In contrast, Liu Erlong was more forthright. Your Majesty, Dongming City is difficult to assault. The cliffs rise over 100 meters, making it nearly impossible for ordinary soul masters to ascend. While the enemy can afford to wait. Xue Qinghe nodded in agreement, understanding the rationale. Yet, he was no ordinary individual. As a rank 91 title Douluo, endowed with the formidable martial soul, the three-legged golden crow, he knew that any soul master below rank 95 would struggle to contend with him. Moreover, Xue Qinghe currently possesses a soul bone that is 30,000 years old. Does the Star Luo Empire have soul masters above level 95? Xue Qinghe chuckled, believing that had it not been for the interference of the Spirit Hall, the strength of the Heaven Dou Empire might have already been capable of obliterating the Star Luo Empire. The Star Luo Empire may possess such strength, or it may not. Aside from the Spirit Hall, the most powerful soul masters on the Douluo continent are found within the top 3 sections. If there existed soul masters more formidable than those of the top 3 sects, then the current top 3 would no longer hold that title. The 7-treasure glazed tile school boasts a soul Douluo at level 96. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family has a Yuanjin at level 95. And the Haotian school features Tang Hao at level 95. The Star Luo Empire certainly has super Douluos at level 95 as well. And their mid-tier soul masters are likely to surpass those of the Heaven Dou Empire, Xue Qinghe remarked. Liu Erlong responded, Indeed. Thus we must endeavor to avoid conflict and conserve our strength. Xue Qinghe nodded, yet his thoughts wandered to other matters. Tang Yuehua and Liu Erlong, both hailing from the top 3 sects and being direct descendants, stood by his side. Tang Yuehua is the daughter of the Haotian school's master. Her status speaks for itself. Liu Erlong's uncle is the head of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, although she is a daughter born out of wedlock. Her connection to Xue Qinghe has effectively legitimized her lineage. It can be said that in Xue Qinghe's generation, the close relationship between the Heaven Dou royal family and the top 3 sects has reached an unprecedented level. In the past, why did the Heaven Dou Empire, with its control over the top 3 sects, find itself at a disadvantage against the Star Luo? Ultimately, the top 3 sects are merely sects in their quest for survival. They can disregard the concept of a nation. They do not contribute to the empire, and the empire has no means to compel them. For instance, the Haotian school can shut its doors and concern itself with nothing. The first challenge Xue Qinghe faces is that if he wishes to bolster the strength of mid-tier soul masters in the Heaven Dou Empire, the optimal strategy would be to divide the top 3 sections by nationalizing the mid-tier soul masters from soul master to soul sage. They would be compelled to fight valiantly for the empire. Otherwise, these soul masters, remaining under the control of the top 3 sects, would effectively hold the power to declare war in their hands. As the emperor, Xue Qinghe finds this intolerable. Furthermore, there is another issue. The Heaven Dou Empire possesses 4 major vassal states, each with independent military authority, which have also siphoned off a substantial number of mid-tier soul masters. For the Heaven Dou royal family to mobilize these forces, they must negotiate amicably. Otherwise, should these states turn against them at a critical moment, the Heaven Dou Empire would be in jeopardy. Therefore, it is more accurate to describe the Heaven Dou Empire as a federation rather than a singular nation, formed by vassal states and sects, with a relatively weak emperor elected to serve as a puppet. This illustrates a small central authority overshadowed by vast regional powers. The dispersion of authority is so pronounced that even with numerous high-ranking soul masters, cohesion remains elusive. Within such a federal system, how might one enhance the centripetal force among the various minor powers? How can one inspire a willingness in them to exert their efforts for the central authority? The simplest method is to establish a goal of power for them. However, the Tiandou kingdom operates under a hereditary monarchy, which imposes a ceiling on aspirations, rendering minor powers devoid of hope, leading to mutual restraint. Consequently, internal strife has rendered Tiandou increasingly ineffective. Thus, Xue Qinghe continues to prepare for the establishment of a cabinet, with the position of chief minister serving as a coveted target amidst the competition for minor powers. He aims to use this as a rationale to draw various factions closer to the imperial core. Xue Qinghe tapped his forehead, feeling mentally fatigued, and decided to take a brief respite. Yuehua, assist me to rest. He stretched lazily and added, Erlong, you too, come here, both of you together. Chapter 28. The Ministers Urge Marriage. In the imperial harem, the emperor's chambers are impressively spacious, a source of joy that others cannot fathom. Xue Qinghe led the two women back to his room, closed the door, and locked it. Erlong, is there a girl named Douluo among this new batch of students? Xue Qinghe inquired. Yes, Douluo comes from a common background, now 14 years old. Possessing a soul power of level 21, and her martial spirit is a pigeon, replied Liu Erlong. Xue Qinghe held a deep impression of this young girl. Douluo would later become the host of the prestigious Continental Elite Soul Master Tournament, with her short hair embodying 6 parts cuteness and 4 parts allure. She is quite an admirable young lady. Her pigeon martial spirit, somewhat akin to the Tiando royal family's grand white goose, has shown that in terms of cultivation talent, Douluo has already surpassed most royal offspring. Indeed, this girl is quite promising. Please take care of her, and after her graduation, bring her to the palace. Xue Qinghe has stated without reservation. Xue Qinghe's gracious favor is a tremendous fortune for Douluo, a girl of common birth, possessing modest soul power and average combat awareness. As you command, Your Majesty, Liu Erlong replied. Tang Yuehua stood quietly beside him when suddenly, taking advantage of her moment of inattention, Xue Qinghe scooped her up and tossed her onto the dragon couch. Your Majesty, Tang Yuehua exclaimed in surprise, yet dared not resist. Liu Erlong bit her lip lightly, standing aside without joining in. Xue Qinghe, now invigorated, noted that the dawn had just broken, yet as the emperor, he needed to prepare for court. He found it somewhat disheartening that, despite his elevation to the throne, he now enjoyed less freedom than during his days as the crown prince. Nevertheless, Xue Qinghe realized he must rise. As the emperor, he shoulders the fate of the entire empire. A moment of laziness on his part could lead to untold suffering for countless individuals within the realm. Dressed in his ceremonial robes, he, a titled Douluo, hastened from the harem towards the court. Upon entering the court, he found it filled with civil and military officials. Yet not a single representative from the major sects was present. This absence only intensified Xue Qinghe's sense that the court was merely a hollow facade, devoid of true substance. The Minister of Rights stepped forward and proclaimed, Your Majesty, since your ascension to the throne, you have diligently attended to state affairs and managed countless matters daily. Now, with the nation flourishing and the people living in peace and contentment, it is only fitting that you continue to carry forth our dynasty and uphold the great unity. Xue Qinghe paused momentarily, taken aback by the ornate language. The initial part was merely conventional flattery, while the latter half seemed to imply a desire for him to father an heir. At the age of 20, if an emperor had no children, it would not only concern him personally, but also worry the entire court. Yet Xue Qinghe, having once been a modern individual and possessing a system, was quite adept at ensuring safety measures, despite the revelries of the night. Your Majesty, the daughter of the 9 Hearts Begonia sect possesses extraordinary talent and exquisite beauty, and is of a similar age as yourself. Perhaps it would be prudent to consider her for the imperial harem to secure the succession, suggested the Minister of Works. Stepping forward, Xue Qinghe's lips twitched slightly in disbelief. Was he jesting? The daughter of the 9 Hearts Begonia sect was none other than Yi Lingling. Although she had developed splendidly, to say she was of comparable age was somewhat excessive. This matter requires careful deliberation, Xue Qinghe replied. Truly, it seemed that the emperor was not anxious, but rather the courtiers were in a frenzy. There was no need for such urgency. He was young and vigorous, and living for several centuries posed no challenge. Your Majesty, this matter cannot be delayed. Furthermore, you could first arrange a betrothal with the daughter of sect leader Ning, interjected the Minister of Justice, stepping forward. That is inappropriate. In my view, Your Majesty should consider an engagement with the daughter of the principal of the Blaze Academy. Wu, another minister boldly asserted. Xue Qinghe felt a sense of helplessness. It was as if he were being hastily urged into marriage. Your Majesty, the daughter of the principal of Tianxue Academy, Xue Binger, is exceptionally gifted and could serve as a consort, yet another minister proposed. In truth, all the young women they mentioned were still quite young, not yet of marriageable age. However, early engagements were permissible. Coincidentally, the young ladies they spoke of would later shine brightly at the elite competitions of advanced soul master academies across the continent. It was not mere coincidence. A girl's future achievements are often foretold at the moment her martial soul awakens. Thus, these young women were essentially born as paragons of excellence. As the emperor, it was unreasonable to have only one concubine. Given the exceptional qualities of these candidates, it would not be excessive to take them all into the harem. Everyone, please hold your thoughts. I have an important announcement to make today. I shall establish a cabinet, initially composed of 3 individuals, to assist me in handling affairs. Xue Qinghe had declared. Upon hearing this, the ministers were instantly taken aback. His words carried substantial weight. Assisting the emperor in governance was an elevation of power that anyone would aspire to attain. Your Majesty is wise, exclaimed the Minister of Personnel, who recognized the opportunity. Indeed, Your Majesty is wise, echoed the other ministers in unison upon hearing the Minister of Personnel's affirmation. Many were left uncertain whether this constituted a division of imperial power or a consolidation of it. At first glance, it appears that imperial power has been delegated to the cabinet. However, this is a misconception. In reality, the authority that was once vested in the 6 ministries has been transferred to the cabinet. Thus, imperial power has become even more centralized. For an astute emperor, this consolidation allows for numerous possibilities, while for a less capable ruler, it merely serves to maintain the status quo. Xue Qinghe smiled faintly, greatly satisfied with the reactions of his ministers. Very well, let us proceed to establish the cabinet today, he remarked with a smile. These ministers had been loyal followers of the great Emperor Xue Yi for many years. The emergence of the new system left them in a state of anxiety. They dared not oppose it, yet were uncertain whether its implementation would be advantageous or detrimental to them. The ascension of a new emperor and the consequent overhaul of the court was no longer a novelty. Their greatest fear was being replaced. Chapter 29, The Cabinet and the Jinui System. News spread quickly, reaching the 4 major vassal states and the prominent sects of the Tiando Empire, informing them of the cabinet's formation. The reactions received were starkly contrasting to those within the court. Even the seasoned ministers of the 6 ministries, who had navigated the court for years, failed to recognize that the advent of the cabinet would undermine their influence. The 4 vassal states, however, were acutely sensitive to the situation, seemingly aware that something was amiss. According to Xue Qinghe's intention, not only the vassal states, but also the major sects were to send representatives to participate in the cabinet's establishment, and they were required to dispatch prominent figures from their respective factions. Once these individuals were consolidated within the cabinet, it would be akin to confining a pack of tigers within a cage. Erlong, how do you think the rulers of the 4 vassal states are currently reacting? Xue Qinghe inquired with a smile. Liu Erlong shook her head, admitting her ignorance. Though skilled in cultivation, she was utterly uninformed about political matters and their implications. In a past life, Xue Qinghe had extensively studied the 3 kingdoms, recalling how the ultimate unification under Jin resulted from the usurpation of Wei's fruits by Sima Yi. This figure was truly one of remarkable patience. The optimal method to counter Sima Yi was to nurture another like him. A single tiger is formidable, but when a group of tigers congregates, they may as well be a pack of cats. By inducing internal strife among figures like Sima Yi, and compelling them to weigh their interests against one another, the emperor could emerge as the benefactor. Alas, it is a pity that individuals akin to Sima Yi, who endure in silence, possess profound cunning, and exhibit nearly no weaknesses, are exceedingly rare in the world following Zhuge Liang's demise at Wuzhong Plains. Xue Qinghe himself was a titled Douluo-level powerhouse, known to very few, with only those close to him and the great Emperor Xue Yi being aware of this fact. Upon arriving in Tiando City, the kings of these vassal states would certainly be taken aback to encounter an emperor of such caliber. Your Majesty, we have received urgent news from the kingdom of Balak. While Xue Qinghe was seated in his study, a messenger arrived with the dispatch. Present it, he commanded. Upon opening it, he chuckled softly, realizing the obstinacy of Balak. Among the 4 vassal states, 2 were indecisive, 1 inclined toward refusal, while the kingdom of Balak had outright rejected participation, declaring, "We shall not attend, no way." The kingdom of Balak boasts the most formidable military strength among the 4 affiliated nations, and they possess ample confidence in this regard. When Xue Qinghe ascended the throne, he concealed his title as a Douluo, leading the kingdom of Balak to speculate based on the information at their disposal. At merely around 20 years of age, the imbecilic martial soul of the Tiando royal family, achieving a cultivation level of 35, was already considered a remarkable feat. This is the extent of Xue Qinghe's capabilities, insufficient to pose any real threat, merely a novice, inexperienced, and brash. Observing this, Liu Erlong inquired, "Your Majesty, shall I send a pair of individuals over?" Xue Qinghe chuckled softly and replied, "No need. I wish to personally witness who dares to defy my decree." Rising from his seat and stretching, he acknowledged that he had not ventured far for quite some time. Throughout the new year, he had been engrossed in signing in and cultivating, becoming somewhat of a reclusive emperor. "Your Majesty, are you truly embarking on a personal expedition?" Liu Erlong exclaimed in astonishment. Xue Qinghe sighed, acknowledging that while he intended to go alone to Balak, It could indeed be considered a personal expedition, for the emperor's presence alone sufficed. Why did this notion seem to evoke the sense of a grand mobilization? Come with me, Xue Qinghe said. As you command, Liu Erlong responded without hesitation. Thus, the two departed from the palace. Behind Xue Qinghe, the three-legged golden crow unfurled its blazing golden wings, enveloping Liu Erlong as they soared into the sky. During their flight, Xue Qinghe contemplated numerous matters. In ancient China, the only dynasty with a cabinet system was the Ming dynasty, which naturally informed his own cabinet structure. However, accompanying this system was another, the Jinyue, or embroidered uniform guard. For every civil affair, there must be military preparedness. The cabinet represented the civil, while the Jinyue symbolized the military. Only through their mutual reinforcement could a complete system be achieved. Otherwise, every time someone in the four affiliated nations sought to stir trouble, Xue Qinghe would be compelled to intervene personally, which was exceedingly cumbersome. As they soared through the skies, Liu Erlong could not help but marvel at Xue Qinghe's speed. Suspecting that even the fastest master of the continent, the leader of the Sensitivity Hall, could hardly be compared to him. Erlong, once we return, I want you to focus on cultivating Tang San, Xue Qinghe urged, tightening his embrace and accelerating further. Why do you place such importance on him, Your Majesty? Liu Erlong asked, puzzled. Xue Qinghe chuckled. Tang San is a child of destiny. Such a valuable asset should not be overlooked. I plan to establish a secret guard dedicated to addressing the four affiliated nations and various sections. Without military pressure, they will never sincerely serve the empire. With her head resting against him, Liu Erlong, a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, found her allegiance firmly with Xue Qinghe, whom she deemed reliable and steady in all endeavors. Very well, I shall focus on cultivating him, Liu Erlong affirmed. With the speed of a tidal Douluo, they departed directly from Tiando City in the morning, and it was barely past lunchtime when they arrived. Liu Erlong was deeply impressed by Xue Qinghe's velocity. His martial spirit seemed flawless. For ordinary soul masters, those adept in strength often lack speed, while those who excel in swiftness typically possess diminished strength and attributes. Yet Xue Qinghe's three-legged golden crow embodied perfection, an exquisite fire attribute, remarkable speed, and the ability to fly. Upon landing, they reached the capital of the Balak Kingdom, Balak City. This city, while not as grand as Tiando City, was still sufficiently prosperous to rank among the top 10 on the continent. Xue Qinghe pondered for a moment. Perhaps Xiaowu was also at Nodding Academy in the Balak Kingdom. Should he bring her back? No, better to attend to business first. Soon, Xue Qinghe and Liu Erlong descended directly into the Balak royal mansion. Their arrival in the courtyard immediately alerted the inhabitants, and the guards swiftly surrounded them. Xue Qinghe chuckled. The mansion had strategically placed dozens of soul masters both in plain sight and hidden, explaining their rapid response. He felt considerable dissatisfaction. The empire was notably lacking in mid-tier soul masters, yet this modest royal residence boasted over 100 soul masters of significant strength. Liu Erlong maintained his usual attire of dark green garments, while Xue Qinghe donned casual clothing, rendering their identities indiscernible at first glance. Summon the King of Balak. Xue Qinghe commanded coldly. The surrounding soul masters mistakenly assumed they were facing enemies seeking vengeance. Where's your king? Bring him forth to meet me, Xue Qinghe stated calmly. At that moment, Liu Erlong remained vigilant. Despite Xue Qinghe's formidable strength, there was always the risk of an impetuous individual emerging and tainting their hands with unnecessary conflict. Me? The guards froze momentarily. In the Tiando Empire, only the emperor could make such a claim. Even the Night Emperor would not dare to presume such authority. Who was this man? Could he truly be the emperor? Confusion spread among them, even causing hesitation among the assassins who had locked onto Xue Qinghe's vital points. Are you deaf? Xue Qinghe's displeasure radiated an imperial authority that sent shivers down the spines of the soul masters. Your Majesty, please wait a moment. I will notify him immediately, replied one of the previously cold assassins, now adopting the demeanor of a humble servant. Regardless of the truth, it was imperative that the King of Balak personally appeared to clarify the situation. Xue Qinghe smiled, remarking, it appears the Balak Kingdom has trained a cadre of elite warriors. The King of Balak is truly discerning. His tone carried a hint of sarcasm that did not go unnoticed. Regional mercenaries have always been a source of apprehension for the royal family, though no emperor in the past dared to voice such concerns openly. Your Majesty, I implore your forgiveness. At that moment, from a distance of 10 meters, a middle-aged man clad in a striking red attire suddenly knelt down with a thud. You dare not retreat. What audacity! He chastised the surrounding spirit masters, then humbly prostrated himself on the ground, evoking the impression of a most loyal minister from ancient times. The spirit masters, who had exuded an air of menace just moments before, immediately extinguished their fury and knelt in reverence as they departed. Xue Qinghe let out a cold laugh and said, "Rise, my dear minister." "Thank you, your majesty," replied King Balak respectfully. King Balak possessed a remarkably honest visage, reminiscent of a warm-hearted vendor selling buns, with a charming smile and a somewhat obsequious demeanor, perfectly embodying the image of an ordinary citizen. "Your majesty, please," King Balak beamed, ushering Xue Qinghe towards a pavilion, where he promptly served exquisite tea. King Balak surmised that Xue Qinghe's visit was undoubtedly concerning matters of the cabinet, without a doubt. He had been incognito in the Balak kingdom and, upon hearing news from this vicinity, had hurried over. "Your majesty, should you have matters to discuss, you need only summon me to Tiando City. Your personal presence is truly a surprise," King Balak expressed with utmost reverence. Xue Qinghe chuckled lightly, candidly stating, "It is no trouble. It will only take an hour to arrive, and I can enjoy the scenery along the way." "Your majesty, I am grateful for your forgiveness regarding my previous slight," King Balak continued. He became increasingly convinced that Xue Qinghe had indeed been traveling incognito nearby. With his cultivation as a soul master, 1 hour could cover considerable distance. King Balak inwardly rejoiced, noting that the Tiando royal family seemed to decline each year. When the Snowy Night Emperor ascended to the throne, he at least displayed his spirit rings, boasting 4 rings at the time. Whereas the newly crowned emperor at this inauguration dared not reveal his spirit rings at all, King Balak could not help but harbor a measure of disdain for Xue Qinghe. After all, the new emperor lacked the ability to command respect. "Well, I shall absolve you of this offense. But what shall be the consequence for your defiance of the imperial decree?" Xue Qinghe stated calmly. King Balak was taken aback, cold sweat trickling down his back as he instinctively glanced at Liu Erlong. Liu Erlong, known as the killing horn of the Golden Iron Triangle, had once held considerable renown across the continent 6 or 7 years prior, though he had since faded from public view. His strength now estimated to be around that of a sole emperor. With a thud, King Balak fell to his knees in panic, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, forgive my transgression. Even were I endowed with 1,000 boldness, I would not dare to defy your sacred will." Despite his trembling tone, his mind raced with thoughts. In the past, when the Snowy Night Emperor visited the Balak kingdom, he was always jovial. Even if displeased, he kept it to himself. This young man, what audacity! What could be his foundation? Could it be that he is blissfully unaware, like an inexperienced calf unafraid of tigers, oblivious to the dangers surrounding him? To his surprise, Xue Qinghe could not contain himself and let out a loud fart. The force of it was quite substantial. He charged directly into the face of King Balak, who knelt on the ground. King Balak dared not show any anger, even when confronted with humiliation. The emperor's flatulence was no mere gas. It was an ethereal essence. How absurdly he feigned ignorance. "Regarding the matters of the cabinet, you have clearly disregarded my words," Xue Qinghe remarked. King Balak, in a state of panic, quickly replied, "I dare not, your majesty, I dare not." Xue Qinghe scoffed. This fellow was incessantly admitting faults without specifying any, appearing respectful while secretly harboring ulterior motives. He believed that as long as he did not acknowledge the cabinet's issues, he could pretend they did not exist. Liu Erlong, equally stern, fixed a piercing gaze upon King Balak, the murderous intent in his eyes unmistakable. Just then, Xue Qinghe heard a series of footsteps. The several soul masters who had previously encircled Xue Qinghe simultaneously shifted a step toward the pavilion, not advancing, merely closing the distance slightly. King Balak sneered inwardly, aware that both Xue Qinghe and Liu Erlong were soul masters. Even with Xue Qinghe being merely a 3-ring soul venerable, he could not overlook the synchronized footsteps. "You dare to threaten me?" Xue Qinghe roared, infuriated. "I have ascended to the throne, and still, there are those who dare to show disdain before me." He then suppressed his own power, exhibiting only the might of a 3-ring soul venerable, and kicked at King Balak. Bang! King Balak was sent flying, stumbling back 3 meters before regaining his footing. Thud! He lay on the ground, though in a disheveled state. He was laughing inwardly. His soul power was formidable, at the level of a 7-ring soul sage. To bow so humbly before Xue Qinghe was already a significant concession on his part. King Balak was acutely aware of the force behind that kick. With just a slight exertion, he could have easily sent Xue Qinghe reeling. "I hereby declare, effective immediately, the dissolution of the Kingdom of Balak, transforming it into a border fortress directly under the command of Tiando. I shall appoint a vanguard general of equivalent rank," Xue Qinghe said with a smirk. As his words echoed, the surrounding soul masters took another step forward, tightening the encirclement even further. King Balak seethed with fury, yet he chose to endure once more. "Your Majesty, what crime have I committed to warrant such a reduction in rank? Over the years, I have contributed to Tiando, not without my share of hardships." In that fleeting moment, a tiny insect landed in his hand. Upon crushing it, he discovered it bore an inscription. Chapter 31, the storm approaches. The little insect had inscribed a simple message: no reinforcements nearby. As soon as Xue Qinghe appeared, the kingdom of Balak had swiftly begun its investigation into the surrounding area. They sought to uncover how Xue Qinghe had arrived, for it was reasonable to assume that Ningfengji, being Xue Qinghe's mentor, would likely have accompanied him with formidable experts from their sect. However, in reality, there were no traces of skilled masters within a radius of nearly 1,000 miles. Are you questioning me? Xue Qinghe remarked with a smile. I had initially considered appointing you as the governor of this border region, but it seems you are of little use. Return to Tiando City. Xue Qinghe's words struck like a thunderclap, and King Balak, having lost all reservations, was now completely convinced that this new emperor, undeterred by danger, was resolutely intent on dismantling the kingdom of Balak. Your Majesty, I beg your pardon, King Balak exclaimed in anger, subsequently unleashing his martial spirit, a golden bear, while his seventh spirit ring illuminated, activating his true martial form. Your Majesty, for these years, I have safeguarded the Tiando Empire's borders and honed my soul power. Today, I shall take this opportunity to demonstrate my prowess before you. King Balak seethed with fury. He had completely torn the facade of diplomacy. If he could not succeed, he would perish in the attempt. Even if he could not harm Xue Qinghe, he could at least teach him a lesson and use the incident as a stepping stone to pledge allegiance to the Spirit Hall or the Star Luo Empire. However, aligning with the Spirit Hall would be preferable. The Spirit Hall had many soul masters but occupied a smaller territory. They lacked the vast lands of the kingdom of Balak. Although the Star Luo Empire was powerful, it remained subordinate to the Spirit Hall, making immediate allegiance more advantageous. Soul Sage, huh? Xue Qinghe replied with a calm chuckle. Suddenly, Liu Erlong beside him activated her martial spirit, revealing 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black soul rings, 8 in total, shimmering beneath her feet. A soul Douluo? King Balak gasped in astonishment, realizing she was a powerhouse of that caliber. A tremor ran through him, yet he did not panic. The kingdom had its own soul Douluo, and with numbers on his side, he was not afraid of her. Huh, truly the golden iron triangle. I am already a level 79 soul sage, and our difference is negligible. King Balak retorted coldly, unreservedly enveloping Xue Qinghe in a murderous aura. Xue Qinghe shrugged his shoulders, questioning why they could not simply cooperate amicably. Liu Erlong looked at King Balak as if he were a fool, wondering why he would choose to court death instead of living peacefully. At that moment, the soul masters began to draw closer to Xue Qinghe once more, tightening their encirclement. Even though the individual before them was the emperor, these warriors were trained to follow only the king's commands. Xue Qinghe did not employ his martial spirit. Instead, he extended his right hand and unleashed a surge of soul power. Bang! King Balak was sent flying, landing 5 meters away. Dazed, he felt an overwhelming pain throughout his body. What just happened? Did the young emperor just send me flying? Struggling against the agony, King Balak rose to his feet. The soldiers who had moments ago been threatening Xue Qinghe stood bewildered, each one grappling with the shocking reality that their king had been struck down without the use of a martial spirit. They are merely spirit masters, yet they can discern certain truths. This undoubtedly illustrates that Xue Qinghe's spirit power concentration is exceedingly high, and its intensity far surpasses that of the peak spirit saint. Barak King, it appears that we have encountered a formidable adversary. Cough cough. Barak King erupted with a mouth full of blood, instantly feeling as though his entire body was engulfed in searing heat. That surge of spirit power permeated through his skin, infiltrating his internal organs, burning him from within. Your Majesty, spare the old minister, please. Barak King bellowed in desperation. He was currently enduring the excruciating torment of his insides being scorched, a pain worse than death. Since ancient times, those who conspire against the throne have met with a singular fate. Xue Qinghe stated calmly. Boom. Moments later, Barak King perished amidst the raging flames. The spirit masters retreated in disarray, hastily kneeling. Your Majesty, have mercy. Barak King's treachery had been met with my own hand. His family and relatives shall be taken to Tiando City, Xue Qinghe declared with composure. As an emperor in tumultuous times, it is imperative to wield an iron fist. Otherwise, not only is one's own safety at stake, but the entire nation may also suffer calamity. As you command. The several dozen spirit masters promptly mobilized. Once loyal to Barak King, they now became the vanguard of the Barak family's downfall. Xue Qinghe, as emperor, saw no right or wrong in his actions. Only merit and demerit mattered. Retrieving control over the border military held immense benefits, while failing to do so would result in significant losses. As emperor, one must also consider the opinions of the vassal kings. This cannot be permitted. Erlong, summon Qinming to hasten to Barak Kingdom to oversee affairs here. Xue Qinghe instructed. Qinming, a trusted confidant of Xue Qinghe, and currently a teacher at Tianxue Academy, possessed the rank of Spirit Emperor, though still lacking slightly. He was deemed capable enough. Should any urgent matters arise, Xue Qinghe could swiftly travel from Tiandou, stretching his limbs. Xue Qinghe acknowledged the strategic significance of Barak Kingdom's geographical position, as it bordered both the Xingluo Empire and the Spirit Hall, essentially serving as the gateway to the Tiandou Empire. I shall stay here for a few days to oversee the situation, Xue Qinghe declared. Your Majesty, I shall promptly arrange for the aftermath, Liu Erlong responded. Xue Qinghe nodded. Go ahead. Soon, news of Barak King's betrayal spread, particularly unsettling the three vassal states, which now felt like they were treading on thin ice. They resembled prisoners in a dilemma, each afraid to act. Their only safe choice was to obediently submit to Xue Qinghe. The speed of this blitzkrieg was terrifying. Just the day before, Barak Kingdom had voiced dissent against the royal policies, and the very next day, it had vanished. Who could withstand such swiftness? At the Spirit Hall, the two enchanting women, Qian Renxue and Hulaina, sat together. Although Qian Renxue and Bibi Dong's relationship was less than amicable, she and Hulaina maintained a cordial rapport, often practicing together. Sister Xue, what do you think of this matter? Hulaina inquired. Qian Renxue gritted her teeth, harboring a deep-seated loathing for that boy. Over the past few years, his image had haunted her every night before slumber. Let us observe first, murmured Qian Renxue. She was well aware of Xue Qinghe's cunning nature. One could never tell what schemes he was concocting. In the Xingluo Empire, the emperor stood at the zenith of his reign, having recently ascended to the rank of title Douluo, a milestone that brought him immense satisfaction. The emperor perused the document with great care. Davis, 13 years old, rank 31. Dai Mubai, 8 years old, rank 15. He had scrutinized the cultivation progress of several princes and could only sigh. None of them matched his prowess. His innate talent for cultivation far surpassed that of these princes. Chapter 32. The Xingluo Empire declares war. The current era of the Xingluo Empire was truly unparalleled. Among the emperor's offspring, the most gifted in cultivation were Davis and Dai Mubai. As the saying goes, one can gauge a child's potential by the age of 6. And these two children fell short in comparison to him. The emperor had long recognized that he might be the most formidable monarch in a millennium. Achieving the rank of title Douluo at over 60 years of age, it was unlikely that his two princes would ever surpass him unless they stumbled upon a significant fortune. The martial souls of the Xingluo royal family were commendable, though not the pinnacle. They were of first-rate quality, sufficient to support the cultivation up to title Douluo. After all, their family was never lacking in resources for cultivation. Consolidating the might of a nation to elevate the emperor to title Douluo was not a daunting task, especially since the emperors of their lineage had risen amidst fierce competition for the throne. The Xuanyuming family, the emperor of Xingluo, spoke solemnly. This presented a rare and fortuitous opportunity for Xingluo. Firstly, the new emperor had just ascended, his position precarious and his demeanor rather immature. Secondly, the Baral kingdom had been dismantled and the Barak royal family imprisoned, creating instability at the borders. Thirdly, the remaining 3 vassal states were rife with trepidation, teetering on the brink of fragmentation. Given these 3 points, the emperor of Xingluo had encountered such a promising opportunity for the first time in his several decades of rule. Your Majesty, the old minister has arrived, announced Duke Yuming with a bow. Old Zhu, you have not exercised your limbs in years. Come with me to the borders, stated the emperor directly. This proclamation left Duke Yuming momentarily stunned. What was happening? The emperor seldom ventured far. Each expedition signified a considerable undertaking. The emperor was inherently decisive and resolute. He commanded, mobilize the troops. Were it the Night Emperor of Snow, any military action would necessitate at least 7 days and nights of deliberation with his ministers. However, the emperor of Xingluo was not one to dither. As a title Douluo and a staunch proponent of warfare, had it not been for the suppression by the Spirit Hall over the years, he would have long since led his troops to conquer Tiandou. Old minister obeys. Duke Yuming promptly acquiesced. The mobilization capability of the Star Luo Empire is remarkably robust. The emperor is prepared to embark with his elite White Tiger Regiment, accompanied by numerous formidable soul masters from the court. The White Tiger Regiment, named after the royal martial spirit, signifies the high status of this unit within the Star Luo Empire, a stark contrast to the current Tiandou Empire, which still refrains from invoking the emperor's name. This elite royal guard, cultivated with the strength of the entire nation, comprises only those who have attained the rank of sole emperor or higher, with the exact number known solely to the emperor himself. That afternoon, the emperor of Star Luo delivered a brief address. To embark unexpectedly and strike when the enemy is unprepared is the essence of warfare. You too, simply follow behind. He instructed Davis and Zhu Zhuyun. At present, Davis possesses a soul power of level 31, having attained the rank of Soul Master. While he may not be the weakest link, he remains at a level insufficient to sway the tides of battle. However, Star Luo's princes are not sheltered in greenhouses. Despite their youth, they are of an age suitable for the battlefield. Each emperor of Star Luo has been a true tiger, forged in the crucible of bloodshed. "At your command, father," Davis exclaimed, his blood running hot with excitement. Should fortune favor him in this war, he may be elevated to the position of crown prince, a golden opportunity to seize. The emperor of Star Luo led the vanguard directly to the front lines, with Davis and Zhu Zhuyuan following a contingent of soul masters, primarily of the ranks from soul master to soul ancestor, forming the main force. They exchanged a glance and nodded in mutual acknowledgement before swiftly advancing. That evening, in the kingdom of Barak, Xue Qinghe chose not to depart, instead opting to remain for several days to properly organize this vassal state, transforming it entirely into a prefecture of Tiando. Xue Qinghe personally stationed himself at the border, where the garrison had originally been arranged by the now-deceased king of Barak. The likelihood of collapse loomed, prompting Xue Qinghe's presence. The arrival of a tidal Douluo, even if the local garrison proved unreliable, would suffice to maintain order on his own. "I find myself compelled to take to the battlefield," Xue Qinghe sighed, pondering the young maidens in his harem who remained in solitude, evoking a pang of sorrow within him. "Your Majesty, it grows late. It is time to rest," Liu Erlong remarked. As soon as she finished speaking, Xue Qinghe enveloped her in his embrace, a fragrant scent wafting through the air, stirring the youthful fervor within him. Liu Erlong, whose figure and temperament are equally fiery, smiled softly, yet her demeanor was markedly different as she nestled against Xue Qinghe like a delicate bird. "Erlong, the next few days will be tumultuous for the Tiando Empire. I would like you to return there tomorrow. Should any matters arise, I entrust you to handle them in my stead," Xue Qinghe instructed. Liu Erlong, taken aback, replied, "Your Majesty, I cannot presume to do so." Xue Qinghe chuckled softly, expressing his confidence. "What is there to fear? I find solace in your actions." Liu Erlong nodded silently. The Tiando Empire currently finds itself in a precarious and tumultuous phase. No emperor would dare to sever ties with its vassal states within the first month of ascension. Such a move would invite both internal strife and external threats, resulting in the long-suppressed tensions accumulated over centuries erupting all at once. Eliminating King Barak may be simple, yet addressing the ensuing dangers proves to be a formidable challenge. Moreover, the Xinglua Empire has long been eyeing Tiando with predatory intent. Compounding the difficulty, the only steadfast ally by Xue Qinghe's side is Liu Erlong, along with a cohort of recent graduates from the Tianxue Academy. Even his mentor, Ning Fengji, may not necessarily align with his cause. Liu Erlong, with her unique background as both Xue Qinghe's partner and a member of the esteemed Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, possesses the ability to mitigate tensions between Xue Qinghe and the three great sects. Thus, he resolved to send her back. "Your Majesty, allow me to serve you to sleep," Liu Erlong whispered gently, a stark contrast to her fierce demeanor during the day. "Very well," Xue Qinghe replied as he embraced her, preparing for slumber. At that moment, however, the Xinglua Emperor launched a blitzkrieg. Thunderous roars echoed outside the city gates as a flurry of soul skills soared towards the walls. The Kingdom of Barak, known for its defensive prowess, particularly at such a critical juncture, swiftly initiated the soul skill, the giant turtle formation, to safeguard the walls. Comprising a total of 24 individuals, the formation employed a combined soul skill. Yet, the once impenetrable giant turtle formation was soon breached by the forces of the Xinglua Empire. Chapter 33, The Ninth Soul Skill. Just as he was about to snuggle under the covers with Liu Erlong, the explosive commotion outside shattered Xue Qinghe's peaceful intentions. "Cursed be this situation. Who is setting off firecrackers at this hour?" he exclaimed angrily. Quickly donning his clothing, he noted that the sound did not resemble mere firecrackers. The erratic explosions were more akin to a fierce battle, one between large armies of soul masters. The two hastily dressed and rushed out of the room. Grasping Liu Erlong's hand, Xue Qinghe soared into the air, directing his gaze towards the distant glow before flying towards it. Beneath the walls of Barak City, chaos erupted as the earlier explosions had blasted open the gates, allowing the Xinglua army to storm through. Historically, the Kingdom of Barak has always maintained a military force second only to the Imperial family within the Tiando Empire, yet they excelled in defensive strategies rather than offensive maneuvers, which often led to setbacks against Xinglua's advances. Thud! Xue Qinghe and Liu Erlong landed on the ground, with Liu Erlong seething with rage, realizing they had been breached at the city gates. "Erlong, you take charge of guarding the gates. Here are 3. Consume them at the first sign of danger," Xue Qinghe instructed earnestly. Then she was given 3 beans. These miraculous beans, obtained by Xue Qinghe, were granted by the system and hailed from the world of Dragon Ball. Cultivated by the cat sage. Consuming one allows for the complete restoration of all injuries and grants the ability to forego food for 10 consecutive days. They could be deemed the ultimate lifeline. Your Majesty, rest assured, said Liu Erlong, as she promptly activated her martial soul, transforming into a fire dragon and leaping towards the city gates. Liu Erlong had already reached the 82nd level of Soul Douluo, and after consuming the fire apricot essence, her flame attribute approached the pinnacle of fire. Furthermore, she possessed soul bones in both arms. In terms of both flames and strength, her prowess was unparalleled beneath the titled ranks. Boom! Liu Erlong swept through the battlefield, and amidst the night, flames soared into the sky, scattering the attacking Xing Luo army and simultaneously uplifting the morale of the Tiando forces. Xiao Dai, I have long admired you, Xue Qinghe declared loudly from atop the city tower. Xiao Dai? The emperor of Xing Luo furrowed his brow. For no one had ever dared to address him in such a manner. It was truly a sight to behold. Beside him, Duke Yuming furiously exclaimed, Your Majesty, I shall capture Xue Qinghe alive. The emperor of Xing Luo waved his hand in refusal. Behind him stood his queen, who was also his partner in martial soul fusion and a crucial trump card. The emperor possessed a soul power of level 91, while the queen's was 84, slightly inferior. Together, after executing their fusion, their combined strength could reach the level of 92 and a half. Xiao Dai, you suddenly challenge me, the emperor of Tiando. How about this? Leave your queen as a hostage and send 100 maidens, and I shall spare you, Xue Qinghe suggested with a smile, entirely unconcerned. At the city gates, Liu Erlong had already slain all the soul saints and soul emperors that had invaded, leaving none alive. Standing at the city gates, she was an impenetrable barrier, single-handedly obstructing the soldiers of Xing Luo. Duke Yuming, he said, according to intelligence, there are no titled Douluo within Balak City. That fire dragon martial soul, Liu Erlong, is the strongest here. The emperor of Xing Luo gritted his teeth, realizing that this young man was merely skilled with words. If Xue Qinghe had decided to leave earlier, the entire empire wouldn't be in jeopardy. Yet, here he was, in the city, playing a game of empty fort strategy. Was he merely courting death? The emperor of Xing Luo chuckled coldly, his ambitions swelling. The emperor of Tiando was right before him. Capturing him would mean half of the unification undertaking was complete. He exchanged a knowing glance with his queen, understanding each other's intentions. Even though there were no titled Douluo visibly present in Balak City, hidden experts could very well exist. A lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit, and he would not let his guard down. The mightiest of the Douluo continent, the Yuming white tiger, merged with the queen, manifested as a colossal white tiger, appearing above Balak City. This was the war god of the Xing Luo Empire. Upon its emergence, the soldiers were instantly invigorated. Under the summons of the ethereal white tiger, hundreds and thousands of soul masters surged toward the city gates, and it would not be long before they arrived. The massive hand of the ethereal white tiger came crashing down on Xue Qinghe, who stood atop the city wall. With such a blow, it seemed likely that Xue Qinghe would meet his demise. However, Xue Qinghe merely chuckled. Behind him, his martial spirit manifested as a golden three-legged golden crow, while 9 soul rings rose simultaneously beneath his feet. The ethereal white tiger was taken aback. Xue Qinghe was a titled Douluo? The emperor of Xing Luo felt an ominous sense of foreboding. This was impossible. Wasn't he only 20 years old? How could he possess such strength? Even if the intelligence had been erroneous, it should not have been so far from the truth. At 20, how could one be a titled Douluo, especially with a 100,000-year soul ring? The emperor of Xing Luo quickly adjusted his mindset. Even if Xue Qinghe were indeed a titled Douluo, so was he. Moreover, he had a martial spirit fusion technique at his disposal. Xue Qinghe, still unfazed, allowed his 9th soul ring to illuminate. The 9th soul skill, Sun. Suddenly, a new sun ascended slowly above the city walls of Balak City, casting its radiance over the entire city. This was Xue Qinghe's domain-type soul skill. Under the sun's illumination, the soldiers from the Tiando side experienced a 30% enhancement in soul power, strength, speed, and defense, while the soul masters from Xing Luo faced a 30% reduction. This interplay resulted in a staggering 60% disparity between the two factions. Furthermore, this artificial sun was a powerful energy sphere, forged from Xue Qinghe's ultimate flames. Even as the sun hung in the sky above Balak City, it did not deter the emperor of Xing Luo from charging forward recklessly. For him, this was a singular opportunity. If he failed to capture or eliminate Xue Qinghe overnight, there would be no escape from defeat once the upper sects of Tiando or the Spirit Hall reacted. Thus, even upon discovering that Xue Qinghe was a titled Douluo, he showed no inclination to retreat. With a thunderous crash, the ethereal white tiger struck the sun, resulting in an immense explosion that echoed throughout Balak City. The figure of the ethereal white tiger vanished amidst the blast. Empowered by the augmentation, The Tiando soldiers, led by Liu Erlong, successfully defended the city gates. Liu Erlong, now on par with the title Douluo, basked in the sunlight, feeling an overwhelming surge of power. Moments later, the Emperor of Xing Luo crashed heavily to the ground, prompting Duke Yuming to rush over to assess the situation. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Duke Yuming exclaimed anxiously. Xue Qinghe, having retracted his martial spirit, sat calmly atop the city gate and inquired, "Do you recognize this woman?" Chapter 34, Capturing the Empress of Xing Luo. If not, I can take her away, Xue Qinghe added. At that moment, a woman clad in a black robe was bound beside Xue Qinghe. She possessed a stunning appearance and a voluptuous figure. This woman was none other than the Empress of the Xing Luo Empire, hailing from the Yuming family. At this moment, her soul power was entirely depleted. A blazing sun had just exploded before her, and merely surviving was a stroke of fortune. Once adorned in luxurious garments, the overwhelming heat had melted away all her clothing, leaving her clad only in a black robe that Xue Qinghe had just draped over her. The queen was still in a state of unconsciousness. Shao Dai, I could annihilate you all right now, but I shall grant you an opportunity. Present a selection of beautiful maidens, and then retreat. Your queen, I shall take with me, Xue Qinghe proclaimed with a hearty laugh. Instantly, the forces of Tiando erupted in jubilation. Capturing the opposing queen seemed to incite more excitement than capturing the emperor. After all, should they manage to seize the emperor, they could promptly install a new one. But what could be done about the queen? This was a matter of dignity. With the queen in their hands, Emperor Xingluo could find himself at the mercy of fate, potentially becoming the subject of ridicule for the entire empire. The Emperor of Xingluo, equally unconscious, would surely be infuriated if he were to learn of this predicament. Subsequently, Duke Yuming ceased resistance and promptly retreated, managing to preserve a significant portion of his forces. The elite White Tiger troops were left with at least half of their strength, enough to ensure their survival. Otherwise, they would have faced total annihilation. Xue Qinghe took the Xingluo queen with him, sealing the city gates and calling for a ceasefire. Liu Erlong stood guard at the city gate, her nerves taut, unwilling to let her guard down, aware that the enemy might still retaliate. At the royal mansion, the servants bound the Xingluo queen to a pillar. Possessing the cultivation of a soul Douluo, ordinary ropes could not possibly restrain her. Leave us, Xue Qinghe commanded. As you wish, Your Majesty, they replied. He retrieved a binding immortal lock from the system space, a gift from the system, crafted by the Grand Supreme Elder. This artifact could confine even the most formidable celestial beings, let alone a mere soul Douluo like the Xingluo queen. With her securely bound, Xue Qinghe decided to keep her as leverage in negotiations with Xingluo. After securing her, he retired to rest, while Liu Erlong continued her patrol, leaving him to slumber alone that night. The following day, at dawn, the Xingluo queen struggled within the binding immortal lock, exerting herself to escape, but to no avail. It only tightened further. Release this palace, she demanded furiously. Release this palace. Just then, Xue Qinghe entered, wearing a grin as he observed her. As the morning light illuminated the room, he remarked, "Ah, this queen is truly beautiful. My queen, stop your cries. Even if you shout until your throat is raw, no one will come to your aid," Xue Qinghe said. Taking a deep breath, the queen noticed his gaze fixed upon her, igniting her fury further. Xue Qinghe, do not celebrate too soon. The emperor shall soon come with forces to level this place, she retorted angrily. Xue Qinghe raised his hands in a gesture of feigned innocence and nonchalance, saying, "Rest assured, I harbor no intention of taking your life. I still have use for you as a bargaining chip. However, should I release you now, would you dare return to the Star Luo Empire?" His words momentarily caught the Star Luo Empress off guard. She became acutely aware of her state of undress. Her fitted battle attire from the previous day lay in tatters, leaving her cloaked only in a black robe that offered little warmth. How shameful, the Star Luo Empress murmured, a blush creeping across her cheeks. Attempting to stretch her limbs, she found no discomfort, suggesting she had not been violated. Yet, a chilling thought struck her. Whether or not she had been harmed became trivial in light of public perception. Even if she were to return to the Star Luo now, the stain of her capture would forever shadow her, rendering her unable to hold her head high. The implications were terrifying. Very well, you may rest here. I must go and negotiate with the Star Luo, Xue Qinghe said with a smile. The Star Luo Empress gritted her teeth, forcing a bitter smile. She found herself in a predicament, with her only dignified option being to remain in the Tiando Empire. How absurd. Meanwhile, Davis and Zhu Zhuyuan had arrived with their troops, but they were too late. The battle had long concluded by the time they reached the scene. The Star Luo Emperor had finally regained consciousness, the sun already high in the sky. The severity of his injuries, inflicted by a tidal Douluo, was a testament to the formidable strength of the sun. Your Majesty, Tiando has delivered a letter of negotiation, Duke Yuming presented. The Star Luo Emperor propped himself up, the nightmares of yesterday still haunting him. The contents of Xue Qinghe's letter primarily consisted of demands for war spoils, 3 soul bones of over 10,000 years, 1 million gold soul coins, and 100 beautiful young women aged between 16 and 20. Additionally, he sought Zhu Zhuyun from the Yuming family. These demands, though seemingly modest, ignited a fury within the Star Luo Emperor. The request for 3 soul bones of such antiquity was daunting, yet with the combined might of the Star Luo Empire, procuring 3 of average quality should not cripple them. The demand for gold soul coins was trivial, and the request for 100 women felt almost inconsequential. However, the direct demand for Zhu Zhuyun was shocking. The Star Luo Emperor handed the letter over to Duke Yuming, who, upon glancing at it, was taken aback. His gaze shifted towards Zhu Zhuyun, who, puzzled, wondered why her father was looking at her at this moment. Your Majesty, my Yuming family is willing to offer 1 soul bone of 10,000 years, Duke Yuming stated respectfully. The Star Luo Emperor closed his eyes, contemplating the balance of gains and losses. This lightning-fast defeat, if prolonged, could result in dire consequences once the upper sects of Tian arrived to assist, ultimately leading to more harm than good for the Star Luo Empire. Xue Qinghe did not demand excessively. 3 soul bones were of little consequence. However, Zhu Zhiyun's identity was exceptional, for she was the fiancée of Davis, akin to a prospective empress. Yet, in comparison to the queen, her status was relegated to a lower tier. Utilizing her as a bargaining chip to exchange for the queen, thereby preserving face, was not out of the question. Seeing that Emperor Xingluo remained silent, Duke Yuming turned to Zhu Zhuyun and inquired, My dear Zhuyun, would you be willing to act as an undercover agent in Tiando? Zhu Zhuyun was taken aback. Me? She exclaimed. Father, if it is for the sake of Xingluo, I would willingly lay down my life. She spoke with resolute conviction. Chapter 35, The Exchange of Zhu Zhuyun. Very well, follow me, Duke Yuming sighed. He led Zhu Zhuyun to another tent and presented her with the conditions proposed by Xue Qinghe. Upon reading them, Zhu Zhuyun's expression hardened. One of the 3 demands was explicitly directed towards her, which was indeed a show of respect. Father, Zhu Zhuyun was infuriated. She was to be the future empress, likely destined for the throne, yet she was being asked to become a captive. Duke Yuming spoke solemnly. Zhuyun, this is an opportunity to get close to Xue Qinghe. Although he possesses the strength of a titled Douluo, no matter how formidable his soul power, he is still susceptible to poison. Take our finest poison with you and find an opportune moment to administer it. Zhu Zhiyun's expression grew peculiar. She aspired to be the queen. If she won a Tiando, even if one day Xingluo succeeded in reclaiming power, her prospects would be utterly ruined. The queen of Xingluo could never be a woman who had served another man. Yet, if she refused, her choices were severely limited. Remaining in Xingluo under the emperor's oppression would also spell the end of her ambitions. Very well, I shall go to Tiando, Zhu Zhiyun declared. Duke Yuming felt a pang of sorrow, but for the sake of Xingluo and his majesty, he had no choice but to sacrifice Zhu Zhiyun. Zhuyun, rest assured, once you arrive in Tiando, arrangements will be made for someone to contact you, Duke Yuming assured her. Zhu Zhiyun nodded quietly, her heart racing. At merely 13 years of age, she was on the cusp of budding romance, and Davis was her betrothed. Initially, Duke Yuming had intended for them to spend more time together to foster their relationship. Now, with feelings still undeveloped, she was to serve another man, a notion difficult for someone of her noble lineage to accept. Yet, reflecting on the situation, she recognized that Xue Qinghe was the emperor's, while Davis, as a prince, might not necessarily ascend to the throne. Serving Xue Qinghe could lead to her immediate elevation to a noble consort, with the possibility of becoming queen in the future. Moreover, Xue Qinghe was only 20 years old. Despite the age difference, it was not insurmountable. Furthermore, he was a 20-year-old titled Douluo, a rare talent indeed. With these thoughts, Zhu Zhiyun found some solace. Perhaps this would not be such a dreadful fate after all. At that very moment, Davis learned of the situation, and to him, it felt like a thunderclap out of a clear sky. What? My fiancée, without even holding hands, is set to serve another man? Is this a jest? If so, my partner in the fusion of martial souls would be lost. However, if I do not relinquish Zhu Zhiyun, then his mother cannot be restored. Furthermore, it seems that this year, the Zhu family has produced another prodigious talent, Xue Qinghe, whose martial soul has just awakened. The fusion of the soul of the nether white tiger is not fixed, with sufficient synergy. The fusion between Davis and Xue Qinghe is not an impossibility. In light of this, I shall use my fiancée as leverage to reclaim my mother. Simultaneously, he silently etched this grudge into his heart. Xue Qinghe, the enmity of today shall be repaid tenfold in the future. Davis and Zhu Zhiyun did not meet again, nor did they exchange any insincere farewells. In Balak City, kill me, the Star Luo Empress stated calmly. Xue Qinghe felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. While others yearned for life, she wished for death, which was truly peculiar. Your emperor has agreed to my request to exchange you for 100 beautiful maidens. Xue Qinghe replied with a smile. Convention dictates that upon a new emperor's ascension, he must expand his harem, with 100 beauties from Star Luo as a foundation. At least the harem would not be barren. Of course, ancestral laws cannot be disregarded. A few dozen candidates must still be recruited from the Heavendo region, perhaps 100 or so, for a sustained influx. The Star Luo Empress took a deep breath and slowly opened her eyes. Fully aware that returning to Star Luo would significantly diminish her status. Losing favor was one thing. She might even lose her position as Empress. Xue Qinghe, there is something I wish to request of you, the Star Luo Empress said. Xue Qinghe, puzzled, thought she would soon return, yet the Empress did not seem pleased. I do not wish to return to the Star Luo Empire. Please let me go, she implored. How can that be? If you leave, how shall I procure those 100 maidens? Xue Qinghe replied. The Star Luo Empress sighed. You need only release one maiden. Star Luo does not require a true empress. Merely a woman bearing the title. Xue Qinghe contemplated this for a moment, recognizing the validity in her reasoning. Very well, it appears you too desire freedom. Thus, I shall assist you this once. Xue Qinghe untied her bonds, allowing her to stretch her limbs. The Imperial family is the most heartless. As long as they are given sufficient face, all is well. Soon, the Star Luo Emperor withdrew his troops, leaving the borders, and both parties signed a peace treaty, agreeing to refrain from war for a century. Such an agreement is but a farce, lacking any real significance. The Star Luo Emperor hastened to select beautiful maidens from across the nation, fearing to delay even a moment. The illusory sun, a constant reminder in his dreams, urged him to expedite the selection process. 10 days later, in Balak City, 100 ethereal maidens were chosen, with Zhu Zhuyun standing at the forefront. Due to the demands of Xue Qinghe, 1/3 of these young women are soul masters. 30 female soul masters entered the city of Barak like fierce beasts, passing through security before stepping into the realm of the Imperial city. Meanwhile, the Star Luo Empress did not return but mysteriously vanished. As if she had evaporated from the Douluo continent, her whereabouts unknown. The Star Luo Emperor chuckled wryly but did not dwell on it. For him, although he had lost a partner capable of martial soul fusion, the return of the Empress's title sufficed. As long as no one whispered that he had been cuckolded, he was content. The absence of a martial soul fusion partner diminished his strength, yet to him, power had become of little consequence. His lofty ambitions were shattered the moment Xue Qinghe's ninth soul skill, the sun, manifested. Within the Barak Palace, Xue Qinghe languidly sat upon the throne as 100 beauties gracefully approached, all of them young maidens. The girls of the Star Luo Empire were well developed, and leading the procession was Zhu Zhuyun, with a figure both ample and enchanting. Beside her stood 2 renowned beauties, Yang Mingxin and Dong Hui, who had previously shone brightly in the elite competitions of the continent's prestigious Soul Master Academies. Following Xue Qinghe's special request, they too were summoned. Soon all the world's beauties shall belong to me. Chapter 36. The Altered Fate of Zhu Zhuqing. Indeed, Xue Qinghe remarked with satisfaction. This is what a great tyrant should embody. One cannot be burdened with state affairs every day, for what joy would remain in being an emperor? Your Majesty. Zhu Zhuyun led the 100 maidens in a synchronized bow. Very well, I shall dispatch personnel to escort you back to Heavendo City at once, Xue Qinghe declared, his countenance radiant with delight. He scrutinized Zhu Zhuyun intently, noting her ample figure and captivating presence. Even a connoisseur like him had rarely encountered a girl more voluptuous than she. Zhuyun, remain close to me, Xue Qinghe instructed. As you command, Zhu Zhuyun replied, her cheeks flushing, her demeanor somewhat awkward. Hailing from the underworld family, she was instilled from a young age with the belief in the emperor's supreme authority, differing from other soul master families that revered strength. In her lineage, the emperor was paramount. Beyond the pursuit of power, seeking the position of empress was also a noble aspiration of her family. Now, by a twist of fate, Zhu Zhuyun found herself on the brink of becoming the emperor's woman, a mere step away from the title of empress. Thus, whatever the emperor desired of her seemed justified. After all, he was the emperor. Xue Qinghe meticulously examined the beauties before him, their appearances exquisite, and he mused that the Star Luo Empire was indeed sincere in its peace negotiations. Very well, you may withdraw for now and prepare to depart for Heavendo tomorrow, Xue Qinghe said with a smile. He took Zhu Zhuyun away alone and returned to his room. Zhuyun, what level of soul power do you possess now? Xue Qinghe inquired. I am at level 31, she replied. Zhuyun, let me take you out for a while, Xue Qinghe said with a smile. Clearly fond of the young girl, the two strolled through Barak City like young lovers. while Xue's heart raced with excitement. Just as their feelings began to blossom, the Spirit Hall found itself in a state of agitation. They had just received news that the Star Luo Empire had launched a lightning war against the Heavenly Dou Empire. And by early the next morning, reports came in that it had already concluded. What was happening? Had they been defeated at such an astonishing speed? This was indeed the essence of Star Luo's lightning war. However, Bibi Dong was not in the mood to mock Star Luo. They were faced with an even more pressing dilemma. Xue Qinghe is actually a titled Douluo. Bibi Dong exclaimed in anger, directing her gaze towards Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue was equally astonished. She had been puzzled about Xue Qinghe's sudden surge in strength since her time in the Heavenly Dou Empire. Yet, she never anticipated that in just 6 short years, he would ascend to title Douluo. This was simply unreasonable. Your Holiness, I am willing to personally venture to the Heavenly Dou Empire to investigate further, Qian Renxue proposed. After a long moment of contemplation, Bibi Dong hesitated. She did not entirely trust her daughter. Although Qian Renxue had the talent for espionage, her overly cautious nature made it difficult for her to achieve results, wasting precious time. Very well, focus on your training for now, and do not concern yourself with these matters, Bibi Dong instructed. Xue Qinghe's rapid progress could not be overlooked. And Bibi Dong had already devised an alternative plan. The elders in the Hall of Elders were too idle. It was time to assign them some tasks. If they succeeded, it would be excellent. If not, they could still reap the benefits from the sidelines. In the Star Luo Empire, Xue Qinghe was the most gifted girl in the Yuming family this year, and it was anticipated that she would likely be wed to a prince of the Star Luo royal family. Though young, she was already aware of her destiny. Marriages between the Yuming family and the royal family were long-standing traditions, but only the most outstanding girls had the opportunity. Father, who will I marry? Dai Mubai? The typically reticent Xue Qinghe expressed her curiosity. The Duke of Yuming furrowed his brow. That had been the initial plan. Xue Qinghe was born with an impressive level of soul power, destined for a limitless future. Dai Mubai was 2 years her senior, and their ages were comparable. However, among the princes, the most exceptional, the eldest Prince Davis, lacked a martial soul fusion partner, leading to an awkward situation of an excess of males over females. This predicament left the Duke of Yuming somewhat troubled. Xue Qinghe, whom do you wish to marry? Dai Mubai or Davis? He asked helplessly. Little Xue Qinghe was unaware of such matters and inquired, what about my elder sister? I haven't seen her in such a long time. Your elder sister is now the Empress of the Heavenly Dou Empire, the Duke of Yuming replied. Little Xue Qinghe blinked, clearly fond of her elder sister, who often took her out to play. I am uncertain about whom I should marry. Xue Qinghe shook her head, bewildered and unsure of what to do. The Duke of the Underworld found himself in a quandary, for it had been many years since he had witnessed such a spectacle. 2 princes vying for the affection of a single woman. A few days later, Davis persistently urged the Duke to betroth his daughter, Xue Qinghe, to him, suggesting that Dai Mubai could wait a little longer. The Duke, unable to make a decision, sought the counsel of His Majesty the Emperor. The Starry Emperor, filled with ire, waved his hand dismissively and arbitrarily decided that the 2 brothers should compete for her affections. He proclaimed, when Dai Mubai reaches the age of 15, both shall enter the city of slaughter. Whoever survives shall claim the throne. Chapter 37. The Altered Fate of Xue Qinghe. Indeed, Xue Qinghe expressed his satisfaction, remarking that this was indeed the demeanor of a grand tyrant. One cannot be burdened by state affairs daily, for what joy would there be in being an emperor otherwise? Your Majesty. Xue Qinghe led 100 beautiful maidens in a graceful bow. Very well, I shall dispatch envoys to escort you back to Heaven Dou City forthwith, Xue Qinghe replied, his countenance radiant with delight. Xue Qinghe scrutinized Xue Qinghe with great interest. Ah, this young woman possesses a voluptuous figure and an undeniable allure. Even someone as experienced as he had never encountered a girl more full-figured than her. Xue Yun, you shall remain by my side, Xue Qinghe declared. As you command. Xue Qinghe responded, her cheeks flushed and her demeanor somewhat awkward. Born of the underworld family, unlike other spirit master families, she had been instilled with the belief of the Emperor's supreme authority from a young age. In the eyes of ordinary spirit masters, strength reigns supreme. However, within her family, there existed another notion: the Emperor is paramount. Thus, in addition to pursuing strength, aspiring to the position of Empress was equally a goal of their lineage. Now, by fortunate coincidence, Xue Qinghe had become the Emperor's woman, mere steps away from the title of Empress. Therefore, whatever the Emperor desired of her was deemed reasonable. After all, he was the Emperor. Xue Qinghe meticulously assessed these beauties, finding their appearances to be of the highest caliber. It seems the Starry Empire is genuinely earnest in their diplomatic endeavors, he mused. Very well, you may all leave for now. Prepare to depart for Heaven Dou tomorrow. Xue Qinghe smiled as he took Xue Qinghe aside, leading her back to his chambers. Xue Qinghe's face flushed with embarrassment. She was a young girl on the cusp of understanding matters of the heart, having heard whispers of such things between men and women. The notion that Xue Qinghe had summoned her alone stirred her apprehension. Would he engage in something shameful? Standing before him, she presented her graceful stature and alluring form, undeniably beautiful. Xu Yun, what is your current level of spirit power? Xue Qinghe inquired. I am at level 31, she replied. Xue Qinghe nodded, somewhat impressed, at her age. Achieving level 31 is quite commendable. However, her unique status made her situation somewhat delicate. Otherwise, he would have taken greater care in nurturing her abilities. Xue Qinghe drew her into his embrace. She initially resisted, but soon acquiesced, following his lead. Xu Zhuyun sat gracefully upon the lap of Xue Qinghe, gently leaning into his embrace, her heart racing with trepidation. Zhuyun, from now on, you shall be my esteemed concubine, with unbridled access to cultivation resources, Xue Qinghe declared with an air of confidence. A shiver ran through Xu Zhuyun as she slightly parted her crimson lips. Thank you, Your Majesty. She felt a mix of joy and anxiety. Her current status surpassed that of her time in the Star Luo Empire. Being a concubine was the pinnacle of what a common consort could aspire to, with the only advancement beyond that being the title of Empress. Xu Zhuyun believed that, given her beauty, even as the daughter of an enemy nation, becoming an empress was not entirely out of reach, for power derives from maternal lineage. Just as their bond began to flourish, the Spirit Hall found itself restless. They had just received news of a sudden offensive by the Star Luo Empire against the Heaven Do Empire, and by the next morning, reports emerged that the conflict had ended. What could this mean? Had they been vanquished in the blink of an eye? This was the essence of Star Luo's rapid assault. However, Bibi Dong found no time for mockery, as they faced a more pressing dilemma. Xue Qinghe was, astonishingly, a title de law. Bibi Dong exclaimed in fury, directing her gaze towards Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue, equally astonished, recalled her puzzlement over Xue Qinghe's sudden surge in strength during her time in Heaven Do. She had not anticipated that within a mere 6 years, he would attain the rank of title de law, an unreasonable leap. Your Holiness, I am willing to venture to Heaven Do personally to investigate, Qian Renxue proposed. After a long moment of contemplation, Bibi Dong hesitated, harboring doubts about her daughter. While Qian Renxue possessed the talent for espionage, her excessive caution made her ineffective, wasting precious time. Very well. Focus on your cultivation for now, and do not concern yourself with these affairs, Bibi Dong instructed. Xue Qinghe's rapid progress could not be overlooked. And Bibi Dong had devised an alternate plan. Those in the Elder Hall were far too idle. It would be prudent to assign them some tasks. If they succeeded, it would be ideal, yet even if they failed, reaping the benefits would still be worthwhile. In the Star Luo Empire, Xu Zhuqing was recognized as the most gifted young lady of the Yuming family this year. It was expected that she would be betrothed to a prince of the Star Luo royal family. Despite her youth, she had already gained insight into her destiny. The alliances between the Yuming family and the royal family were long-standing, yet only the most exceptional daughters of the family had a chance at such unions. Father, whom shall I marry? Dai Mubai? The typically reticent Xu Zhuqing inquired, voicing her inner uncertainty. The Duke of Yuming furrowed his brow. This had been the initial plan. Xu Zhuqing possessed an innate soul power of level 9, with promising prospects ahead. Although Dai Mubai was 2 years her senior, their ages were comparable. However, among the princes, the most outstanding, Davis, lacked a martial soul fusion partner, leading to an awkward surplus of males over females. This predicament caused the Duke of Yuming considerable distress. Zhuqing, whom do you wish to marry? Dai Mubai or Davis? The Duke asked with resignation. Xiao Zhuqing, in her innocence, questioned, where's my elder sister? It has been such a long time since I last saw her. Xu Yun is now the imperial consort of the heavenly Do Emperor, Duke Yuming replied. Xiao Zhuqing blinked her eyes. She held a fondness for her elder sister, who often took her on delightful escapades. I am uncertain whom I should marry, she lamented, shaking her head in confusion. Duke Yuming, at a loss, remarked upon the rarity of 2 princes vying for a single maiden's affections. Days passed, and Davis persistently urged Duke Yuming to betroth his daughter Xu Zhuqing to him, suggesting that Dai Mubai should wait. Unable to decide unilaterally, Duke Yuming sought the emperor's counsel. Emperor Xingluo, filled with indignation, decisively proclaimed that the 2 brothers should compete for her hand. When Dai Mubai reaches the age of 15, they shall both enter the city of slaughter. Whoever emerges alive shall claim the throne, the emperor declared solemnly. Duke Yuming was taken aback. The city of slaughter was the darkest place in the entire Douluo continent. Your Majesty, we must deliberate further. The city of slaughter is fraught with peril. Entering it guarantees a near-fatal outcome, he cautioned. The emperor sighed deeply, his tone laden with weariness, markedly different from his previous bravado. A near-fatal outcome? Xingluo has already faced such trials, he murmured. Ultimately, Xue Qinghe remained uncertain about her betrothal, constantly reminded by an ominous sword hovering over her head of her unknown fiancé. Chapter 38. The Schemes of Qian Renxue. At the Spirit Hall, Qian Renxue entered her secluded chamber for cultivation. The mere thought of Xue Qinghe brought back memories of that rogue who had stolen her first kiss and embraced her. How infuriating! Qian Renxue, a high-ranking soul emperor on the verge of becoming a soul saint, found herself inadequately matched against Xue Qinghe's formidable level 91 prowess. Miss, I have urgent matters to discuss, an elderly servant announced as she settled down. What is it? Qian Renxue inquired. The Holy Emperor has commanded the Elder Hall to dispatch 2 elders to Heavenly Do for an investigation, the elder replied respectfully. After a moment of contemplation, Qian Renxue recognized that while Bibi Dong had limited control over the Elder Hall, she had always managed its affairs. However, to uncover the truth regarding Xue Qinghe, a titled Douluo, the might of the Spirit Hall would indeed require the elder's involvement. Approved, Qian Renxue stated calmly. Miss, I have additional information, the elder presented. Upon reviewing the document, Qian Renxue's brow furrowed in concern. She had never anticipated that Xue Qinghe was not merely an ordinary titled Douluo, but one endowed with a 100,000-year spirit ring. Possessing such a spirit ring meant that, barring any reckless actions, he was virtually assured to become a formidable powerhouse exceeding level 95, a terrifying prospect that posed a significant threat. Moreover, he has now attained the esteemed title of a Douluo, a matter that cannot be trifled with. She continued to read, discovering the recorded soul skills of Xue Qinghe. The 9th soul skill, the Sun. At the time Xue Qinghe wielded this skill, there were numerous witnesses, and the Star Luo Empire had deliberately leaked the information to the Spirit Hall to exacerbate tensions, allowing Qian Renxue to easily acquire detailed accounts of the event. The Sun Soul skill, according to the recollections of the Star Luo soldiers, illuminated the surroundings as if a true sun had emerged in the night, casting light over several kilometers and possessing amplifying abilities. Under the radiant sunlight, nearly all capabilities received a significant enhancement. Furthermore, this sun itself harbored tremendous energy, nearly obliterating the Emperor and Empress of Star Luo. The energy radiating downwards caused the deaths of numerous soul masters below the rank of soul sovereign. Its power is indeed astonishing. If it truly possesses such attributes, even as a titled Douluo, I may not stand a chance against it, Qian Renxue murmured. It seems rather outrageous. Moreover, Xue Qinghe is adept in the use of poison. It appears he has no weaknesses. No one is without flaws. Qian Renxue analyzed that after the victory of the Heaven Do Empire, they demanded 3 soul bones, which was inconsequential, but they also requested 100 beautiful women. Qian Renxue recalled how Xue Qinghe had once taken advantage of her and married Tang Yuehua of the Haoyan sect. Clearly, his weakness is his lecherous nature. As long as I can exploit this vulnerability, there may be a chance to eliminate him. Hence, Xue Qinghe's Achilles' heel is beautiful women. Employing the allure of a femme fatale might indeed present an opportunity. However, there are likely very few women capable of killing Xue Qinghe. Luring him out with a beautiful woman, then striking him down, could be feasible. Qian Renxue promptly reported this matter to DouluoDalu. A 20-year-old titled Douluo was certainly worthy of his attention. Previously, the youngest titled Douluo in the eyes of the outside world was Tang Hao, who achieved this status in his 50s, while the Spirit Hall acknowledged Bibi Dong, a titled Douluo under 40. Yet now, Xue Qinghe had shattered the record at the tender age of 20. Such terror cannot be allowed to persist. DouluoDalu realized he had not exercised his abilities for some time. It was time to emerge and observe the situation. The Balak Kingdom. Xue Qinghe had resided here for several days. The former vassal kingdom had now transformed into a military stronghold directly governed by the Heaven Do Empire, with officials dispatched by the royal family, marking a significant step towards centralization. Soon, the news of Xue Qinghe's status as a titled Douluo spread throughout the entire Heaven Do Empire. The 3 sects were left in disbelief, yet despite their doubts, they had no choice. This emperor was too formidable, and they had lost their authority to question. This war solidified the status of the Balak province, and it is likely that no one would dare to propose the restoration of vassal states. Moreover, it served as a warning to others, keeping the remaining 3 vassal states in line. After arranging matters in Balak province, Xue Qinghe prepared to return to Tiando. Your Majesty, 100 young maidens have already set off towards Tiando City, respectfully reported Liu Erlong. Xue Qinghe felt elated, eagerly anticipating the comforts that awaited him. Very well. I shall personally escort them, he declared. Concerned for the safety of these beautiful maidens against potential threats along the way, Xue Qinghe had ensured all affairs were settled here. The province was entrusted to a former teacher from the Tian Academy, a staunch confidant of Xue Qinghe, dependable and trustworthy. Zhu Yun, I shall take you to Tiando, which shall now be your home, Xue Qinghe has stated. As you command, Your Majesty, Xu Zhiyun replied, clad in a fitted black outfit that accentuated her curvaceous figure. Xu Zhiyun stood before Liu Erlong, and in comparison, she appeared even more voluptuous. Accompanied by Xue Qinghe's personal guards, the procession of 100 beautiful maidens, aged between 16 and 20, traversed at a leisurely pace. Among them, 40 were soul masters, the most powerful boasting a soul power level of 37, remarkable indeed. Even among the elite of Tiansno Academy, Xue Qinghe reclined in a carriage, resting his head on Xu Zhiyun's lap, peacefully asleep. Liu Erlong was also within, tasked with ensuring Xue Qinghe's safety. Xu Zhiyun gazed at the youthful emperor, finding him strikingly handsome, gentle in demeanor, and extraordinarily powerful. She mused. Had he not been the emperor of a rival nation, he would indeed be a suitable match. In every aspect, he eclipsed the likes of Davis and his brothers. Perhaps, she considered, aligning herself with Xue Qinghe wouldn't be such a poor choice, especially as she felt no emotional ties to anyone else. Why not choose a handsome partner? Yet, the weight of her responsibilities to the Yuming family lingered in her heart, creating a conflict within her. Liu Erlong felt a twinge of jealousy towards this buxom beauty from Xingluo, having initially believed that Xue Qinghe would select his consorts primarily from Tiansno Academy. Many young women from various sects were sent to the academy with the hope of being chosen as consorts for the emperor, thus providing the academy with a pool of exceptional talent, future loyal subjects of Tiando. However, mere dreams would not suffice. At the very least, a few consorts should be selected annually to maintain this valuable source. Chapter 39. The Happy Life of a Foolish Monarch. Tiando City. After 2 days of travel, they finally arrived. Xue Qinghe did not hasten their pace, but instead leisurely accompanied the newly selected consorts. Yang Mingxin and Dong Hui, you both possess considerable talent. You may proceed to study at Tiansno Academy, he instructed. In the original narrative, the two had joined Davis's team, advancing to the semi-finals of the elite competition among high-level soul master academies across the continent, showcasing their exceptional abilities. Now, as consorts of Xue Qinghe, they were to be nurtured as citizens of Tiando. Zhu Yun, accompany me back to the palace, Xue Qinghe commanded. As you wish, Zhu Zhiyun replied respectfully. 100 concubines have been promptly arranged, and with the vastness of the Imperial palace, there will undoubtedly be ample accommodations for them. Among them, 40 are soul masters, each possessing commendable talents, whom Xue Qinghe has assigned to Tianxue Academy. They may reside in dormitories, returning to serve the emperor whenever summoned. Stretching lazily, Xue Qinghe mused, this is the true joy of being an emperor. Upon returning to the palace, Zhu Zhiyun and Liu Erlong remained steadfastly by his side. Bamboo Cloud, you may go practice. I shall summon you if needed, Xue Qinghe instructed. Yes, Zhu Zhiyun replied robotically, still unaccustomed to the nuances of serving the emperor. As she was but an innocent young girl, lying on the dragon couch, Xue Qinghe felt drowsy after a day spent gazing at beautiful women. Liu Erlong, sitting beside him with a smile, inquired, Your Majesty, which lady shall attend to you tonight? She had already changed into her nightgown, a small knot at her abdomen ready to be undone. Erlong, please summon Yuehua. I find myself missing her, Xue Qinghe replied with a smile. Liu Erlong pouted slightly. Having grown accustomed to the intimate company of Xue Qinghe, the idea of adding another person felt somewhat disconcerting. Very well, Your Majesty. She acquiesced before departing towards Tang Yuehua's palace. Xue Qinghe lay quietly, savoring the last moments of tranquility before the impending storm. The inner palace was gradually filling with beauties, and the delightful tradition of summoning should indeed be reinstated. As the emperor, he believed in sharing his blessings equally. It would not do to only indulge in the company of Liu Erlong and Tang Yuehua. With so many enchanting maidens in the palace, he could not neglect them. An emperor should embody the essence of his role. Before long, Tang Yuehua entered, having prepared herself for rest, but now summoned to serve the emperor. Her heart brimming with joy. Unlike Zhu Zhiyun, she exuded a captivating allure, her every movement reminiscent of a ripe peach. Your Majesty, I am here to pay my respects, she said gracefully. Xue Qinghe stretched once more, admiring Tang Yuehua, the light reflecting her noble beauty, her figure exquisitely delicate, resembling a serene lotus blossom freshly emerged from the bath. Yuehua, come here, he urged eagerly, having spent the day captivated by beautiful maidens, nearly forgetting his primary intentions. Your Majesty, Tang Yuehua responded softly, then gracefully seated herself beside him. Liu Erlong, unwilling to be overshadowed, also positioned herself on Xue Qinghe's other side. Yuehua, I have a matter of importance to discuss with you, Xue Qinghe declared. Liu Erlong perked up, eager to listen, wondering what this important matter might be. Tang Yuehua felt a twinge of confusion, as she had never witnessed Xue Qinghe so solemn. Could it be a matter of childbirth? The two women simultaneously contemplated the prospect of bearing children. In the Imperial harem, giving birth to a dragon heir would elevate one's status to unprecedented heights. Even among concubines, those who bore princes held a vastly different rank from those who did not. Your Majesty, please speak, said Xue Qinghe. Yuehua, you must make a trip to Mintong tomorrow. Unbeknownst to him, the thoughts of the two women were entwined, and he spoke swiftly, fearing that any delay could lead to dire consequences. I have now fully seized control of Balak. With a mere command, it can reach Balak within half a day. However, that is insufficient. I wish for the Min family of the Haotian sect to assume the role of delivering these messages. In the Tiando Empire, the fastest messenger was said to be the White Crane of the Min family, who could traverse the entire Douluo continent in just one day. Such swiftness was indeed remarkable. Yet, should Douluo or Xue Qinghe attempt to match that speed, they could easily surpass his record. The Min family's martial soul, the sharp-tailed swift, while not particularly powerful and limited in offensive capabilities, excelled in speed. Among ordinary martial souls, few could rival it in terms of velocity. Such a valuable martial soul ought to be nationalized to maximize its potential. Currently, the Min family, having retreated from the Haotian sect, was in a semi-retired state, which was a waste of resources. Xue Qinghe planned to enlist them to transmit royal commands swiftly to Balak or relay intelligence back. The communication of military affairs was of paramount importance. After outlining his plan, Xue Qinghe noted how serious the matter was, and Tang Yuehua listened intently. Understood, Your Majesty. I shall set out first thing in the morning, she replied. Once the formalities were concluded, Xue Qinghe turned his attention to Tang Yuehua, passionately releasing the fervor that had built within him. Liu Erlong watched the scene unfold between the two with a hint of jealousy, and soon joined them. The following day, early in the morning, Xue Qinghe lazily stretched, greeted by the vitality of a new day. As he gazed out at the dawn's light, he mused on the life of a negligent ruler who had no need to rise at such an early hour. No rush, I shall sleep a while longer. Just as he was about to drift back into slumber, Liu Erlong spoke up. Sister Yuehua, we cannot delay the task entrusted to us by His Majesty last night. Her words were clearly a reminder for Tang Yuehua to rise. Go ahead, I'll join you shortly, replied Xue Qinghe, before turning to embrace Liu Erlong once more. Sinking back into his dreams, Liu Erlong felt a surge of joy at being held from behind, relishing the enveloping warmth and safety it provided. Meanwhile, Tang Yuehua quietly dressed and softly closed the door, careful not to disturb His Majesty's rest. Upon her exit, she encountered the palace guards waiting nearby. His Majesty will not be attending court today. Please inform the ministers, Tang Yuehua instructed. As you command, the palace attendants responded promptly, making their way to the front hall. Historically, it has been rare for any emperor, upon ascending the throne, to abstain from attending court in their inaugural year. Among them, Xue Qinghe may well be the first to exhibit signs of folly in his first year. Yet he remains unparalleled as the most formidable emperor in both ancient and modern times. Chapter 40. Zhu Zhuyun's Shyness. Tiando. As Tang Yuehua departed from the Imperial Palace, she contemplated the grand rewards that awaited her after achieving great merit. As a direct descendant of the Haotian sect, her initiative to engage with the Min family would undoubtedly bear fruit. After all, respect must be accorded. Upon arriving at the Bai residence, she was accompanied by guards. For the current state of Tiando was perilous, especially given the significant actions taken by Xue Qinghe, which had drawn the scrutiny of spies from both the Star Luo Empire and the Spirit Hall. Upon arrival, they were halted by a servant at the entrance, who inquired, "Who goes there, and what is your business?" The guard beside Tang Yuehua replied, "This is the esteemed Lady Ufa. Please announce her entrance." The servant, taken aback, hurried back to the Bai residence. Upon hearing this, Bai swiftly moved to the entrance to personally welcome Tang Yuehua. "Lady Ufa, please," Bai said with utmost respect. Tang Yuehua was taken aback by his rapid response, startled by Bai's sudden appearance. "Master Bai, it is an honor," she acknowledged as she stepped into the Bai residence. "I am unworthy," Bai replied with a smile. Given her status as a noble consort and a direct descendant of the Haotian sect, Bai was compelled to show the utmost deference. As they entered the courtyard, Tang Yuehua observed a young girl practicing flight and speed. The Bai residence was distinctly arranged. Unlike other families, it was spacious, reflecting the family's preference for aerial pursuits, as excessive furnishings would hinder flight. "Forgive me for the spectacle, my granddaughter, Bai Qinxiang, is honing her skills," Bai said, his pride evident. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Lady Ufa." Bai Qinxiang paused and greeted her from a distance. Tang Yuehua smiled and nodded. She found the girl quite admirable, not only for her beauty, but also for the promising potential she perceived in Bai's demeanor. Bai guided Tang Yuehua into the main hall, instructing her guards to wait outside. "May I inquire, Lady Ufa, what brings you here?" Bai asked. His Majesty wishes for the Min family to oversee military affairs. Tang Yuehua replied calmly, subsequently relaying Xue Qinghe's intentions. Why he was taken aback. This was indeed a significant matter. Ordinarily, as emperor, a direct decree would be issued, ensuring that the Min family would extend their respect to the throne. However, the emperor's decision to send Tang Yuehua personally underscored the gravity of the situation. The Min family was tasked with managing communications between the Tiando royal family and the Balak province, along with 3 other affiliated nations, which was critical for maintaining the emperor's centralized authority. Lady Ufa, since His Majesty has conveyed his wishes, we shall not dare to neglect this matter. However, I have one question. Is it true that His Majesty has indeed received the title of Douluo? Why he expressed his curiosity. The great battle at Xue Qinghe left many skeptical of his prowess upon his return to the Tiando Empire. The title of Douluo, with its formidable power, was unprecedented. Who could have anticipated that a mere 20-year-old would emerge from the once esteemed Tiando royal family, where even a level 60 was regarded as exceptionally high? The disparity was truly staggering. Naturally, Tang Yuehua acknowledged this reality. Deep down, she felt a profound confidence. Strength was the most potent bargaining chip. With Xue Qinghe's might looming over them, few dared to disrespect her. The current emperor was not merely a figurehead, but a formidable warrior with the strength of a title Douluo. Before any refusals, one must consider whether they could withstand the wrath of a title Douluo. I am willing to serve His Majesty with utmost loyalty, even at the cost of my life, Elder Bai proclaimed with a respectful bow. Tang Yuehua nodded in acknowledgement and said, very well, no need for formalities. If the Min family performs well, we may grant them the honor of sending a young lady to the palace as a consort. This was a directive from Xue Qinghe that Tang Yuehua was somewhat reluctant to convey. However, to motivate the Min family, it was necessary to offer them some reward. The prospect of a consort was indeed a generous gift. Elder Bai, filled with excitement, quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your Majesty's grace. Thank you for your Majesty's grace. In times past, no one would have been inclined to send their daughters to the palace. Yet circumstances had changed. The emperor was a title Douluo, and the consorts around Xue Qinghe enjoyed a degree of freedom unlike the confined lives of former consorts. For instance, Tang Yuehua, in addition to her status as a noble consort, taught classes at the Yuexian, attracting an increasing number of students eager to learn the piano. Liu Erlong, too, was the head of the Tianxue Academy, an exceptionally accomplished woman in her own right. Very well, I shall return to the palace. Elder Bai, please expedite your transition to the cabinet, Tang Yuehua instructed. I bid you farewell, Your Majesty. Tang Yuehua departed briskly, finding the proceedings even smoother than anticipated. Elder Bai had readily acquiesced. The crucial point was that he had no reason to refuse. Although the Haotian sect remained reclusive, it did not imply that the Min family was incapable of undertaking certain tasks. Executing this assignment would not only elevate the Min family's standing in the court, but also hone the capabilities of their young members. While there were inherent risks, they were not insurmountable. Just right. Tang Yuehua returned to the palace to report. Within the palace, Xu Zhuyun sat blushing on Xue Qinghe's lap, feeling quite at a loss. Xue Qinghe found her innocent demeanor endearing, far more amusing than the 2 formidable women, Tang Yuehua and Liu Erlong. Your Majesty, Xu Zhuyun said softly. Uncertain of what to say, after embracing her for a moment, Xue Qinghe suddenly realized that he had been so absorbed in admiration that he had yet to kiss this little girl. Seizing the moment, he pressed his lips against hers. Xu Zhuyun was taken aback, wanting to push Xue Qinghe away, but her arms felt weak and were drawn closer to him. Her heart raced uncontrollably, leaving her unsure of how to respond. She began to immerse herself in the moment. After a while, Xue Qinghe gently released her, and Xu Zhuyun's face flushed crimson, her gaze evasively avoiding Xue Qinghe's eyes. Zhuyun, let us venture outside to enjoy the scenic beauty, Xue Qinghe proposed with a smile. Xu Zhuyun nodded softly, and Xue Qinghe clasped her hand, leading her out. At that moment, Tang Yuehua entered. Your Majesty, she greeted, having awaited outside for some time. Memories of her first encounter with Xue Qinghe surfaced in her mind, when she played the guqin while he listened quietly beside her. It was rather romantic. However, that very night, they had shared a bed, and since then, they had not traveled together like young lovers. Instead, Xue Qinghe often ventured out with Liu Erlong. Your Majesty has not taken me out for leisure. Yuehua, you have returned, Xue Qinghe said with a smile, looking at her with eager anticipation. My wife, have the matters been handled? Your Majesty, the White Crane has agreed, Tang Yuehua replied. As she spoke, her gaze lingered on Xue Qinghe, her eyes seemingly imploring him. Your Majesty, take me along. Chapter 41. What is wrong with me indulging myself? Very well, I understand. You may return to rest, Xue Qinghe responded. Upon finishing his words, he attempted to pull Xu Zhuyun along outside. Your Majesty, where are you headed? Tang Yuehua inquired hastily, a hint of petulance in her tone, feeling somewhat neglected after her recent accomplishment, as if he had grown weary of her. I am taking Xian out to explore. She is unfamiliar with this place. Xue Qinghe explained awkwardly. Zhu Zhuyun stood silently beside him, sensing Tang Yuehua's intense gaze upon her, and instinctively moved closer to Xue Qinghe. Yuehua, you should join us. Xue Qinghe invited. Tang Yuehua bit her lip. Men are often drawn to youth. Though she retained her charm, she lacked the innocence of girlhood, perhaps explaining Xue Qinghe's fondness for Zhu Zhuyun. Very well, thank you, Your Majesty. Xue Qinghe accompanied the two beloved consorts, one a fully ripened peach, the other a blossoming lotus, each possessing its unique allure. The three of them left the palace and spent an entire day outside Tiando City, enjoying the landscapes and sharing tender moments. As an emperor, one ought to revel in such joy. Host, it is getting late. The great tyrant sign-in system has yet to be activated. After a day of outdoor merriment, Xue Qinghe felt somewhat weary. The palace maidens prepared warm water for his bath. As Xue Qinghe reclined silently in the bathtub, the two beauties approached gracefully, enveloped in mist, akin to celestial beings descending, surpassing even the most enchanting realms of earth. Reflecting on the disparaging remarks about emperors being the most burdened individuals, he pondered how managing a nation was no mere task for mortals. Now, it seemed that if a dog were placed upon the throne, with a couple of barks, the state could still run smoothly. Xue Qinghe had arranged affairs meticulously, with major sects dispatching representatives to the cabinet, while simultaneously recruiting students directly from various Soul Master academies to form a force akin to the Jinhui. Everything unfolded in an orderly manner. As the emperor, Xue Qinghe needed only to set the course. The minutiae of governance were beneath his concern. It was indeed a delightful privilege to be an emperor. Your Majesty, I have arrived. Tang Yuehua spoke softly, as two enchanting ladies emerged from the mist, draped in loose robes, gracefully approaching Xue Qinghe's side. Zhu Zhuyun's complexion flushed crimson. She stole a glance at Xue Qinghe, her heart racing, and suddenly she trembled. Xue Qinghe grasped the knot at her abdomen, gently tugging it, causing her robe to part, revealing the youthful curves of her body before his eyes. Your Majesty, Zhu Zhuyun stammered, hastily readying the knot and crouching beside him. Just as she finished, Xue Qinghe pulled again, and once more, the girl unveiled herself to him. Zhu Zhuyun was overwhelmed with embarrassment, while Tang Yuehua had already shed her robe, her toes touching the water as she slowly approached Xue Qinghe. Your Majesty, Tang Yuehua murmured sweetly. Zhu Zhuyun felt somewhat at a loss, observing their intimacy, gradually becoming accustomed to it. She too moved towards Xue Qinghe, mimicking Tang Yuehua, and the two ladies flanked him, attending to his needs. Zhuyun, do you wish to return to Xingluo? Xue Qinghe queried with a smile. Zhu Zhuyun nestled her head in his neck, tenderly kissing along his collarbone to his shoulder. Your Majesty, I only wish to serve you, she replied softly. Inadvertently, she glanced at Tang Yuehua, marveling at the woman's prowess, and it became clear why Xue Qinghe held her in such high regard. Xue Qinghe cupped her face, halting her actions with a smile. Zhuyun, if you miss home, I can arrange for the Yuming family to relocate to Tiando, and then we can reunite. Zhu Zhuyun quickly responded, Your Majesty, there is no need for that. I do not require it. In her flustered state, she cast a silent glance at Tang Yuehua, continuing to emulate her, leaning into Xue Qinghe's embrace. Xue Qinghe closed his eyes, savoring the presence of the two beauties. There seemed to be no task easier than being an emperor. Knock, knock. Your Majesty, concubine Liu requests an audience. A palace maid announced at that moment. Let her enter. Xue Qinghe stretched lazily, feeling weary even while soaking in the water, and tightened his hold on Zhu Zhuyun, who shivered slightly. Liu Erlong stepped in, witnessing the playful scene with a hint of resignation. Your Majesty, she said respectfully. She uttered only 2 words, omitting any formal business, her tone imbued with inquiry. The two beauties beside Xue Qinghe, Tang Yuehua had been by his side for 6 years, her loyalty unquestionable, while Zhu Zhuyun was a recent acquisition, not yet privy to matters of state. Xue Qinghe understood her implication and casually replied, It's all right, speak freely. Xue Qinghe, a titled Douluo endowed with an extraordinarily powerful martial soul, pondered the potential repercussions of Star Luo's intelligence gathering. If necessary, he could simply eradicate any threats with decisive force. Deception? Sometimes, such tactics yield little success. Your Majesty, the squad of 15 Imperial guards has been assembled, each possessing strength at the Soul King level. Among them, 9 wield flying martial souls, while the remaining 6 display remarkable agility, reported Liu Erlong. In the misty confines of the bath, enveloped in a warm haze, Liu Erlong felt a sudden warmth in her heart. Very well, I shall entrust this matter to you. Xue Qinghe replied. Zhu Zhuyun, keenly aware of the gravity of their discussion, diligently continued her ministrations, acutely aware that any breach of military secrecy could cost her dearly. Your Majesty, there is another matter of concern. The Spirit Hall has been making moves, Liu Erlong continued. The Spirit Hall? Xue Qinghe's brow furrowed slightly. Although he had recently subdued the Star Luo Empire, the more pressing threat was indeed the Spirit Hall. Do not keep me in suspense. Elaborate, he commanded. Liu Erlong responded. Your Majesty, the Spirit Hall has stationed a considerable force at the borders, with hundreds of spirit masters deployed, targeting the Balak province, poised for potential aggression. Xue Qinghe inhaled deeply. The Balak province shares borders with both the Spirit Hall and the Star Luo Empire, and the Spirit Hall's intentions were unmistakably aggressive. Ready to display their might. Zhu Zhiyun, growing increasingly anxious, buried her head closer to him. She understood that the Spirit Hall's every move posed a threat not only to the Heavenly Do Empire, but also to Star Luo. In the face of the Spirit Hall, Star Luo and Heavenly Do were inextricably linked. Neither could withstand the Spirit Hall's onslaught alone. Chapter 42, An Alliance with Bibi Dong. Having ascended to the throne for some time now, the Star Luo Empire has presented me with beautiful women, yet the Spirit Hall has made no gestures of goodwill. I intend to forge a union with Pope Bibi Dong. What are your thoughts? Xue Qinghe declared with a smile. Upon hearing this, Liu Erlong, Tang Yuehua, and Zhu Zhiyun paused, unsure whether Xue Qinghe was jesting or sincere. As Zhu Zhiyun's surprise momentarily distracted her, her actions became inadvertently more vigorous, eliciting an eye roll from Xue Qinghe. Liu Erlong, exasperated, remarked, Your Majesty, the situation is urgent. You cannot jest at such a time. Xue Qinghe dismissed her concerns lightly, stating, I am not jesting. An alliance with Bibi Dong would unite the Heavenly Do Empire and the Spirit Hall as one, rendering Star Luo easily conquerable. Then, Bibi Dong could bear me an heir to inherit this vast realm, achieving complete unification of the Douluo continent. I could then retire and explore the world at my leisure. Liu Erlong's lips twitched. It did, indeed, sound somewhat plausible. The complete annihilation of either the Heavenly Do Empire or the Spirit Hall was no simple task. In the realm of Tiando, there exist 3 prominent sects. Should they truly unite as one formidable entity, even the Spirit Hall may find itself incapable of annihilating them. The Spirit Hall is a different matter entirely, as Tiando struggles merely for self-preservation, let alone eradicating the Spirit Hall. However, if only Xue Qinghe and Bibi Dong were to form an alliance through marriage, these 2 great powers would instantly become one. All issues would be effortlessly resolved. With the support of Tiando, Bibi Dong would no longer fear the Elder Hall, while Tiando, bolstered by Bibi Dong's backing, could unreservedly eliminate the Star Luo Empire. It is a flawless plan, one that promises to unfold in the most favorable direction, contingent upon the union of these 2 individuals. Your Majesty, that is impossible. How could that madwoman Bibi Dong ever consider marrying you? Remarked Liu Erlong, her voice tinged with resignation. Xue Qinghe chuckled lightly, asserting that in this world, nothing is truly unattainable. He gestured for Zhu Zhiyun and Tang Yuehua, who were attending to him, to step aside. Very well, I shall emerge from my bath now, he declared. Zhu Zhiyun's lips were a vivid crimson, and her cheeks blushed with a similar hue as she hastily rose to fetch a bath towel. Your Majesty, she spoke softly, gently assisting him in drying off. Tang Yuehua followed suit, as the 2 women had previously been engaged in a subtle competition. Liu Erlong observed quietly, noting that she had never been one to serve in such a manner, given her fiery disposition. Draping a robe over himself, Xue Qinghe prepared to compose an imperial edict, one intended for Bibi Dong. Women should not constantly plod in the shadows. Such tactics are futile. Do not entertain notions of luring me out only to have the Elder Hall surround and ambush me. That will also prove ineffective. While I may not have studied Sun Tzu's art of war, I am well versed in the romance of the 3 kingdoms, even recalling the titles of its chapters. I can certainly discern such stratagems as drawing the tiger away from its mountain lair. Soon, Xue Qinghe personally drafted the imperial decree, primarily concerning the matter of their union. Tang Yuehua and Zhu Zhiyun donned their bathrobes and accompanied him, standing by his side. These 2 freshly emerged beauties resembled exquisite water lilies, captivating in their allure. Summon the Min family. I have pressing matters to discuss with them, commanded Xue Qinghe. Tang Yuehua remained at his side, continuing the quiet massage alongside Zhu Zhiyun. Liu Erlong stood nearby, her mind in turmoil, plagued by an ominous premonition. She sensed that the Spirit Hall might very well target Tiando, and she awaited Xue Qinghe's orders with bated breath. Whether it involved another expedition to the Balak province or remaining in the palace, she was mentally prepared for any eventuality. You may leave for now, Xue Qinghe instructed Tang Yuehua and Zhu Zhiyun. Liu Erlong, as usual, was attired in her fitted outfit, still exuding a seductive charm, yet fortunately, it was deemed acceptable attire. After a brief interlude, Bai He from the Min family arrived at the palace. Esteemed elder, I pay my respects to your majesty. Bai He said respectfully. Xue Qinghe nodded, responding, at ease. He refers to himself as an old minister rather than an old man, which marks a departure from tradition. Bai He is a formidable powerhouse of the Soul Douluo level, standing at the pinnacle of the Tiando Empire. At this level, it would be entirely appropriate to call oneself an old man. Traditionally, Soul Douluos and titled Douluos do not bow before the emperor and invariably refer to themselves as old men. However, his designation as an old minister signifies his incorporation into the empire. Bai He. Here are 2 urgent imperial edicts, one destined for Balak province and the other for Bibi Dong. You may arrange the delivery, but ensure that both reach their destinations by midnight, Xue Qinghe has stated calmly. It was already past 7 in the evening, and he had intended to retire for the night. Yet he did not wish for Bibi Dong to enjoy a restful slumber. He intended to dispatch an edict to her in the dead of night, discreetly. Your minister obeys. Bai He replied with a respectful bow. With little time and a heavy task at hand, he did not hesitate to take the imperial edicts and promptly set off. Delivering the edict to the Wuhuan palace was fraught with danger, but Bai He felt a resolute obligation. He was convinced that this emperor differed markedly from any before him. Capable of transforming the Tiando Empire and leading the Mingji clan to unprecedented heights. Xue Qinghe has stretched and prepared for bed. Your Majesty, which consort shall attend to you tonight? Liu Erlong inquired softly. After a moment of contemplation, Xue Qinghe realized that with 100 palace maidens already present and the selection tokens yet to be prepared, the joy of choosing had diminished. Let it be Yue Hua. She has rendered significant service, and I shall reward her, he decided. In truth, he yearned to experience Zhu Zhuyun. Yet sometimes the emperor finds himself bound by circumstance. In the sleeping quarters, after returning, Zhu Zhuyun wiped her mouth, tasting a lingering flavor. After waiting for a while without the arrival of a palace maid to summon her, she retired for the night. Lying quietly, her thoughts were tumultuous. The Duke of Netherworld had promised to arrange a meeting with her, yet several days had passed without any sign. What should she do? As her mind spiraled into confusion, she slowly sat up, resolved to cultivate her soul power, prioritizing her training above all else. Meanwhile, Bai He delivered the edict destined for Balak province to his clan members and set off for the Wuhuan palace himself. Given his speed, reaching the palace before dawn was not a daunting task, provided he encountered no peril along the way. He took along some medicinal herbs for emergencies and departed immediately toward Wuhuan City. Late at night, Bibi Dong returned to her chambers, seated cross-legged on her bed, and closed her eyes to circulate her soul power, commencing her cultivation. Although her cultivation level was profound, she concealed it well, and even the majority of those within the Wuhuan palace were unaware of her true strength. Chapter 43, Bibi Dong's Fury. Your Holiness, an urgent missive. A servant said respectfully from outside as Bibi Dong continued her meditative state within her chamber. Bibi Dong slowly opened her eyes. In truth, she bore a striking resemblance to Xue Qinghe, as she entrusted most affairs of the Spirit Hall to her subordinates, dedicating the majority of her time to cultivation. The system of the Spirit Hall differed slightly from that of the Heavendo Empire. Xue Qinghe harbored a deep-seated fear of losing power, largely due to the presence of the 3 great sects within the empire. He felt compelled to achieve something, either in terms of institutional reform or personal cultivation, to restrain these sections. Historically, the Heavendo system imposed minimal constraints on the 3 great sects, and the royal family, in terms of cultivation, was nearly powerless, akin to mere puppets. Thus, Xue Qinghe established a cabinet and formed the Imperial Guard while simultaneously attaining the rank of titled Douluo in strength. This enabled him to firmly suppress the 3 great sects within the borders of the Heavendo Empire. Conversely, the Spirit Hall operated under a vastly different system, one that was remarkably well-structured. Once Soul Masters joined the Spirit Hall, they found it impossible to unite or form factions. The powerful were admitted to the Elder Hall, and those below the rank of titled Douluo posed no threat to the Pope. Consequently, Bibi Dong was unburdened by the trivialities that plagued Xue Qinghe. Furrowing her brow slightly, Bibi Dong rarely intervened in minor matters, especially not at such a late hour, indicating that this summon was of significant importance. She quickly donned a robe and strode outside. Your Holiness, it appears that someone has sent a message directed at the Spirit Hall's walls, a maid reported respectfully. It states it is for you. Taking the note, Bibi Dong glanced at it, her expression tightening. The letter was sealed with a barrier of soul power, preventing her from opening it. Channeling her own soul power, she broke the seal with ease, letting out a cold laugh at the petty trick. Upon extracting the letter, her countenance darkened as she read, by the mandate of heaven. The Emperor decrees, Pope Bibi Dong, virtuous and dignified, possessing the grace of a motherly figure to the world, is hereby proclaimed as Empress. So it is ordained. Fury ignited within Bibi Dong as she summoned her soul power, shattering the imperial edict into dust that scattered upon the ground. Xue Qinghe, you seek death, she seethed. How dare you declare me empress? Such audacity. With a resounding thud, the maid beside her immediately knelt, trembling in fear of incurring her wrath. Rise. Who delivered this letter? Bibi Dong demanded angrily. Your Holiness, it was discovered by soldiers on the city walls, but they did not manage to catch the messenger, the maid replied. Though the Bai He clan's strength was rather mediocre, their speed was unmatched. It was unlikely that anyone below the rank of Super Daw could catch up to them. At least on the surface, Bai He was reputed as the fastest in the Heaven Do Empire, provided Xue Qinghe did not pursue the matter too seriously. Leave me, Bibi Dong instructed, turning back toward her quarters. Her strategic approach contrasted sharply with that of Qian Renxue, while Qian Renxue was excessively cautious. Spending 2 decades as an undercover agent with little to show for it, Bibi Dong embraced a more audacious strategy, believing that fortune favored the bold. Bibi Dong pondered deeply. Her eyes closed. Whether this letter was intended as a provocation or as a means of forging an alliance, it was evident that Xue Qinghe had become her foremost source of concern. Upon returning, she issued a command for Qian Renxue to come back. This matter required careful deliberation and could not be approached recklessly. Bibi Dong spoke with a calm demeanor, her rationality unclouded by anger. Qian Renxue was currently stationed in Tiando City with the elders, and at that moment, Xue Qinghe had sent a letter, likely aware of the unfolding events. As you command. The maid replied respectfully before departing. Bibi Dong's mind raced with thoughts. Rather than directly eliminating Xue Qinghe, it would be wiser to first eliminate his supporters. Her initial target was set on the upper 3 sects, a decisive removal being the optimal choice for the Tiando Empire. The following morning, Xue Qinghe stretched lazily. Feeling invigorated after a restful night, he wondered if Bibi Dong had also enjoyed a pleasant slumber. The Great Tyrant sign-in system has noted that the host has missed court for 2 consecutive days, granting an additional reward of a soul bone for the right leg worth 200,000 years. Xue Qinghe's eyes sparkled with excitement. Was this truly the privilege of a great tyrant? The absurdity of it all made him gladly accept the reward. Originally a sign-in system, it had evolved into one that bestowed greater rewards for increasingly foolish acts since Xue Qinghe ascended to the throne. The more foolish the action, the more explosive the reward. Historically, notorious tyrants engaged in favoritism towards the unscrupulous while alienating the wise, indulging in extravagant projects, extorting the populace, and committing grievous injustices. These were all standard practices. Moreover, there were peculiarities such as King Zhou of Shang's indulgent feasts and the construction of the Deer Terrace, where he entertained demons. The likes of King Wu of Qin, who accidentally crushed a person with a cauldron, and Emperor Li of the later Zhou, who frivolously composed poetry and painted, were examples of those who strayed from the path of competent rule. Xue Qinghe contemplated his approach. He would follow a conventional route rather than emulate the eccentricity of Zhu Youjiao. He had no peculiar hobbies and held no desire to compose poetry or take up carpentry. Your Majesty, will you attend court today? Tang Yuehua inquired gently. Attend court? That would forfeit my rewards. I still need to absorb the soul bone. Xue Qinghe replied cheerfully. No, my beloved, continue to rest. It is of no concern. Tang Yuehua let out a soft hum, snuggling into his embrace, a playful smile gracing her lips. Xue Qinghe mused that as an emperor, one must have a certain presence. Without it, ruling would lack enjoyment. Yuehua, you rest for now. I have matters to attend to, he said, rising and bestowing a kiss upon her. Tang Yuehua quickly got up to assist Xue Qinghe with his clothing, while she herself remained scantily clad. Your Majesty, she said as she dressed him, before returning to the warmth of her bed. Xue Qinghe issued an order to the Imperial Household Department to compile the names of the newly admitted young ladies into the palace. He established a new custom of drawing lots. Each evening before dinner, the lots would be drawn, and whoever's name was selected would be prepared for his company that night. The reason for drawing lots before dinner was primarily because many of Xue Qinghe's consorts were not residing in the inner palace, with several of them still engaged in their studies at Tianxue Academy. After the lots were drawn, there needed to be time to notify the chosen individuals. After giving these instructions, Xue Qinghe stretched languidly, pondering what the current state of Bibi Dong might be. Perhaps she was still sulking. How marvelous it would be to form a union with me. There was no reason for her to be upset. Half an hour later, a palace maid approached, carrying over 100 engraved lots. Your Majesty, the lots have been prepared. Please take a look, she said. Xue Qinghe took them, feeling quite satisfied. Indeed, this would bring daily surprises. He adored surprises. Chapter 44, The Emperor Takes a Consort. Xue Qinghe perused the intricately crafted lots, noting that they were the work of master artisans, skillfully polished at the edges to avoid any sharpness. Each exquisite lot bore the name of a stunningly beautiful maiden. The experience of drawing the lots was delightful. Very well, you may leave, He instructed the maid, who then withdrew. Xue Qinghe subsequently retrieved the student profiles from Tianxue Academy, each adorned with the students' photographs. He lingered over one particular girl named Douluo, who had been a host for some time. Xue Qinghe observed her closely. Douluo had been enrolled for over 2 years and was a year older than Zhu Zhuyun, having blossomed into a young lady. A surge of warmth filled his heart, prompting him to draft a decree to be sent to Tianxue Academy. At Tianxue Academy, a fresh batch of female students had recently arrived, not only strikingly beautiful, but also possessing commendable abilities, all hailing from Xinghua. These students enjoyed superior accommodations, with individual dormitories, unlike the 4-person arrangements of their peers. Would anyone dare to contest this privilege? After all, they were consorts of the emperor. Douluo, at level 22, possessed only average cultivation. Leaning on her delicate chin, she sat in a daze on the bleachers of the playground. In the pursuit of cultivation, it often seemed that effort alone could not alter one's destiny. Many fates had been sealed by the age of 6. Liu Erlong, who had just finished teaching a class, received a decree from the palace. Upon opening it, her lips twitched. The emperor seemed rather impatient. Having just acquired over 100 beauties from Xinghua, he was already seeking consorts from the academy. Liu Erlong approached Douluo, who appeared to be lost in thought. She had long taken notice of this cheerful girl, who was warm-hearted and well-liked among her peers, though her only shortcoming was a slight deficiency in her cultivation talent. Douluo, Liu Erlong called out as she approached. Teacher Erlong. Douluo hastily rose to her feet, her tone imbued with a touch of reverence. Liu Erlong, not only the dean of the school, but also a favored consort of the emperor, held a position of great esteem. Upon receiving the imperial edict from Liu Erlong, Douluo opened it and was instantly taken aback. Thank you for your majesty's gracious favor, she stammered, her voice quivering slightly. From this moment forth, you shall become a consort of his majesty. You may choose to reside in the imperial harem or in the esteemed dormitories of the academy, Liu Erlong declared. Douluo's eyes sparkled with excitement as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, your majesty. Overcome with emotion, she felt as if she had stumbled upon a ray of hope amidst darkness. The students of Tianxue Academy held Xue Qinghe in high regard. For Douluo, becoming a consort of his majesty meant an opportunity for close interaction with him, which thrilled her immensely. Xue Qinghe was handsome, powerful, and an emperor. He embodied the very essence of a youthful idol. He was the first emperor in the history of the Tiando royal family to boldly incorporate female soul masters into his harem on a grand scale. Historically, emperors possess soul powers only in the range of 30 to 40 levels, with 50 being exceptional. Typically, only the empress and a few favored consorts were soul masters of such caliber, while the majority of consorts were commoners, lacking even the status of soul masters. If a 50-level emperor were to take in 100 female soul masters, the noble clans would undoubtedly be outraged. Yet, Xue Qinghe harbored no such concerns. Douluo's cheeks flushed slightly as she spoke. Teacher, I believe it would be better to remain in the school dormitory for now. Transitioning directly to the harem might feel a bit overwhelming. As a soul master, staying at the academy would allow her to continue exchanging cultivation experiences with her classmates. Very well. Should His Majesty summon you, you must enter the palace immediately and prepare yourself, Liu Erlong instructed. Understood, teacher, Douluo replied obediently. Liu Erlong nodded before taking her leave. Though she felt a twinge of jealousy regarding Xue Qinghe's numerous consorts, the prospect of him doting on Douluo was not entirely unwelcome. This young girl possessed a delightful character, far preferable to those of dubious origin. Outside Tiando City, Qian Renxue received an order from Bibi Dong, demanding her return, which left her feeling somewhat discontented. This woman was interfering with her plans, for Qian Renxue believed she had an opportunity to eliminate Xue Qinghe. Historically, it had been customary for emperors to select consorts, yet Qian Renxue had found her own opportunity within this tradition. Unlike other emperors, many of Xue Qinghe's consorts resided not in the harem but within the academy. While this move greatly enhanced the overall quality of the consorts, it simultaneously heightened the associated risks. All of these consorts were exceptionally beautiful, ensuring that regardless of whom Xue Qinghe selected, the experience would be delightful. However, the crux of the matter was that Xue Qinghe might not be familiar with these consorts, leaving them entirely unknown to him. This lack of familiarity made impersonating these consorts remarkably easy, especially for Qian Renxue, who possessed the skill of disguise. With a simple alteration, she could approach Xue Qinghe and seize the opportunity to eliminate him. My esteemed colleagues, what do you think of my plan? Qian Renxue inquired, presenting her thoughts. Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo exchanged glances, both harboring no objections. The proposed strategy was indeed sound, yet the reality of their powerlessness loomed large. My lady, Xue Qinghe is a titled Douluo. Even if we manage to approach him, can we truly eliminate him? Chrysanthemum Douluo remarked. Qian Renxue, somewhat exasperated, recognized that this was indeed the crux of the matter. The Pope's subordinate was a Phoenix Douluo, boasting a formidable strength of level 95. With her prowess, she could effortlessly vanquish the level 91 Xue Qinghe. This Phoenix Douluo not only possesses exceptional power, but is also strikingly beautiful. To entice a youthful and inexperienced figure like Xue Qinghe, employing a few subtle tactics would be more than sufficient. By slightly suppressing her own cultivation, she could present herself as a candidate for a teaching position at Tianxue Academy, clearly expressing her desire to become the consort of Xue Qinghe. After all, many aspire to be his consort, which would raise no suspicion. Once within the academy, she could seek opportunities to draw closer to Xue Qinghe. Given his nature, he would undoubtedly be inclined to welcome such a captivating beauty into his harem. When the time came for him to visit the palace, she could unleash her martial spirit and swiftly eliminate Xue Qinghe, an impeccable plan. Let us return and seek the Phoenix Douluo, Qian Renxue proclaimed, confidence radiating from her. Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo followed silently, affirming, as you wish, young master, your will is our command. We merely hope that you do not suffer losses along the way. Upon returning to the spirit hall, Qian Renxue initially felt disgruntled about being summoned back by Bibi Dong. However, should Bibi Dong acquiesce to her plan, she might begrudgingly forgive her. After all, a daughter ought not to contend with her mother. In the spirit hall, Sister Xue, she was halted by a golden-haired girl upon her arrival. Chapter 45, Phoenix Douluo. Sister Xue, the short-haired girl with golden locks, was none other than Hulaina. Their relationship was akin to that of sisters. Qian Renxue bore no resentment towards Hulaina for winning their mother's affection. Hulaina was quite understanding and did not take her favor for granted. Instead, she acted as a bridge, continually easing the tension between mother and daughter. Though Hulaina was still naive, lacking the alluring charm of a seasoned enchantress, she had begun to grasp some nuances. Laina, what troubles you? Qian Renxue inquired, noticing Hulaina's slightly anxious expression. Sister Xue, last night, the teacher received a letter and has been sulking ever since. The letter, shot onto the city wall by an unknown assailant, was ensnared with a seal, Hulaina explained. Qian Renxue furrowed her brow slightly. The audacity to deliver a letter in such a manner could only belong to Xue Qinghe. No other title Douluo would dare to act so brazenly. Certainly, the Star Luo would not have the audacity either. They would be grateful to escape unscathed. In her heart, Qian Renxue was fiercely protective of her mother. Coupled with her current disdain for Xue Qinghe, who had stolen her first kiss, a surge of anger welled up within her. How detestable! This scoundrel must be taught a lesson. Understood, she replied resolutely. Qian Renxue remarked, and then she proceeded towards the papal palace, with Hulaina following closely behind her, while the others withdrew. The papal palace was resplendent, adorned with gold even upon its stone columns, showcasing the grandeur of the spirit hall. Your Holiness, I have returned. Qian Renxue addressed the Pope directly, not in a teasing manner as when she referred to her as sister, nor by simply calling her name. In the vast hall, only the three of them remained, and Bibi Dong lifted her gaze slightly, nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed, Your Holiness, I have devised a strategy to deal with Xue Qinghe, which requires the assistance of the Phoenix Douluo, Qian Renxue stated. Do tell, Bibi Dong responded, her heart lifting with anticipation, as she too was contemplating how to deal with that scoundrel. Your Holiness, we can have the Phoenix Douluo approach Xue Qinghe in the guise of a consort, and then eliminate him directly. Qian Renxue elaborated her plan in detail. Bibi Dong considered each step of the plan, finding it straightforward without any significant challenges. Given the Phoenix Douluo's formidable soul power at level 95 and the element of surprise, slaying a level 91 title Douluo would not pose a considerable difficulty. However, Bibi Dong felt an unsettling premonition, repeatedly pondering the potential unforeseen risks that might arise. Noticing her prolonged silence, Qian Renxue was somewhat puzzled. Bibi Dong was typically impulsive and inclined to take unconventional approaches. Why was she being so cautious this time? For Bibi Dong, there were two major threats, Douluo and Xue Qinghe. The Phoenix Douluo was one of her few valuable assets, and any mishap would result in substantial losses for her. Yet, she reasoned with herself, was there truly a chance for failure with the Phoenix Douluo? From a purely rational perspective, disregarding any random variables, the likelihood was almost negligible. Even if there were titled Douluo strongmen by Xue Qinghe's side, the Phoenix Douluo would still possess a 99% chance of success given the advantage of surprise. It was a matter of strength. Very well, proceed with the plan. Bibi Dong finally acquiesced after a moment of hesitation. In the Sky Do Empire, at the Tianxue Academy, the news of Douluo being selected as a consort spread rapidly throughout the school. It turned out that one could indeed become a consort of the emperor by attending this institution. Douluo relocated from her previous dormitory to a single room. enjoying improved living conditions, complete with a dedicated cleaning staff. Douluo is so beautiful. It's no wonder she has become the emperor's consort, they whispered. Is the emperor still in need of consorts? Perhaps I could be one. The emperor only seeks consorts of exquisite beauty. What did you say? Are you looking for a fight? Douluo had become something of a small celebrity within the school. She was not one to seek the spotlight, and after classes, she would return to her dormitory. The emperor's consorts were ranked in order: the empress, the noble consort, the beauty, the talented person, and the concubine. The stir caused by Douluo at the school can be attributed primarily to her beauty, ranking just below that of the favored concubine. Among the group of young women seized by Xing Luo, those possessing a soul power exceeding level 20 are considered talented, while those below that threshold and ordinary individuals are deemed maidens. Xue Qinghe had mentioned conferring the title of favored concubine upon Zhu Zhuyuan, a promise yet to be realized. Merely a tantalizing prospect at this point. Consequently, the current favored concubines are only Liu Erlong and Tang Yuehua, placing Douluo's status slightly beneath theirs. Douluo had encountered Xue Qinghe before and recognized him as a young and handsome gentleman. Outside Tian Academy, a woman awaited, her short, pale purple hair complementing her fitted attire that accentuated her voluptuous figure, exuding both grace and vigor. Lord Soul Emperor, please enter. A teacher from the school joyfully welcomed her inside. The woman followed the teacher into the school, where she was led to the VIP room. Lord Soul Emperor, our academy exempts individuals with soul power above the Soul Emperor level from examinations, though registration is required. Please present your martial soul, the teacher stated. With a resounding thud, a blazing cat eagle materialized behind her, and simultaneously, 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, rose in succession beneath her feet. Han, Soul Emperor at level 65. Martial Soul, Blazing Fire Cat Eagle. The woman said with a smile playing on her lips. The teacher was taken aback, quickly noting the details. Such a formidable presence was a rare find for the academy, an opportunity not to be missed. Teacher Han, you have been accepted. You will henceforth serve as a teacher at our school, the teacher said, beaming. With the recruitment of such a powerful instructor, he anticipated a generous commission. Han smiled and inquired, may I ask if Tian Academy allows applications for the position of concubine? The teacher nodded. Indeed, Teacher Han. Do you wish to enter the palace as a concubine? However, there are conditions. Han blushed slightly and replied, yes. I have devoted myself to cultivation over the years and have never taken a spouse. You need not worry. There are no strict age limitations for entering the palace as a concubine. Given the long lifespan of soul masters, retaining one's youthful appearance is not an issue. The sole stringent requirement is that one must be a virgin, an ancient decree that has never been altered. Should any deceit be discovered regarding this matter, it would be considered a grave offense. The teacher nodded in understanding. Very well, I shall submit your request. In the meantime, you may teach at the academy. Once your status as a concubine is confirmed, you can choose to remain at the school or enter the palace. Recently, a student named Douluo has just risen to beauty. You might seek her counsel for some insights, the teacher added. Han expressed her gratitude. Thank you for the guidance, teacher. Haha. Teacher Han is too kind, the teacher replied cheerfully. Chapter 46, Loyal Minister Tang San. Upon entering the school, Han Ying's information swiftly made its way to Liu Erlong. Liu Erlong glanced at the document, biting her lips slightly. This woman was indeed remarkable, having attained the status of Soul Emperor at such a young age in her 30s. Certainly, in most instances, Xue Qinghe's selection of consorts does not consider soul power, but rather physical appearance. This woman, possessing enchanting features and an air of maturity, embodies precisely the type that Xue Qinghe favors, an alluring and sophisticated woman. Should he catch sight of her, it is likely she would become part of his imperial harem. Liu Erlong felt somewhat exasperated. She harbored a sense of caution towards these enigmatic women. In the palace, 5 esteemed ministers stood before Xue Qinghe, each hailing from diverse backgrounds. One was from the Qibao Lili sect, another from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, one represented a vassal state. While the remaining 2 were of common origin, one a soul master, the other an ordinary individual. This assembly constituted the provisional cabinet, accompanied by the genie Wei, tasked with supervising and assisting the cabinet's operations. Very well, you may leave, Xue Qinghe instructed. We take our leave, Your Majesty, the 5 ministers replied, bowing as they exited. Xue Qinghe stretched languidly, contemplating a visit with Zhu Zhuyuan. He wondered what that captivating beauty was currently engaged in. Your Majesty, I wish to step out of the palace. At that moment, Tang Yuehua entered respectfully. Go ahead. I have never imposed restrictions on your movements, Xue Qinghe responded. His curiosity piqued as he inquired, where are you heading? Your Majesty, it pertains to Tang San. He possesses innate soul power, but has yet to acquire a soul ring. I have requested Erlong to assist him in hunting for one, Tang Yuehua explained. Xue Qinghe nodded, recalling Tang San. He had been preoccupied with matters of consort selection, with warfare and the formation of the cabinet, nearly forgetting about the young lad. What a grand affair it is. That two of my esteemed consorts would aid in hunting a soul ring for him. Summon him. I shall personally bestow upon him his first soul ring, he declared. Tang Yuehua was taken aback. Your Majesty, what merit does he possess? Xue Qinghe chuckled. Go fetch him. At your command. Oh. Tang San could be nurtured into a loyal minister. Let him handle the battles while he enjoys the fruits of victory from the background. An hour later, Tang Yuehua arrived at the palace with young Tang San, accompanied by Liu Erlong. Your Majesty, I pay my respects, Tang San greeted with a bow. Xue Qinghe nodded, observing that the young man's etiquette was certainly learned from Tang Yuehua, a commendable first step for a loyal subject. Do not stand on ceremony, Tang San. What kind of soul ring do you desire? Xue Qinghe inquired. Your Majesty, my martial soul is blue silvergrass, which possesses relatively weak offensive capabilities. I wish to incorporate a poison element, as it would enhance my control abilities and augment my means of attack, Tang San articulated. Xue Qinghe nodded affirmatively. Excellent. A promising youth indeed. Very well, I shall arrange for my personal guards to escort you to the Sunset Forest to hunt for your soul ring. Tang San. In the future, I shall entrust you with significant responsibilities. Tang San expressed his heartfelt gratitude, bowing deeply. Thank you, Your Majesty. Xue Qinghe nodded, satisfied. Such an act of imperial grace was indeed noteworthy. How many ordinary children ever had the opportunity to meet the emperor? This would surely merit a place in his life's narrative. Even if he is reluctant to write, the school will eventually compose one for him. Tang San, endowed with exceptional talent, had the honor of meeting His Majesty at the tender age of 6. This particular resume will accompany him throughout his life. Brought forth annually to commend him, planting within him the seeds of loyalty to the throne, subtly transforming his mindset. As he matures, he will inevitably evolve into a paragon of loyalty, leaving him with no alternative path. What? You do not wish to serve His Majesty? For him, this would not only manifest as an inner demon, but also subject him to moral condemnation from all sectors of society. His Majesty has placed such trust in you. Yet you refuse to dedicate yourself wholeheartedly to his service. You have betrayed His Majesty's confidence. You are shameless. Very well, off you go, Xue Qinghe instructed. Thank you, Your Majesty, Tang San replied, overwhelmed with gratitude that the emperor held him in such high regard. Indeed, instilling loyalty to the throne should commence from a young age. Tang Yuehua guided Tang San away, leading him to the soul hunting forest to procure soul rings. At merely level 10, a soul ring of 300 to 400 years would suffice. Although there exists a sunset forest near Heavendo City, it would be an extravagant use of resources. There is no need to employ a sledgehammer to crack a nut. The soul hunting forest is more than adequate. The soul beasts in the soul hunting forest are primarily nurtured and are mostly under 1,000 years old, with those exceeding that age being exceedingly rare. Liu Erlong approached, saying, Your Majesty, we are currently recruiting faculty for the academy, and 5 teachers have expressed a desire to become concubines. She presented the materials, coinciding with the school season. While Tianxue Academy busied itself with student admissions, it was also engaged in hiring teachers. Xue Qinghe perused the documents, nodding slightly. Those who had applied were generally quite attractive. After reviewing the resumes of the 5 individuals, his gaze lingered upon a girl named Han Ying. The name Han Ying was unfamiliar, yet her visage seemed somewhat recognizable. Xue Qinghe tapped his forehead, as if recalling a previous encounter. She must be a minor character in the original narrative, albeit quite appealing. Though he did not retain a strong impression of her. A level 65 fire cat, eagle martial spirit. Xue Qinghe was nearly certain he had never met this individual. Well, I shall observe further. I am not in haste. Oh, by the way, where is Ning Rongrong from the Ning clan currently studying? Xue Qinghe inquired. Liu Erlong pondered for a moment before responding. Ning Rongrong should have remained with her family to cultivate. As few elite disciples from the 3 sects venture out for education before the age of 12, they primarily train within their sections. Xue Qinghe nodded. It seems establishing a sense of loyalty to the throne in Ning Rongrong from a young age will prove challenging. Ning Rongrong is quite the spoiled little heiress, which adds a layer of amusement. Zhu Zhuqing is still at Xingluo, while Xiao Wu is the leader at Notting Academy. Although Xiao Wu could be brought over directly, this young girl, being a soul beast at heart, still harbors thoughts aligned with her kind. Instilling in her the ideals of loyalty and patriotism may not yield the desired results. Xue Qinghe remarked, Very well, you may take your leave. Liu Erlong blinked, asking, You want me to leave? Where to? The palace is my home. I shall not leave. Your Majesty, I can alleviate your burdens. Liu Erlong approached gently, standing to the right of Xue Qinghe. Though she usually possessed a fiery temperament, she exhibited great tenderness towards her husband. Her hand rested lightly on Xue Qinghe's shoulder, skillfully massaging him. With his eyes closed, Xue Qinghe thought, "Indeed, my Erlong is remarkable. Your Majesty, Dodo has become quite the sensation at school. When do you plan to summon her to your chamber?" Liu Erlong inquired tentatively. Chapter 47. The Obligation of Soul Masters in Education. Dodo. The image of Dodo's innocent and charming face surfaced in Xue Qinghe's mind, undeniably captivating. Yet, it was swiftly overshadowed by the voluptuous figure of Zhu Zhiyun. This was indeed a difficult choice, a true test for the emperor. How vexing it is to suffer from indecision, Xue Qinghe lamented. For Xue Qinghe, who struggled with making choices, drawing lots seemed to be the most effective way to select a favored companion. Otherwise, he would be compelled to ponder daily over which lady was preferable. "Oh, right. Erlong, please fetch the 3 soul bones bestowed by the Xingluo Empire. I wish to distribute them," Xue Qinghe instructed. Understood. Soul bones, even those aged a millennium, were highly sought after. Yet Xue Qinghe had acquired 3 10,000-year soul bones from the Xingluo Empire. Soon, Liu Erlong returned with the 3 soul bones. They were not many. Identical in number to the rewards from the elite tournament of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy. The 3 soul bones comprised the right leg bone of power, the left arm bone of darkness, and the right arm bone of ice. Xue Qinghe retrieved these 3 soul bones from their case. Aside from the elusive dark attribute bone, the others could be easily arranged. "Erlong, this right leg bone of power is yours," Xue Qinghe generously declared. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Liu Erlong replied respectfully, her joy evident. Now possessing 2 arm bones, the addition of the right leg bone meant she had acquired half of her desired soul bones. "Absorb it now. I shall personally safeguard you," Xue Qinghe instructed. Liu Erlong immediately sat cross-legged, placing her hand upon the soul bone, quietly attuning herself to its essence. Taking a deep breath, she was drawn to the pure elemental power within the bone. Liu Erlong's combat style was a fusion of strength and flame, making both attributes of the soul bones particularly suitable for her. Without hesitation, she entered a focused state, commencing the absorption process. Having previously absorbed 2 soul bones, she was experienced, and the quality of this one from Xingluo was notably exceptional. Xue Qinghe observed her silently as Liu Erlong's power surged dramatically. Enhancing one's strength through soul bones was the most direct method. Soul bones of the same age could amplify power even beyond that of soul rings. After half an hour, Liu Erlong completed her absorption, her soul power reaching level 82. With 3 soul bones now in her possession, her strength was sufficient to rival all soul masters below the titled Douluo rank. "Your Majesty, I have completed the absorption," said Liu Erlong. Xue Qinghe nodded. "Good. Then you shall protect me. I too must absorb a soul bone." With that, he produced a radiant 20,000-year-old right leg soul bone, glimmering with golden light. Liu Erlong was taken aback. Compared to this soul bone, the 3 sent by Xingluo were akin to mere refuse. Her extensive knowledge of soul bones allowed her to discern the terrifying nature of Xue Qinghe's. Half an hour later, Xue Qinghe had absorbed the 20,000-year-old soul bone. His soul power reached an impressive level of 92 gene, though the enhancement from this soul ring was not as significant as anticipated. This was also related to the nature of Xue Qinghe's martial soul. The more extreme the attributes of a martial soul, the denser the soul power. Particularly for one like Xue Qinghe, whose fire attributes surpassed the limits. Rising to his feet and stretching, he remarked, "Quite pleasant, indeed." His soul bone was similar to Liu Erlong's, possessing both arms and a right leg. "Erlong, I have been contemplating a new idea," Xue Qinghe stated. "Your Majesty, please proceed." Liu Erlong replied with a gentle smile, noting his departure from referring to himself as I, perhaps a momentary lapse. Xue Qinghe continued, "Currently, the awakening of martial souls in the Heaven Do Empire is managed by the Spirit Hall, except for the major families and sections. Once commoners awaken their soul power, they are prioritized for admission into Spirit Hall-S schools, which results in a talent drain for Heaven Do. I have decided that starting this year, the Empire will oversee the awakening of martial souls for children at the age of 6. Furthermore, all soul masters will be exempt from tuition fees, instituting a nationwide 12-year compulsory education, entirely free of charge." Liu Erlong felt a tremor in her heart. Her dream of establishing a school for common soul masters was being realized by Xue Qinghe, yet he envisioned something even grander. Free? How will the teachers be compensated? Though she supported Xue Qinghe internally, many intricate details required resolution. Xue Qinghe replied, "The sects possess wealth. I shall extract some from them." Liu Erlong's lips twitched at the thought of extortion. Xue Qinghe chuckled lightly. "Perhaps that term is not entirely appropriate. All the wealth under heaven belongs to me. Let the sects finance the schools. After all, they are exceedingly affluent. Your Majesty, when do you plan to commence?" Liu Erlong inquired. Xue Qinghe responded. We shall begin this year, laying the groundwork across the nation. It will be at least next year before we can fully implement it. Erlong, you are in charge of the Jinhui, always prepared to act. During times of significant change, there will undoubtedly be those who seek to cause unrest, and in such times, military strength is paramount. The one with greater power can stabilize the situation, especially regarding the major sects. Should anyone incite trouble, you must intervene immediately. Xue Qinghe asserted. What if the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan stirs up trouble? Liu Erlong asked. I shall have to handle that personally. Send a decree for all cabinet members and the 6 ministers to convene for discussion, Xue Qinghe commanded. Xue Qinghe had been in power for merely a month, yet he had already orchestrated a series of significant actions. He firmly believed that as long as he wielded military might, the Tiando Empire would remain undisturbed, regardless of the circumstances. Obediently, Liu Erlong departed at once. She harbored great expectations for the Tiando Empire, noting that Xue Qinghe's efforts in just 1 month had seemingly surpassed the accomplishments of the Snow Knight Emperor over his decades-long reign. Seated upon the throne, Xue Qinghe quietly reveled in the surge of spirit power bestowed by his right leg bone, with a 30,000-year soul bone and 2 20,000-year soul bones enhancing his capabilities. Coupled with the effects of a 100,000-year fire apricot dried fruit, his current strength was formidable enough to contend with a 96th level sword Douluo. To govern effectively, one must be prepared for battle. Moments later, Liu Erlong summoned the ministers. They stood reverently before the new emperor. Even the seasoned officials dared not display arrogance. After all, he was a titled Douluo, and should he take offense, he could easily mete out punishment on the spot. Upon hearing about the implementation of 12 years of compulsory education for soul masters and the tightening of sect privileges, they were taken aback. It was evident that this initiative primarily targeted the common populace, for the affluent could easily pursue their education regardless of such mandates. The compulsory education for soul masters encompassed 6 years at a junior soul master academy, from ages 6 to 12, followed by an additional 6 years at a senior soul master academy, from ages 12 to 18. Chapter 48, Zhu Zhuyun, Your Majesty, do not bully me. Xue Qinghe elaborated on the advantages of compulsory education for soul masters, leaving the ministers feeling both apprehensive and astonished. The Minister of Revenue remarked, Your Majesty, while the sects have indeed siphoned substantial resources, they currently serve as a bulwark for Tiando. Xue Qinghe nodded, acknowledging the minister's insight. He had previously contemplated that Tiando was a dismal state. Though flawed, it remained a state nonetheless. Now, as he contemplated dismantling this structure, he pondered the ramifications of those who might flee. The existence of the sects, while draining Tiando, simultaneously provided a measure of protection. After all, if Tiando were to collapse, where would they find their sustenance? The Tiando royal family resembled a mere decorative figure in this scenario. Addressing the sects would certainly entail a period of discomfort. A smooth transition through gentle means was implausible. This period of discomfort would be the moment to exert the empire's coercive power, relying on military strength for support. Xue Qinghe intended to shift from a sect-centric system to one dominated by academies. While the existence of sects would still be permitted, the academies would take precedence, with the former relegated to a secondary role. By consolidating wealth and soul masters through the academy framework, all institutions within the empire would fall directly under the royal family's jurisdiction. The transition need not be protracted. Within a year, substantial change could be achieved through a forced and decisive shift. Very well, deliberate among yourselves and draft a concrete proposal, Xue Qinghe instructed. He continued to articulate his thoughts, leaving the remaining specifics to his ministers, as it was unreasonable for him to resolve every issue single-handedly. The emperor's true responsibility should lie in steering the direction. Xue Qinghe confined them within a chamber to deliberate, while he himself stepped outside. Xue Qinghe had another significant matter to attend to. The enchanting young lady, Zhu Zhuyun, had yet to acquire her 3rd soul ring. He intended to personally accompany her on a quest to procure a soul ring, thereby nurturing their relationship as well. Xue Qinghe soared to Zhu Zhuyun's quarters. She was seated in meditation, and upon noticing him, promptly rose. Your Majesty. Xue Qinghe approached her, enveloping her in his embrace and gently kissing her forehead. The fragrance of the young maiden was intoxicatingly delightful. Zhuyun, I shall take you to the sunset forest to hunt for your soul ring, Xue Qinghe declared with a smile. Zhu Zhuyun was taken aback and quickly replied, Thank you, Your Majesty. He took her hand and led her into the courtyard. He summoned his martial spirit, the 3-legged golden crow. Zhu Zhuyun gazed at Xue Qinghe in astonishment, marveling at his incredible strength. 8 black soul rings and 1 red soul ring, an achievement far beyond that of an ordinary soul master. Suddenly, the 5th soul ring beneath his feet radiated with light. 5th soul skill, Solar Car. With a resounding roar, A dazzling golden carriage materialized before them. My solar carriage can even traverse the sun, Xue Qinghe proclaimed with a grin, before leaping aboard. Zhu Zhuyun swallowed hard, overwhelmed by the grandeur, her heart brimming with awe. Zhuyun, come aboard, he beckoned, extending his hand from within the solar carriage. Zhu Zhuyun joined him, settling beside him as the carriage began to move in accordance with Xue Qinghe's thoughts. The vehicle thundered into the sky, soaring toward the sunset forest. Zhu Zhuyun was astonished. Was this truly the capability of a soul skill? Instinctively, she glanced downward, realizing they had indeed ascended into the heavens. The city of Tiando appeared smaller beneath her, while the sun above grew increasingly radiant. Xue Qinghe reclined within the solar carriage, having prepared a comfortable pillow, deliberately slowing their ascent. Zhuyun, please massage my legs, he requested. Zhu Zhuyun bit her lip, kneeling beside him, unsure of how to perform the task, but attempting nonetheless. Xue Qinghe closed his eyes, quietly relishing the attention of the fair maiden. Zhu Zhuyun occasionally cast glances downward, feeling a mix of fear and thrill at their altitude. Before turning her focus back to massaging his legs, Xue Qinghe savored the moment in tranquility. Zhuyun, make it a point to remain in Tiando. If you miss your sister, I shall bring her here as well, he said casually. Zhu Zhuyun summoned her courage and ventured, in the future, could Tiando and Luo refrain from warfare? Would it not be better for both families to coexist harmoniously? Xue Qinghe chuckled softly and remarked, only true unification can usher in peace. Rest assured, as long as you serve me diligently, I shall spare the Yuming clan. He appraised her figure, noting it was more voluptuous than Liu Erlong's. She shivered slightly, her heart racing. Zhu Zhuyun glared at Xue Qinghe, biting her lip in mild pain. Dressed in a form-fitting black attire, her ample curves were clearly accentuated. Zhuyun, do not harbor ill intentions. I shall treat you well, otherwise, you may find yourself enduring considerable suffering, Xue Qinghe warned. Zhu Zhuyun, her cheeks flushed, nodded silently. She sensed that his words carried a warning. She lacked the courage to truly confront him. Since arriving in Tiando, she had heard numerous tales about Xue Qinghe and had gradually relinquished her resistance. 6 years prior, Xue Qinghe had breached the lair of the poisoned Douluo, scattering toxic powder around, rendering even the poisoned Douluo unable to enter. Thus, it became evident that Xue Qinghe was not only skilled in poison, but also extraordinarily proficient, dispelling any thoughts Zhu Zhuyun had of assassinating him. Before long, the sun chariot descended upon the sunset forest. With a resounding thud, the chariot landed, unleashing a powerful aura that sent nearby soul beasts fleeing. Xue Qinghe took Zhu Zhuyun's hand, helping her down from the chariot, somewhat exasperated. With the soul beasts scared away, how would they hunt for soul rings? As soon as she disembarked, Zhu Zhuyun found herself tightly embraced by Xue Qinghe, feeling the intensity of his grip, which left her breathless. Your Majesty, please release me, she said gently, biting her lip and weakly pushing against him. He let her go. Your Majesty, do not bully me, Zhu Zhuyun implored, her tone almost pleading. All right, my dear, Xue Qinghe replied with a smile. Initially, Zhu Zhuyun felt a surge of gratitude. The esteemed emperor personally hunting soul rings for her was an honor she had not experienced even during her time in Xingluo. In her mind, she pondered how to learn more about Xue Qinghe, discovering many of his secrets. Despite the throngs of beautiful women around him, he still devoted time to procure soul rings for her. Zhu Zhuyun felt that with a bit of effort, she could earn his favor. Though the position of empress seemed unlikely, surpassing Tang Yuehua in status was well within her reach. Chapter 49, Zhu Zhuyun's third soul ring. Zhu Zhuyun was acutely aware of her advantages. Her curvaceous figure outshone Tang Yuehua's. With even a modicum of charm, she believed she could easily win Xue Qinghe's heart. She realized that accompanying him promised far greater prospects than her time in Xingluo. Your Majesty, shall we directly enter the core area? Zhu Zhuyun exclaimed. While the high-level soul beasts in the sunset forest were not as numerous as those in Star Luo, there were still many over 10,000 years old, posing a significant threat of ambush. With me here, there is no need for concern, Xue Qinghe replied calmly. His prowess within the sunset forest allows him to traverse it with unparalleled ease. The soul beasts here are utterly incapable of inflicting harm upon him. Furthermore, having spent several years in this very forest, Xue Qinghe knows it like the back of his hand. He guided her past numerous congregations of soul beasts, and the once mighty wolf pack, upon spotting Xue Qinghe, lowered their heads in deference. The alpha of the pack, a 30,000-year-old soul beast, had developed a rudimentary intelligence and promptly nodded in acknowledgement upon seeing Xue Qinghe. Welcome, my brother, the wolves seemed to convey. Xue Qinghe returned the gesture. As the emperor of the human realm, he holds considerable influence in the domain of soul beasts. Those with any semblance of strength have witnessed his growth firsthand. In the past, they had served as his training partners, and now, upon seeing him, They either fled in terror or trembled in place, awaiting their fate. After a brief moment, Xue Qinghe led Zhu Zhuyun into a foreboding thicket. Zhu Zhuyun bit her lip, a flicker of fear igniting within her. The unknown risks were unsettling, and she dared not stray a step from Xue Qinghe, instinctively clasping his arm. With a gentle smile, Xue Qinghe embraced her. Akin to guiding a young girl through a horror film, though unlike mere cinema, this realm harbored genuine peril. Xue Qinghe picked up a stone and cast it aside. With a resounding thud, the stone struck the ground, provoking a chorus of wolf howls that echoed ominously from all directions, sending chills down their spines. Your Majesty, Zhu Zhuyun clutched Xue Qinghe tightly. Soon, a pack of black wolves emerged from the shadows of the forest, their malevolent gazes fixated upon the two. These wolves are a specialty of the Sunset Forest, unique to this place and absent from the Star Luo Forest, Xue Qinghe remarked with a smile. Zhu Zhuyun felt her heart race. Despite being a level 30 soul master, her strength was modest, yet she had faced her fair share of battles. The approach of the wolf pack instilled a profound sense of panic within her. Xue Qinghe explained, these wolves are known as phantom wolves, possessing dual attributes of darkness and spirit. Their howls carry psychic energy that subtly influences the mind. Understanding this, Zhu Zhuyun still found herself paralyzed by fear as hundreds of phantom wolves advanced toward them, tightening her grip on Xue Qinghe. He scanned the pack in search of a soul beast nearing 2,000 years of age. Many in the pack were over 1,000 years old, making them particularly formidable, seemingly tailored to intimidate Zhu Zhuyun. With a decisive move, Xue Qinghe unleashed his martial soul, the three-legged golden crow, whose luminous attributes countered the phantom wolves effectively. As the 100,000-year soul ring manifested, the wolves were instantly disoriented. The overwhelming pressure rendered them devoid of combat spirit. They sought only to flee. Many of the younger ones paralyzed with fear, standing frozen in place while the majority scampered away in terror. That one, Xue Qinghe commanded. Following the direction pointed out by Xue Qinghe, Zhu Zhuyun immediately activated her martial spirit and swiftly pursued. The spectral wolf, with an age of around 2,000 years, matched the duration of Tang San's third spirit ring, slightly exceeding the 1,700 years mentioned by Yu Shaojiang. With a flash, Zhu Zhuyun dashed forward, employing her first soul skill, Phantom Thrust. The terrified spectral wolf, paralyzed with fear, was pierced through the heart by Zhu Zhuyun and met its demise. Subsequently, a purple 1,000-year soul ring materialized around her. Zhu Zhuyun glanced at Xue Qinghe and inquired, Your Majesty, how many years is this soul beast? Having never encountered a spectral wolf before, she was unable to ascertain its age but felt that, despite its dark and spiritual attributes, its physical strength far exceeded her expectations. Just 2,000 years, quite fitting for you, Xue Qinghe replied. Zhu Zhuyun gasped in astonishment and quickly exclaimed, Your Majesty, isn't that age too high? I fear I may not be able to absorb it. Xue Qinghe chuckled, You can do it. I will assist you. Zhu Zhuyun, somewhat skeptical, pondered for a moment before deciding to give it a try. Although her phantom spirit cat was a first-tier martial spirit, it still paled in comparison to the truly elite. The only way to surpass her peers was to seek breakthroughs through soul rings. Very well. Zhu Zhuyun promptly settled into a cross-legged position, steeling her resolve to begin absorbing the soul ring. With a titled Douluo and an emperor personally safeguarding her, such treatment was unparalleled. Soon, she gently drew the power into her body, a surge of vitality flowing in like a roaring river. Zhu Zhuyun exerted all her effort to control this force, allowing it to enter her system in a relatively gentle manner. Yet, the ferocity of the 2,000-year soul ring exceeded her expectations. With each passing millennium, the strength of the soul beast escalated to a new echelon. Zhu Zhuyun gritted her teeth and persevered, and at that moment, a gentle and pure soul power, devoid of any attributes, slowly seeped in from behind her, as tender as flowing water. This soothing soul force expanded her meridians. When the power of the soul ring surged forth like a torrential downpour, Zhu Zhuyun found herself capable of bearing it completely. A slight sheen of sweat formed on her forehead as she clenched her teeth and endured. After half an hour, she wearily opened her eyes, sensing a subtle transformation in her aura. A faint dark mist swirled around her, and she clenched her fists, filled with delight at this newfound power. Though the peril of absorbing a soul ring beyond her level was considerable, the rewards were equally substantial. Your Majesty, I am deeply grateful, she said, preparing to bow. However, a gentle soul power caught her, preventing her from bending. All right, now that you've completed the absorption, let us return, Xue Qinghe said with a smile. Zhu Zhuyun nodded cheerfully, moving closer to him, leaning gently against his side. Xue Qinghe embraced her tightly, warmth blossoming in his heart. It seemed he could no longer afford to overlook Zhu Zhuyun. Waiting idly held no future, and he resolved to act. The Solar Chariot. Xue Qinghe activated his fifth soul skill, and a resplendent golden carriage materialized before the two of them. They both leaped aboard, with Xue Qinghe reclining directly in Zhu Zhiyun's embrace, quietly indulging in an afternoon slumber, undisturbed by anyone. He summoned his thoughts, and the sun chariot commenced its journey. Chapter 50. Zhu Zhiyun. Upon returning to the palace, Zhu Zhiyun first made her way to the diligent work chamber. The ministers had begun to form some consensus on various matters. The implementation of compulsory education hinged not primarily on financial concerns, but rather on military strength, a matter in which Xue Qinghe's prowess offered ample assurance. After Tang Yuehua returned and reported on Tang San's situation, revealing that he had captured a 400-year-old mandala snake, Xue Qinghe felt a twinge of surprise, perhaps suggesting that fate had its own design. Once Tang Yuehua finished her report, she stood quietly beside Xue Qinghe, her gaze fixed upon him, as if silently imploring, "Your Majesty, notice me." "Oh, summon Zhu Yun to attend to me," he commanded. After reviewing several memorials, his eyes grew weary. Indeed, the demands of work were detrimental to one's health, and the wisdom of rising early and retiring early proved to be the best for well-being. "As you command, Your Majesty," Tang Yuehua replied. "Yuehua, henceforth, I entrust the matters of the harem to you, my loyal steward," Xue Qinghe declared. "Understood, Your Majesty." A surge of joy filled Tang Yuehua's heart. With the absence of a queen, she had temporarily assumed the role, gaining authority in the harem. Her status had risen slightly, and she was delighted. Liu Erlong often remained outside, and she had little inclination to manage so many women. Apart from those who ventured outside, Xue Qinghe trusted Tang Yuehua above all. Tang Yuehua hastily departed to find Zhu Zhiyun. "Sister Zhiyun, His Majesty summons you to his side," she announced with a smile as she entered Zhu Zhiyun's chamber. "All right, I shall go at once," Zhu Zhiyun responded, a hint of anxiety in her tone. As she was in the midst of cultivation, Tang Yuehua chuckled softly, teasing, "Sister, you are far too eager. You must bathe first before attending to him. I have a few words of guidance to share." Zhu Zhiyun felt a flutter of embarrassment, having nearly forgotten the importance of bathing. "Please, speak on, sister." She glanced at the noble Tang Yuehua, whose serene smile radiated grace and tranquility. "Come, let me accompany you while you bathe," Tang Yuehua offered. "I will share essential details regarding serving His Majesty and his preferences." Zhu Zhiyun's heart raced, nodding silently, eager to absorb this knowledge. As they bathed together, their hearts opened to one another, and Tang Yuehua regarded the splendid beauty before her, realizing why His Majesty was so enamored with her. Her form was indeed unparalleled. "I shall not teach you everything of value. If you were to master it all, what would remain of my allure?" Tang Yuehua intended to impart merely the basics of serving the emperor, subtly drawing Zhu Zhiyun closer to her side for future companionship. For instance, Zhu Zhiyun, lacking any prior experience, likely did not even grasp the most fundamental postures. Thus, she was first instructed in these essentials, learning on the spot. The two of them engaged in practice for quite some time, with Tang Yuehua earnestly explaining the techniques and prompting Zhu Zhiyun to demonstrate them. She learned swiftly, managing to barely pass the requirements. After half an hour, Zhu Zhiyun, draped in a bathrobe and slightly misted with water, her cheeks flushed, entered the chambers of Xue Qinghe. Anxiously awaiting, she felt a wave of trepidation as she quietly stood there. After a moment, Liu Erlong entered, observing Zhu Zhiyun's rosy complexion, and inquired with curiosity, "Did His Majesty summon you for the night?" Zhu Zhiyun replied in a hushed tone, "Yes." Liu Erlong nodded, primarily responsible for the night watch. The duty of the night watch was to remind the emperor to exercise moderation and avoid excessive indulgence. Additionally, it was their responsibility to ensure Xue Qinghe's safety. For during intimate moments, one is at their most vulnerable. What if an assassin were to strike at such a time? In truth, both Liu Erlong and Xue Qinghe were acutely aware of the risks involved in leaving the consort at the academy. However, Xue Qinghe, a pragmatist, deemed it unwise for so many to idle about in the palace without purpose. Moreover, as a titled Douluo, he could evade numerous dangers. Noticing Zhu Zhiyun's tension, Liu Erlong smiled reassuringly, saying, "Don't be afraid, Zhiyun. Later, you need only lie down and relax. It will be quite comfortable." Zhu Zhiyun bit her lip, uncertain. "Really?" But Tang Yuehua mentioned there might be some pain, she thought, which only heightened her anxiety. Xue Qinghe, meanwhile, was engrossed in state affairs, feeling fatigued, and ultimately decided to retire, exclaiming, "I am weary. I shall return to rest." Upon entering his chambers, Zhu Zhiyun promptly approached, respectfully greeting him, "Your Majesty." Xue Qinghe embraced her, while Liu Erlong closed the door. Zhu Zhiyun felt a flutter of panic, the teachings of Tang Yuehua racing through her mind. Unsure of how to proceed, well, perhaps it was best to heed Liu Erlong's advice and simply lie down. Xue Qinghe unleashed a wave of soul power. muffling the sounds within the room. Wushan Yunyu. Liu Erlong could not help but marvel at the Emperor's vigor. After all, he was pioneering uncharted territory, filled with exhilarating unknowns. Half an hour passed. Liu Erlong reminded him, "Your Majesty, it is getting late. Please retire early." The duty of the night watch was to perform such tasks. Previous emperors indeed required reminders, but Xue Qinghe was a titled Douluo with extraordinary strength. Xue Qinghe paid her words no heed. Liu Erlong, having symbolically fulfilled her obligation, chose not to press further. At the Tianxue Academy that evening, Han Ying concluded her classes. Recently, she had been wholly devoted to her role at the school, genuinely imparting knowledge to her students. After all, as a competent undercover agent, the first step was to assimilate into the environment. Once class was dismissed, she left the school without pretense, heading towards a renowned bar in Tiando City. Upon entering, the atmosphere was vibrant and lively as she blended into the crowd. After engaging in some amusement, she ventured into a private chamber. Inside, a man burst into hearty laughter upon noticing Han Ying's arrival. "Not bad, this girl," he remarked. Han Ying responded with a cold snort and took a seat. "Elder, I have already arranged everything for the young master. I hope you will act swiftly," the robust middle-aged man said in a hushed tone. Han Ying replied solemnly, "What is the rush? The young master must plan for the long term. I will only manage to get close to Xue Qinghe within 6 months. Any sooner would be precarious." The man furrowed his brow slightly and replied, "Elder, Xue Qinghe is advancing rapidly in his cultivation. After 6 months, his soul power will likely increase once more, leading to many uncontrollable factors." Han Ying raised an eyebrow, sneering. "Do you think a titled Douluo can advance a level in just half a year? Dream on." Chapter 51. True Love for Red Dates. The young master instructed that Xue Qinghe is extraordinary and should not be judged by common standards. The man respectfully noted that neither side could afford to provoke the other. Should any issues arise, he would not be able to bear the consequences and would simply follow orders from above. "All right, I understand. I will report back to the young master that Xue Qinghe is a formidable opponent. Within 6 months, I will definitely bring him down," Han declared gravely. "Elder, according to past practices, every year during the school season, Xue Qinghe speaks at the Tianxue Academy. This year, having just ascended to the throne, it is uncertain if he will come." The young master said to seize this opportunity. The man added respectfully. Han Ying nodded. This was indeed feasible. As a newly appointed teacher this year, her reputation and abilities were impeccable, ranking among the best in the academy. With a little effort, she could easily become the representative for new staff. At that point, she should be able to approach Xue Qinghe. Given her beauty and his lecherous nature, there was a significant chance of obtaining an opportunity to serve him in his chambers. In truth, getting close to Xue Qinghe was not particularly challenging. The difficulty lay in catching him off guard. Even if she could approach him during the opening ceremony, assassinating him would prove to be exceedingly difficult. Xue Qinghe was a formidable expert himself, and it was certain that other titled Douluos from the Heaven Do Empire would be present, potentially igniting a fierce battle. Even if the Spirit Hall was well prepared, fighting on enemy ground would be perilous unless they mobilized a considerable number of their powerful members. Therefore, it was far better to strike during the quiet hours of the night in the harem when Xue Qinghe was in high spirits. "Understood. I will return to make preparations," Han Ying stated. After finishing her thoughts, she departed. She did not wish to delay. Her soul power had basically plateaued at level 95, making further breakthroughs challenging. In contrast, Xue Qinghe was still very young, with ample room for improvement. Early the next morning, Zhu Zhiyun awoke beside Xue Qinghe, feeling somewhat fatigued. She turned over, her body inexplicably sore, sensing an unusual presence between her legs. Gradually accustomed to it, she closed her eyes and drifted back to sleep. Xue Qinghe also awoke, opening his eyes and activating the system. "Is the host attending court today?" Xue Qinghe tightened his embrace around Zhu Zhiyun from behind. The innocent Zhu Zhiyun, a maiden experiencing her first stirrings of love, felt a blend of shyness and beauty, and Xue Qinghe held her with an irresistible affection. Why attend court when one could luxuriate in slumber beside such a beauty? Why rise so early to face the day? The host has not attended court for 3 consecutive days, exhibiting the demeanor of a foolish monarch. A reward of a love-enhancing red date has been granted. Xue Qinghe clicked on the red date. Once consumed, it would double his love index, instantly achieving his objectives, while also granting eternal youth and immortality. Elated, Xue Qinghe reveled in such unreasonable treasures. He pondered an opportunity to invite the emperor for a cup of date tea. Immortality was indeed a precious gift. Although soul masters lived longer than ordinary mortals, their lifespans rarely exceeded a couple of 100 years. The desire for immortality was not merely a commoner's dream. Even soul masters harbored such aspirations. Thus, Xue Qinghe felt increasingly inclined to remain in bed, holding Zhu Zhiyun tightly and continuing to sleep. Zhu Zhiyun reflected on the wild night before, her cheeks flushed deeper. Alone in a foreign land, she felt like a homeless kitten, with nowhere to go but beside Xue Qinghe. Tears trickled down her cheeks. She found herself with no options left. Even if fortune smiled upon her, and she managed to poison Xue Qinghe, returning to the Xingluo Empire, what then? She might become a hero of Xingluo. Yet she would never ascend to the role of crown princess or empress. For even in the martial realm of Xingluo, which appeared to disregard minute details, a woman who had lost her virtue would never be crowned. There had never been a precedent for such a case, and thus none would be made for her. Consequently, remaining here had unexpectedly become her best choice. Liu Erlong had already risen, watching Zhu Zhiyun's flushed face with a gentle smile. She did not leave, but remained quietly to wait. As the sun climbed higher, Xue Qinghe finally awoke and went to the study to review some memorials. Zhu Zhiyun also got up, biting her lip lightly as she donned a fitted black outfit that accentuated her figure. Her gait was slightly awkward, but breakfast had been prepared for her, and she casually ate a bit, stretching her body. Liu Erlong chuckled. Zhiyun, the initial pain is the worst. It will ease afterward. Zhu Zhiyun lowered her head, but Tang Yuehua had told her yesterday that pain would continue. Whom should she believe? In the study, Liu Erlong inquired. Your Majesty, the opening ceremony of Tianxue Academy is in 3 days. Will you attend? Of course, Xue Qinghe replied. Here are this year's student representatives and faculty representatives for your consideration, Liu Erlong continued. Xue Qinghe glanced at the list and spotted Han Ying's name, nodding slightly. Very good. This young lady is quite lovely, possessing a maturity that surpasses even Zhu Zhiyun. Indeed, I must meet her in person. Your Majesty, I shall make the arrangements at once. Liu Erlong remarked before swiftly departing. Xue Qinghe pondered for a moment, fully aware that after ascending to the stage, he had undertaken numerous endeavors. And now the spirit hall was keenly observing him. This incessant sense of unrest, even in slumber, was rather displeasing. Thus, it seemed prudent to negotiate with the spirit hall. He contemplated inviting the esteemed Pope Bibi Dong to his residence for a sincere discussion, to engage in casual conversation, and to enjoy some date tea together. An adversary can indeed be approached for dialogue. Yesterday's foe may become tomorrow's ally. Subsequently, Xue Qinghe pinned another letter to his empress, though Bibi Dong had not yet acquiesced. Xue Qinghe, as the emperor, was resolute. When he declared her empress, she was to be regarded as such. After finalizing the letter, he dispatched it without urgency, employing standard delivery, so it was not until the following day that Bibi Dong received Xue Qinghe's correspondence. At that moment, she was engaged in her training, and upon grasping the letter, she read its contents. My empress, do find time to visit home frequently. I am planning to host a date tea gathering in Hami City in half a month's time. Let us convene. Bibi Dong inhaled deeply. Despite having never met Xue Qinghe, she could already infer his somewhat arrogant tone from the written words. Young man, you are courting disaster. Hami City, situated at the juncture of the Spirit Hall and the Heaven Do Empire, belonged to the latter and was abundant in resources. Hu Laina, who had been seated beside her, noticed Bibi Dong's displeasure and remarked, Teacher, is it Xue Qinghe again? The plans had been set in motion. Once he took the bait, she could secure him. Bibi Dong responded, Very well, let us keep him at bay for now. I shall write back. I will handle this. Understood, teacher, Hu Laina replied. As not only Bibi Dong's student, but also her assistant, Hu Laina was more than a mere aide. She possessed an innate understanding of Bibi Dong's intentions, making her particularly dear to the teacher. In contrast, Qian Renxue often engaged in banter with Bibi Dong, frequently causing her frustration. Hu Laina set about composing a reply to Xue Qinghe. A day later, in the Heaven Do Empire, Xue Qinghe received the letter. Zhu Zhiyun stood by his side like a handmaiden, and his eyes brightened. Ah, Bibi Dong has acquiesced. However, she is addressed as empress in my letter. If she has consented, does that not imply her tacit acknowledgement of being my empress? Xue Qinghe rested his chin upon his hand, contemplating for a moment, before issuing a crucial directive. Who among you has seen Pope Bibi Dong? Based on her physique, craft a red garment for her, he commanded. He instructed his subordinates to devise a means to obtain the necessary measurements, as he was unaware of the specifics regarding Bibi Dong's stature. All he knew was that she possessed an elegant figure, tall, with long legs and a slender waist. Though not as voluptuous as Zhu Zhiyun, her beauty was undeniable. Yet, what captivated most was her regal demeanor, evoking a strong desire for conquest in those who beheld her. Zhu Zhiyun pondered within herself. Why does His Majesty fixate on Bibi Dong once again? Although she had never encountered Bibi Dong, she had certainly heard tales of her. That woman, Bibi Dong, was once a prodigious talent of her time, renowned for her exquisite beauty, and ascended to the position of Pope. However, whispers suggested she had plotted multiple times to attack the two great empires, though none of her schemes ever materialized. Such a woman, with her lofty aspirations, could hardly be expected to hold sincere admiration for Xue Qinghe. Juyan, have you been resting well these past few days? Come to my chambers tonight. Xue Qinghe remarked with a smile. Zhu Zhiyun instinctively declined. Your Majesty, I. But then she reconsidered. Why should she refuse? Within the harem, there were countless beautiful maidens, all eagerly awaiting their chance to capture His Majesty's attention. Just yesterday, Yang Mingxin and Dong Hui, who had arrived in Tiando alongside her, lamented that they had yet to meet the emperor. They had initially anticipated a swift rise to prominence. But how could that be realized without even an audience with the emperor? The thought of Yang Mingxin and Dong Hui's somewhat resentful gazes filled her with a sense of superiority. As you command, Your Majesty, Zhu Zhiyun replied softly. Though the two young girls had become palace maids, it was akin to being married, and with such a union, one could hardly meet their husband, which was naturally a cause for concern. Zhiyun, make arrangements to notify Hami City to prepare for the reception of Pope Bibi Dong. I shall personally attend, Xue Qinghe instructed. As you wish, Zhu Zhiyun acknowledged, effectively becoming Xue Qinghe's secretary. She had recently learned a bit about palace etiquette and was now capable of handling some straightforward matters. This truly granted her a sensation akin to that of an empress. Your Majesty, if you are to meet Bibi Dong, whom should you take with you? Zhu Zhiyun inquired. Xue Qinghe contemplated for a moment. Even if his meeting with Bibi Dong was intended for the sake of bilateral friendship, sufficient military preparedness was essential. Otherwise, there was no guarantee he would return. With a chuckle, Xue Qinghe declared, there is no need to summon anyone. Inform the three sects to keep their respective doors guarded. I shall go alone. Zhu Zhiyun was taken aback, hastily responding, Your Majesty, that cannot be. Your noble intentions are commendable, but Bibi Dong is treacherous and cunning. Should she lay an ambush, Your Majesty's safety would be at great risk. Zhu Zhiyun's allegiance was firmly with Xue Qinghe. With Xingluo lost to her, her sole reliance was upon him. With Xue Qinghe's favor, she could command influence in Tiando, and naturally, she was deeply concerned for his safety. My primary concern is that they may lure me away. If I take the formidable warriors of the three sects with me, the Spirit Hall might seize the opportunity to assault them, potentially jeopardizing the foundation of Tiando, Xue Qinghe explained. Zhu Zhiyun urged, then Your Majesty would be in danger. Given the circumstances, perhaps it would be better for you to forego attending this Jujube tea gathering. Xue Qinghe chuckled. Having issued the invitation for this gathering, he was well prepared, and his preparation was himself. Just as they were conversing, a shadow swiftly darted into the room from outside. Your Majesty, the inauguration ceremony of Tianxue Academy is ready. Please, make your way there, Liu Erlong remarked. Xue Qinghe nodded, setting down his pen. He required no carriage for his journey, as his own vehicle was unparalleled in its nobility. The soul rings beneath his feet glimmered, 8 black and 1 red. 5th soul skill, solar car. The three ascended into the golden chariot, which soared skyward, piercing the clouds. In Tiando City, many gazed upward at the resplendent solar car, pausing to pay their respects. The solar car symbolized imperial authority, signifying supremacy within Tiando. Zhu Zhiyun cast a worried glance at Xue Qinghe, whispering to Liu Erlong. Liu Erlong frowned slightly, her eyes deeply fixed on Xue Qinghe. The journey was fraught with danger, a fact too evident to articulate, yet she felt an inexplicable assurance that he was destined for divine support. The solar car traveled at a leisurely pace, seemingly reveling in its display of imperial power before the citizens of Tiando. At that moment, Tianxue Academy was conducting its opening ceremony, and due to Xue Qinghe's ascension to the throne, the enrollment this year was notably impressive. As the solar car hovered above Tianxue Academy, all present bowed in reverence. The chariot landed gracefully. The student representative, Douluo, stood at the forefront, warmly welcoming His Majesty. Dressed vibrantly, she exuded youthful charm. As Xue Qinghe descended from the solar car, he cast a glance her way, feeling a slight stir of admiration. Quite lovely indeed. Your Majesty, this way please, the teacher representative, Han Ying, respectfully stated. Xue Qinghe appraised Han Ying, acknowledging her as a mature and alluring woman, with a captivating figure. Yet he found the youthful Zhu Zhiyun even more intriguing. However, Han Ying's face struck him as familiar, though he could not recall when they had met. Indeed, quite impressive, Xue Qinghe remarked with a smile. Han Ying offered a gentle smile, prompting a wave of adoration from the crowd. The assembly erupted in cheers of Your Majesty. Xue Qinghe felt a swell of satisfaction as he ascended the podium. He was, to date, the most revered emperor among the citizens of Tiando, unmatched in popularity. Welcome, new students. You are the future hope of the Tiando Empire. The students of Tianxue Academy are my own students, Xue Qinghe proclaimed succinctly. As an emperor, his presence alone was enough to inspire them. The fewer words he spoke, the greater the prestige he conveyed. The students listened intently. Han Ying stood not far from Xue Qinghe, witnessing for the first time the magnetic allure of this young emperor. Chapter 53. Bestowing a concubine as a reward for oneself. Han Ning pondered inwardly, uncertain of when a man's defenses are most vulnerable. Is it during the passionate moments, or afterward? She had heard that the more frequent the encounters, the more exhausting they became. Thus, would his guard diminish correspondingly? Han Ning felt a slight headache as she became distracted while Xue Qinghe was speaking, her mind wandering to peculiar thoughts. Once Xue Qinghe concluded his speech, he did not immediately depart, but instead prepared to showcase his prowess. With a resounding thud, a blazing three-legged golden crow materialized behind him, causing the temperature around to rise swiftly, prompting those nearby to retreat in astonishment. Simultaneously, beneath his feet, 8 black and 1 red spirit rings illuminated, igniting a fervor amongst the crowd that erupted like a tidal wave. Both students and teachers alike were left in utter shock upon witnessing Xue Qinghe's spirit rings. 100,000-year spirit ring. For them, such a phenomenon existed solely within the pages of their textbooks, and merely acquiring a 1,000-year spirit ring was a dream for many students. As the initial excitement subsided, the crowd collectively bowed in reverence, chanting, "Long live our emperor! Long live our emperor!" While titled Douluos were not an uncommon sight, an emperor among them was exceedingly rare. Though not entirely absent, an emperor possessing a 100,000-year spirit ring was a singular occurrence. Han Ning joined the throng in bowing, and at the moment Xue Qinghe's martial spirit manifested, she felt a tremor within her soul. She prided herself on being a phoenix Douluo. Having reached the esteemed level of 95 without a 100,000-year spirit ring, her martial spirit's quality undoubtedly ranking among the finest. It could rival the likes of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon and the Haoyan Hammer, perhaps even exceeding them. Both her martial spirit and Xue Qinghe's were fire-based and avian in nature, yet she felt completely overshadowed. The manifestation of Xue Qinghe's martial spirit instilled within her a sense of dread, a fear stemming from the potency of his spirit. Having dominated the spirit master realm for decades, she was accustomed to her martial spirit suppressing others. Yet here she found herself subdued by Xue Qinghe. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to temper her emotions. "He, you shall all be the pillars of the Tiando Empire in the future," Xue Qinghe exclaimed with a hearty laugh. He did not linger at the school for long, casting a discerning gaze at the young beauties before departing. He then boarded the solar chariot, followed closely by Liu Erlong and Xu Zhiyun. The chariot soared through the skies until it vanished from sight, and it was not until much later that the students of Tianxue Academy emerged from their astonishment. Everyone present felt the weight of his martial spirit's dominance, having witnessed the emperor's formidable strength firsthand, igniting a fervor among the students. The rise of the Tiando Empire seemed imminent. Unification of the continent was within their grasp. The entire student body of Tianxue Academy found their zeal for striving ignited, as nothing was more exhilarating than showcasing one's strength. After leaving the school, Xue Qinghe returned to the palace. It was likely that within a day's time, news of his prowess would echo through the streets of Douluo continent. While this would enhance Tiando's pride, it would also prompt Star Luo and the Spirit Hall to heighten their vigilance towards Tiando, presenting both advantages and disadvantages. However, such a precarious balance would not endure for long. The moment either Qian Renxue ascended to divinity or Xue Qinghe achieved godhood, it would inevitably be shattered. Otherwise, in the current triad, regardless of who instigates a large-scale war, they shall face the united opposition of the other two factions. Xue Qinghe stretched lazily and returned to his study to continue reviewing memorials. He recalled the faces he had just seen. Indeed, Dodo stood out at the Heavenly Snow Academy, while the other, Han Ning, was also quite lovely. As an emperor, aside from managing state affairs, Xue Qinghe's thoughts often wandered to beautiful women. He yearned for a romantic engagement with Dodo and a night of passion with Han Ning. Dodo appeared to be a charming young girl, innocent and naive. Dating her would undoubtedly be delightful, whereas Han Ning exuded the allure of a mature woman, fulfilling a deeper desire for conquest. He took out the basic memorials to continue his review, realizing he might have to bestow titles upon a few concubines to console himself. After all, given his diligent efforts for the empire, indulging in some pleasures was only fitting. Erlong, bestow the title of Kaijin upon Han Ning. She shall enter the palace for the night in 3 days, Xue Qinghe commanded. As you wish, your majesty, Liu Erlong replied respectfully. Give her a bit of psychological preparation. I am quite looking forward to this night of passion, Xue Qinghe added. Liu Erlong felt speechless. It seemed the emperor had indeed taken an interest in this woman, yet she was undeniably beautiful. Xu Zhiyun, standing nearby, softly reminded, Your Majesty, the group of women from Luo is still waiting for your selection. Oh dear, do not rush. It is indeed the emperor who is unhurried while the palace maids are anxious, Xue Qinghe remarked. He pulled Xu Zhiyun closer, placing her on his lap. Zhiyun, you shall accompany Erlong for the next few days. Let her impart some knowledge to you. Xu Zhiyun blushed and nodded, already guessing the implications. Xue Qinghe set her gently beside him and resumed his focused review of the memorials. Xu Zhiyun bit her lip lightly, feeling a familiar presence pressing against her tailbone. Her heart racing with shyness. She glanced at Xue Qinghe, who was solemnly reviewing the memorials, though internally he was stirred with excitement. Liu Erlong departed the palace with the Imperial edict to bestow upon Han Ying. Han Ying was taken aback yet delighted. The suddenness of this moment was unexpected. Truly a testament to the Emperor's notorious reputation for romantic escapades. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace. She gratefully accepted the edict and promptly began her preparations. Liu Erlong returned to the palace. Within the city of Tiandou, a surging undercurrent was palpable as a substantial number of formidable individuals stealthily infiltrated. Qian Renxue had been waiting for this opportunity for quite some time. However, her cultivation level as a high-level Soul Emperor allowed her to claim only a single head, which was far from decisive. At this moment, elders of the Wuhuan Hall also quietly entered Tiandou City, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of an impending storm within the small city. Meanwhile, Xue Qinghe continued to revel in his reviews of memorials. When tired, he would indulge in the pleasures of life, embodying the essence of a carefree spirit. As night fell, the winds howled and rain poured outside, while the commotion within the room persisted, refusing to cease. Liu Erlong remained steadfastly by Xue Qinghe's side, quietly cultivating her skills, her mind undistracted, her ears oblivious to the world around her. Unable to resist, she glanced up momentarily. After a while, she reminded him. As was her custom, Your Majesty, it is getting late. Please retire early. She understood, however, that it was futile. Chapter 54. The Novelty of a Foolish Monarch. Xue Qinghe. After Liu Erlong's gentle reminder, she ceased to concern herself further, reasoning that since the Emperor was in good health, he could indulge himself as he pleased. After all, Xue Qinghe had once relished such freedom himself, and it was best not to disturb him. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Time passed, and Liu Erlong's thoughts became increasingly tumultuous. Gradually, she adapted to the clamor of her surroundings. The following morning, Xue Qinghe awoke, realizing it was yet another day free from court duties. In his arms, Xu Zhiyun stirred awake, her fatigued visage possessing an uncommon beauty. The host has yet to attend court, in line with the behavior of a foolish monarch, thus earning another cherished red date. Xue Qinghe tucked the date away, feeling somewhat ambivalent about it. As emperor, he believed that whoever he desired should be his, and this date would only hold significance for those select few extraordinary women. He reminisced about the charming Xiao Xue, a girl so delightful and obedient. Alas, it was all a fade. Letting Xiao Xue go remained his greatest regret, and he found himself yearning for her. Xue Qinghe embraced Xu Zhiyun and returned to slumber. Another day passed, and once again, Xue Qinghe opened his eyes to find it was another day devoid of court obligations. In his arms, Liu Erlong slowly awoke, her weary face radiating a unique beauty. The host has yet to attend court, in line with the behavior of a foolish monarch, thus earning another cherished red date. Yet another day dawned, and Xue Qinghe awoke once more to discover it was another day free from court duties. This time, Tang Yuehua stirred in his embrace, her tired face exuding a different kind of charm. The host has yet to attend court, in line with the behavior of a foolish monarch, thus earning another cherished red date. The monotony was tedious and wearisome. Lying quietly, Xue Qinghe fell into contemplation. Is life merely an endless cycle of repetition? Although the life of a foolish monarch was filled with joy, the daily recurrence had drained away the novelty. Perhaps today he would summon Han Ying from the Heavenly Snow Academy. Your Majesty, do you wish to summon Han Ying today? Tang Yuehua inquired from his embrace. Indeed. Do you wish to join? Xue Qinghe asked with a playful grin. Tang Yuehua quickly declined, recalling her previous embarrassment when in Liu Erlong's company. I must attend to state affairs, he declared. Soon after, Xue Qinghe rose with great anticipation for Han Ying's arrival that evening, knowing that novelty could invigorate his existence. Without it, life would be utterly stagnant. Since the establishment of the cabinet, affairs within the court have been running remarkably smoothly, and no one dares to engage in any underhanded actions. After all, Xue Qinghe is a titled Douluo. Even those with profound family backgrounds are mere jesters in his presence. Currently, the borders are exceedingly peaceful, and the Tiandou Empire is flourishing. Time passes gradually. At Tianxue Academy, Han Ying's heart raced with anxiety. Despite having experienced countless battles, she had never felt as flustered as she did now. Clutching a manual for serving in the royal chamber, she intended to adhere strictly to its guidelines. Repeatedly rehearsing the steps outlined in the manual in her mind, she recognized that chaos must first reign in the Tiandou Palace. Her 8th spirit ability, Blood Boiling, was ideally suited for creating such turmoil, a wide-ranging skill capable of reducing the palace to ashes in no time. In the evening, Han Ning followed the palace attendants toward the royal residence, while Qian Renxue's plans were already in place, promising a sensational assassination that would send shockwaves across the Douluo continent. Your Highness, the Emperor is still attending to state affairs. Please bathe first, then don your robe and await His Majesty in the chamber, a palace maid advised. Han Ning proceeded to bathe, her heart still racing from a primal sense of trepidation. As a warrior, she possessed remarkable adaptability in the heat of the moment. After cleansing herself, she entered the royal chamber, quietly awaiting the Emperor. Having dined earlier, she felt invigorated and had learned that a man's guard is typically lowest after the act, rather than during it. After half an hour, Xue Qinghe finally entered. The moment he laid eyes on Han Ning, a spark ignited within him. Her familiar yet foreign presence exhilarated him. Liu Erlong followed closely behind, taking his customary seat beside him. Your Majesty, Han Ning blushed as she stood before Xue Qinghe, her tall, curvaceous figure and flushed cheeks exuding an alluring charm. Shouting, you are truly beautiful, Xue Qinghe praised sincerely. Thank you for your kind words, Your Majesty, Han Ning replied, bowing respectfully. This is a token of our first meeting, Xue Qinghe said, producing a fiery spirit bone and placing it before her. Han Ning was momentarily taken aback. She could distinctly sense the spirit power emanating from the bone, feeling as if it had been tailor-made for her. Your Majesty, this is far too precious. How could I accept? She hastily declined. At that moment, Xue Qinghe swept her into his arms. A spirit bone is but a mundane item. How can it compare to a beauty? He remarked, his face adorned with a regal smile, as if the world lay at his feet. Stealing a glance at the spirit bone, Han Ning was interrupted. Stop looking. Attend to my needs, and I shall personally protect you tomorrow, Xue Qinghe stated with enthusiasm, before tossing Han Ning onto the dragon bed. Han Ning found herself momentarily bewildered. The sudden appearance of the soul bone disrupted her thoughts. In that fleeting instant, she pondered whether yielding to his words might grant her access to the coveted soul bone come dawn. Already at the esteemed level of 95. Acquiring this particular soul bone could potentially elevate her to level 96. Yet, the prospect of losing this opportunity loomed large. Such a chance might never present itself again. After years of dedicated service to the Spirit Hall, she had yet to catch even a glimpse of a soul bone, and now, the invaluable prize lay tantalizingly before her. As she indulged in these errant thoughts, the unfamiliar man began to engage her with practiced ease. A shiver coursed through Han Ning, her heart unexpectedly swayed. After all, she was an innocent woman, and before the seasoned Xue Qinghe, she felt herself beginning to lose her sense of self. The warmth enveloping her gradually dulled the memory of her original purpose for being there. Though a lingering thought remained, she sought to uncover Xue Qinghe's moment of vulnerability. However, soon, she found herself teetering on the brink of rationality. Liu Erlong observed with keen interest as this woman exhibited a hesitant allure, perhaps capable of instilling a sense of novelty in Xue Qinghe. In no time, Liu Erlong, accustomed to such sights, offered a token reminder. Your Majesty, do take care of your health. It would be wise to rest soon. Chapter 55. There will always be beauties who wish to harm me. Why have I come here? Han Ning silently shed tears, willing to sacrifice the most precious aspect of her femininity for the Spirit Hall. Yet, she could not ascertain whether such a sacrifice would yield a soul bone in return. Xue Qinghe, taken aback by her tears, showed no signs of compassion. Instead, he intensified his advances. An hour passed. Liu Erlong slowly opened his eyes, remarking, Your Majesty, it seems you have no intention of exercising restraint. You must be utterly exhausted by now. At that moment, the weary Han Ning appeared to grasp the intent of the Spirit Hall. Clearly, they aimed to deplete Xue Qinghe's stamina. Even a titled Douluo's strength would wane when utterly fatigued. Han Ning believed Xue Qinghe was nearing his limits. As a super Douluo at level 95, she herself was on the brink of physical exhaustion. Outside, the night was enchanting, with stars twinkling as if drowsy. Within the palace, only the rhythmic footsteps of patrolling soldiers could be heard. However, at that very moment, the tranquility of the Emperor's chamber was shattered by a sudden explosion. Boom! The Emperor's chamber erupted. In an instant, two vividly naked figures soared into the sky. 8th spirit skill, blood boiling. Han Ning, gritting her teeth against the pain in her abdomen and overwhelmed by fatigue, summoned all her soul power to activate her 8th spirit skill. She gazed at Xue Qinghe with a complex expression. Mere moments ago, this man had been atop her, yet now they stood in stark opposition to one another. Han Ning was utterly astonished by Xue Qinghe's reflexes. She had never anticipated that the distance between them had become negative. Her sudden outburst of aggression was surprisingly evaded by Xue Qinghe. Beneath her feet, the crimson fire cat eagle unleashed its full might, its fiery feathers cascading wildly. The majority aimed at Xue Qinghe, while a smaller portion plummeted towards the palace below. Xue Qinghe felt a sense of helplessness. Just a moment ago, everything was fine. How delightful it would be to enjoy a day as a couple, yet here she was, insisting on a conflict. He had no desire for combat. All he wished was to reign as an emperor in peace. Upon seeing Han Ying's martial soul, he finally recalled who this both unfamiliar and familiar woman was. She was the titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall responsible for the downfall of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, strikingly beautiful and immensely powerful. Bang! As the eighth soul skill, blood boiling, surged towards him, Xue Qinghe remained unfazed, simultaneously activating his martial soul. Three-legged golden crow, activate. He certainly did not wish to harm Han Ying, especially since she was a girl with whom he had shared his first night. Even if she was now an adversary, it mattered not. Throughout history, enemies could always negotiate. There are no eternal foes. Sixth soul skill, flame funeral. Although the name of this soul skill was exceedingly formidable, Xue Qinghe still tempered his power. Boom. The clash of their soul skills resulted in Xue Qinghe's fire attribute, which was of an extraordinary caliber, easily overwhelming Han Ying's ordinary flames, sweeping towards her with an overpowering force. Sensing the impending danger, Han Ying swiftly evaded. Whoosh! At that moment, Xue Qinghe appeared before her in an instant, presenting her with a black robe. You are still my woman. It would be rather inappropriate for you to be exposed. Han Ying furrowed her brows, but promptly donned the robe. At that moment, a multitude of fiery feathers descended from the sky above the palace. Should they land, the Imperial Palace of Tiando would surely be reduced to ashes overnight. At this juncture, the most formidable soul master within the palace was Liu Erlong, who unleashed her full strength, attacking the falling feathers in an attempt to ignite them high above, thus preventing a threat to the palace. Although the Tiando Empire boasted the presence of the Heavenly Water Academy, it lacked soul masters of the title Da caliber specializing in water or ice, which posed a significant challenge. Whoosh! The warriors of Tiando simultaneously released arrows, colliding with Han Ying's flaming feathers, igniting a sea of flames above the palace. Only a handful of fiery feathers fell to the ground, now rendered inconsequential. Xue Qinghe chuckled, saying, "There will always be beautiful women seeking to harm me. However, I shall not strike you down. I will treat you well." Just as his words fell, suddenly, two titled Douluo surged towards him from the horizon. Xue Qinghe sneered, realizing that this battle was destined to be fatal for him. Binding immortal rope. In an instant, a rope materialized in Xue Qinghe's hand, ensnaring Han Ying like a bolt of lightning. Since you are mine, you shall not escape. Reinforcements have arrived, and Han Ying is preparing to unleash her soul technique once more, intending to set the Imperial Palace ablaze. However, as the celestial binding lock ensnares her, all of her soul power dissipates in an instant. Bewildered, Han Ying finds herself utterly unable to control her body. She cannot even maintain her martial soul and plummets from the sky. Xue Qinghe communicates through soul power, signaling Liu Erlong. Liu Erlong leaps and catches Han Ying in midair, carrying her away. In a state of panic, Han Ying, a formidable super Douluo, feels as powerless as an ordinary person, unable to wield any soul power. You possess remarkable audacity to attempt the assassination of His Majesty. Liu Erlong jeers. Release me. Han Ying retorts angrily, but her words hold no sway. Liu Erlong clutches her tightly, vanishing into the night. The two elders of the Spirit Hall, sensing the explosion, swiftly head towards Xue Qinghe. With a cold smirk, Xue Qinghe shows no sign of fear. Ninth soul skill, Sun. Suddenly, in the stillness of deep night, the entire Tiando city is illuminated as if it were day. An energy sphere, akin to a true sun, appears above the palace, casting light over the entire city. The citizenry of Tiando is alerted to the incident at the palace, and all capable soul masters rush towards it. Protect His Majesty. Pursue the assassin. Xue Qinghe stands aloft in the sky, aware that, on the Douluo continent, aside from inheriting divinity, there exists another path to godhood, through belief. Though he has only been emperor for a little over a month, he has already become a deity in the hearts of the Tiando people. His infrequent appearances at court have not diminished his esteemed position among the populace. His Majesty is a deity. He is the sole individual capable of transforming the Tiando Empire. In this brief time, he has accomplished much, instilling hope in the despondent citizens of Tiando. Where the sun shines, an invisible force seems to coalesce towards Xue Qinghe, unseen by any. Facing the assault of two level 95 elders from the Spirit Hall, Xue Qinghe shows no sign of retreat. His fists harbor unparalleled strength. Chapter 56. Capturing Qian Renxue. The response from Tiando is swift, particularly from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, whose castle lies just outside the city. Upon hearing the commotion from the palace, they hasten to the scene. Both the Sword Douluo and Ning Fengji from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School arrive simultaneously, stabilizing the situation at the palace. The high-level combatants from the Spirit Hall, intending a nocturnal assault on the palace, find that those below the rank of Soul Saint are scarce. Initially poised to launch a surprise attack under the cover of darkness, they are rendered visible beneath the radiance of Xue Qinghe's sun. "Ah, it is you too," Xue Qinghe remarks with a cold smile. The battlefield has been chosen at the Tiando Imperial Palace, regardless of the outcome, the moment battle commences. Xue Qinghe effectively finds himself at a disadvantage. However, the pivotal moment lies in how to turn the tide. The formidable elite forces of the Spirit Hall, namely Zhu Huaguan and Douluo, have come to besiege Xue Qinghe. Although both are titled Douluo at level 95, their presence alone is insufficient to provoke the Spirit Hall into a state of urgency. Xiaoxue should be nearby. Xue Qinghe glanced downward but found nothing. Polar stasis domain. Just as Xue Qinghe hesitated for a moment, the two unleashed their martial soul fusion technique. A torrent of overwhelming super Douluo power surged towards him. With a cold smirk, Xue Qinghe clapped his hands, activating his 100,000-year soul rings beneath his feet. Ninth soul skill, Abyss. Boom. A crimson sea suddenly enveloped the skies above the Tiando Palace. As if it were broad daylight, the flames blotted out the sun once more. This fiery expanse spread across the palace, gradually forming a vortex. Its center as profound as the void. The polar stasis domain, aimed at Xue Qinghe, became ensnared within his soul skill. The terror of the ultimate fire abyss far exceeded the tolerance limits of the two super Douluos. Their martial soul fusion technique was a skill of absolute control. Within its domain, all movement was halted, and the flow of soul power was impeded. Yet, now these two were ensnared in the inferno abyss. Their fusion technique adversely affecting Xue Qinghe's abyss. At that moment, standing within the Tiando city, Qian Renxue gazed at the enveloping flames in the sky. A sense of foreboding stirring within her. He is remarkably strong. With a serious expression, Qian Renxue realized that this level of confrontation was beyond her interference. The original plan of 3 level 95 titled Douluos to eliminate Xue Qinghe has now turned into a scenario where not only have they failed to kill him, but they also find themselves at a disadvantage. Thanks to the characteristics of the polar stasis domain, the flow rate of the abyss had slightly decreased, preventing them from being completely engulfed. "Old ghost, retreat," Douluo shouted, and soon they extricated themselves from the abyss. Though at the cost of expending a significant portion of their soul power, they emerged in a disheveled state. But the calm demeanor of Xue Qinghe filled them with a sense of dread. "Are you too interested in joining the Tiando?" Xue Qinghe inquired, fully aware that they would decline, yet asking deliberately. Meanwhile, his spiritual energy began to envelop the entire Tiando city, searching for the long-vanished presence. "Xue Qinghe, today shall be your demise." Suddenly, another titled Douluo emerged, hurtling towards Xue Qinghe. With a chuckle, Xue Qinghe assessed this newcomer, whose aura was significantly weaker than Zhu Huaguan and Douluo. He was the Spirit Hall's level 93 titled Douluo, Shimao Douluo. Xue Qinghe activated his 9th soul skill, the sun, preparing to send him to the afterlife. After all, this sun hanging in the sky would be a waste if it served merely to intimidate foes. At that moment, the sword Douluo struck with a swift blow, directly intercepting the serpent spear Douluo. Infuriated, Qian Renxue, who was concealed at a distance, seethed with anger. The 7-treasure glazed tile school was indeed a hindrance. She felt a deep resentment, for the titled Douluos she had brought were all from the Hall of the Pope and the Hall of Elders, while the Hall of Offerings had contributed nothing, not even sending a single person to assist her. Qian Renxue was furious. Had even one offering of level 96 or above from the Hall of Offerings arrived, this battle would not only have avoided disgrace, but would likely have resulted in the demise of Xue Qinghe. Xue Qinghe's spiritual energy enveloped the entirety of Heavendo City, and he finally detected that familiar aura. Though he had changed completely over the past 6 years, the essence of his aura remained unchanged, merely strengthened. At this juncture, Qian Renxue prepared to retreat, for without reinforcements, continuing the fight would be utterly futile. Suddenly, Xue Qinghe vanished into thin air, leaving both Zhu Huaguan and the ghost Douluo momentarily stunned as they prepared to counterattack. What was happening? Where had he gone? Qian Renxue was equally bewildered. How had Xue Qinghe disappeared in an instant? By the time she regained her composure, she felt a rope constricting around her slender waist. "Second rope of the binding immortal rope. Now you cannot move, can you?" Xue Qinghe chuckled. Although he was right behind her, Qian Renxue had no intention of surrendering. She immediately prepared to strike back, channeling her soul power to unleash her martial spirit. However, at that moment, she was alarmed to find her soul power entirely depleted. Instinctively, she struggled against the rope, but it only tightened, accentuating her delicate figure. "Xue Qinghe," Qian Renxue exclaimed in fury, turning to glare at him. Xue Qinghe, holding the rope, smiled helplessly. "Please, do not be so irritable. I actually preferred the gentle little Xue from before. Qian Renxue glared at him with uncontainable rage, repeatedly attempting to unleash her martial spirit, but to no avail. Xue Qinghe, release the young mistress. Zhu Huaguan and the ghost Douluo quickly pursued, disregarding their own injuries, their tone softening unexpectedly. Xue Qinghe, with the rope secured around Qian Renxue's waist, began to lead her away. Your young mistress will henceforth be my maid, he said with a smile. Exchanging glances, Zhu Huaguan and the ghost Douluo discerned the nature of the rope. Though Qian Renxue, as a high-ranking soul emperor, could not match Xue Qinghe in strength, her character was unyielding. She would never cease her resistance. Yet, at this moment, other than the fury in her eyes, she showed no inclination to struggle, suggesting there was something amiss with the rope. All cease hostilities, Spirit Hall, retreat, Zhu Huaguan declared gravely, assuming the mantle of leadership. Qian Renxue took a deep breath, her gaze fixed fiercely on Xue Qinghe. Damn it, if my glare could kill, I would send you straight to the depths of hell. Xue Qinghe seemed to sense the fury emanating from Qian Renxue's gaze and cast a glance in her direction. With a smile, he remarked, return and convey to Bibi Dong that if she wishes to reclaim Qian Renxue, she must demonstrate some sincerity at the upcoming Ziocha gathering. Chapter 57, Bibi Dong's Fury. Xue Qinghe's spiritual energy enveloped the entire royal palace, and he felt a sense of relief knowing that his beloved consorts had already taken refuge, sparing them from harm. Thus, he was not particularly enraged, especially since he held a significant bargaining chip. The soul masters of the Spirit Hall exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of how to proceed. Zhu Huaguan inhaled deeply, feeling a chill. Returning in such a manner could invite the wrath of both Bibi Dong and the Hall of Worship. However, seizing Qian Renxue from a titled Douluo of equal strength was indeed a daunting task. Very well. We shall promptly report to Her Holiness the Pope that the Spirit Hall is retreating, Zhu Huaguan declared solemnly, prioritizing the need to stabilize Xue Qinghe rather than rescuing anyone at that moment. It was acceptable for Qian Renxue to be captured, but should any mishap occur, such as her being harmed or molested, it would spell disaster. The warriors of the Spirit Hall within the palace ceased hostilities and began their orderly retreat. Xue Qinghe gazed at the somewhat dilapidated palace with a sense of helplessness, for the battle involving soul masters was far beyond what ordinary individuals could comprehend. Nevertheless, he possessed Qian Renxue, and the costs of repair would be borne by the Spirit Hall. He would not suffer losses in this regard. The Seven Treasures glazed tile school stood behind Xue Qinghe as the warriors of the Spirit Hall retreated in an orderly fashion. Inform Bibi Dong that I await her at the Ziocha gathering in 10 days. Xue Qinghe chuckled. Your Majesty, please rest assured, and do not harm the young master in the slightest. Zhu Huaguan replied with a solemn expression. Qian Renxue ground her teeth in frustration as Xue Qinghe moved alongside her, and she glared at the man she once knew so well. After 6 years apart, he felt utterly foreign to her. He was no longer the gentle Xue Qinghe she remembered. It seemed his character had drastically changed after taking Tang Yuehua as a consort. No worries. I shall treat little Xue well, Xue Qinghe laughed heartily. Zhu Huaguan and Ghost Douluo harbored an uneasy premonition. Xue Qinghe's well-known penchant for taking concubines could lead to dire consequences should he truly lay hands on Qian Renxue. The Spirit Hall retreated in an orderly fashion, and Xue Qinghe observed keenly. Had he not captured Qian Renxue, even if Tiando managed to repel the enemy, the palace would have suffered significant losses. Retreat, Zhu Huaguan commanded. Your Majesty, what shall we do? A palace guard inquired. Tidy up the palace and assess the damages, Xue Qinghe instructed. As you command. This time, during his encounter with the consort, Xue Qinghe's initial experience was delightful. Han Ying's beauty and grace exceeded his expectations. However, the latter part of the encounter was quite the contrary, as he found himself utterly fatigued when Han Ying suddenly erupted. This left Xue Qinghe somewhat taken aback. Humph. I shall have to teach Han Ying a lesson upon my return. A sound spanking, no less. Overall, Xue Qinghe felt a sense of satisfaction with this recent indulgence. Indeed, I must maintain this momentum. The mere thought of the numerous enchanting beauties that the Tiando Empire will soon possess fills him with exhilaration. Once the Imperial Forbidden Army had escorted the warriors of the Spirit Hall away, they began to tidy the palace and clear the rubble. Very well. I too shall retire for the night. You may continue your work. After stretching, Xue Qinghe realized he was utterly exhausted from the fierce battle and the subsequent confrontation with Zhu Huaguan and Gue Mei. Your Majesty, it would be wise to rest at the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, suggested Ning Fengji, stepping forward. Let the Forbidden Army guard this hostage. No need. I have my own plans. I shall personally take this hostage with me, Xue Qinghe replied, then wrapped his arm around Qian Renxue's slender waist and soared into the air. Vanishing from sight, Qian Renxue felt a surge of resistance within. How dare this despicable emperor embrace me? Does he seek his own demise? Moments later, Xue Qinghe had arrived at the Heavenly Snow Academy, landing in the wooden house at the center of the campus. The surroundings were exquisite. In the precious land of Tiando City, this place boasted not only dense forests and a pleasant environment, but also ample space. Your Majesty, greeted Liu Erlong, who was waiting inside. Xue Qinghe entered to find Han Ying confined within, her mouth stuffed with cotton to stifle her cries. Let us bind little Xue as well, Xue Qinghe said with a smile. Xue Qinghe, release me, you foolish monarch, Qian Renxue shouted in anger. Xue Qinghe shrugged. Indeed, I am a foolish monarch. You have spoken the truth. The binding immortal rope securely fastened both women together, rendering their struggles futile. Rest assured, I shall treat my captives well. Oh, but only little Xue is a captive. Ying'er is not, he remarked, lifting Han Ying's chin. The woman who had just shared a passionate encounter with him now found herself a prisoner. Very well, you shall spend the night here as your punishment, Xue Qinghe declared, then took Liu Erlong to another room, where they comfortably retired to sleep. Though Tiando City was not close to the Spirit Hall, returning in a single night at the utmost speed of a super Douluo of the 95th rank was certainly within his capabilities. At the Spirit Hall, early the next morning, Bibi Dong slowly opened her eyes. She had not slept a wink, having devoted the night to cultivation while awaiting news from Qian Renxue. In her estimation, deploying 3 titled Douluos of the 95th rank alongside 3 others below that threshold, a total of 6, was more than sufficient to obliterate the entire Tiando royal family and assassinate Xue Qinghe without difficulty. After all, Xue Qinghe was merely a primary title Douluo of the 91st rank. Teacher, the battle report from Tiando has arrived, a melodious voice called from outside. Tinged with a hint of urgency, Bibi Dong was certainly capable of effortlessly perceiving the situation. Hulaina hastily entered, her gaze falling upon the exquisite beauty adorned in a white nightgown, its low neckline causing a faint blush to creep across the young girl's cheeks. Yet, at that moment, her mind was preoccupied with weightier matters. Teacher, reports from Tiando indicate that the assassination attempt on Xue Qinghe has failed. Both Sister Xue and the Phoenix Douluo, Han Ying, have been captured by him. Xue Qinghe has stated that to negotiate Sister Xue's release, we must demonstrate sincerity at the Ziocha meeting, Hulaina spoke, her voice trembling with fear. This information was relayed by the messenger from Jiaguan, who, knowing Bibi Dong's temperament, had cleverly sent Hulaina to deliver the news. Fearing her wrath, after all, Hulaina was Bibi Dong's most cherished student, favored even above her biological daughter, making her the safe choice for such a delicate matter. What? Bibi Dong erupted in fury, as if the very domain of a god of death had been unleashed. She ground her teeth in anger. Xue Qinghe dares to capture Xiaoxue. Despite the apparent discord between the mother and daughter, Bibi Dong held a deep-seated affection for Qian Renxue. Very well, Xue Qinghe, I shall confront you personally. In the Hall of Offerings, the Grand Offering DouluoDalu was in a meditative state, typically refraining from intervening in matters concerning the Spirit Hall or the Hall of Offerings. However, the news of Qian Renxue's capture jolted him awake. Frowning, he absorbed the report from his subordinate. Once again, it is Xue Qinghe. This individual is anything but ordinary. Even a seasoned powerhouse like Qian Dalu senses a threat in this young emperor. A title Douluo, at merely 20 years of age, is simply outrageous. Moreover, Qian Renxue has repeatedly fallen victim to his schemes. This is no trivial matter. I too shall attend the Ziocha meeting in Hami City. At Tianxue Academy, 2 beautiful women were bound to a tree, their eyes fixed longingly upon Xue Qinghe. Your Majesty, please enjoy your breakfast, Liu Erlong said, having brought a meal from the school cafeteria and placed it in the courtyard. Xue Qinghe blew on his tofu pudding, drizzled it with chili oil, and happily savored it, relishing the familiar taste. Gurgle, gurgle. The 2 women, their shoulders pressed together, were unable to move, yet the enticing aroma wafted towards them, igniting a pang of hunger. After all, they were not cultivators in the traditional sense. Xue Qinghe found amusement in their predicament, thinking to himself, how does it feel to have bullied me? Perhaps this is divine retribution. Let them endure hunger for 3 days. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a twinge of sympathy stirred within him. He approached and untied Han Ying's ropes. Xue Qinghe, you must untie me as well, Qian Renxue demanded angrily. Xue Qinghe shrugged, retorting, I cannot do that. Han Ying is my consort, so it is only fitting that I release her. But you are my adversary. If I were to untie you, how could I justify it to the brave warriors of Tiando who have fought valiantly? Qian Renxue gritted her teeth, dismissing him with a scoff. Xue Qinghe then secured a magical binding around Han Ying's wrist, akin to the restraints of a celestial rope, allowing her movement, yet preventing her from utilizing her martial spirit or soul power. Come, Ying'er, it's time for dinner, Xue Qinghe said. Han Ying sat down, her cheeks slightly flushed as she glanced at Xue Qinghe. Although their relationship was quite awkward at present, he was, after all, the man who had spent the New Year's Eve with her, evoking a peculiar sentiment within her. This feeling was certainly not love. Yet she harbored no animosity towards Xue Qinghe, merely an inexplicable attachment. Xue Qinghe devoured 3 eggs, keeping one for himself and sharing one each with Liu Erlong and Han Ning. He quietly observed Qian Renxue. Compared to 6 years ago, the young lady had matured significantly. Her golden hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her features were flawless. Resembling a beauty stepped out of a painting. Han Ning thought little of it, as her hunger was pressing. She had battled alongside Xue Qinghe late into the night before being spirited away, which had drained her energy considerably. Little Xue, we are merely adversaries, not enemies. Adversaries can engage in dialogue. To me, you are akin to a princess from a rival nation. If I were to take in a princess from an opposing realm, our families would unite as one, and wouldn't we then stand unchallenged? Such a tale would become a legend across the continent. Xue Qinghe remarked with a smile. Dream on. Qian Renxue retorted angrily. She despised being spoken to in such a lofty manner. Xue Qinghe's tone bore an undeniable authority, reminiscent of a monarch issuing a decree. Then starve, Xue Qinghe shrugged. If you refuse to negotiate, then go and parley with Bibi Dong instead. Perhaps you can extort some concessions from her. Qian Renxue glared at Xue Qinghe, her temper flaring. Who says we are not enemies? I still remember the grudge from the kiss you stole. In the palace. After a day of cleaning, it had been preliminarily organized. The palace had bolstered its defenses, and Xue Qinghe had summoned a group of skilled protectors. The elite guards were predominantly women, mostly unmarried soul masters from various prominent families, selected for their grace and poise. Xue Qinghe himself remained at the Tianxue Academy, favoring the vibrant energy of youth. Your Majesty, Douluo, having come from the academy, greeted respectfully. She cast a glance at Han Ning. Unaware of her assassination attempt on Xue Qinghe, only knowing her as a teacher from the school who had recently sought advice on Xue Qinghe's preferences. Xue Qinghe had tasked Liu Erlong with handling affairs in the palace and summoned Douluo from the academy to attend to him. As Xue Qinghe reclined in a chair, Han Ning and Douluo took turns massaging his legs. Occasionally, Douluo would sneak a glance at Qian Renxue, noting her fierce demeanor yet stunning beauty. She had never seen such an exquisite girl, almost angelic in her appearance. Qian Renxue remained bound to a tree throughout the morning, and Han Ning cast a sympathetic look in her direction, though she felt powerless to assist, as her own situation was precarious. At noon, Douluo said tentatively, Teacher Han, I will wash His Majesty's clothes. You can go to the school cafeteria to buy him lunch. How dare you instruct a titled Douluo to fetch a meal? You possess quite the audacity, Han Ning replied. Qian Renxue spoke in an oddly sarcastic tone. Douluo, startled, hurriedly inquired, is Teacher Han a titled Douluo level expert? Don't listen to her, Inger, go quickly, came the response. Xue Qinghe emerged from the room, casting a glare at Qian Renxue, and added, do not frighten my Douluo. She is so adorable, what if she gets scared? As you command, I shall go at once, Han Ning replied. Not daring to act with the arrogance of a titled Douluo, fearing Xue Qinghe's wrath might be directed at Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue huffed, how infuriating. You can only keep me bound here. Xue Qinghe, I swear I will end you. As night fell, Liu Erlong returned, and, upon seeing Qian Renxue still restrained, couldn't help but chuckle. Your Majesty, matters in the palace have been resolved, and the preliminary damage assessment has been completed. She presented a report to Xue Qinghe, who, after reviewing it, remarked, we can certainly extort Bibi Dong quite vigorously. Nestled within the woods, the night scenery was enchanting, with fireflies dancing about, creating a picturesque view. Little Snow, I shall retire for the night. You may remain outside, Xue Qinghe said coldly, before embracing Han Ning and retreating into the room. Han Ning felt a tumult of emotions. She undoubtedly wished to refuse, yet lacked the strength to do so, leaving her with no choice but to acquiesce. Douluo, still somewhat bewildered by the current situation, awaited Liu Erlong's return outside. After sharing her tale, she finally grasped Qian Renxue's identity. Douluo stared in astonishment at the beautiful girl bound to a tree for the day. Realizing she was the young master of the spirit hall, no wonder she was so stunning. Yet, she appeared rather disheveled at that moment. The night was dark and windy. Soon after Han Ning entered the room with Xue Qinghe, piercing female voices echoed from within. Qian Renxue was momentarily taken aback, pondering, what is this? Surely they are not engaged in such activities inside. The rising and falling tones stirred something within Qian Renxue. She was not entirely naive and found herself feeling a bewildering sense of intrigue. How infuriating, Xue Qinghe. You dare to sleep with a woman from my spirit hall and make such a racket. Qian Renxue fumed internally. Miss Snow, allow me to offer you this. Douluo approached, somewhat shyly, producing 2 earplugs and gently placing them in Qian Renxue's ears. Qian Renxue remained silent, finding the little girl rather endearing, and quietly closed her eyes to rest. Douluo returned to Liu Erlong's side and softly asked, "Teacher Erlong, may I offer her something to eat? She hasn't had a meal in a day." "I do not require anything," Qian Renxue coldly interjected before Liu Erlong could respond. "Very well," Douluo replied with a hint of resignation, settling quietly next to Liu Erlong. The sounds from the wooden cabin filled her ears, leading her to contemplate that this might be her future as a consort, accompanying the sovereign each day. Propping her chin on her hand, Douluo pondered for a moment before growing drowsy and quietly drifting off to sleep. At some unknown hour, the commotion in the room ceased, and the night fell into a tranquil silence. The following day arrived. Qian Renxue has finally gained a measure of freedom. Xue Qinghe has provided her with sustenance and allowed her to rest. "Little Xue, have you ever encountered a captive under the direct supervision of an emperor? You should consider yourself fortunate," Xue Qinghe remarked with a smile. Like Han Ying, Qian Renxue had her bindings removed, yet she was still restrained by the spirit-binding bracelet, rendering her incapable of utilizing her soul power and martial soul. "Fortunate? Your actions only serve to exacerbate the conflict between the Spirit Hall and the Tiando Empire," Qian Renxue retorted, lifting a bowl of tofu pudding and consuming it heartily. "Is this a new delicacy from Tiando? Why have I never encountered it before?" she inquired. Xue Qinghe chuckled. "Of course, it didn't exist before. I brought it to the Douluo continent myself. Tofu is a remarkable invention, rich in protein and delightfully tasty. Quite delicious, isn't it? Once you leave this village, you shall not find this establishment again." Having gone nearly 2 days without food, Qian Renxue, intrigued by this unfamiliar dish, devoured it with great enthusiasm. "Little Xue, I have an idea. What do you think?" Xue Qinghe proposed. As she savored a flavorful tea egg, she remarked, "A salted egg? Ah, how delightful." Xue Qinghe continued, "If the Spirit Hall and the Tiando Empire were to unite through marriage, we would dominate the Douluo continent and could easily vanquish the Star Luo Empire. What say you? Are you interested in such a union?" Qian Renxue shot him a disdainful glance, recalling how this scoundrel had stolen her first kiss, and indignantly replied, "Dream on. I would never marry you." Douluo, quietly seated nearby, felt intimidated by the conversation. How could a mere commoner like me share a table with His Majesty? Even if I were his concubine, it would be surreal. "Oh, His Majesty's Grace," she thought, too timid to speak, focusing solely on her meal. "Ah, little Xue, this is a splendid opportunity to realize your ambitions. Did you not wish to unify the Douluo continent?" Xue Qinghe pressed on. Qian Renxue remained unfazed, harboring frustration, particularly towards Xue Qinghe. Though he was undoubtedly exceptional and possessed an appealing appearance, it further fueled her resentment. Why should he attain the title of Douluo at merely 20? If I wanted to, I could achieve that too. Just wait and see, she thought defiantly. "Xue Qinghe, have you yet to attain your title Douluo?" Qian Renxue suddenly pondered, seeking a chance to reclaim some pride. "Title? I am the emperor. Who dares to grant me a title?" Xue Qinghe replied dismissively. Historically, titles required registration with the Spirit Hall, each one unique. However, it also signified that all soul masters fell under the jurisdiction of the Spirit Hall, a notion Xue Qinghe would certainly reject. As emperor, accepting a title from the Spirit Hall would be a significant loss of face. "Is it not said that the Spirit Hall is above me? That is inconceivable. Xue Qinghe, your 9th spirit ability is quite remarkable. The sun you wield can easily deceive the eye. Perhaps you should be known as the Sun Douluo," quipped Qian Renxue with a smile. "You are becoming arrogant," Xue Qinghe replied earnestly. Qian Renxue scoffed, "Keep being stubborn. Let us see if my grandfather doesn't teach you a lesson." Noticing her still proud demeanor, Xue Qinghe inquired, "Are you hoping your grandfather will come to strike me? Let me assure you, he may not necessarily be able to overcome me." Qian Renxue huffed, "If it weren't for your delectable tofu pudding, I would have overturned the table on the spot. Your grandfather is a peerless Douluo at level 99, and even now, it seems we are evenly matched. However, his potential has reached its limit, while mine exceeds his." Xue Qinghe spoke calmly. His words caused Qian Renxue to momentarily freeze. Her grandfather's strength was derived from divine power. Could it be that Xue Qinghe had divine assistance as well? Otherwise, how could he have ascended to the rank of title Douluo in merely 6 years? His statement had enlightened Qian Renxue. It was undoubtedly true. There are deities in this world, and perhaps there are more than one. The Tiando royal family might possess mysterious legacies. At that moment, Qian Renxue felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. The angel god was her ultimate trump card, yet now she sensed that even her last resort was under threat. Such terror. If Xue Qinghe truly had a god backing him, he absolutely could not be allowed to continue his growth. The consequences would be dire. Qian Renxue was conflicted. If she were to eliminate him directly, how could she avenge the kiss he had stolen? Xue Qinghe, observing the serious contemplation of Qian Renxue, understood that this young girl was full of clever schemes. Let her feast for a day, then allow her to starve for 2 or 3 days. Having satisfied his hunger, Xue Qinghe has stretched and declared, "Little Snow, from now on, stay by my side as a maid. I shall treat you well." "No," Qian Renxue replied with determination. "After you let me starve for 2 days, you expect me to serve you as a maid? Dream on. Why don't you just perish?" Xue Qinghe chuckled, taking a step forward, his figure vanishing as he headed toward the palace. Watching him depart, Qian Renxue continued to eat, consuming a great deal. In the palace, upon Xue Qinghe's return, the place had been tidied, though renovations had yet to commence. The chambers where he once resided had all been destroyed. Figures like Tang Yuehua and Zhu Zhuyan had also returned. "Your Majesty, the building materials have arrived in Tiando City. Construction can commence imminently," announced a servant in the palace. Xue Qinghe nodded. The efficiency of spirit masters was remarkable. By the time he attended the date tea gathering and returned, he would likely be able to move into his new residence. Chapter 60, Meeting Bibi Dong. 15 days later, Hami City. This small town lies on the border of the Heavenly Empire, adjacent to the Spirit Hall, with fertile soil, abundant fruits, and prosperous citizens. Although significant, the town has never been as lively as it is today. Early in the morning, a small contingent from the Spirit Hall, consisting of merely a dozen individuals, crossed the border and entered Hami City. Xue Qinghe, accompanied by Qian Renxue, did not bring many followers. On Qian Renxue's wrist, the immortal binding ring was still fastened. In a pavilion, Xue Qinghe sat, gazing at the approaching Bibi Dong, inhaling deeply as if witnessing a celestial being descend to the mortal realm. He could not help but compare her to Qian Renxue. Both shared an air of aloofness, yet Bibi Dong exuded a commanding presence akin to a malevolent empress, while Qian Renxue appeared radiant yet childlike, reminiscent of a sulking young girl. "Ah, Bibi Dong, what an honor," Xue Qinghe greeted with a smile. He had mentally prepared himself for this tea gathering, primarily to discuss the matter of redeeming Qian Renxue. Bibi Dong regarded him with a cold gaze, her eyes shifting to Qian Renxue, who was being escorted by 2 maidens, a mix of anger and concern swelling within her. The way Xue Qinghe addressed her also stirred her dissatisfaction. The emperor and the pope held equivalent status, yet traditionally, emperors often appeared subordinate to popes due to the disparities in power. Even an emperor would hesitate to act arrogantly towards a titled Douluo of level 95 or above. "Xue Qinghe, you are quite unexpected," Bibi Dong remarked with a hint of indifference. Xue Qinghe scrutinized her, admiring her exquisite figure, the slender legs adorned with dark stockings that subtly revealed themselves beneath her flowing gown. Her stature was regal, her beauty undeniable, accentuated by the unmasked aura of danger that added to her allure. "And the Phoenix Douluo?" Bibi Dong asked, displeased by Xue Qinghe's gaze, which resembled that of a sovereign observing a concubine. "Phoenix Douluo? She is now my woman," Xue Qinghe replied calmly. "What? Do you wish to reclaim her?" Bibi Dong's brows furrowed as she glared at him. The significance of the Phoenix Douluo, a powerhouse of level 95, to the Spirit Hall was self-evident. "I have conferred upon her the title of talent, and she is quite pleased with it. There is no chance of her returning, not in this lifetime," Xue Qinghe asserted, his tone almost playful. After all, he had spent the night with the Phoenix Douluo. How could he part with such beauty? That would be madness. Bibi Dong gripped the Pope's staff, a faint aura of menace emanating from her. Xue Qinghe shrugged, indifferent to her anger. "I will not relinquish her, and besides, Qian Renxue is still by my side. What can you do about it?" Qian Renxue remained within sight, approximately 100 meters away, ensuring Bibi Dong's gaze could always find her. In the court, there were ministers who suggested concealing Qian Renxue until the opposing party presented their tributes, after which they would unveil her. However, Xue Qinghe had disagreed. Only his strength could safeguard Qian Renxue. Had it been someone else, she might have been abducted by the Spirit Hall. The officials from the Tiando side could not help but break into a cold sweat for Xue Qinghe, as this was akin to treading a perilous line. Had it been the former Snow Knight Emperor, such audacity would have led to immediate demise. Nevertheless, she was a titled Douluo upon her return. He would elevate her status as a beauty, promoting her by a rank. Xue Qinghe remarked with a smile, his words serving as a warning to Bibi Dong. "Should you refuse to negotiate amicably, your daughter shall become my daily delight. A super Douluo, in my grasp, is but an ordinary concubine." Bibi Dong let out a cold laugh, urging him to continue his reckless pursuit of death. While she harbored intentions to eliminate Xue Qinghe, her resolve had softened. The old man Qian Douluo was nearby. With his prowess, even if not present, he could eavesdrop on their conversation. And surely he bore a countenance even darker than her own. "Let us discuss your terms." Bibi Dong shifted her anger to intrigue. Xue Qinghe replied with a smile. "First, you must accept my imperial decree, and I shall bestow upon you the title of Empress. Of course, I can prepare a dowry for you. Second, dismantle all holy level branches within the Tiando territory. Third, The spirit hall shall present 3 soul bones over 10,000 years old as tribute to Tiando, along with compensation of 20 million gold soul coins for military expenses and palace repairs. Fourth, the spirit hall must tribute 100 beautiful maidens aged between 14 and 20, with over 20 soul masters of level 20 or above. Fifth, the holy maiden Hulaina of the spirit hall will be sent to Tiando as a hostage, in exchange for my younger brother Xuebong, who will be delivered to the spirit hall as a hostage. Xue Qinghe articulated each condition with precision, as the emperor, personally announcing these terms, was indeed a show of respect. One by one, these demands turned Bibi Dong's complexion ashen. Each condition was exceedingly difficult to accept. Given the spirit hall's dominance across the continent, there was no necessity to endure such indignities. Should Bibi Dong accept the decree, it would signify the spirit hall's subservience to Tiando, a notion utterly intolerable. The holy level branches were akin to main city-level establishments. Tiando possessed one, as did the 4 former vassal states, forming the backbone of the spirit hall's foundational power on the continent. 3 ancient soul bones were trivial for the spirit hall. While they could afford it, they would not suffer such humiliation. The 4th condition appeared innocuous but was, in reality, quite terrifying. Beautiful maidens were of little consequence. Yet 20 female soul masters under the age of 20, each achieving level 20, would be akin to gifting the spirit hall's finest blossoms to Xue Qinghe. Lastly, exchanging Hulaina for Xuebong was an unacceptable proposition for Bibi Dong, as Hulaina's value to the spirit hall was second only to that of Bibi Dong herself in her prime. What if Hulaina truly returned with a child conceived outside? Moreover, the exchange for Avalanche is nothing more than a steadfast failure. Bibi Dong, consumed by rage, possesses a wildly erratic disposition. She scrutinizes the distance between herself and Qian Renxue, calculating the potential outcomes of a forced rescue. Xue Qinghe, you are quite the schemer. Bibi Dong rises abruptly, releasing her domain of the god of slaughter, which envelopes the surroundings. At this moment, she yearns to witness the expression on Qian Douluo's face. It must be a sight to behold. The god of slaughter domain exudes an overwhelming pressure, instilling a chilling sense of dread that weighs heavily on the hearts of all present. Yet, this is not Bibi Dong's most formidable domain. She possesses the death domain of her martial soul, even more potent than this. Bibi Dong, do not succumb to anger. Matters can be discussed. Chapter 61, Bibi Dong's True Love. The god of slaughter domain enveloped the pavilion, a realm unleashed by an ultimate Douluo. With but a single thought, she could extinguish the lives of all soul masters below the rank of soul sage in an instant. Bibi Dong harbors immense confidence in her own strength, intending to set an example. However, just as she was about to act, she found herself unable to do so. She sensed her god of slaughter domain being suppressed by an even more powerful force. What is happening? At this moment, Xue Zhuyun gritted her teeth. Feeling the pressure on her shoulders lessen slightly, holding a tea tray, she approached, placing 2 cups of warm date tea on the table, respectfully stating, Your Majesty, please enjoy the tea. Bibi Dong furrowed her brow, glaring at Xue Qinghe. With the might of her god of slaughter domain, Xue Zhuyun, a mere soul sovereign, should have found it impossible to approach unscathed. Why did she come forth as if unaffected? Your Holiness, please, have some tea, Xue Qinghe said with a smile. He picked up a teacup containing a vibrant red date, the sunlight reflecting within the tea. Suddenly, Bibi Dong seemed to realize something, her brow furrowing as she looked sharply at the sky. This sun, something is amiss. Xue Qinghe took a sip of his tea and snapped his fingers. The sky transformed, a clear blue expanse, yet the sun underwent a change, resembling an eclipse. The radiant sun morphed into a double yoke. An identical sun gradually separated from the original. Moments later, 2 suns graced the heavens. Bibi Dong was taken aback, realizing that Xue Qinghe had overlapped his solar soul skill with the actual sun. From the very moment the sun rose that morning, the entire city had been enveloped within Xue Qinghe's solar domain. Even now, had Xue Qinghe not revealed it himself, she would have remained oblivious. Despite being a formidable being on the verge of divinity, she had failed to perceive this domain skill. Remarkably, such an extensive domain could withstand the onslaught of Bibi Dong's god of slaughter domain when directed at a singular target, underscoring its terrifying nature. At this moment, not only Bibi Dong but all the formidable beings of the spirit hall were left in astonishment, feeling an intense heat radiating from their skin. Qian Renxue stared in disbelief at the sun. The angel god excelled in aerial combat, yet Xue Qinghe could conjure a son of his own, suggesting that even the angel god was under his dominion. This individual was truly terrifying. Suddenly, a figure surged into the sky, racing toward the sun. It was Qian Douluo. His astonishment was beyond measure. He had always prided himself on being the strongest on the Douluo continent, yet today he was profoundly aware of his fear. Should this false sun descend, Not only would the entire city be annihilated, but he too would be reduced to ashes, now soaring at an altitude of 10,000 meters. DouluoDalu finally comprehended the audacity with which Xue Qinghe had dared to attend the banquet alone. He had come without any powerful allies from the three sects, just himself, a titled Douluo. Initially, he had thought this fellow was merely a naive young bull unafraid of tigers, yet he turned out to be exceptionally formidable. Under such circumstances, even DouluoDalu dared not provoke him. If that sun were to fall, his fate would be sealed as well. Bibi Dong, come and share a cup of tea. Do not just stand there in a daze, Xue Qinghe said with a smile. Bibi Dong picked up her teacup, trusting in him, and took a sip. The jujube tea was indeed distinctive, possessing a delightful flavor that was both sweet and slightly bitter, leaving a lingering aftertaste. Your Holiness, what do you think of my proposal? Xue Qinghe inquired. Bibi Dong replied coldly, to exchange a mere Qian Renxue for such numerous benefits. You are quite the audacious negotiator. Your Holiness, if you find my offer unsatisfactory, we can certainly discuss it. All matters can be settled through negotiation, Xue Qinghe replied casually, pleased to see Bibi Dong drinking the tea. Humph, the spirit hall is already mine, he thought, though he felt a tinge of unfairness in his advantage. He gazed at Bibi Dong with interest, curious about the effectiveness of this jujube tea, as it was the first time he had used it on someone else. The system had indicated that there was no need to consume the jujubes entirely. Brewing them would yield the same effect. After consumption, the jujubes would subtly begin to alter her mindset. Do you see any issues with my proposal? Xue Qinghe tentatively asked, observing Bibi Dong's impassive expression, uncertain whether it had truly worked. As the anger within Bibi Dong began to dissipate, she responded in a low voice. None of it is acceptable. Xue Qinghe pondered for a moment and said, do you not wish to be my empress? Bibi Dong furrowed her brow, feeling a slight stir within her heart. What kind of talk was this? She had not come to court him. In such a confrontational setting, how could she agree? Before Bibi Dong could express her frustration, the bound Qian Renxue in the distance was already fuming. This shameless wretch actually wants Bibi Dong to be his empress? Despicable. Qian Renxue glared angrily at Xue Qinghe. This scoundrel had bullied her for days, and even sought to abduct her mother. How infuriating. I will strangle you. I shall end your life. Bibi Dong coldly remarked. Xue Qinghe, the spirit hall can cover the expenses for the palace repairs, but nothing more. Additionally, I can offer a soul bone in exchange for Qian Renxue. Xue Qinghe pondered for a moment, contemplating the value of a soul bone for Qian Renxue. If she were the daughter of an ordinary family, a single soul bone could procure multiple returns. Yet this was Qian Renxue, the princess of the spirit hall, the future heir of the angel god. You would only offer me one soul bone. Xue Qinghe replied. If one soul bone can indeed secure Qian Renxue's return, then how about I provide you with one soul bone, and you send Qian Renxue to me as a maid? Humph. While Qian Renxue was generally an amiable girl with a resolute side, she was quite adept at caring for others if she were to be a maid. Xue Qinghe still reminisced fondly about that delightful maid, little Xue. Bibi Dong's lips twitched. She felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Prior to this meeting, she had prepared ample rhetoric, confident that the spirit hall's strength rendered her no need to compromise. Yet now, she found herself distracted, her thoughts wandering. This young emperor before her possessed an appealing appearance and formidable strength, with an immeasurable future ahead. Xue Qinghe, do not overreach, she stated, and with a casual gesture, enveloped the pavilion in a veil of soul power to safeguard their conversation from eavesdropping. Xue Qinghe blinked. Your Holiness, what would you offer? Bibi Dong responded. I shall provide you with 2 soul bones in exchange for Qian Renxue, and I will take responsibility for the palace repairs. As for everything else, it shall be void. Bibi Dong took another sip of the fragrant date tea. The spirit halls might surpass that of the Heaven Do Empire, and even Xue Qinghe did not dare to provoke them into a destructive confrontation. However, leveraging Qian Renxue could compel them to concede. Yet, should matters escalate, the Heaven Do Empire would also suffer losses. Very well, Xue Qinghe acquiesced. For the sake of your Holiness, I agree. Do you have time tonight? Chapter 62, a date? Your Holiness, do you have time tonight? Xue Qinghe inquired with a smile. Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback. The reason she had muted the surrounding sounds was to negotiate terms with Xue Qinghe. What did this mean? The question of whether she had time tonight caused her to ponder further, especially since Xue Qinghe had readily accepted her terms, which caught her off guard. It would take some time for the Spirit Hall's personnel to retrieve the soul bones. To the east of Hami City, there lay a water city. And today happened to be the Lantern Festival. I wonder if your Holiness might be interested in visiting my Heaven Do to assess the public sentiment? Xue Qinghe suggested with a smile. Bibi Dong's heart raced with an unfamiliar nervousness. Was this a date? How could I possibly go on a date with you? However, I would be very willing to assess the public sentiment, she replied. Good. I too wish to see what kind of life the subjects under Heaven Do lead. To know oneself and one's enemy is to ensure victory in every battle. My visit to assess public sentiment is solely for the benefit of the Spirit Hall. Although the lion's generous offer was made, Xue Qinghe still felt a sense of elation. Initially intending to exchange an avalanche for Hulaina, the situation had shifted now that Bibi Dong had already consumed the jujube tea. Therefore, it was prudent to set aside the matter of Hulaina and allow her to mature for a few more years. During this time, nurturing a bond with Bibi Dong was of paramount importance. Having invested in this relationship, it was only natural to release Qian Renxue. With a wave of his hand, Xue Qinghe commanded the release of the two maidens who had detained Qian Renxue. As she freed herself, Qian Renxue approached with indignation. She stepped into the soul power barrier set by Bibi Dong, demanding, "Xue Qinghe, release me." With a casual gesture, Xue Qinghe retracted the binding rings on her wrists. Qian Renxue felt as though she had been reborn, her soul power returning to her. She sensed it was nearing the soul sage level and unleashed it forth, filling the barrier with the oppressive force of angelic soul power, seemingly intent on overpowering Xue Qinghe. "Little Snow, do not be disrespectful," Bibi Dong admonished in a stern tone. Qian Renxue paused momentarily, bewildered. "What did you say? Why do you chastise me? Are you actually protecting him?" Bibi Dong replied, "Little Snow, I have just finalized a peace agreement with His Majesty, so please do not complicate matters." Xue Qinghe's tone was rather serious, almost reminiscent of a mentor lecturing a junior. Qian Renxue gritted her teeth, glaring at Xue Qinghe, the insufferable emperor, who, despite being only a few years her senior, spoke with such condescension. Bibi Dong then stood, her tone softening slightly. "Xue Qinghe, let us speak privately." Qian Renxue felt an odd sensation. Bibi Dong's demeanor was markedly more cordial towards Xue Qinghe than towards her. Although Bibi Dong had never shown her much affection, she also did not betray her, considering they were still adversaries. Soon, Bibi Dong departed swiftly, with Qian Renxue following closely behind. Watching the two leave, Xue Qinghe stretched lazily. They moved quickly, disappearing in a matter of moments. "Your Majesty, are you not concerned about the Wuhuan Temple's retribution after releasing Qian Renxue?" Zhu Juyan inquired, perplexed. "Not at all. Bibi Dong is a person of her word. Although I did not secure substantial compensation, I am still quite satisfied. With Bibi Dong on my side, everything pertaining to the Wuhuan Temple will ultimately be mine." Xue Qinghe replied as he accessed the system panel, noting a 100 affinity with Bibi Dong. Content: he embraced Zhu Juyan, preparing to return for a much-needed rest. At the Wuhuan Temple, today's jujube tea gathering stirred considerable unrest within its halls. Bibi Dong's adept diplomacy had successfully thwarted most of Xue Qinghe's demands, preserving both her dignity and the temple's finances. However, Xue Qinghe's formidable strength sent shockwaves through the worship hall, prompting Qian Douluo's return to convene with the other elders, discussing strategies to counter Xue Qinghe. "This person cannot be allowed to remain," they unanimously declared. The grand offeror: "It appears that only your direct intervention could potentially eliminate Xue Qinghe. Otherwise, it is utterly impossible." The second offeror, Golden Crocodile Douluo, stepped forward to speak. Qian Douluo furrowed his brow, grappling with unease. This morning, he had felt a tinge of fear from Xue Qinghe's son, a sensation he had not experienced in many years. Golden Crocodile Douluo continued, "Xue Qinghe's son is a 10,000-year soul skill. Even the 95th ranked Phoenix Douluo fell before him. The majority of those in the offeror hall would not have absolute confidence in confronting him." Qian Douluo pondered for a moment. "Do you think I possess such unwavering assurance?" He had once witnessed that false sun up close. Had it detonated before him, the magnitude of its power was indeed unfathomable. Qian Renxue then interjected, "Moreover, Xue Qinghe possesses a divine artifact known as the Binding Immortal Rope. Once ensnared, a person is rendered incapable of channeling their soul power and skills. Not even titled Douluo could escape its grasp. The Phoenix Douluo was defeated by this very technique. Such a tactic exists?" Qian Douluo was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. To proceed seemed perilous, yet to refrain would undermine the dignity of the Grand Offeror. Grand Offeror, although Xue Qinghe employs myriad tricks, he ultimately remains immortal. You wield the power of an angel. Should you choose to act, you could extinguish Xue Qinghe in an instant. Golden Crocodile Douluo continued with flattery. At that moment, Qian Douluo felt an impulse to silence Golden Crocodile Douluo. "Enough, your words push me toward the precipice." Qian Douluo found himself in a precarious predicament, torn between choices. However, abstaining from action was not an option, given Xue Qinghe's temperament. He had already instigated 2 significant battles within a month of taking office. If he did not swiftly eliminate him, Xue Qinghe would eventually seek to destroy the Spirit Hall. At this juncture, Qian Douluo found himself ensnared in a dilemma of conflict. "Very well, keep a close watch on Xue Qinghe's movements. Report back to me immediately upon any developments." Douluo commanded solemnly. He was determined to remove all obstacles for Qian Renxue, even at the cost of his own life. In Hami City, Bibi Dong had not departed. Xue Qinghe had arranged for her accommodations, spacious and elegant, befitting her status as the Pope. Master, why do we not return at once? Hulaina inquired. She was perplexed. Having retrieved Sister Xue, should they not simply return? As for the soul bones and repair costs, those were secondary matters. A person without integrity cannot stand. Once a promise is made, it must be fulfilled, Bibi Dong replied softly, closing her eyes. Since leaving the pavilion, the figure of that man had lingered in her sea of consciousness, an indelible presence. Hulaina chose silence, finding it strange that they were adhering to agreements with an enemy. Her master was indeed an enigma. With no further words, Hulaina departed. Chapter 63, Bibi Dong's Scheme. As Hulaina exited, Bibi Dong slowly opened her eyes. At this moment, her emotions were in disarray, rendering her unable to focus on her cultivation. Two streams of tears cascaded down her exquisite face. Why must he be the emperor of a rival nation, while I am the Pope of the Spirit Hall? These are identities that are inherently antagonistic. Bibi Dong clenched her fists tightly, her mind racing with myriad thoughts. If only it could be as Xue Qinghe had suggested, how wonderful it would be. He is the emperor, and I am the empress. The entire Douluo continent would be at our fingertips. However, the power structure within the Spirit Hall is exceedingly intricate. She is the ostensible Pope. Yet her authority extends only over the Pope's hall and a fraction of the elders. The offerings are beyond her command. Even her own daughter dares to defy her. The Spirit Hall does not bend solely to her will. The only confidant she truly trusts is the still maturing Hulaina. It is a daunting predicament. Bibi Dong felt her heart entangled, torn between familial ties and romantic love. The true threat to Bibi Dong from the Spirit Hall does not emanate from Qian Renxue, but rather from Douluo. She quickly discerned the crux of the issue. If Douluo were to perish, all her problems would be resolved. Both Bibi Dong and Douluo are limit Douluo, equally matched in strength, making it impossible for either to kill the other. Should the need arise to eliminate him, it cannot be Bibi Dong or Xue Qinghe who takes action. Otherwise, her relationship with Qian Renxue would become irreparably strained. Douluo also possesses an angel spirit. Yet the quality of his spirit does not surpass that of Bibi Dong. In the angel family, apart from Qian Renxue, who is naturally endowed with a spirit power of 20, the others, including Douluo, are all born with a spirit power of merely 10. Conversely, after Bibi Dong absorbed Qian Xuanji's spirit, her own spirit ascended to an unparalleled level, far beyond that of the ordinary angel spirit. Coupled with the existence of her twin spirits, her current spirit quality far exceeds that of Douluo. Bibi Dong murmured to herself, to kill with a borrowed knife. Within the Spirit Hall, once all the offerings had concluded their discussions, they departed, leaving only Douluo and Qian Renxue, the grandfather-granddaughter duo. Little Xue, your immediate priority is not to quarrel with Xue Qinghe, but rather to focus on your cultivation so that you may inherit the divine powers, Douluo advised. Qian Renxue remained silent. Truthfully, she found it impossible. Ever since her last undercover mission failed, and she returned from Tiando, for the past 6 years, she had been unable to cease thinking about Xue Qinghe. That man lingered in her mind like a shadow, following her every day. Everything she did was measured against him as a hypothetical adversary. Over the years, her spirit power had surged remarkably, partly due to her exceptional talent, and partly because of the motivation provided by this imagined rival. To truly let go of Xue Qinghe seemed an insurmountable challenge. During the days of her captivity, Xue Qinghe had treated her with a degree of kindness that surpassed that of typical captors, granting her a relative sense of freedom. All right, I understand, grandfather. Qian Renxue replied calmly. Douluo watched her depart, letting out a soft sigh. Xue Qinghe is an enigma, and Douluo harbors a profound sense of crisis within. He suspects that Xue Qinghe may be inheriting the essence of a certain deity. This uncertainty must be swiftly eradicated. Otherwise, by the time Qian Renxue ascends to divinity, Xue Qinghe may have already ascended himself. At that point, it would be too late. In the evening, Xue Qinghe sat casually, devoid of any imperial airs. Alongside a statuesque beauty, Zhu Zhuyun. Your Majesty, Bibi Dong has arrived, Zhu Zhuyun respectfully announced. Please, let her in, Xue Qinghe replied. With a creak, Bibi Dong entered. Her gaze steady upon Xue Qinghe, who was seated by the window, tranquility etched upon his features. They were in a pavilion by the riverside, overlooking a dazzling display of lights below. Please, Your Holiness, take a seat, Xue Qinghe said with a warm smile. Bibi Dong complied, while Hulaina awaited outside, leaving only the three of them in the pavilion. What exactly are you plotting, Xue Qinghe? Bibi Dong inquired, her curiosity piqued. Xue Qinghe shrugged, responding, Your Holiness, I merely wish to engage in conversation. I harbor no ulterior motives. Truly, it is simply a chat. Bibi Dong cast a glance at Xue Qinghe, who, with her head bowed, knelt humbly beside Xue Qinghe, exuding an aura of modesty. Yet, the more Xue Qinghe lowered her gaze, the more Bibi Dong noticed her ample bosom, which dwarfed even the teapot on the table. Such a generous figure. Humph, this imperial brat truly is fortunate. Bibi Dong sipped her tea, finding it notably inferior to the jujube tea from the morning. Just as she set her cup down, Xue Qinghe, ever observant, promptly refilled it. Bibi Dong shot an insightful glance at Xue Qinghe, contemplating the happiness derived from having such a nurturing and graceful companion. Xue Qinghe, at just 20, holds the title of a titled Douluo. One would be hard-pressed to find another like him across the continent, Bibi Dong remarked while savoring her tea, seemingly in search of the inexplicable sensation she had experienced earlier with the jujube tea. Xue Qinghe replied, "Your Holiness, your beauty is unparalleled. There is no one else like you on the continent." Xue Qinghe, kneeling quietly beside him, pondered silently, wondering why the emperor had never uttered sweet words to her, always choosing to tease instead. Bibi Dong smiled subtly, finding amusement in the young man's eloquence. "Xue Qinghe, I am in need of a 100,000-year soul ring. Do you have time to assist me?" she stated. Xue Qinghe blinked, asking, "Are you inviting me to join you? Wouldn't the spirit hall simply eliminate me on the spot?" Bibi Dong chuckled lightly, the corners of her mouth curling upward. "No, it will only be the two of us. Together, we shall possess sufficient strength to vanquish a 100,000-year soul beast." Xue Qinghe pondered for a moment. His own 100,000-year soul ring had been bestowed upon him by the system, and truth be told, he had yet to venture into the Star Luo forest. "Whom do you wish to hunt?" Xue Qinghe inquired. "If it pertains to a 10,000-year spirit beast, it is not a matter of mere chance. Within the Star Luo forest, there are but a few 10,000-year spirit beasts, most of which are documented in ancient texts." "The sky blue bull python," Bibi Dong replied nonchalantly. "The sky blue bull python is a 70,000-year spirit beast, possessing the spirit power of 10,000 years, making it one of the foremost spirit beasts known to humanity." "Very well, I shall accompany you." Xue Qinghe consented readily. Xue Qinghe, astonished, remarked, "You intend to hunt a 10,000-year spirit ring? You agree so easily. Do you not fear it might be a trap? Moreover, she mentioned only the two of them would go. Can we truly trust that it would only be the two? What if she has others lying in wait? The emperor is rather reckless." "Indeed, one must commend the emperor of Tiando for his decisiveness," Bibi Dong noted. Chapter 64, A Rendezvous with Bibi Dong. "In that case, let us set forth in a month. This will allow you time to prepare," Bibi Dong suggested. To hunt a 10,000-year spirit beast is not something to be taken lightly. Even the most ordinary among them, such as the blue-silver emperor and the soft-bone rabbit, possess a strength around level 94. In comparison, a human titled Douluo requires a level 95 super Douluo to ensure a stable kill, akin to the level of the chrysanthemum Douluo. However, the Star Luo forest is fraught with peril. Disturbing one 10,000-year spirit beast may provoke others of the same caliber. While spirit beasts often engage in combat among themselves, when humans appear, they unite against this common adversary. Furthermore, the sky blue bull python shares a favorable relationship with the Titan giant ape. Xue Qinghe nodded. "Very well, I have no objections. However, it would be a pity to not indulge in the beauty of this moment, devoid of romantic discourse." After sipping a cup of tea, Xue Qinghe seated himself beside Bibi Dong, their thighs brushing against one another, causing Bibi Dong's heart to race. Despite her noble status, she felt a wave of anxiety. "Do not come too close, maintain some distance." Bibi Dong instinctively pushed Xue Qinghe away. Bang! At that moment, Xue Qinghe stood up and walked to the window, shutting it firmly. Outside, Hulaina, hearing the commotion, immediately pushed the door open to investigate. Hulaina paused at the entrance, surprised to see Xue Qinghe had drawn the curtains. Meanwhile, Xue Qinghe and Bibi Dong were seated in close proximity. "You, do not act disrespectfully," Hulaina exclaimed in anger. With that, she summoned her martial spirit, embodying a fox. And two yellow century-old spirit rings rose from beneath her feet. The audacious emperor, placing his hand on the thigh of my teacher. At that moment, Bibi Dong's expression turned unnatural, a faint blush creeping from her ears to her flawless cheeks. After Hulaina entered, the previously aloof demeanor of Bibi Dong was now tinged with both a blush and a hint of panic. The situation had escalated, and she felt utterly humiliated upon being discovered. Quickly, she released Xue Qinghe's hand and said, "Nana, please step outside for a moment. I have some matters of importance to discuss with Xue Qinghe." Hulaina's eyes widened in astonishment, her face a canvas of disbelief. "Matters of importance? Is the teacher about to embark on a romantic endeavor?" She mused. "Surely you jest. Dear teacher, while Xue Qinghe is indeed handsome, powerful, wealthy, and influential, one cannot simply fall in love at first sight. with a peculiar expression. Hulaina closed the door behind her and exited. At that moment, Xu Zhiyun knelt behind Xue Qinghe, her soft form inadvertently brushing against his back, igniting a tumult of emotions within him. What are you doing? Let me go? Bibi Dong exclaimed, her voice laced with anger. No sooner had she spoken than Xue Qinghe wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Ah, don't blame me. If anyone is to be faulted, it is Xu Zhiyun for her unwarranted movements, he replied nonchalantly. Outside, Hulaina heard Bibi Dong's startled cries and found herself at a loss, her palms slick with sweat. Was Xue Qinghe truly attempting to take advantage of the teacher? Peering through the crack of the door, her heart skipped a beat upon witnessing Xue Qinghe grasping the teacher's hand. She noted that Bibi Dong had yet to resist. Was she being coerced? It seemed unlikely. Hulaina swallowed hard, acutely aware of her own heartbeat. This act of clandestine observation felt inappropriate, yet the scene before her resembled that of a romantic interlude. Her heart raced to her throat. Should others learn of such a scandal, the repercussions would be staggering. The Pope of the Spirit Hall and the Emperor of Tiando, entangled in a romantic affair? Inside the room, Bibi Dong's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart pounding fiercely as she felt his gentle embrace. Enough. I haven't finished discussing the matter at hand. You must release me, she insisted, pushing him away, a blend of embarrassment and indignation coloring her words. Xue Qinghe regarded her with a playful smile. Is it merely a hug around the waist? Sooner or later, I'll have you completely. What else does your holiness wish to address? He inquired. Bibi Dong stood, her face still aflame, retreating a meter away from him. To display such affection upon our first meeting is rather inappropriate. Regarding the acquisition of the 100,000-year spirit ring, once I return, it will undoubtedly attract the attention of Qingdao Lu. When he learns of this, he will likely pursue us. At that time, within the Star Luo forest, we shall join forces to eliminate him. Should that fail, we can draw out the hidden powerhouses of the Star Luo forest. There will surely be an opportunity. Upon our return, we will claim he was slain by the spirit beasts of the forest. Once he is gone, the spirit hall will be under my sole dominion. Bibi Dong revealed her audacious plan, her mind already touched by the essence of the Rakshasa. She could sense that within the Star Luo forest, the strongest entity was far beyond the sky blue bull python. There existed beings of even greater strength, tenfold and beyond, as long as one can provoke action. Eliminating Qian should pose no challenge. This old man serves only as an impediment, hampering Bibi Dong's ambitions and her affections. The only resolution is to eliminate him swiftly. Xue Qinghe was utterly astonished. He understood the depths of Bibi Dong's hatred for the Qian family and could hardly fathom such a reckless scheme. Deep within the Star Luo forest, the only beings capable of surpassing Qian are the Black Dragon Emperor and the Silver Dragon King. Should these two intervene, controlling the situation would prove exceedingly difficult. What, are you afraid? Bibi Dong intoned gravely. This endeavor is tantamount to self-sabotage for the Spirit Hall. I have not wavered in the slightest, and yet you hesitate. Who said that? I revel in such exhilarating pursuits. There is no issue, Xue Qinghe replied with a grin. Should this plan succeed, the Douluo continent would indeed find itself devoid of adversaries, marking a significant stride towards unification. Bibi Dong nodded in silence, taking a step back. Humph. I am a person of great restraint. Very well, we shall meet again another day. With that, she strode towards the door, startling Hulaina, who had been eavesdropping intently. Teacher, she quickly offered with respect. Bibi Dong inclined her head and hastened away. Xue Qinghe was somewhat at a loss. How could she leave so abruptly when he had so much left to say? After all, he considered himself quite the connoisseur of romance. That red date seemed almost illusory. He would have to personally charm Bibi Dong. Soon, the two women vanished from sight. Your Majesty, shall we return? Xu Zhiyun inquired respectfully from the side. Come, Zhiyun. Now that she has departed, let us indulge for a while, Xue Qinghe replied with a mischievous smile. Xu Zhiyun promptly closed the door and stood quietly before Xue Qinghe, gently removing her shoes, initially anticipating an entertaining spectacle of teasing the esteemed Pope. To her dismay, the performance concluded before it even began. Chapter 65. The Poison of the Solitary Goose and Serpent. A wave of soul power sealed the room, ensuring that all within remained undetectable. Inside, the passionate interplay between the man and woman intensified, their voices echoing in the air. Hulaina followed Bibi Dong, feeling somewhat bashful as she stole a glance at her teacher, whose face had also flushed. Teacher, can the Phoenix Douluo be reclaimed? Hulaina inquired. Bibi Dong replied calmly. It cannot be returned. Presently, she did not wish to retrieve the Phoenix Douluo. Having her remain by Xue Qinghe's side as a guardian seemed advantageous. Furthermore, her presence would allow Bibi Dong to better comprehend Xue Qinghe. The following day, as the sun rose high, Xu Zhiyun awoke early, her body aching and fatigued. Your Majesty, it is time to get up, she said softly, propping herself up. This place is far from a palace. The servants are woefully inadequate. If one does not rise early to seek sustenance, one will surely go hungry. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she found herself suddenly tackled by Xue Qinghe. Nestled in the embrace of the beauty, Xue Qinghe relished the moment. Zhu Zhiyun bit her lip gently, feeling a twinge of pain. Your Majesty, though you may need. Could you not bite so hard? Might you show a bit more tenderness? Zhu Zhiyun lamented silently, unable to move, yielding to Xue Qinghe's whims. Knock, knock. Your Majesty. It is I, Liu Erlong. At that moment, a series of knocks resounded from outside, startling Zhu Zhiyun, who hastily donned her attire and rushed to the door. Xue Qinghe, rising as well, cast a glance her way, quietly admiring her as she dressed. Being an emperor is indeed exhausting, primarily due to the physical toll of managing so many women. Fortunately, I hold the title of Douluo. Otherwise, who could withstand such trials? Liu Erlong entered, instinctively recognizing that a fierce battle had transpired here the previous night. She had recently been overseeing the negotiations with the Spirit Hall, managing matters of war reparations. Your Majesty, the soul bones from the Spirit Hall have arrived. Please take a look. Liu Erlong opened the box, revealing the radiant soul bones, brimming with power and of excellent quality. Xue Qinghe nodded. Very well, let's secure them for now. I must return to Tiando. Zhu Zhiyun promptly approached to assist Xue Qinghe in dressing. Once they were refreshed, Xue Qinghe, accompanied by the beautiful women, ascended the solar carriage and soared back to Tiando City. Departing from the border in the morning, they returned to the Tiando Palace by afternoon. The palace had been swiftly restored by the Soul Masters, now resembling its former glory, much to Xue Qinghe's satisfaction. Congratulations on your triumphant return, Your Majesty. Just upon his return, Douluo eagerly awaited, and upon seeing Xue Qinghe, he approached without hesitation. What is it? Xue Qinghe inquired, a hint of impatience in his voice. It had been several days since he had seen his beloved consorts, and he was eager to comfort them. Yet this old man obstructed his path. Douluo respectfully replied, Your Majesty, once I suffered from a toxin that had seeped into my very marrow. Thanks to your rescue, I am eternally grateful for your grace. Xue Qinghe found himself at a loss for words. Douluo seemed to possess nothing but words. Though you claim eternal gratitude, I see no tangible actions to support it. Spare me the idle chatter, Xue Qinghe replied sternly. Douluo became even more humble. Though he held the title of Douluo and enjoyed a lofty status in the Tiando Empire, he dared not assume any airs in the presence of this emperor, who was also a Douluo. Your Majesty, my granddaughter Douluo has inherited the bicolor serpent martial soul and suffers from the same toxin. I implore you to assist her in purging this poison. Xue Qinghe pondered for a moment. Douluo, the girl with the short purple hair and a fierce countenance, yet undeniably beautiful and striking. If she could enter the Imperial harem, perhaps she could be of assistance to her. The phosphorus snake venom, the more one cultivates, the stronger the toxin becomes, rendering it increasingly difficult to eliminate. His granddaughter, Douluo, is now similarly afflicted. If the toxin is not swiftly eradicated, her chances of reaching the age of 20 are uncertain. Old Douluo, fortunate by chance, encountered the ice and fire yin-yang eye, which suppressed the toxin, allowing him to narrowly break through to the rank of title Douluo. However, his granddaughter faces a far graver predicament. Xue Qinghe waved his hand, stating, I have no time. You may concoct the remedy based on the antidote I provided last time. Douluo's expression darkened. If he could have concocted it himself, he would not have come to seek your help. Your Majesty, this old man is dull-witted and truly cannot fathom your antidote. My granddaughter is exceptionally gifted. If it pleases you, I could have her serve as a maid in the palace, Douluo said anxiously. He did not dare to suggest that Douluo enter the palace as a consort, only as a maid. To propose her as a consort would imply that she was akin to Xue Qinghe's young wife, while he himself was her grandfather, creating an awkward familial hierarchy. He was hesitant to forge such a connection. In the Douluo continent, strength reigned supreme, and Xue Qinghe possessed both authority and prowess. Xue Qinghe chuckled, realizing Douluo's intent to ensnare him in such a scheme was quite naive. I am no longer the Xue Qinghe who would accept every maiden, he remarked. Very well, let her come to the Imperial Palace. Xue Qinghe acquiesced with ease. At your command, Your Majesty, Douluo replied joyfully as he departed. To establish a familial bond with this emperor would indeed be a matter of great pride for the Douluo lineage. Xue Qinghe's consorts were vastly different from those of previous emperors. He did not confine them to the palace as if it were an impenetrable abyss. Furthermore, should fortune smile upon him and she bear him a son, he might even inherit the Tiando Empire. What a delightful prospect. This emperor was truly remarkable, capable of striking out against the Star Luo Empire and kicking the Spirit Hall. Never before had the Tiando Empire seen an emperor so formidable. Moreover, He was aware that Liu Erlong had made rapid advancements in her cultivation over the past few years, reaching the rank of DouluoDalu by her 30s. A feat not unassisted by Xue Qinghe's support. Douluo returned home to the Douluo estate. At this moment, Douluo, merely 11 years of age, already stood out remarkably. In the Douluo continent, where one comes of age at 12, 11 signifies a budding young lady, and her age was likely close to that of Hulaina. Douluo sat cross-legged, gritting her teeth, her face contorted with pain. Since acquiring her second spirit ring, the snake venom within her had intensified, severely affecting her cultivation and posing a threat to her very life. Yinner, come with me to the palace. The emperor has promised to provide an antidote. Douluo said with a smile. Douluo bit her teeth gently, her skin feeling as though it were being pricked by needles, sweat dripping from her forehead. Douluo, witnessing her suffering, felt a pang of heartache. Having her serve as a maid to Xue Qinghe would certainly be a more favorable fate than enduring her current torment. Douluo gently placed his hand on her back, infusing her with a soft stream of soul power to help suppress the venom of the serpent. After half an hour, Douluo slowly opened her eyes and let out a long sigh of relief. Chapter 66. Another concubine is taken. Yinner, His Majesty has promised to cure your poison. Come with me to the palace, Douluo remarked. Douluo wiped the sweat from her forehead, her heart brimming with joy. She had heard numerous tales about Xue Qinghe, and many students at the academy spoke of the current emperor. The entire Tiando Empire's admiration for the emperor had reached unprecedented heights. How wonderful, grandfather! I will get to see His Majesty in person, Douluo exclaimed, momentarily forgetting about the poison coursing through her. Douluo nodded with a smile. Grandfather, after I graduate from the Junior Soul Master Academy next year, may I attend the Tianxue Academy? Douluo inquired. Certainly, Douluo replied. This little granddaughter of his possessed the highest cultivation talent in the family, second only to himself, though she had long been tormented by the serpent's venom. With Douluo's innate abilities, her future enrollment in the Royal Academy of Tiando was assured. Currently, the Royal Academy of Tiando was renowned for its educational quality. However, in the past year, with Xue Qinghe's ascension to the throne and his subsequent actions that invigorated national pride, the status of Tianxue Academy had also risen significantly. Many ambitious young soul masters chose to teach at Tianxue Academy, the closest institution to Xue Qinghe. Let us go, Yinner. His Majesty is available now. And we must not delay, Douluo urged. All right, Douluo replied eagerly. Do you wish to become a concubine to His Majesty in the future? Douluo asked. A concubine? Douluo paused, her brow furrowed. Can I truly do that? I have heard that His Majesty's concubines are exceptionally talented soul masters, like Liu Erlong. Could I really be one? She lowered her head, feeling a twinge of inferiority. Of course, Yinner. If you diligently follow His Majesty, your future achievements will undoubtedly surpass mine, Douluo assured her. He had witnessed Liu Erlong's remarkable progress over the past 6 years. 6 years ago, Liu Erlong was merely a soul king. And now she had ascended to Soul Douluo, a pace that was nothing short of astonishing. It was hard to believe that such growth occurred without Xue Qinghe's assistance. Douluo's cheeks flushed, and she nodded silently. I shall be the emperor's concubine in the future. If my friends find out, they will surely be astonished. In the palace, Xue Qinghe was reviewing official documents, having been away from his duties for over half a month, making his return somewhat awkward. Your Majesty, Douluo has arrived with his granddaughter, Xue Qinghe announced as she approached. Let Douluo come in, and ask Douluo to wait outside, Xue Qinghe instructed. At once. Soon, Xue Qinghe ushered Douluo into the chamber. Douluo, feeling a bit shy, lowered her head and respectfully bowed, saying, I pay my respects to your Majesty. Xue Qinghe scrutinized her for a moment, musing to himself that she was indeed a charming young beauty. With a serpentine, elongated figure, she donned a fitted purple phosphorescent armor that accentuated her proud bosom. Although she was slightly younger than Xue Qinghe, she was already quite impressive. Very well. This evening I shall administer the antidote. You may wait in my chamber, Xue Qinghe declared. As you command, responded Douluo. She followed Xue Qinghe to the Imperial chamber, where she changed into a loose robe and waited quietly, feeling an inexplicable sense of anxiety. As night fell, Xue Qinghe reviewed the memorials, delegating minor matters to the cabinet while he focused on a few significant affairs. He returned to his chamber, where Douluo awaited him. Upon his entrance, she bowed once more. Please, take a seat, Xue Qinghe instructed, and remove your garments. Douluo's cheeks flushed. Why is it like this? Last time, grandfather simply administered the medicine directly. She dared not refuse, whether it was for the purpose of administering the antidote or due to his status as emperor. She found herself unable to decline. Moreover, since Douluo had expressed intentions for her to become Xue Qinghe's consort, it left her with even less room for refusal. As her robe slipped from her shoulders, her porcelain-like skin turned away from Xue Qinghe. He could not help but appreciate her form, despite having encountered many women. Douluo possessed a unique charm that set her apart from his other consorts. Though she lacked the voluptuousness of others, her slender physique had its own allure. Soon, Xue Qinghe's hands rested on her back, a warm soul force gradually flowing into her. The detoxification process may feel somewhat intense. You must endure it, he advised. Your Majesty, please proceed. Douluo gritted her teeth and replied resolutely. Nodding, Xue Qinghe's golden crow energy permeated her organs. Although Douluo was young, her level of poisoning rivaled that of Douluo, compounded by her frail constitution, making the detoxification even more challenging. Douluo, a titled Douluo, could withstand the harshest remedies. But Douluo could only endure a slow and gentle approach. As beads of sweat trickled down her forehead, the gentle golden crow energy accumulated within her, generating a strong sensation of heat. She found it increasingly difficult to bear. A mist began to emanate from her fair skin. You should step outside, Xue Qinghe instructed. Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe quickly retreated, having sensed the unsettling mist in the air. The toxins within Douluo, stimulated by Xue Qinghe, began to evaporate through her skin. This process was excruciatingly painful, as the toxins coursed through her flesh and skin, inflicting indescribable agony. Douluo's anguished moans echoed throughout the palace. At that moment, Liu Erlong was returning to the Imperial Palace from Tianxue Academy, hearing the haunting sounds. She pondered whether His Majesty had once again taken advantage of an innocent maiden today, given the intensity of the cries echoing from within. Approaching the entrance of the inner chamber, she discovered Xue Qinghe waiting there. Upon inquiry, she learned that Xue Qinghe was engaged in detoxification. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick, the tumultuous sounds from the chamber finally subsided. Xue Qinghe then retrieved a robe, draping it over the unconscious Douluo before carrying her out. The door creaked as he emerged with Douluo cradled in his arms, her form barely concealed by a loose robe. Your Majesty, what is this? Liu Erlong inquired, astonished. Open a window for ventilation. No one should enter this room for a month, Xue Qinghe instructed before departing to another chamber with Douluo in his arms. The remnants of Douluo's serpent venom had already dispersed into the air, rendering it harmless, yet caution was still advisable. As you command, Liu Erlong replied. Subsequently, Xue Qinghe gently laid Douluo down, covered her with a quilt, and exited the room. Alas, I must attend to you, young lady. Yet you certainly possess an air of superiority. I shall ensure you repay this in kind, he mused, reflecting on the essential qualities of a foolish sovereign. The next morning, bright and early, Xue Qinghe contemplated that he had surpassed the stage of juvenile indecency, now standing at odds with the martial Seoul Hall and the Star Luo Empire. Qian Renxue had attained the impressive rank of 69. If left to her own devices, she would surely ascend to godhood within a few years. A glance at the system revealed that this was the foolish monarch sign-in system, wherein only through folly could one reap rewards and attain divinity. Alas, he had yet to reach the requisite level of folly, with the divine realm still a distant aspiration. With a heavy sigh, he resolved to analyze the behaviors of foolish emperors and emulate them. The types of foolish monarchs were indeed diverse. The enchanting smiles of beauties were mere trifles, often exaggerated in reputation. Foolish rulers typically fell into two categories, those indulging in debauchery and those neglecting state affairs. The latter could manifest in myriad forms, composing poetry, secluding oneself to concoct elixirs, practicing carpentry, or engaging in weightlifting. Xue Qinghe meticulously considered the historical record from the Xia to the Qing dynasties, noting the frequent elevation of maternal relatives, a hallmark of foolish rulers. He too would attempt to favor his own maternal kin. Maternal relatives referred to the relatives of empresses and concubines. Xue Qinghe had a wealth of such connections, particularly given the number of his consorts. He could seek individuals from the Haotian sect and the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, assigning them positions of authority, thereby fulfilling the criterion of favoring maternal relatives. Yet, this was insufficient. Historically, the purchase of official titles was a hallmark of folly. Not only should he assign them roles, but he could also solicit a modest sum from them. This constituted a dual folly, promising exponential rewards. Thus, this was the plan. This morning was relatively tranquil. Xue Qinghe found himself alone, without a beauty by his side. Such behavior was to be firmly curtailed in the future. As a foolish monarch, he could not indulge in solitude. Henceforth, he would grace two beauties each night. With resolve, Xue Qinghe opened the system panel and clicked to sign in. Is the sign in the palace? Confirm. Reward, 1 10,000-year soul ring. Xue Qinghe was momentarily speechless, due to his recent lack of foolishness. The reward no longer seemed enticing. In his system's repository, there already lay more than a dozen 10,000-year soul rings, which he had no need for and would simply leave there. He rose to wash up, for today he would, For the first time, attend court. The spirit hall acted swiftly. 2 million gold soul coins had already been delivered. Excellent. Let them be deposited into the treasury. The emperor has ascended the throne for a month, asserting the nation's might, truly a ruler for the ages. Long live his majesty. For many years, the heavenly Dou Empire had endured oppression from the Star Luo and the Spirit Hall. With his majesty's 2 victories, the unification of the continent is imminent. Xue Qinghe sat on the throne with a smile, reflecting on how he had never considered this before. Flattering words were indeed delightful to hear. As an emperor, the easiest path to deification is through the faith of his subjects. With Xue Qinghe's prowess, earning the genuine respect of these ministers was remarkably simple. The courtiers expressed their undivided loyalty to their new emperor, none daring to flaunt their seniority before Xue Qinghe, each one showing utmost reverence. Xue Qinghe chuckled and remarked, I have unified the continent, yet I still rely on all of you, my loyal ministers. We do not dare presume. Your majesty is unmatched in martial prowess. Your majesty is unmatched in martial prowess. Yawning, Xue Qinghe waved his hand and said, All right, court dismissed. With that, he turned and headed towards the harem without looking back. In a few days, he would go with Bibi Dong to hunt for a 10,000-year soul ring. In the meantime, there were several matters to attend to. In the harem, Your Majesty, Douluo has awakened, Xue Qinghe announced. Let her rest for now. I have important matters to attend to, Xue Qinghe replied. The notion of favoring his maternal relatives included both Yu Shaojiang and Tang San, as they could be deemed as such. Xue Qinghe planned to bestow grace upon the two. He would arrange for Tang San to manage a city in Tiandou and summon Yu Shaojiang to Tiandou as well, appointing him as the captain of a city management team. Observing from the side, Xue Qinghe noted that the emperor seemed to care for the boy, and it was no wonder. That lad was naturally endowed with full soul power. Xue, please take care of these arrangements, Xue Qinghe instructed. As you command. Now, Xue served as Xue Qinghe's secretary, handling various tasks as needed. Congratulations, host. Preliminary achievement in favoring maternal relatives. The tyrant points have increased by 1. Xue Qinghe stared blankly at the points. They could be exchanged for more advanced items, such as a divine position, which required a mere 100 points for the Azura god. The sea god was considerably cheaper, at 70 points. Additionally, he could exchange for abilities surpassing this world, such as the true fire of Samadhi or the banana fan. He swallowed hard. This was quite promising. Xue Qinghe needed to carve out a unique path as a tyrant, reveling in his role while ensuring the heavenly Dou did not descend into chaos. There were countless avenues to divinity. After the Imperial decree was issued, Tang San, bewildered, received the order. How could a mere 6-year-old child be appointed as a city inspector? There was no choice. A monarch's command must not be defied. Every day after school, he wandered the streets, diligently observing his surroundings, and thus quietly awaited his fate for 15 days. In the Imperial harem, after awakening, Douluo felt invigorated and light. She attempted to channel her soul power, finding great ease in the process. The snake venom that had lingered within her had completely dissipated, leaving her in blissful comfort. Creak, you're awake. Xue Qinghe entered the room. Ah, hello, Douluo replied, her brow furrowed in confusion. Xue Qinghe smiled gently and said, From now on, you will be a concubine in the palace. You may continue to live as you did before, but remember, you are now a concubine. Douluo nodded eagerly. Yes, that sounds wonderful. She felt no hesitation. Being a concubine was indeed a privilege. She quickly inquired, Can I reside in the harem? Xue Qinghe nodded yes. You may also return to school for a time. Rest assured, His Majesty will not forget you. Humph. With me here, His Majesty will not think of you. She added with a hint of pride. Although Douluo was still naive and innocent, the sight of Xue Qinghe's voluptuous figure instilled a sense of unease within her. Oh, she quietly acquiesced, feeling a mix of nervousness and trepidation, hoping that the emperor would treat her with kindness. Surely, His Majesty must be a gentle man. At the spirit hall, during the night, Bibi Dong sat in her chamber in quiet contemplation. She focused her consciousness, preparing to enter the Rakshasa god's realm to continue her trials. Just then, Qian Renxue entered. Your Holiness, I intend to enter seclusion for a period, she stated calmly. DouluoDalu could sense the divine presence within Bibi Dong, and naturally, Bibi Dong could perceive the existence of the angel god. It was evident that her seclusion was likely aimed at preparing for ascension. After a moment of contemplation, Bibi Dong gazed at her daughter, a flicker of heartache surfacing. Though she had harbored deep resentment towards Qian Renxue, she could not deny the bond of blood. Very well. Go ahead, Bibi Dong replied. When you require the 7th soul ring, come find me. Qian Renxue nodded silently, casting a meaningful glance at Bibi Dong before departing. Chapter 68. 6 years later, the young girl enrolls. In Tiandou City, Xue Qinghe held a letter, feeling a wave of disappointment wash over him. Bibi Dong had let him down. She was no longer pursuing the soul rings. The plan was cancelled. Circumstances had changed too rapidly. And who could fathom what thoughts occupied that woman's mind? Xue Qinghe had no choice but to continue with his grand scheme of a foolish monarch. Thus, he resorted to exchanging letters with Bibi Dong from afar. At this moment, the inhabitants of the entire Douluo continent were heading towards a destiny starkly different from that of the original narrative. The Yuming clan. Due to Zhu Zhuyun's departure, Xu Qinghe has become the focal point of the family's nurturing efforts, while both Dai Mubai and Davis eye her with keen interest. In the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong grew up in an environment dominated by Imperial authority. At Notting Academy, Xiao Wu has long been the stalwart leader, holding that position for 6 long years. As the years swiftly passed, she prepared to embark on a new journey toward Heaven-Do City, having received an acceptance letter from Tianxue Academy. Directly after her graduation from Notting Academy, dressed casually, Xue Qinghe employed some disguise techniques learned from the system to alter his appearance, blending into the enrollment area. The esteemed reputation of the Heaven-Do Empire ensured that Tianxue Academy stood at the pinnacle of educational institutions, backed by the emperor himself. Any student who slightly distinguished themselves within the school could easily attract the attention of the imperial court. Even those who ranked first or among the top 10 in final exams would promptly find themselves courted by court officials. It could be said that any student with talent, once admitted to Tianxue Academy, was destined for greatness. In comparison, the Heaven-Do Royal Academy seemed to lack the same prestige. 6 years had passed, and Xue Qinghe's soul power had reached level 99. However, his faith remained insufficient. He was still far from achieving divinity. Among the hundreds of students arriving to enroll, Xue Qinghe quietly observed from a distance. Suddenly, a voluptuous young woman clad in form-fitting purple-black attire, distinguished by a long, slender tail, strode confidently toward the registration area. It was none other than Xue Qinghe. Propping his chin on his hand, Xue Qinghe admired Xue Qinghe's elegance from afar, surprised that she had chosen this place. As he had anticipated her attending Shrek Academy, having enjoyed the company of Zhu Zhuyun for several years, he now found himself determined to win over another equally captivating beauty. Students, please do not rush. First, we will assess your soul power. Those with levels above 25 will be exempt from all further evaluations and can enroll directly, announced the admissions instructor. In the blink of an eye, Xue Qinghe swiftly dashed forward to grasp the crystal ball used for testing soul power. Xue Qinghe, level 30, passed. The admissions teacher exclaimed with astonishment. This girl was truly remarkable. Among this year's freshmen, she was undoubtedly the best. Achieving level 30 at the tender age of 12 was nothing short of extraordinary. Xue Qinghe pondered for a moment, recalling that in the original story, Xue Qinghe had registered at level 27. It seemed that the departure of Zhu Zhuyun had prompted both the Yaming family and the Star Luo royal family to invest considerable effort into her development. Subsequently, Xue Qinghe's gaze shifted toward Ning Rongrong. The young girl, still slender and not particularly impressive, caught Ning Rongrong's attention as she furrowed her brow in astonishment. She has reached the 30th rank? As the prodigy of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. With the entirety of the sect's resources devoted to her training, Ning found it hard to believe that she could be outshone by this mysterious girl. Gritting her teeth, she stepped forward to test her own abilities, clutching the crystal ball, which immediately radiated a brilliant glow. Ning Rongrong, at the 27th rank, passed the test. Following closely behind her, Xiao Wu marveled inwardly. At Notting Academy, she was the unrivaled champion, boasting the strongest soul power among this year's graduates, surpassing the second by a significant margin of 5 levels. Even among past students, no one had matched her strength in the last decade. Yet here, she felt far from extraordinary. Xiao Wu approached, taking her turn with the testing crystal ball, which erupted with dazzling brilliance. 28th rank. She passed the test. The admissions officer beamed widely, delighted by the influx of talented students this year, envisioning the rewards that awaited him. A truly lucrative endeavor. Xue Qinghe observed quietly, nodding thoughtfully. He was not merely here for the beauty, but to witness the future hopes of the Tiando Empire. Follow me, you three, came the voice of the graceful Dugu Yin as she approached. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Xue Qinghe exchanged glances, each feeling a sense of competition. Convinced of their own superiority, Dugu Yin led them to the dormitory, smiling as she introduced, you three performed exceptionally well and should be among the top 3 this year. You will share the same dormitory, allowing you to exchange experiences. Ning Rongrong, hands on her hips, snorted in discontent. She had lived in a grand castle at home, and even as a future consort, she would reside in a vast imperial palace. Such a small dormitory was beneath her. With a creak, Dugu Yin opened the door to reveal 3 beds and a private bathroom. This was merely a standard mid-range dormitory, not the best available. The finest accommodations were reserved for the emperor's consorts, who enjoyed individual rooms, and on occasion, the emperor himself would visit, favoring one or two of his concubines. Ning Rongrong inquired, "Senior, I wish to be assigned to the Liqi dormitory." The Liqi building was where the consorts resided. Duguyan smiled, "Do not be impatient. The emperor's consorts are chosen with strict criteria, and you must pass the selection process as well." With that, she took her leave. Her words left Xue Qinghe and Xiao Wu bewildered. What did she mean? Ning Rongrong sat on the edge of her bed, filled with pride. The most exceptional man in the empire would always be but one. As a support type, she naturally harbored a sense of superiority, especially given her lifelong admiration for Emperor Xue Qinghe. The three of them then began to introduce themselves. Ning Rongrong gazed intently at Xue Qinghe, contemplating how strikingly similar this young lady was to the emperor's concubine, Xue Zhuyan. The resemblance in their names was uncanny. "Xu Qing, do you know Xue Zhuyan?" Ning Rongrong inquired. Xue Qing responded calmly, "She is my elder sister." Ning Rongrong exclaimed in astonishment, "Xue Qing, your sister is the noble concubine." Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, sitting nearby, felt rather bewildered, struggling to comprehend their conversation. The dialogue between these two aristocratic girls left the rural girl, Xiao Wu, quite perplexed. Indeed, Xue Qing's arrival in Tiando was partly motivated by her desire to seek refuge with her sister. In her recollections, her sister had always treated her with kindness, embodying the essence of a caring elder sibling. However, the ruthless nature of the Yuming family and the Xingluo royal family left Xue Qinghe with a profound sense of disdain. Among the new generation of the Yuming family, she was regarded as the most talented, with both the Yuming family and the Xingluo royal family placing great expectations upon her. She had witnessed the brutal realities of their world firsthand. At the tender age of 8, she had the capability to perform a martial soul fusion technique with Dai Mubai, while also being able to collaborate with Davis. This only intensified the already bloody struggle for the throne. Rather than intervening, the Xingluo emperor took great pleasure in these developments. 6 years ago, he had achieved the rank of title Douluo at level 91, yet despite his nation's substantial investment in his training over these years, his soul power had not progressed in the slightest. He was plagued by inner demons. Ever since his defeat by Xue Qinghe's son, these demons had haunted him, leading him to the brink of despair, fully aware that he would find it exceedingly difficult to break through any further in this lifetime. A dull tiger does not soar. He could only place his hopes upon his sons. His singular hope rested in his 2 sons. However, he was not a man of mercy. If one of his sons could fulfill his ambitions, it would suffice, even if the other were to perish. The cruelty of the royal family had cast a shadow upon Xue Qinghe, which she deeply detested. In her heart, only her elder sister, who had shown her kindness in childhood, remained a good person. Ning Rongrong felt a twinge of envy, thinking how effortless it would be for her to enter the palace, but resolved not to allow Xue Qinghe to surpass her. Having seen Xue Zhuyan, she noted, indeed, she possessed a remarkable figure. As she glanced at Xue Qinghe's bosom, she bit her lip, realizing it was quite ample, rivaling that of Xue Zhuyan. "What is a noble concubine?" Xiao Wu asked, perplexed. Although she had lived for 100,000 years, she could only distinguish between types of grass and was largely ignorant of human affairs. "A noble concubine is the emperor's woman," Ning Rongrong asserted, hands on her hips. Xiao Wu blinked. The emperor's woman? She had heard of him. Her teachers had spoken of the emperor of Tiando as a remarkable figure, a great hero. "In a few days, you will meet him. His Majesty will come to the school for the opening ceremony," Ning Rongrong said with a smile. Xiao Wu nodded silently. "Oh, then that will be fine. Let us go? I shall treat you to a meal," Ning Rongrong declared generously, linking arms with her companions as they made their way outside. In the school cafeteria, the 3 young ladies ordered their meals and settled down together. Ning Rongrong animatedly recounted tales about the emperor, her enthusiasm reminiscent of an infatuated fan. At that moment, a young man clad in blue, flanked by several companions, strode into the cafeteria with an air of authority akin to a leader among students, drawing attention like the moon surrounded by stars. Ning Rongrong cast a glance his way, scoffing softly. After all, he was merely a minor relative. What was there to be impressed by? From a distance, Xiao Wu eyed the boy in blue and inquired of Ning Rongrong, "Who is he?" She perceived a similarity between him and her former self at Nodding Academy, a dominant figure among peers. Ning Rongrong disdainfully replied, "His name is Tang San. He is just a distant relative, riding on the coattails of an esteemed aunt who serves as a concubine, gaining some notoriety in Heavendo City." Despite her admiration for the current emperor, Ning Rongrong held a long-standing disdain for distant relatives. Xiao Wu took a bite of her vegetables and nodded. "Oh, I see." In her mind, distant relatives had become synonymous with arrogance and overbearing behavior. Xue Qinghe remained silent. Technically speaking, her own family, the Yuming clan, could also be classified as distant relatives, and she paid little heed to Ning Rongrong's remarks. Still feeling peckish, Xiao Wu rose to refill her plate. Tang San stood quietly behind her, observing her intently. She filled her plate to the brim, pleased by the abundance and affordability of the offerings. The cafeteria at Tianxue Academy, buoyed by royal financial support, sourced its vegetables directly from nearby farmlands, eliminating middlemen and their markup. Ning Rongrong stared in astonishment at Xiao Wu, despite her petite stature. Her appetite was surprisingly vast. As the three young women chatted and laughed over their meal, a tall, burly man approached them. "Young lady, what is your name? Come dine with us," he inquired gruffly. Xiao Wu glanced at him, chewing on her chopsticks, and blinked. "Who are you? And why should I tell you?" Ning Rongrong frowned slightly. She recognized him, but had forgotten his name. "I am Xiao Wu, as in the dance of the waltz. Judging by your demeanor. Are you looking for a fight?" She retorted, her cheeks puffed with unchewed rice. "Ah, no. Our leader merely wishes to make your acquaintance. There is no ulterior motive." Tai Long interjected with a broad grin. "Tai Long, don't be meddlesome," Tang San cautioned, casting him a sidelong glance. Ning Rongrong suddenly realized. Oh, his name is Tai Long. That scion of the Strength clan, Tang San's lackey, renowned as a wealthy young gentleman in Heavendo City, with Tai Long's family connections, who managed the inner workings of the Imperial harem. The status of the Haotian sect had subtly risen. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Tai Long promptly returned to his group. "My apologies for the interruption," Tang San said politely, offering a slight nod as a gesture of contrition. Ning Rongrong let out a cold snort. Having always held a disdain for the Haotian sect, Xue Qinghe silently observed, refraining from uttering a word. Xiao Wu took a seat, casting a disdainful glance at Tang San and his companions, thinking to herself, so what if they are the esteemed students of the academy? In a matter of days, they shall witness my prowess. I possess ample experience as a seasoned student. Ning Rongrong softly advised. Xiao Wu refrained from engaging with them. Xiao Wu cheerfully nodded. "School is so dull, fighting is far more exhilarating. I certainly will not let you off easily." Nearby, Tai Long chuckled as he sat beside Tang San, inquiring, "Third brother, have you taken a liking to that girl?" Tai Long had indeed fallen for Xiao Wu at first sight, yet he noticed Tang San's unwavering gaze upon her. Understanding that he had no right to compete. "Mind your words, eat quickly, then we shall train," Tang San replied. "I understand, third brother," Tai Long said with an air of confidence. What does this fellow truly comprehend? After their meal, Ning Rongrong and her companions returned to the dormitory, where she recounted tales of Heavendo City. That Tang San has always been favored by his majesty. Xiao Wu, you must avoid any dealings with him. He may appear composed, but he harbors a multitude of cunning schemes. Just the other day, my father fell victim to his tricks, Ning Rongrong expressed indignantly. Xiao Wu inquired, "What kind of trick?" Ning Rongrong replied, "He is a black market merchant." Chapter 70. The selection competition for the Empress. How is he a black market merchant? Xiao Wu asked. Ning Rongrong, hands on her hips, retorted, "This rascal concocted a type of hidden weapon, concealing it within his sleeve. When my father sought to collaborate with him, he audaciously demanded 200,000 gold soul coins per set. Such extortion is outrageous. 200,000 gold soul coins? Xiao Wu exclaimed in disbelief. That is utterly terrifying. Throughout her years at school, she had received the Heavendo Soul Master Subsidy, which amounted to merely 1 gold soul coin per month. To amass 200,000 gold soul coins would require 200,000 months. Having grown up in a small village, Xiao Wu was raised by a pair of impoverished farmers, where a single gold soul coin could comfortably sustain her for several months with carrots. That Tang San is truly despicable, shamelessly amassing wealth. Humph. I must find an opportunity to teach him a lesson, Xiao Wu thought to herself. I have heard that Tang San has established a blacksmith shop. His Majesty has just enacted an anti-monopoly law, and he is defiantly going against the tide. Sooner or later, he shall meet his downfall, Ning Rongrong declared. Xiao Wu, unable to fully grasp the implications, decided it was enough to know that Tang San was a villain. Ning Rongrong settled by the bedside and began her training, while Xue Qinghe adapted swiftly to the unfamiliar surroundings, having ventured far from home to alter her fate, determined to take control of her own destiny. In the Heavendo Imperial Palace, Xue Qinghe stretched lazily, glancing at the score of the incompetent ruler. Since the implementation of the anti-monopoly law, he had not seen an increase in his points for an entire month. It appears that the most sagacious decisions are seldom the work of tyrants. Striking a balance between wisdom and folly proves to be an arduous task, far more challenging than merely being a wise ruler or a foolish one. However, the system posits that the initiation of war and the achievement of unification are actions not befitting a wise sovereign, but rather characteristic of a fool. After all, a tyrant's expansive dominion can lead to monumental upheavals from even the slightest misstep, rendering them more foolish. Currently, Xue Qinghe's index of folly stands at 91 points, with 60 points redeemable for the deity of the sea god and 100 points for the deity of the Shura god. Nonetheless, 120 points could be exchanged for the true fire of Samadhi, so it seems prudent to save up like a hamster for now. Today, he is again to engage in some foolish endeavors. As Xue Qinghe glanced at the new student roster of the Tianxue Academy for the year, he rested his chin in contemplation and decided to host a competition. Zhu Yun, please fetch those soul bones, he instructed. Zhu Zhuyun bowed, as you command. Before long, 4 radiant soul bones were presented before Xue Qinghe. Ice, speed, spirit, and wood. These soul bones had not yet been distributed, as the fire and power attributes had already been allocated to those nearby. Even Tang Yuehua now possessed a power attribute soul bone, albeit her Haotian hammer was somewhat lacking. Zhu Yun, draft an edict. I wish to take a concubine. Let us hold a contest where the winner shall be elevated to the rank of noble consort and awarded a soul bone of their choice. The eligibility criteria will primarily include all female students from advanced soul master academies, Xue Qinghe declared. Zhu Zhuyun was taken aback. Your Majesty, you truly know how to amuse. Selecting a concubine through competition is quite unconventional. As you wish, Your Majesty. Zhu Zhuyun promptly set about the preparations. After all, it was customary for an emperor to seek a consort on a national scale. However, previous emperors had never conducted large-scale selections within the soul master community. It was a rare fortune if a female soul master was willing to pledge her life and loyalty, let alone make any demands, especially for those gifted female soul masters. The resources available to them within the royal family often paled in comparison to those offered by many prominent sections. The royal family held little allure for exceptional female soul masters. Yet, Xue Qinghe was different. He was a 99th level limit Douluo, and beside him stood Liu Erlong, already a titled Douluo. Moreover, Zhu Zhuyun, nearing Soul King at the tender age of 19, and Du Guyan, skilled in detoxification, represented tangible benefits. Joining a major sect could not compare to entering the royal family, where one's status would be elevated, even earning high esteem within the court. Thus, Xue Qinghe's singular strength instigated a shift in the atmosphere throughout the Tiando Empire. The previously entrenched notion of sect solidarity began to erode, particularly among the young and beautiful female soul master demographic. Zhu Zhuyun also noted the enrollment list for Tianxue Academy this year, where Xue Qingqing's name was prominently featured, causing her to frown. How did my younger sister end up here? Over the years, she had heard of Zhu Zhuqing's circumstances, which she perceived as a sweet dilemma. After all, having 2 men vying for one's affection should indeed be a source of happiness. How could she have ended up here? Truly, one is often oblivious to their own fortune. She swiftly drafted an imperial edict, which was reviewed by Xue Qinghe before it was dispatched. The great foolish monarch selects a concubine. Foolish monarch index increases by 5 points. Xue Qinghe's eyes brightened at this. It was remarkably exhilarating. For years, he had been searching for ways to rapidly elevate the foolish monarch index, and progress had been painstakingly slow, often rising only by a star or 2. At times, if he acted too sagaciously, it could take months without any increase. Yet now, it had surged by 5 points in an instant. What a delight! Soon, Xue Qinghe's decree spread throughout the city of Tiando. The emperor was indeed generous to offer soul bones for the selection of a consort. Surely, even without those soul bones, many would still participate. Long live our emperor! The selection of soul bones at will was a privilege reserved solely for the emperor, indeed. At the Heavenly Academy, Liu Erlong, upon hearing the news, was both amused and exasperated. Each year, when the Heavenly Snow Academy commenced, Xue Qinghe would take a concubine. But this year he had truly outdone himself. Well, let him indulge. After all, the nation of Tiando thrived, allowing for such extravagances. Before long, the students of Heavenly Snow Academy were all aware of the event. In the Lichi dormitory of Heavenly Snow Academy, all residents were consorts of Xue Qinghe, numbering around 100 or 200. Most had not yet been favored by him, as the emperor was indeed quite busy, and with so many beauties in the harem, there was little need for him to travel far. Nevertheless, they enjoyed exceptional treatment, such as being personally hunted for soul rings by titled Douluos, who would then bestow soul bones upon them, among other privileges. While the number of these beauties did not even begin to compare to the harems of past emperors, each of these over 100 women was a striking soul master, making them truly remarkable. Upon hearing the news, they eagerly signed up for the competition. If they could shine brightly in the contest, even without winning the championship, there was still the chance of garnering the emperor's favor. Such favor would not only elevate their status, but also provide them with unparalleled cultivation resources. Sign me up. I have lived in the Lichi dormitory for 3 years. Do you know how I have endured these 3 years? They exclaimed. Indeed, with just over 100 residents in the Lichi dormitory, if the emperor favored 3 per day, It would take no more than 6 months to attend to all of them. Chapter 71, Competition Registration. Your Majesty, choose me. I long to be a noble concubine. I desire soul bones. They cried. Those who become noble concubines lack for nothing in soul bones. Sister Dodo already possesses 2 soul bones, and is not even a noble concubine. They lamented, filled with envy. The young women residing in the Lychee dormitory discussed amongst themselves, hardly hesitating, and rushed to register for the competition. After all, they were already consorts of the emperor. Even if they did not win, there were still great benefits to be had. Ning Rongrong witnessed a particular incident at school, hands on her hips, exhibiting a demeanor of indignation. This blatant malice directed towards auxiliary soul masters is utterly unacceptable. Must we, as supporters, be excluded from competitions? Is there truly no alternative to combat that we might engage in? Rongrong, do not sulk. What merit is there in being a favored concubine? Xiaowu remarked. Ning Rongrong's mind began to whirl. Humph, even if I cannot prevail in battle, I can devise other strategies. You do not comprehend. His Majesty vanquishes the Star Luo Empire with his fists and tramples the Spirit Hall with his feet. He is the most exceptional man in the world, Ning Rongrong declared. Xue Qinghe was momentarily speechless, noting, you resemble a fervent admirer. It seems there are many like you in the Heaven Do Empire. Ning Rongrong, perplexed about her course of action, instinctively cast a glance at Xue Qinghe's voluptuous figure, suddenly realizing that even in comparison to others, she would find it challenging to emerge victorious. She glanced down at her own slender physique. While still exquisite, it paled in comparison to Xue Qinghe's. Very well. It appears I must leverage my connections, Ning Rongrong stated with newfound confidence. What do you intend to do? Xiaowu inquired. Naturally, I shall request my father to secure my entry into the palace. I yearn to be conquered by His Majesty, Ning Rongrong exclaimed. My father is His Majesty's mentor. Surely, he can facilitate this. In that sense, I am also His Majesty's junior disciple. Just contemplating it feels so romantic. In truth, the presence of soul bones is of little consequence. My primary desire is to be subdued by His Majesty. However, the fact that Xue Qinghe can directly offer soul bones as prizes demonstrates his generosity, which is likely to attract numerous soul masters to participate, Xue Qinghe observed. Xiaowu displayed a look of discontent. Behind every soul bone lies the demise of a soul beast, and she instinctively recoiled from this reality. Furthermore, the rarity of soul bones, with hundreds or thousands of soul beasts sacrificed for just one, signifies that the loss is not merely one beast, but potentially thousands. The 3 of them continued their training as usual. The Heaven Do Empire boasts an abundance of advanced soul master academies. And Ning Rongrong is not the only admirer of Xue Qinghe. Many graduates from these prestigious institutions go on to defend their homeland. Yet Xue Qinghe's singular prowess rivals that of an entire army, deeply moving those students who might otherwise have perished in conflict. At the Blaze Academy, Huowu stared in astonishment at the Imperial edict, directly offering soul bones. How extravagant. Clearing her throat, she added, not that I covet the soul bone. Rather, I seek the world's most remarkable man. Xue Qinghe's name is inscribed in the textbooks of every academy, a living legend revered throughout the entirety of the Heaven Do Empire. Father, I wish to compete at the Tianxue Academy. At the Waters Academy, numerous girls abound, governed by a unique policy that admits only beauties. For the enchanting soul masters, both soul bones and status are essential. Ascending to the rank of favored concubine brings forth a continuous stream of cultivation resources. Even the somewhat mediocre talent of Douluo, who is merely a beauty and not yet a concubine, has acquired 2 soul bones, indicating that the 2 soul bones awarded in this grand competition are merely the starting point, with more to come. Sister, I wish to participate. Please do not attend. Water Yuer playfully exclaimed. Once I become the favored concubine, I shall return to bring glory to our family. Dear sister, you jest. It is said that once one enters the palace, it is as deep as the sea. How could I bear to watch you leap into the fire? Waterbinger replied with solemnity, her words making it seem as though she genuinely cared for her sister. Waterywear pouted, Sister, you are so stingy. With you around, I have no chance of winning. The palace, once likened to the depths of the sea, is now akin to paradise. For them, the harem is merely a transition, akin to shifting from the Heavenly Water Academy to the Heavenly Snow Academy, complete with comfortable dormitories. The Plan Academy is no different, with numerous participants eager to compete. In just a single day, word spread throughout the prestigious Soul Master Academies of Tiando. A plethora of beautiful girls arrived to register, and within 2 short days, over 100 had signed up. The registration took place at the Heavenly Snow Academy, where an initial screening process ensured that only those of decent appearance were considered. After all, the Emperor seeks a favored concubine with whom he will engage in intimate activities daily. If she were merely average in looks, would not the emperor's experience be diminished? Moreover, with the emperor constantly surrounded by beauties like Liu Erlong, Xue Qinghe, and Douluo, even a face of the masses would not capture his attention. Douluo diligently managed the registration process, taking her responsibilities seriously as she worked for the emperor. Those who came to register had already passed a preliminary screening, eliminating those who were truly unremarkable in appearance. As night fell, after a long day of work, Douluo wiped the sweat from her brow and recorded the results. She summoned her martial soul, unfurled her wings, and soared back to the palace. Your Majesty, I have returned, Douluo greeted in the study, presenting the registration forms from the day. Xue Qinghe glanced at them with delight. The fiery-haired Huo Wu had signed up, as had the azure-haired Xue Qinghe. Most of the beauties surrounding Xue Qinghe had black hair, and he found himself curious. If their hair was red, would their body hair also be red? Even in the Douluo continent, red-haired individuals are rare, making him eagerly anticipate the arrival of Huo Wu and Xue Qinghe. Douluo, wait for me in my chamber tonight, Xue Qinghe instructed. Douluo took a deep breath, her heart racing with excitement. The emperor wished to summon her. Oh, how wonderful. She vividly remembered her first night with him, feeling utterly inexperienced and simply lying still, while the emperor was quite vigorous. It had been many days since he had graced her with his presence, and she had recently learned a few techniques from Liu Erlong, yet had found no opportunity to showcase them. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your divine favor. Douluo was filled with excitement and quickly prepared for her bath. How wonderful it was. She entered the bathing chamber, delightfully cleansing herself, and then donned a robe, quietly sitting at the edge of the bed, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Xue Qinghe, her heart racing with anticipation. Oh, Your Majesty. After a brief moment, Xue Qinghe glanced at the system and thought, I have worked too diligently today. If I continue, I might become an exemplary ruler. I must halt this and return to attend to my concubine. Chapter 72. Ning Rongrong. I wish to enter the harem. Just as Douluo was feeling anxious, Xue Qinghe entered the room. She sat there. Though it was not her first time, a tinge of nervousness still enveloped her as she greeted, Your Majesty. Please, no formalities. Let us forego such trivialities at this moment. Xue Qinghe replied with a warm smile, enveloping her in a gentle embrace. Douluo, a charming and lively young girl, flushed with shyness as she nestled close. Her appearance was innocent, yet amidst her fluster, her mind was racing with the points of knowledge imparted by Liu Erlong. First this, then that. Only then can Your Majesty experience the utmost pleasure. Liu Erlong had also mentioned that the emperor was easily satisfied. A little thoughtfulness would suffice. Yes, I can do this. Your Majesty, may I serve you for the night? Douluo whispered softly. Certainly. I am weary from reviewing memorials today. Please attend to me well. With a soft thud, Xue Qinghe lay back, awaiting her service. Douluo summoned her courage, assuring herself, no problem. I have ample theoretical knowledge now. Outside the door, Liu Erlong returned to keep watch over Xue Qinghe, as was her custom. She soon heard the sounds of heavy breathing from within. Curiosity piqued, she thought, that sound seems familiar, isn't that Douluo? That little girl appears to be quite diligent. After a considerable while, with her experience as a night watchman, Liu Erlong gently reminded, Your Majesty, it is getting late. Please rest early. In the past, her reminders were a matter of protocol, genuinely aimed at ensuring Xue Qinghe's health. However, now it was quite different. She was subtly cautioning the emperor to be mindful of Douluo's well-being. After all, not every concubine was as exceptional as a titled Douluo. One could not compare individuals so easily. If the emperor indulged excessively, it would not be him who suffered the consequences, but rather those concubines who were at his mercy. Thus, for many years, Liu Erlong had persisted in her daily reminders, even knowing they might be in vain. The following day, early in the morning, Liu Erlong opened the door and entered, respectfully inquiring, Your Majesty, will you be attending court today? Xue Qinghe rubbed his eyes and opened the system panel. The host has not attended court for 6 consecutive years, falling 35 years short of the record set by Emperor Jiajing. Closing the system, Xue Qinghe thought, the dignified emperor of Tiando, capable of soaring through the skies, cannot allow a mere mortal emperor to overshadow me. I shall not go. When Xue Qinghe exhibited no response, Liu Erlong quietly withdrew. Although Xue Qinghe refrained from attending court, he diligently addressed essential matters without neglecting a single one. Liu Erlong summoned Duge Yan, instructing her to manage the registration at Tianxue Academy. Douluo nestled in His Majesty's embrace, her eyelids heavy, peacefully drifting into slumber. On that day, the selection competition for the Imperial concubines continued ardently. A multitude of candidates arrived to register, many possessing commendable soul power, yet lacking in appearance, thus being eliminated. After all, the selection of concubines was not solely about identifying exceptionally gifted female soul masters, but rather about finding a blend of beauty and strength. This was the very essence of the competition. Additionally, candidates must be maidens, a foundational criterion for selecting concubines. After rising, Xue Qinghe made his way to the study, with Douluo trailing closely behind him. The registration period lasted a full 7 days, culminating in a rigorous selection process that ultimately retained over 300 female soul masters. At the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong took advantage of the weekend to return home. "Father, I wish to ask you for a favor," she said. Pouting her lips and wearing an endearing expression, Ning Fengji chuckled softly, responding, "When did our little witch become so sweet? Speak, what is it you desire?" He assumed that the young girl, feeling overwhelmed, was missing home after a mere week away from the family's nurturing environment. "Father, I wish to enter the palace and become a concubine, even if I must start as a mere maid," Ning Rongrong pleaded, her eyes wide with anticipation. Ning Fengji paused, taken aback. "Become a concubine for the emperor? Absolutely not, Rongrong. You are the hope of our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. If you become a concubine, what will happen to our legacy?" He firmly rejected her proposal, understanding that becoming a concubine would bind her to the royal family, leaving their sect without a successor. It was inconceivable for her to simultaneously be a concubine and inherit the sect, for even Xue Qinghe, magnanimous as he was, would never allow a concubine of such formidable standing to exist. I am resolute in my desire to enter the palace," Ning Rongrong declared defiantly, hands on her hips. Ning Fengji took a deep breath, realizing he could no longer allow her to venture out. She must be confined. Seeing her father manifest his soul power to intimidate her, Ning Rongrong remained unfazed. "Rongrong, you will reside in the castle from now on and refrain from venturing outside," Ning Fengji stated in a firm tone that brooked no argument. "I am your father, and you must obey." With a proud smile, Ning Rongrong replied, "I anticipated this outcome. The clever little witch always prepares for every possibility. I entrusted a letter to Sister Douluo to deliver to His Majesty. I am certain he has received it by now. If you do not assist me, I shall start as the most humble maid." "You." Ning Fengji was left speechless, realizing that his clever little witch had indeed channeled her intelligence into this audacious scheme. He spoke in a deep voice, "Rongrong, you are the most gifted generation of our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Father, I am not leaving for good. The emperor is quite lenient. I can return home whenever I wish," Ning Rongrong replied. Ning Fengji sighed. "Then, if you were to have children in the future, would they belong to the royal family or to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School?" Ning Rongrong paused, momentarily taken aback. She had not considered that possibility, thinking, "I am still so young. I want to have children." "Father, you think too much and are overly suspicious," she said, somewhat impatiently. "I must return to school now." With that, Ning Rongrong turned to leave, thinking, surely father will petition the emperor to make me a concubine, and then I will be able to see His Majesty. Ning Fengji, filled with exasperation, thought, "This little girl is driving me to distraction." He dared not stop her, even as the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. He had to show utmost respect before the current emperor, once a powerful force across the continent. The three great sects now seemed increasingly like a farce with the rise of Xue Qinghe. The three great sects relied on the Tiando royal family to maintain a semblance of stability. Should they dare to harbor ulterior motives, they would likely find themselves facing severe consequences from Xue Qinghe. Ning Fengji sighed helplessly, recognizing that while this matter was a boon for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School in the short term, it could pose potential dangers in the long run. Ning Rongrong exited the castle, where Xiao Wu and Xue Qinghe awaited nearby. "Did your father agree?" Xiao Wu inquired. "Of course, he did," Ning Rongrong replied confidently, for she had always had her way at home. "Xue Qinghe, do you need a soul ring? Let us go hunt one for you. The Sunset Forest is not far from Tiando City. I used to often hunt for soul rings there," Ning Rongrong suggested. Xue Qinghe nodded. "But the third soul ring should be at least 1,000 years old. The three of us may not manage it. It might be better to wait for our teachers at school to assist me." Xue Qinghe had not just recently left home. She had been away for a year. The Yuming family was a top-tier clan, but she could not bear their coldness. Even now, as an absolute beneficiary in the royal succession struggle, she still felt the family's ruthless indifference. During her time away, she had traveled to many places, witnessing the warmth and coldness of the world, her eyes reflecting a depth of stillness inconsistent with her youth. In her gaze, there seemed to be only a fixation on death, the vitality of her youth entirely overshadowed. In the palace, the sun was high in the sky, and it was already late. Xue Qinghe finally rose from his slumber and opened the system panel. "Host is sleeping in. Behavior akin to a tyrant. Reward, 1 true love red date." Xue Qinghe now possessed a considerable quantity of red dates. Initially, he fulfilled system tasks for the sake of rewards, but now he genuinely relished this life of a tyrant. While a wise ruler may be remembered through the ages, being a tyrant is undeniably comfortable, Indeed, exceedingly so, and at times, one can even refuse such a comfortable existence. Your Majesty, this is a letter that Ning Rongrong entrusted me to present to you. Douluo retrieved a letter from her pocket. She was too overwhelmed with excitement yesterday to deliver it. Standing beside Xue Qinghe, she felt a slight discomfort in her abdomen and a lingering soreness in her body. Xue Qinghe took the letter, glanced at it, and chuckled, amused by the simplicity of this young lady's aspiration to become a consort. I grant it. Henceforth, I shall bestow the title of Tsiren upon Ning Rongrong, Xue Qinghe declared. Qian, Douluo gasped in astonishment, realizing that Ning Rongrong's status would be higher than hers. Despite her being a beauty, Your Majesty, I shall immediately convey the decree, Douluo asserted. Xue Qinghe embraced her gently, saying, just remain by my side and be obedient. Douluo's face flushed as she replied, as you command, Your Majesty. Decrees like this were typically handled by Liu Erlong and Zhu Zhuyun. She decided to send Zhu Yun instead. At Tianxue Academy, Zhu Yun hurriedly arrived, glancing at the Imperial edict, feeling a sense of unease. As a member of the Yuming family, she was well aware of the palace's customs. Generally, daughters from prominent sects entering the Imperial palace were at least granted the title of beauty. For a major sect like the Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile sect, it was customary to bestow even the title of consort, if not empress. It was common knowledge that in the past, the Emperor of Tiando would have cherished the opportunity to marry the heir of the Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile sect. However, the circumstances had dramatically shifted. She soon located Ning Rongrong within the academy. You must be Ning Rongrong, prepared to receive the decree, Zhu Zhuyun announced. Startled, Ning Rongrong quickly bowed, her two companions mirroring her actions. Zhu Zhuyun regarded her briefly before shifting her attention to Zhu Zhuqing, who she immediately recognized despite their 6-year separation. Their resemblance was undeniable, and the traits of the Yuming family were distinctly apparent. Their women were renowned for their striking forms, and Zhu Zhuqing was among the most prominent of them all. Having left the Yuming family at 13 to come to Tiando, Zhu Zhuyun, though youthful, had already established herself as an outstanding figure within her clan. Upon entering the harem, she swiftly became a favored consort. The young girl before her had inherited the family's genes splendidly. Although still in her youth, she was already on par with Zhu Zhuyun. The two sisters were undoubtedly formidable even within the Yuming family. This was indeed a remarkable lineage, where one could judge a person by their figure. Zhu Zhuyun could easily discern that this girl was her own sister. Ning Rongrong, His Majesty the Emperor has graciously permitted your entry into the palace as Qian. Zhu Zhuyun proclaimed. I am deeply grateful for His Majesty's benevolence. Ning Rongrong replied, her heart brimming with excitement. Though she was merely a Qian, she felt no discouragement, believing wholeheartedly that her charm would surely win the Emperor's favor. Humph, the sovereign is but a trinket within my grasp. Zhu Zhuyun nodded, her gaze appraising Ning Rongrong, as if she had come to a realization. No wonder the Emperor had conferred upon her the title of a talented maiden. Ning Rongrong possessed an exquisite beauty. Her long tresses cascading down to her waist, adorned in a flowing dress of blue-green that exuded youthful charm. However, she bore the common flaw of many young girls, an air of simplicity. Although she appeared to be somewhat developed, surpassing the average, it was evident that Xue Qinghe preferred a more voluptuous form. In contrast, Douluo, who also embodied youthful allure, possessed a significantly fuller figure. Alas, Xue Qinghe had a penchant for such attributes. Zhu Zhuyun surmised that even if Ning Rongrong were to enter the Imperial harem, she might not ascend to the status of a favored concubine, unless she were to experience considerable growth in the future. Are you Zhu Qing? Zhu Zhuyun inquired. Zhu Qing nodded silently. Yes, sister. A gentle smile graced Zhu Zhuyun's lips as she responded. Very well. Have you reached the 30th level? Please wait a moment. Once the competition concludes, I shall assist you in hunting for a soul ring. Zhu Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Thank you, sister. Why are you being so formal with me? I must take my leave. The sovereign awaits my return. With that, she departed. Ning Rongrong, filled with delight, turned to embrace Xie Qinghe and Xiao Wu, exclaiming joyfully, Look, I have become a concubine. Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing exchanged glances, somewhat speechless, yet they were genuinely happy for Ning Rongrong, who had finally realized her wish. Rongrong, will you be moving to the Lychee Pavilion? Xiao Wu asked. Ning Rongrong shook her head, responding, I have inquired and learned that the Emperor seldom visits the Lychee Pavilion to grace the concubines, so residing there would be less favorable than awaiting a turn in the lottery. I shall continue living with both of you. The registration for the competition was in full swing, and soon, Tianxue Academy was bustling with many young maidens. Within the palace, artisans had carved a plaque bearing Ning Rongrong's name, placing it among hundreds of others, awaiting the Emperor's personal unveiling. The following day, the arena at Tianxue Academy was thronged with spectators. The venue was not large enough to accommodate all the faculty and students, resulting in a predominantly female audience. Chapter 74, The Beauty Pageant. Numerous contestants had arrived, and after various initial selections, over 200 remained, nearly a third of whom were students from the Water Academy. The competition employed a point system. Greetings, everyone. I am Douluo, the host of this year's selection contest. Welcome to the Imperial Concubine Competition, Douluo announced. Xue Qinghe wore a subtle smile, for she was a top-tier Ice Phoenix martial spirit, a standout among her peers. With her beauty and talent, securing a position as a concubine should pose no challenge. Sister, I overheard others discussing that the Emperor wields a fire-type martial spirit, while we possess water-type abilities. Water and fire do not coexist, we stand no chance. As they stood in line, Xue Qinghe tugged at her sister's sleeve and whispered, Is it true that water and fire cannot coexist? Xue Qinghe, with a hint of disdain, replied, This is merely an attempt to undermine our confidence. Who says that water-type martial souls cannot merge with fire-type ones? It is not a matter of incompatibility, but rather an exquisite fusion of water and fire, a profound interplay. Xue Qinghe blinked and remarked, Sister, profound interplay does not seem like a favorable term. Xue Qinghe smiled enigmatically, casting a knowing glance at her naive younger sister, and said, You will understand in due course. Xue Qinghe pouted, Sister is being coy again, how mischievous. They continued to wait in line, and soon the competition commenced. However, the first event was not a soul battle, but a physical examination. After all, the primary criterion for selecting a consort should be beauty, rather than any other attribute. The physical examination primarily assessed height, bust, weight, waist-to-hip ratio, and skin fairness. Xue Qinghe swallowed hard, glancing down at her figure encased in a cerulean school uniform, her ample bosom obstructing her view of her feet. Such a splendid figure surely posed no concerns. Huowu, standing ahead of Xue Qinghe in line, overheard the hushed conversation between the sisters. She couldn't help but ponder the meaning of profound interplay. Gazing at the examination criteria, she felt confident that her beauty would easily secure her passage, yet the presence of Xue Qinghe and others behind her instilled a sense of urgency. Though Huowu possessed an elegant figure, she felt overshadowed by Xue Qinghe's fair complexion, which could prove to be a significant disadvantage. Soon, it was her turn. I've been sunbathing recently. I was quite fair to begin with, Huowu defended herself. The palace maid had already wrapped a measuring tape around her ample bosom, then proceeded to her waist and shapely posterior. Xue Qinghe, following closely behind, eyed Huowu's curvaceous form, recognizing her as a formidable competitor. 93, 62, 87. The palace maids noted, expressing their astonishment at her figure, though lamenting that His Majesty preferred a fairer complexion. All right, next. As Xue Qinghe stepped forward, her physique was far more perfect than Huowu's. 95, 61, 87. She passed with flying colors. Huowu glanced back at her, feeling a tinge of jealousy. In the stands, Ning Rongrong and her companions had arrived. A sense of relief washed over Ning Rongrong. Fortunately, her identity as a member of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School secured her position as a consort. Otherwise, she might not have even passed this examination. She instinctively glanced at Xu Zhuqing's voluptuous figure, thinking that if Xu Qing were to undergo the examination, she would undoubtedly take first place. Acknowledging her own attributes, she sighed, realizing she had much room for improvement in the future. Xiaowu rested her chin on her hand, appearing somewhat drowsy. She had been forcibly brought here by Ning Rongrong. Thinking to herself, isn't it just a soul battle? What is so captivating about it? However, once Xue Qinghe and the others completed their physical examinations, a girl who astonished everyone stepped forward. It was Yang Mingxin, who had accompanied Zhu Zhuyan to Tiandou all those years ago. Her figure was extraordinarily alluring, rivaling that of Zhu Zhuyan herself. Xue Qinghe swallowed hard upon hearing the palace maid announce her measurements, an astonishing 101 centimeters. That was indeed ample enough to serve as a pillow. The physical examination was of paramount importance. It was a battlefield devoid of gunpowder. Xue Qinghe felt a pang of regret for not being slightly more endowed. After all, sometimes allure eclipses strength. Yinner, you are already a consort. Why do you still wish to compete? Douluo inquired, noticing the arrival of Du Guyan beside the examination station. Du Guyan replied, I also aspire to become a noble consort. No one stated that consorts cannot participate. Douluo, her expression conflicted, murmured, Yinner, but you are no longer a maiden. According to the rules, you are ineligible to compete. Upon hearing this, Du Guyan's face flushed as she recalled the last time she was favored, leaving her feeling quite aggrieved. After all, she had finally managed to draw his favor, only to find that Xue Qinghe had already fallen asleep beside Zhu Zhuyan, leaving her neglected throughout the night. Who says I can't? I can. Du Guyan retorted, biting her lip defiantly, before stepping onto the examination platform. Douluo chuckled helplessly and said, Very well then. If you insist, but should His Majesty take issue with this, you shall bear the consequences. Though Duguyan's beauty may not match that of Xue Qinghe, her slender waist and supple figure captivated all. After half an hour, the examinations concluded, and Xue Qinghe accumulated a total score of 21, falling short of Yang Mingxin's 25. Yet, Xue Qinghe remained undaunted, brimming with confidence. She noted that Yang Mingxin possessed a supportive martial soul, which would undoubtedly place her at a disadvantage in the forthcoming soul battles. She remained steadfast. Douluo announced from her elevated position, the physical examinations are complete. Next, we shall proceed to the soul battles. Today marks the commencement of the preliminary rounds, with victors advancing to subsequent stages over the next 5 days. Xue Qinghe stood behind her sister, biting her lip. With her sister present, she realized the championship was beyond her grasp. Securing a place among the top 16 would suffice. Sister, should you become a noble consort, don't forget your little sister, Xue Qinghe implored, clutching her sister's garment. Oh, do not fret. How could I ever forget you? Xue Qinghe replied with a hint of exasperation. Despite being only half a year her junior, Xue Qinghe's skills in coaxing were unmatched. The two sisters shared the same father but had different mothers. Following the physical examinations, the drawing for matchups commenced. With nearly 200 participants, 100 matches were to be held within a single day, though they would all be one-on-one, ensuring a swift competition. In the palace, the physical examination results of all the contestants soon reached Xue Qinghe's desk. Glancing over them, he remarked, "Ah, Xue Qinghe possesses a remarkable figure. Indeed, her potential is boundless. She is a talent worth nurturing. Your Majesty," Tang San began, "I wish to establish a sect named Tang Min, dedicated to the production of concealed weaponry for the Empire." Tang Yuehua responded with utmost respect. After a moment of contemplation, Xue Qinghe slowly replied, "Within the Empire, the trend of academic institutions has become prevalent. It would be unwise to establish a sect on a large scale. Let him create a Tang Min class within the academy instead." Chapter 75. Tang San's Tang Min class. Tang Yuehua fully understood that if Tang San were indeed to establish a Tang Min class at Tianxue Academy, it would signify that even if the Tang Min he envisioned were to come into existence, it would operate entirely under the authority of Xue Qinghe, devoid of any autonomy. Over the past few years, Tang Yuehua has grown increasingly astonished. Despite Xue Qinghe's seemingly aimless demeanor, preoccupied with charming beauties, he wielded power with remarkable finesse, firmly grasping the reins of imperial authority. Initially, Tang Yuehua believed that the cabinet would fragment the imperial power, yet the reality was quite the opposite. The ministers within the court became ensnared in a frenzy of competition, resulting in an unprecedented clarity in governance. With just a few words, he had incorporated Tang San's Tang Min directly into the royal fold, and even the Haoyan sect, which supported her, dared not oppose him. Xue Qinghe not only possessed formidable strength, but also maintained frequent correspondence with Bibi Dong of the Spirit Hall. Their exchanges resembled those of a long-distance couple, sharing sentiments through letters. Should they conspire, if the Haoyan sect were to act unreasonably, even the numerous titled Douluo within the sect would struggle against the combined pressure of the Spirit Hall and the Tiando Empire. Over the years, Tang San had received considerable favor from Xue Qinghe, being recognized annually as an exemplary student. To outsiders, he appeared to be fully aligned with Xue Qinghe's interests. Xue Qinghe discovered something intriguing within the system. Faith could elevate one to divinity. However, if faith were to falter, would one not then fall from grace? The system affirmed this possibility. A conventional divine position, one of righteousness, could indeed diminish should it face a collapse of belief across the universe, unlike the negative deities, such as Bibi Dong's Rakshasa god. Thus, Xue Qinghe planted a burden of loyalty to the monarch upon Tang San. Even if his true intentions did not align with such loyalty, it mattered not. When he strayed from loyalty, it would be tantamount to the collapse of faith, and aspirations of divinity would be forever out of reach. Let him serve as a class leader. I shall seek a cadre of skilled artisans nationwide, Xue Qinghe declared. At your command, Your Majesty, Tang Yuehua replied respectfully before departing to inform Tang San. At Tianxue Academy, the competition continued with fervor. Tang San was training in the simulated cultivation base when Tang Yuehua summoned him. Little San, she said, His Majesty has granted you permission to establish a Tang Min office within Tianxue Academy, primarily responsible for imparting the techniques of concealed weaponry. Upon graduation, you shall serve the Empire directly. Tang San paused in silence. He had distinctly observed over the years that even the esteemed upper three sects within the Empire operated with utmost caution. Now, Xue Qinghe's plan had fully unfolded, with the academic trend poised to supplant that of the sections. In the future, sects will find themselves relegated to the most obscure corners, deprived of any preferential resources and subjected to rigorous scrutiny. For instance, every sect must establish a source of income, which must be reported to the empire along with the payment of substantial taxes, a requirement that was previously non-existent. Additionally, the restrictions on income sources are exceedingly strict, with sects primarily existing in a commercial capacity, essentially functioning as merchants. However, the empire enforces stringent controls over the extraction of raw materials, swiftly nationalizing any large-scale rare mineral sites discovered. Consequently, sects increasingly resemble mere middlemen. In the past, sects amassed a plethora of talents through exorbitant profits, but now, the empire siphons off these profits, redistributing them to academies, which have thus become the most concentrated hubs of talent within the empire. I understand it, and I am grateful for His Majesty's grace. I shall diligently manage the Tang sect class, Tang San declared earnestly. He contemplated deeply. The policies of the Star Luo Empire differ entirely from those of the Heaven Do Empire. Star Luo still adheres to traditional sect practices, making it an appealing locale for him to realize his dreams. Yet, he finds himself unable to leave and must accept his circumstances. Tang Yuehua nodded, aware of the boy's earnest determination. When he commits to something, he will see it through. All right, little San, should you engage in battle with Star Luo, your hidden weapons will surely shine, Tang Yuehua said with a sense of pride. His Majesty will soon summon a group of young artisans, so you must prepare in advance. Leave it to me, Tang San replied confidently. Tang Yuehua nodded and took her leave, heading towards the school's soul-fighting arena. The selection competition for consorts was still in full swing, and she glanced at it from a distance, noting the abundance of young maidens. Tang Yuehua mused that perhaps the emperor employed this method to inspire these young women, igniting their ambition. Without a sense of urgency, these girls might neglect their cultivation, which would be unacceptable. She was drawn to the striking performance of Xue Qinghe in the soul-fighting arena. Standing there, she unleashed her martial soul, the Ice Phoenix, under the guise of the name Condensed Water Ice Wand for the sake of modesty. The moment Xue Qinghe manifested her martial soul, Tang Yuehua sensed her extraordinary potential. Her beautiful eyes flickered. She recalled what Xue Qinghe had mentioned about martial souls of extreme attributes. When any element reaches its pinnacle, it becomes an ultimate element. For instance, the flame attribute of the Phoenix Douluo pales in comparison to that of the Emperor. Although Tang Yuehua had encountered numerous ice attribute soul masters, none could compare to Xue Qinghe. A faint intuition whispered to her that this girl might very well be the champion of this competition, possessing both beauty and an astonishing martial soul. Was this not precisely the standard Xue Qinghe had set for selecting a favored consort? After observing for a while, Tang Yuehua sought out Liu Erlong. Liu Erlong, now responsible for the security of the current competition, had already achieved the rank of title Douluo, ensuring that everything would proceed smoothly under her watch. She informed Liu Erlong about the matters concerning Tang San's Tang sect class, and as the principal of the academy, it was only natural that she would take charge of such affairs. Very well, I understand, Liu Erlong responded. When the responsibility shifted from Tang San to Liu Erlong, it signified that the existence of the Tang sect class was now entirely for the purpose of consolidating imperial power. Liu Erlong arranged for a teacher from the school to accompany Tang San in selecting a classroom. The location could either be within the Tianxue Academy or outside its premises. They could choose freely, as long as Tang San could settle on a suitable place. After all, the royal family was affluent, and everything produced by the Tang sect class would ultimately belong to them. Although Tang San had initially intended to return to the mimicry training base to continue his cultivation, he was soon approached by the school's teacher. He hadn't anticipated such swift action from the academy. In no time, Tang San found a classroom at Tianxue Academy. Chapter 76. The Selection Contest for Consorts. Meanwhile, Xue Qinghe swiftly issued an enrollment decree. The recruitment of craftsmen was open nationwide, with a relaxed age restriction. Historically, the Tiando Empire had no craftsman academy, leaving many students with innate talent in craftsmanship without opportunities for education. This time, they aimed to capitalize on Tang San's resources to the fullest extent. In this era, hidden weapons were undoubtedly the most lethal instruments, although they would eventually become outdated. The enrollment announcement for Tianxue Academy, pinned by Xue Qinghe, quickly spread across the nation. Thanks to the royal family's efficient communication, it was disseminated to every province in Tiando by the afternoon of the day it was written. On the first day of the consort selection competition, half of the participants were eliminated, with Xue Qinghe, Huo Wu, Yang Mingxin, Xue Yuer, and Du Guyan among those who successfully advanced. That evening, Xue Qinghe reviewed the results of the day's competition, nodding slightly in approval. Very good. The harem is indeed producing talents. In the future, my harem will become a hub of exceptional individuals across the Douluo continent. Your Majesty, Tang San has arrived, Zhu Zhuyun remarked from the side. Let him in. Xue Qinghe replied with a smile, aware that the young man harbored his own schemes. A little pressure would ensure he remained devoted to serving the empire. "Greetings, your majesty," Tang San said, bowing respectfully. Xue Qinghe nodded. Indeed, Tang San was unparalleled in the realm of hidden weapons, but the key was to extract his knowledge. "Tang San, I intend to have you train a unit specializing in hidden weapons," Xue Qinghe stated calmly. Tang San replied earnestly, "It would be my honor to serve your majesty, even at the cost of my life." Xue Qinghe chuckled, sensing the flattery, and continued, "Very well, you may return to your duties and serve the empire diligently. The empire will not neglect you." "Understood, your majesty." The following day, a group of ambitious craftsmen from the Heavenly Empire have gathered at the Heavenly Snow Academy, with some of the elder ones already exceeding a century in age. The current mobilization orchestrated by Xue Qinghe is quite extravagant, with a mere utterance. Renowned craftsmen from across the nation promptly report for duty. Among them is the esteemed master craftsman, Liu Gao, who sits in the classroom, gazing at the young Tang San at the podium, his brow furrowed. "I have only come here out of respect for his majesty. Are they truly sending a mere child to impress me?" Liu Erlong is also present, keenly aware that none of these attendees are ordinary individuals. In the past, even the illustrious Xue Yi Emperor would have struggled to summon them. As Tang San begins his lecture, the knowledge he imparts about Tang Sec's hidden weapons is a considerable shock, even before he delves into the core concepts. However, one detail in Tang San's self-introduction seems to enlighten the attendees. He mentions that he is the nephew of the Moon Empress, Tang Yuehua, a connection that hints at the possibility that his teachings may indeed be under the auspices of Xue Qinghe. Upon realizing this, Liu Gao and the others exchange knowing smiles, their focus intensifying. It is clear now. A mere teenager could not possibly possess such mastery in hidden weapons. The knowledge being presented must surely be derived from the wisdom of our omnipotent emperor. We must listen attentively. His Majesty holds us in high regard, and we cannot disappoint his expectations. After half an hour of instruction, a pause ensues. The Tang Sec's competition for selecting a consort is in full swing. On the following day, Xue Yuer encounters a formidable opponent at the Seoul Arena, standing on the competition stage. Although she is merely half a year younger than her sister, the disparity in their talents is stark. Xue Yuer's aptitude is commendable, but pales in comparison to her sister's extraordinary martial spirit. Spirit of the Glimmering Dolphin. 2 soul rings, both yellow, illuminate beneath her feet. With only 28 levels of soul power, she is relatively ordinary among the competitors, yet at the tender age of 12. Her prowess is undeniably impressive. Huo Wu smiles, her 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, glimmering as she invokes the flame shadow. Xue Binger observes Huo Wu's movements closely. Well aware that to claim victory, she will inevitably face her. Soon, the arena becomes a battleground as water and fire clash. Xue Binger's gaze remains fixed on Huo Wu. She understands that her sister's chances of victory are slim. However, her ultimate ice can effectively counter Huo Wu's flames. Even if her soul power is inferior, the odds remain favorable. Moments later, Xue Yuer retreats from the fray, disheveled and dejected, scurrying to Xue Binger's side, murmuring, "Sister, she bullied me. Do not worry, dear sister. I shall avenge you." Xue Binger replies with a tender smile. There is no denying it. She simply adores indulging her younger sister. With a playful smile, Xue Yuer linked her arm with her sister's. 3 days later, the competition was in full swing, with fierce contests held daily, culminating in the final showdown. Xue Qinghe took some time to observe his future consort seated regally at the elevated position. As anticipated, the finalists were Xue Binger and Huo Wu. Originally, Yao Zi from the Plan Academy was a formidable contender but was eliminated by Xue Binger. Yao Zi possessed a martial spirit with fire immunity, making her a potential threat to Huo Wu. Xue Qinghe regarded the 2 spirited young women, secretly forming his own assessments. The seemingly aloof Xue Binger appeared more exquisite, her beauty slightly eclipsing that of Huo Wu. Huo Wu, on the other hand, was a fiery character with a somewhat dusky complexion, exuding a certain charm. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the final match had already commenced. The grand finals of the consort selection competition officially began, with a commanding shout from Douluo. Both Huo Wu and Xue Binger activated their martial spirits simultaneously. Each possessed the optimal configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. A resounding cry of a phoenix soared into the sky as Xue Binger stood atop the ice phoenix, gazing down at Huo Wu. The revelation of the ice phoenix sent shockwaves through the audience, including Liu Erlong, who were utterly astonished. Xue Binger's martial spirit was reported as the water ice phoenix, which, while also remarkable, paled in comparison to the ice phoenix. The water ice phoenix was on par with the blue lightning tyrant dragon, impressive, yet far from the pinnacle. In contrast, the ice phoenix represented the standard of the radiant holy dragon. Even in an era where the concept of extreme attributes was not yet widespread, Its significance was well understood. Liu Erlong remarked, "Your Majesty, this match appears to lack suspense." Xue Qinghe expressed her delight, saying, "Sister has this in the bag." Although water and fire counter each other, Huowu's flames were clearly subdued by Xue Qinghe, a disparity of levels. Xue Qinghe mused that once her sister became a consort, she might even be granted the title of a concubine herself. From the stands, Xue Qinghe nodded slightly, affirming Liu Erlong's astute observation. Huowu's expression darkened as the fiery shadow behind her began to tremble slightly, the fear from her martial spirit affecting her judgment. Third soul skill, Fire Resistance Ring. Huowu, aware of her slim chances, refused to concede and unleashed her most powerful soul skill. Although Huowu was at level 38 and Xue Qinghe at 33, a sudden surge of soul power might alter the outcome. Surrounding Huowu, a searing ring of fire surged forth, aimed at the Xue Qinghe standing atop the Ice Phoenix. Xue Qinghe smiled faintly, choosing not to counter with her third soul skill but instead employing her first soul skill. For Huowu, this represents a fierce opportunity. While for Xue Qinghe, it serves as a platform to showcase her prowess to her future partner, the Emperor himself. With an extraordinary martial spirit, even her primary soul skill is sufficient to withstand the third soul skill of an ordinary martial spirit. Her first soul skill, Ice Seal. As a control-type soul master, Xue Qinghe possesses a natural advantage over Huowu, who specializes in powerful assaults. The Ice Phoenix unfurls its wings, and suddenly, a tempest of snow and wind envelopes the entire arena. Huowu, undeterred, channels her soul power to counter the onslaught, launching her resisting fire ring towards Xue Qinghe. Simultaneously, Huowu charges forward, aiming to close the distance for combat. Yet, in that very moment, her body becomes rigid, the ice seal creeping upwards from her feet, encasing her in ice. The resisting fire ring she emitted spirals out of control, hurtling toward Xue Qinghe, who once again commands the Ice Phoenix to take flight, unleashing a tempest of icy elements to clash with the fire ring. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberates throughout the arena. Xue Qinghe, observing the chaotic scene of ice and fire, smiles subtly, his gaze piercing through the tumult. He notes that Xue Qinghe lands gracefully, while Huowu is in a state of disarray, the extreme chill permeating her skin and thoroughly suppressing her soul power. Douluo flits above, alternating between warmth and cold, wiping the sweat from her brow, pondering why the two have suddenly ceased their movements. Bang! Huowu collapses to the ground, deeply afflicted by the relentless encroachment of the extreme ice. The match concludes, with Xue Qinghe emerging victorious. This year, the esteemed consort bestowed upon the Tiando Empire is Xue Qinghe. Douluo announces loudly. Xue Qinghe bows respectfully towards Xue Qinghe on the platform before promptly dispelling the icy poison afflicting Huowu. "Are you all right?" Xue Qinghe inquires with genuine concern. Huowu shivers, yet with Xue Qinghe absorbing the chill from her body, she begins to feel more at ease. Douluo observes Xue Qinghe's actions and remarks, "Xue Qinghe, go up and claim your soul bones." Before Xue Qinghe lies 6 soul bones, each over 10,000 years old. The mere presence of these 6 soul bones ignites a frenzy in the arena. For a soul master, acquiring even a single soul bone in a lifetime is a remarkable fortune. Yet here, 6 are laid out, 2 for the legs, 2 for the arms, 1 for the torso, and 1 for the skull, freely available for selection. Xue Qinghe approaches the platform, and the atmosphere reaches a fever pitch. 6 soul bones have manifested. Were it not for Xue Qinghe's presence, it is uncertain whether anyone could have safeguarded these treasures. Even a grand sect like the 7-Treasure Glazed Tile School could incite a frenzy over such coveted items. The allure is simply overwhelming, and the quality of these ancient soul bones is unmistakably exceptional. Seated in the stands, Ning Rongrong found herself utterly mesmerized. The spectacle before her was nothing short of terrifying. Even within their own sect, such treasures might not be readily available, and even if they were, few would dare to present them in a public arena. Xue Qinghe gazed at the soul bones with a fervent glint in her eyes. The allure of soul bones for soul masters is undeniable, and even the enchanting Xue Qinghe was not immune to their temptation. Xue Qinghe smiled slightly, observing the fervor that enveloped the crowd. In the original story, the Spirit Hall had only showcased 3 soul bones during their competitions, yet now Xue Qinghe had unveiled 6, creating an undeniable stir within the soul master community. Xue Qinghe hastened to the stage, her heart racing amidst the clamor below. The ostentatious display of soul bones made her apprehensive. Would it attract the attention of those with ulterior motives? "Choose one," Xue Qinghe instructed, casting her gaze over the 6 soul bones. She noted that the trunk bone was the most precious, followed by the skull, with the limb bones coming last. The trunk bone possessed power attributes, which could indeed benefit her, while the head bone typically bore mental attributes. Though valuable, it was not essential for her. "I shall take this right leg bone," Xue Qinghe declared, ultimately selecting a right leg bone imbued with ice attributes, harmonizing perfectly with her own capabilities. Xue Qinghe nodded as the ice blue right leg bone floated gracefully toward her. Thank you, Your Majesty, Xue Qinghe said respectfully. Xue Qinghe acknowledged her with a nod, though he was somewhat reluctant to grant her the trunk bone. Xue Qinghe's martial spirit was the Ice Phoenix. Throughout the Douluo era, aside from the Qian family and Xue Qinghe, she was likely the preeminent embodiment of a singular martial spirit with exceptional attributes, while Bibi Dong and Tang San possessed twin martial spirits. Determining which was superior, twin spirits or supreme attributes, was a matter of great debate, especially when considering the merits of singular spirits. The Haoyan Hammer and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon were indeed high-quality martial spirits, yet the caliber of a spirit also depended on innate soul power. However, the emergence of an Ice Phoenix martial spirit signified unparalleled excellence. The competition has officially concluded. We ask all attendees to exit in an orderly manner, Douluo announced. Qinghe, accompany me back to the palace, Xue Qinghe said with a smile. Xue Qinghe was taken aback for a moment, then felt Xue Qinghe take her hand. And in an instant, they vanished from the spot. Xue Qinghe, watching them disappear, found herself at a loss for words. She would have to walk back alone. And Xue Qinghe had assigned her a task as well. Whoosh. After the audience had exited, Ning Rongrong followed suit, preparing to leave. At that moment, Xue Qinghe rushed over, saying, Ning Rongrong, His Majesty requests your presence at the palace. You must come with me. Me? To the palace? Ning Rongrong's heart fluttered. Could His Majesty be inclined to take a personal interest in her? Very well. I am adequately prepared for this. I shall go at once, Ning Rongrong replied. Xue Qinghe cast a glance at Xue Qinghe, offering a slight nod of acknowledgement before departing. Chapter 78. Xue Qinghe and Ning Rongrong as partners. Sister Zhu Yun, what time does His Majesty usually retire for the night? At what hour should I begin my preparations? Ning Rongrong followed Zhu Yun joyfully towards the Imperial Palace, her heart brimming with excitement along the way. Zhu Yun instinctively glanced at Ning Rongrong's figure. Although the girl was undeniably beautiful, her physique seemed somewhat lacking in fullness. Previously, the favored consorts around Xue Qinghe were all notably voluptuous. Generally, in the evenings, His Majesty tends to handle minimal state affairs before retiring for rest. You need only prepare everything by nightfall, Zhu Yun advised. Oh, I see. Ning Rongrong quietly nodded, feeling increasingly anxious. The two soon arrived at the palace. Within the inner court, upon their arrival in the garden, they found Xue Qinghe and Xue Qinghe seated together. Your Majesty, Zhu Yun and Ning Rongrong both bowed respectfully. Xue Qinghe acknowledged them with a nod and gestured for them to lower their voices. At that moment, Xue Qinghe was absorbing a soul bone. It was her first time, and a 2-meter radius around her had already turned to ice. The two patiently awaited her completion. After a brief period, Xue Qinghe slowly opened her eyes and respectfully announced, Your Majesty, I have completed the absorption. Xue Qinghe nodded, turning to Ning Rongrong, and said, Rongrong, step forward. Ning Rongrong bit her lip lightly and approached, Your Majesty. Henceforth, the two of you shall cultivate together, reside together, and live together, Xue Qinghe instructed. Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback. It seemed she was not to be favored, but rather assigned a companion. Your Majesty, I already have a partner for cultivation, Ning Rongrong responded with a hint of trepidation. The reason Xue Qinghe paired Ning Rongrong and Xue Qinghe was manifold. Primarily, they were of similar age and had comparable soul power levels, making future collaboration quite convenient. Zhu Yun was significantly older and had already attained the rank of Soul King, creating a noticeable gap in strength with both Xue Qinghe and Ning Rongrong. Your Majesty, Xue Qinghe added, I can perform the martial soul fusion technique with Xue Wu. Xue Qinghe replied, then summoned them all over. Both Xue Qinghe and Ning Rongrong were taken aback. Was His Majesty being so generous? Thank you, Your Majesty, Xue Qinghe said respectfully. Xue Qinghe desired to cultivate those who entered his harem properly. He could not simply admit a group of ornamental figures, as it would be detrimental to have none capable when the time came to utilize them. He produced a mental enhancement type head soul bone and directly handed it to Ning Rongrong. This soul bone is for you. Absorb it now. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in disbelief. This millennium-old mental type soul bone was being given to her directly? Your Majesty, this is far too precious. Ning Rongrong exclaimed in a fluster. Xue Qinghe chuckled softly and replied, You are my consort. It is only fitting that I bestow upon you a soul bone. Accept it graciously. Do you dare to defy the Imperial will? Ning Rongrong stammered in panic. At that moment, Zhu Yun tugged at her, reminding her, You must refer to yourself as this humble servant. Oh, this humble servant is deeply grateful, Your Majesty, Ning Rongrong replied, her tone noticeably more composed. Xue Qinghe chuckled softly. His interest piqued by the naive charm of Ning Rongrong. This girl was quite intriguing. Without hesitation, Ning Rongrong sat cross-legged, preparing to absorb the soul bone, fearful that Xue Qinghe might change his mind. Xue Binger was equally astonished, pondering the generous treatment bestowed upon Xue Qinghe's consort. The casual offering of soul bones was truly remarkable. Auxiliary-type soul masters typically require fewer soul bones, as their primary need lies in mental fortitude. Among the 6 types of soul bones, only those from the head can enhance mental strength. Thus, possessing a quality head soul bone is tantamount to graduating in the realm of auxiliary soul masters, as exemplified by Ning Rongrong and Yi Lingling. However, exceptions exist. Auxiliary soul masters with elemental attributes exhibit greater potential. For instance, Xue Wu and Yang Mingxin not only augment their supportive capabilities through mental-type head soul bones, but also bolster their self-defense through additional attribute attack-type soul bones. Naturally, pure auxiliary types can also employ strength or speed soul bones to enhance their offensive prowess, albeit not to the same extent as others. This marked Ning Rongrong's first experience in absorbing a soul bone, with Xue Qinghe vigilantly overseeing her. After all, she was his beloved little wife, deserving of careful attention. Half an hour passed, and Ning Rongrong's absorption proceeded smoothly. As she slowly opened her eyes, her vision was clear, and alongside her enhanced mental strength, her perception had notably improved. "Your Majesty, this humble servant has successfully absorbed the soul bone," Ning Rongrong announced softly, rising to her feet. Xue Qinghe nodded. Observing the youthful Ning Rongrong, this headstrong little heiress was quite obedient in his presence. At that moment, a palace maid hurried over, stating, "Your Majesty, the plaque for Her Highness Xue Binger has been engraved. Please have a look." Xue Qinghe glanced at it, and Xue Binger, noticing, wondered aloud. "Will I be summoned regularly now, Your Majesty? Am I to serve you?" "Certainly," Xue Qinghe replied. Xue Binger blushed, gently biting her lip. She had long prepared herself for this moment, knowing that becoming the emperor's consort was a coveted dream for many. "Rongrong, you shall remain in the palace, by my side," Xue Qinghe declared. Ning Rongrong nodded, eager to comply, but then recalled an important matter. "Your Majesty, I wish to assist my classmate in hunting for a soul ring, which may take an entire day." "Who is she?" "Her name is Xue Qinghe. She is my roommate, just reached level 30, and requires a 1,000-year third soul ring," Ning Rongrong explained. "Summon her. I happen to have time today and can assist her in acquiring a soul ring." "You, too, are in need of one," Xue Qinghe stated. The intricacies of court affairs render the prospect of frolicking with a beautiful maiden far more enticing. It is no wonder that emperors of yore favored their beloveds over their realms. The court is inundated daily with trivial matters, many of which resurface from the previous year. In contrast, the thoughts of a fair maiden are as elusive as a needle in the ocean, making them all the more intriguing. Moreover, with Xue Qinghe's alluring physique and somewhat reserved demeanor, Xue Qinghe finds immense pleasure in unlocking the hearts of beautiful women. "Your Majesty, how can this be? Will you personally procure her soul rings?" Ning Rongrong exclaimed in astonishment. Such a down-to-earth emperor is truly remarkable. Enough of the pleasantries. There is no time like the present. Let us proceed today. Go summon Xue Qinghe from the academy. I shall take you both to the Sunset Forest, Xue Qinghe declared. "As you command, Your Majesty," Ning Rongrong replied respectfully, promptly dashing towards Tianxue Academy. Once she departed, Xue Qinghe took Xue Binger's hand, guiding her through the vast imperial palace. The palace was devoid of eunuchs, teeming instead with young women. Upon reaching a certain age, they were provided with a settlement allowance and sent home. The inhumane institution of eunuchs existed solely to address the labor shortages within the palace. However, in the realm of soul masters, this was unnecessary. Women, through the awakening of their martial spirits, possessed strength comparable to men. Many beautiful soul masters, hopeless in their training, sought opportunities within the palace, hoping that one day they might catch the emperor's eye and be favored, thus elevating their status dramatically. Xue Qinghe led Xue Binger into the garden, where they sat side by side. With a flush on her cheeks and lips slightly parted, Xue Binger inquired, "Your Majesty, will I also reside in the palace henceforth? I wish for you and Ning Rongrong to collaborate closely. One shall be the powerful attacker while the other provides support. This would be the most harmonious synergy," Xue Qinghe replied. Indeed, Xue Binger nodded silently. With the assistance of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, her combat prowess would increase by at least 30%. As Ning Rongrong's soul power grew, the enhancement effects would become increasingly formidable. Nevertheless, Ning Rongrong had a limitation. Her maximum level was capped at 79, a well-known fact within the soul master community, yet it did not diminish her title as the continent's foremost support-type soul master. "Your Majesty, please do not," Xue Binger exclaimed. Her face flushed, her voice soft and delicate. Xue Qinghe grasped her shoulders gently. Zhu Zhuyun, standing nearby, dared not utter a sound as she observed the distance between them diminish. Xue Qinghe leaned in, placing a tender kiss on Xue Bing'er's forehead. Another maiden was destined to fall under the emperor's enchantment. Slowly, Xue Bing'er opened her eyes, her gaze evasive. Your Majesty, how could you be so cruel to bully me like this? Your Majesty, please enlighten me on matters of cultivation. Xue Bing'er gracefully shifted the topic. The mischievous emperor, with an ease reminiscent of a seasoned veteran, had already embraced her, his arm wrapped around her back. What significance does cultivation hold? Instead, let us indulge in conversation. Xue Qinghe tightened his hold on her. Humph, this young lady is merely flustered after losing her first kiss. Very well, Your Majesty, Xue Bing'er replied softly. Having mentally prepared herself prior to her arrival, though she had not anticipated such swift progress. Yet, rapid advancement is only natural, considering he is the emperor. He cannot solely engage in romance without fulfilling other responsibilities. As they conversed, Xue Bing'er found herself drawn closer into Xue Qinghe's embrace. Zhu Zhuyun observed from a distance. Though her wait was not prolonged, in merely the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Liu Erlong returned with Xue Qinghe and Ning Rongrong. We pay our respects to Your Majesty, the three greeted respectfully. All right, no need for formalities, Xue Qinghe replied with a hint of exasperation. Wishing for more time to develop his bond with Xue Bing'er. Your Majesty, the Sunset Forest is perilous. I wish to remain by your side for your protection, Liu Erlong declared. Xue Qinghe nodded. Very well, you may accompany us. Thank you for bestowing a spirit ring upon me, Your Majesty, Xue Qinghe said, bowing in advance. No need for formalities. I too wish to venture into the Sunset Forest. It's on my way, Xue Qinghe responded. Bing'er, you shall remain here for now, he advised. Knowing she had no need for a spirit ring and would benefit from acclimatizing to her surroundings. Understood, Xue Bing'er replied. Thus, Xue Qinghe, Liu Erlong, Zhu Qinghe, and Ning Rongrong set forth toward the Sunset Forest. Xue Qinghe activated his fifth spirit ability, the solar carriage, slicing through the sky, and within moments, they arrived. Zhu Qinghe, your martial spirit is akin to your sister Zhu Zhuyun's. The spirit rings suited for her will also be applicable to you. As I often hunted spirit rings for her in the past, Xue Qinghe remarked. Zhu Qinghe nodded silently, her gaze instinctively drifting toward Xue Qinghe. The emperor who possessed a refined and graceful demeanor, exuding an approachable charm that made interactions feel as refreshing as a spring breeze. However, she was acutely aware of his authoritative presence in formal settings, where his regal stature was vividly evident. As the quartet traversed the Sunset Forest, Liu Erlong led the way, her senses enveloping the surroundings. Although no spirit beasts could harm Xue Qinghe, as his protector, she was tasked with swiftly eliminating any potential danger. Zhu Qinghe followed closely behind Xue Qinghe and Ning Rongrong, feeling somewhat superfluous as she watched the two engage in light-hearted banter, feeling as if she were being inundated with a deluge of affection. Your Majesty, Ning Rongrong, akin to a bashful admirer, grasped Xue Qinghe's arm and whispered shyly, Rongrong, come with me to a special place. I have a delightful gift for you, Xue Qinghe replied with a smile. Zhu Zhuqing followed behind, rendered speechless. Whatever happened to that willful young heiress? How did she transform into such a gentle and beautiful maiden? The change was astounding. Very well, Ning Rongrong agreed. Soon, Liu Erlong led the way with practiced ease, guiding them to the Eye of Ice and Fire. Inside the cave, Zhu Zhuqing gasped in shock, and both she and Ning Rongrong were taken aback. This was simply unbelievable, although both were well-versed in the treasures of heaven and earth. Having encountered many rare materials in their families, nothing could compare to the density of such treasures here. The sheer abundance of precious resources was beyond their wildest imaginations. Here, take this, Xue Qinghe said, pointing casually to a radiant fairy herb glowing in the distance. Ning Rongrong was struck with astonishment as she gazed at the herb. She had seen it documented in her family's ancient texts, noted in the records of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School as the only herb capable of potentially breaking the limits of martial souls. To find it here was extraordinary. Your Majesty, this is far too precious, Ning Rongrong exclaimed excitedly. Xue Qinghe chuckled. You are already my consort. What is there to consider in terms of value? Quickly, absorb it. Oh, and that one too, the Heartbreak Red. Whoever can absorb it may take it, Xue Qinghe added with a smile. Liu Erlong glanced at it. She had previously absorbed a Heartbreak Red given by Xue Qinghe, though it was not from the Eye of Ice and Fire, leaving her curious about its origins. Zhu Qing, you might also give it a try. If you are truly sincere towards me, you too can absorb it, Xue Qinghe said with a grin. Zhu Zhuqing pouted. I am not your little fan. Chapter 80, Ning Rongrong's Martial Soul Evolution, the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Tower. Xue Qinghe gradually came to realize the widening gap between Xingluo and Tiando. When Xue Qinghe defeated Xingluo, it not only uplifted the national prestige, but also attracted many wandering soul masters to Tiando. Tiando was flourishing, while Xingluo was declining, leading to an increasingly unfavorable situation for Xingluo, soon resulting in a winner-takes-all scenario. Soul masters who originally intended to join Xingluo and the Spirit Hall began flocking to Tiando. Strangely, the Spirit Hall seemed unfazed by these developments. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Ning Rongrong said with excitement. She did not seek the Heartbreak Red, but hurriedly made her way to the Chihuahua tulip, swiftly harvesting it before Xue Qinghe could change his mind. Sitting cross-legged, she held the Chihuahua tulip, feeling the gentle and harmonious pure energy flow slowly into her body. Ning Rongrong was overwhelmed with emotion, her heart racing with exhilaration. Xue Qinghe watched from the side. Though she had used various herbs in her family, she was unaware of the astonishing effects such rare treasures could yield. Meanwhile, Xue Qinghe and Liu Erlong stood at a distance. "Your Majesty, after becoming a titled Douluo, I feel somewhat hindered," Liu Erlong remarked. Xue Qinghe nodded thoughtfully. Having long desired for Liu Erlong's martial spirit to evolve to the exalted level of the Holy Light Dragon. Now, Liu Erlong had reached the esteemed rank of 91 and possessed a soul ring of 100,000 years. "Try consuming this celestial herb," Xue Qinghe declared, directly plucking the 8-petaled fairy orchid and presenting it to her. Liu Erlong was momentarily taken aback. She had intended to seek Xue Qinghe's guidance, but was instead bestowed a celestial herb. Such generosity was truly remarkable. "Your Majesty," she exclaimed in astonishment. "Just absorb it and see," Xue Qinghe encouraged. Liu Erlong nodded silently. Having undergone relentless trials over the years and consumed numerous celestial herbs, her fiery essence nearing its utmost potential. For soul masters of the titled Douluo rank, the quality of their martial spirit became increasingly significant. With 100,000-year soul ring and soul bones, she anticipated no significant bottlenecks before reaching level 95, provided she continued her training diligently. Her fire dragon martial spirit, a descendant of the blue lightning tyrant dragon, held promise but still had ample room for enhancement. Yet, as of now, even the patriarch of the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan had not surpassed level 95, leading Liu Erlong to suspect she too might face a similar impasse. The fire dragon martial spirit, while quicker to cultivate than its progenitor, did not inherently elevate its upper limits. "Let's proceed and see," Xue Qinghe suggested. Transforming ordinary flames to their ultimate attributes proved exceedingly challenging. Liu Erlong settled down to commence her absorption. Xue Qinghe was left utterly astounded. The emperor's generosity was unparalleled, so freely offering such a treasure. No wonder so many vied for the position of favored concubine. This was a tangible boon. Half an hour passed. Ning Rongrong was the first to rise, blinking in disbelief as she felt her soul power ascend to a new level. Promptly, she summoned her martial spirit, the 7-treasure glazed tile, which appeared in her hand. "Your 7-treasure glazed tile has transformed into 9 layers," Xue Qinghe remarked with a smile. Ning Rongrong gasped in astonishment, counting meticulously 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. She could scarcely believe her eyes, rubbing them in disbelief. Counting again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Truly, she was overwhelmed with emotion, her eyes glistening with tears. From a young age, she had heard her father lament the family's enduring plight. Their martial spirits could not evolve. Despite being hailed as the continent's foremost auxiliary soul master, they had never produced a title Douluo. "Your Majesty, thank you," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, rushing into Xue Qinghe's embrace and bestowing a gentle kiss upon his cheek, her first kiss. Xue Qinghe embraced the young concubine, feeling her warmth. Such unabashed affection was a rare occurrence, even for one as seasoned as he. The last time had been when Liu Erlong was engulfed by desire. Blushing, Ning Rongrong nestled in Xue Qinghe's arms, softly whispering, "Your Majesty, I shall be your exclusive support from now on." Xue Qinghe embraced her slender waist with a gentle smile and remarked, "Very well, but you must also collaborate well with others. Upon your return, train alongside Xue Binger." "Certainly, Your Majesty," Ning Rongrong replied playfully. Xue Qinghe sat quietly at a distance, wishing to extend her congratulations, but found herself at a loss for words. It felt as though she had been unwittingly served a platter of dog food. Ning Rongrong leaned comfortably in Xue Qinghe's embrace, her gaze fixed on Liu Erlong, who was absorbing the celestial herb. She couldn't help but make a comparison in her heart. Liu Erlong possessed an alluring figure, voluptuous and striking, while she felt herself inadequate in stature. How could she possibly grow even a little? Alas, some matters are predetermined by talent, setting an insurmountable ceiling. No amount of effort postnatally could yield even a slight increase, not even a fraction. Ning Rongrong gazed helplessly at the exceptionally gifted Xue Qinghe, musing that even a mere half of her grand proportions would elevate her to the status of a favored concubine in an instant. Moments later, Liu Erlong completed her absorption and stood up. With a resounding thud, she unleashed her fire dragon martial spirit. As a tidal Douluo, the intense flames enveloping her radiated an aura nearing the limits of ordinary fire. Yet, despite having absorbed the herb, she still lacked the means for evolution and required an opportunity. Your Majesty, Liu Erlong announced, the quality of my martial spirit has ascended yet again. But I still have a considerable journey to reach perfection. No worries. Let us venture forth to hunt for soul rings. Rongrong should have reached level 30 by now. Xue Qinghe responded. Ning Rongrong paused, and it dawned on her that with the evolution of her martial spirit, her soul power had similarly surged. Although she lacked a soul power testing orb, she surmised she had indeed reached level 30. The four of them set out together, with Xue Qinghe trailing behind. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong and Xue Qinghe grew increasingly intimate, exchanging tender words and affectionate gestures. The sweet fragrance of the young girl wafted into Xue Qinghe's nostrils, stirring his imagination. The sunset forest resembled Xue Qinghe's private garden, a place he knew intimately as he led the two deeper into its embrace. Most felines are solitary, while canines tend to be social. Xue Qinghe, akin to a little cat, exhibited a rather reclusive nature. The quartet continued to delve deeper into the woods. Your Majesty, we are not far now, Liu Erlong advised. Xue Qinghe nodded in acknowledgement and cautioned, be careful, you too. Finding solitary felines in this vast forest is far more challenging than seeking out wolf packs. Xue Qinghe remained vigilant, fully prepared for a confrontation. Ning Rongrong, though feeling secure in Xue Qinghe's presence, was eager to showcase her own abilities. Chapter 81, Xue Qinghe's Third Soul Ring. The 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda activated, bestowing enhancements of power and speed upon Xue Qinghe, increasing them by 30% respectively. Xue Qinghe was taken aback. Truly, she was worthy of being the foremost support-type soul master on the continent, as the amplification was indeed remarkable. She quickly acclimated to the extent of this enhancement, remaining vigilant of her surroundings. At this moment, Xue Qinghe and Liu Erlong had both suppressed their soul power fluctuations. Otherwise, with two titled Douluos present, not even a 1,000-year soul beast would dare to act recklessly, let alone a 100,000-year beast. Xue Qinghe cast a glance at Ning Rongrong, signaling her to retract the amplification. A truly exceptional hunter often emerges in the guise of their prey. The nature of soul beasts is impulsive. Those below 10,000 years are typically not very intelligent. Observing four humans akin to a buffet before them, as long as the soul power radiating from them was not formidable, they would undoubtedly take the initiative to attack. Even if they could not feast on this occasion, they could always save it for the next. Currently, the soul power intensity of Xue Qinghe and Liu Erlong was merely at level 10. Xue Qinghe mimicked their actions, retracting her soul power, and then quietly sought the movement of the surrounding soul beasts. In the distance, within the stillness of the forest, a swift figure darted through the foliage, leaving behind an eerie tranquility akin to a wisp of wind. The phantom lightning leopard fixed its gaze upon Xue Qinghe and the others. Leopards are renowned for their incredible speed, epitomizing the essence of swiftness among soul beasts. However, despite their prowess and velocity, they often lack strength. Suddenly, just as it prepared to pounce on Xue Qinghe and her companions, a shadow flitted before it. What was happening? Xue Qinghe, like a specter, had already closed the distance with a mere breath. I have yet to attack you, yet you come to strike me? The phantom lightning leopard was momentarily stunned. Its speed was equally remarkable, and it transformed into an afterimage, dodging to the side. Phantom thrust. Xue Qinghe unleashed her first soul power, launching an assault towards the phantom lightning leopard. Simultaneously, Ning Rongrong's 3 amplifications landed upon her, an enhancement of both strength and speed. Bang! In an instant, blood splattered as Xue Qinghe struck, vanquishing the phantom lightning leopard. With its demise, a purple 1,000-year soul ring immediately materialized. Xue Qinghe, you may absorb it here. We shall safeguard you, Xue Qinghe had declared. Thank you, Your Majesty, Xue Qinghe replied with a silent nod. This particular phantom lightning leopard was precisely 1,800 years old, slightly surpassing the textbook's limit of 1,700 years for the third soul ring, yet it was still acceptable. Xue Qinghe promptly sat cross-legged, commencing the absorption of the soul ring, seizing the opportunity with 2 titled Douluos personally guarding her. Your Majesty, what type of soul ring do you suggest I absorb? Ning Rongrong inquired. Xue Qinghe responded, let us take our chances. However, you may attempt a 10,000-year soul ring. What? A 10,000-year soul ring? Ning Rongrong questioned, doubting her own ears. In the textbook, it is written that the third spirit ring typically lasts around 1,700 years. Although Xue Qinghe's dark box exceeds 100 years, directly claiming a 10,000-year spirit ring seems rather extravagant. Ning Rongrong, with a distressed expression, inquired, "Your Majesty, are you certain that I won't perish from the strain?" Xue Qinghe, embracing her, chuckled reassuringly. "How could I ever allow that? Rest assured, you shall be perfectly fine." The limitation of the third spirit ring being 1,700 years certainly does not apply to the highest grade martial spirits. The better the quality of the martial spirit, the greater the tolerance for longer spirit ring durations. The 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda stands proudly at the pinnacle of the continent, only slightly inferior to Qian Renxue's martial spirit. Furthermore, Ning Rongrong has absorbed a head spirit bone of exceptional quality, significantly enhancing her physique. Additionally, she has absorbed the Qiluo tulip, which has raised her spirit power by at least 7 levels. Therefore, although she has not yet obtained her third spirit ring, her spirit power is perilously close to level 38. Given her current state, with a bold endeavor, she has the opportunity to surpass all her peers. If she refrains, she will still be among the elite of her generation. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Rongrong resolutely declared, "Very well, I am willing to give it a try." The notion of a 10,000-year spirit ring, to be candid, is not something that can be resolved solely with willpower. Liu Erlong observed Xue Qinghe. The monarch has always been a person of prudence, and his confidence in this matter must be well-founded. Furthermore, Ning Rongrong is a beautiful girl he has just acquired. Ning Rongrong turned to observe Xue Qinghe, noting that the absorption process seemed somewhat slow. In truth, the age of this spirit ring has already surpassed Xue Qinghe's capacity, necessitating a gradual assimilation of the ring's energy. Ning Rongrong gazed at her in silence. After a full hour, Xue Qinghe gradually opened her eyes, revealing a purple spirit ring beneath her feet. "Xue Qinghe, you have succeeded," Ning Rongrong exclaimed joyfully, approaching with a smile. Xue Qinghe nodded, feeling as though she had been granted a new lease on life. As twilight descended and the sun dipped below the horizon, wandering in the forest at such an hour was hardly a romantic endeavor. "Rongrong, let us seek your 10,000-year spirit ring tomorrow, for now. We shall return to the ice and fire yin yang I," Xue Qinghe stated. "As you command, Your Majesty," Ning Rongrong replied with a smile. 10,000-year spirit ring? Xue Qinghe paused upon hearing this, astonished. A 10,000-year third spirit ring? She looked at the two, incredulous. Such extraordinary spirit rings are not unheard of, but a direct 10,000-year third spirit ring is exceedingly rare. It is likely that only those who are reckless dare to attempt such a feat. Should one succeed in absorbing it, they would become a living legend. Should they fail, they could simply start anew in 18 years, emerging as a formidable individual once more. The four of them returned to the ice and fire yin yang I. Host has stayed out late. The score of the great tyrant increases by 3 points. Does the host wish to check in here? Xue Qinghe clicked to check in. In the system backpack of Xue Qinghe, there resided several soul rings, all exceeding 10,000 years in age, which he found of little use for himself. He contemplated transferring one directly to Ning Rongrong. "Your Majesty, shall we set up a tent?" Ning Rongrong inquired. "Indeed," Xue Qinghe replied, observing her with keen interest. This little heiress had yet to experience life outdoors and possessed nearly zero survival skills in the wild. The temperature near the ice and fire yin yang I was peculiar, fluctuating between extremes. With a decisive motion, Liu Erlong retrieved a tent from her storage soul tool. "Rongrong, you and His Majesty will sleep inside tonight." Ning Rongrong was still astonished by the seemingly magical appearance of the tent, and her face flushed even more the next moment. "But I am not quite prepared for this. Sleeping together seems inappropriate," she stammered, eyeing the spacious tent that held but a single set of bedding. "Your Majesty, you won't bully me, will you?" Without further ado, Xue Qinghe plopped down inside, disregarding her concerns. Ning Rongrong bit her lip, thinking to herself, others would envy this, and cautiously nestled beside him, her heart racing as she closed her eyes to sleep. Liu Erlong sat outside the tent, maintaining her vigil over Xue Qinghe, as was her usual practice. However, the tent soon fell into a tranquil silence, much to Liu Erlong's surprise. She expected them to be lively for much longer, yet they were peacefully asleep. Was it possible that His Majesty did not favor straightforward girls, hence he had not approached her? When Xue Qinghe had first acquired Xue Zhuyun, they had been inseparable. As dawn broke, Ning Rongrong awoke in Xue Qinghe's embrace, feeling a flurry of emotions. Having slept together through the night, she pondered anxiously whether she might be with child. Her face burned as she sensed a hard pressure near her navel, yet she dared not ask. "Your Majesty, it's morning," she whispered. Xue Qinghe stretched, glancing at her, who resembled a startled little rabbit, and smiled gently. In this ice and fire yin yang I, day and night are indistinguishable, Let us continue to rest, he advised. Ning Rongrong bit her lip, conceding, very well, I will heed your majesty's wishes. Xue Qinghe awaited outside, pondering the circumstances within the tent and whether the two of them had forgotten about their meals. Logically, soul masters should require more sustenance than ordinary folk. Could it be that they were lost in bashful matters? I could assist you in extricating yourselves. Xue Qinghe jested as she stepped outside to procure some food. She caught a fish from the nearby waters and returned, where Liu Erlong cooked it for her to eat. As the sun climbed higher, Xue Qinghe finally stirred, claiming his reward from the foolish monarch system before joyfully embracing Ning Rongrong. Her cheeks flushed, she silently followed behind him. Rongrong, come, eat more. Once you are satiated, you shall absorb the 10,000-year soul ring. Xue Qinghe pressed the roasted fish into Ning Rongrong's hands. With a peculiar expression, she thought it illogical. At her level, absorption was surely beyond her reach. It felt as though she was being urged to eat her fill for the journey ahead. Ning Rongrong took a hearty bite of the delicious fish, savoring its flavor, and continued to devour it ravenously. A black soul ring materialized in Xue Qinghe's hand. Rongrong, this is the 10,000-year soul ring I bestow upon you. Observing Ning Rongrong's astonished gaze, he added, do not be bewildered. This is, in fact, a divine soul ring. And I am the divine. A divine soul ring? Ning Rongrong paused, bewildered, for she had never encountered such a concept. Indeed, among the vast continent, only Poseidon and the people of the Qian family were likely aware of its existence. Hurry and absorb it, Xue Qinghe urged, though still somewhat confused. Ning Rongrong promptly seated herself cross-legged, commencing the absorption process. Xue Qinghe stood frozen, bewildered by the situation. Is this real? Can a soul ring truly manifest in one's hand? Yet, Xue Qinghe appeared utterly sincere, devoid of deceit. Xue Qinghe had completely reshaped Xue Qinghe's worldview. The very notion of a 10,000-year soul ring was already astonishing. And now there was the emergence of a divine soul ring. This left Xue Qinghe, who excelled among her peers, in deep contemplation, realizing that there were myriad phenomena in this world of which she had previously been unaware. In truth, these soul rings were derived from Xue Qinghe's system, presented as divine soul rings to enhance their prestige and facilitate understanding. Ning Rongrong had begun her endeavor. A surge of violent power coursed through her, furrowing her brow, as her petite frame struggled to contain it. Soon, as the power continued to flow in, beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, her expression becoming grave. Liu Erlong's 100,000-year soul ring was also bestowed by Xue Qinghe. She understood that it was no simpler than an ordinary soul ring. The challenge of absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring was akin to the arduous task of seeking one herself, fraught with difficulties. Xue Qinghe remained by her side, keenly observing her every move, for she was his cherished bride. For Ning Rongrong, relying solely on her own strength for absorption was immensely challenging, necessitating Xue Qinghe's assistance. His hand rested on her back, gentle soul power flowing into her being, aiding her in navigating this influx of external energy. After half an hour, Ning Rongrong slowly opened her eyes, exhaling deeply, feeling invigorated and filled with newfound strength. Your Majesty, I have succeeded, she declared with a smile. With a resounding thud, 3 soul rings rose beneath her feet, 2 yellow and 1 black. A combination so rare that it would be nearly impossible to find such a soul ring configuration throughout the entire Tiando Empire. Ning Rongrong fully comprehended the significance of this achievement. In the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, she is the first to evolve into the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower and also the inaugural possessor of a 10,000-year third spirit ring. Your Majesty, Ning Rongrong once again leaped into his embrace, her heart surging with emotion. Although they had shared several kisses the night before, she found herself kissing Xue Qinghe once more. Your Majesty, you are truly exceptional, Ning Rongrong exclaimed with excitement. Xue Qinghe enveloped her in his arms. Why don't you both test your spirit power? Xue Qinghe suggested, retrieving a crystal ball from his storage soul guide. Ning Rongrong eagerly took it, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through her, as if she could fell a bull with a single punch. As she placed her hand on the crystal ball, a brilliant light erupted, far exceeding her expectations. Soon, her spirit power stabilized at the 39th level. Stunned, Ning Rongrong gasped, is this real? Just a few days ago, I was only at the 20th level, and now I'm already at 39. I'm about to require a 4th spirit ring. In recent days, she had consumed a celestial herb that could enhance her level by at least 7, along with a 10,000-year head spirit bone that could effortlessly add 2 levels. Additionally, a 10,000-year spirit ring could also contribute 2 levels. By her calculations, that would amount to a minimum increase of 11 levels. Ning Rongrong could hardly believe it. The growth in her spirit power over these 2 days surpassed what she had achieved in 6 years prior. Suddenly, Xue Qinghe flickered into action, snatching the crystal ball from Ning Rongrong's grasp. As her hand touched the crystal ball, it radiated an intense brilliance. Her spirit power registered at 31, aligning with her expectations. Yet it paled in comparison to Ning Rongrong's newfound strength. Xue Qinghe had witnessed Ning Rongrong's remarkable transformation over the past 2 days, a feat that would typically take others 5 years to accomplish. Xue Qinghe, I will support you from now on, Ning Rongrong declared with a cheerful pat on her chest. Xue Qinghe nodded silently, replying, yes, I will protect you. Though she spoke little, each word she uttered was imbued with sincerity. All right, let us return, Xue Qinghe said with a smile. Before departing, he casually took the 8-pointed ice herb with him. This celestial herb had been present for countless years. Estimated to be several millennia old, Xue Qinghe placed it within his system, where it could continue to thrive, and if removed, it could still be planted. Xue Qinghe accompanied Xue Qinghe and the others back to the Heaven Do City. Chapter 83, Xue Bing'er and the 8-pointed ice herb. Heaven Do Palace. Bing'er, I have brought you a remarkable treasure, Xue Qinghe announced. Xue Bing'er, immersed in her quiet cultivation within the palace, promptly stood upon seeing him approach. Your Majesty, she greeted. Bowing respectfully, Xue Qinghe stepped forward, revealing an 8-pointed ice herb that emitted a radiant aquamarine glow, its aura chilling the air. Within moments, the entire room had become exceedingly cold. What is this? Xue Bing'er exclaimed in astonishment. Possessing the Ice Phoenix martial soul, she could naturally discern the formidable essence of the celestial herb before her. Such intense frost, if found within the Tian Shui Academy, would surpass nearly everyone there. Save for herself, Xue Qinghe chuckled softly and remarked, this is the octagonal Xianbing grass, a celestial herb aged 70,000 years. You should absorb it. Such a rare treasure of heaven and earth is a chance encounter, and it is unlikely that even a few would grow throughout the entire Douluo continent. While the octagonal Xianbing grass may be poisonous to Tang San, it is a tremendous boon for Xue Bing'er, who already possesses the Ice Phoenix martial soul. Your Majesty, this is far too precious, Xue Bing'er hurriedly protested. Xue Qinghe smiled. You are my consort. It is only natural for me to bestow this upon you. Xue Bing'er involuntarily swallowed, feeling a twinge of greed for this extraordinary herb that resonated so harmoniously with her essence. The octagonal Xianbing grass might be the most potent treasure for ice attribute soul masters on the entire Douluo continent, or it could even devour the Ice Emperor itself. Absorb it here. I will personally guard you, Xue Qinghe said with a smile. Now at the pinnacle of the 99th level, he had little hope left for his own cultivation and found greater joy in nurturing talent. Xue Bing'er pondered for a moment before decisively commencing her cultivation. This was a splendid opportunity to grow stronger. For Tang San, the herb could only refine his physique, failing to unleash the true potential of its ice attributes. However, for Xue Bing'er, its benefits would be maximized. Seated in meditation, Xue Bing'er began to absorb the octagonal Xianbing grass. The energy of the herb gradually melded into her being, and there was no conflict with her innate soul power. Instead, it was remarkably harmonious. Like a fish in water, she effortlessly absorbed the celestial herb. Ning Rongrong did not accompany Xue Qinghe back. She returned to the 7-treasure glazed tile school to boast about her exploits. After an hour, Xue Bing'er flawlessly integrated the octagonal Xianbing grass. An aura of chilling cold emanated from her, and a delicate layer of frost formed upon her fair, jade-like skin. Your Majesty, I am ready, Xue Bing'er announced, rising and shaking off the frost from her body. Xue Qinghe observed her transformation. Having absorbed the herb, her aura seemed even more captivating, resembling an ethereal ice beauty, utterly alluring. Test your soul power, he instructed, handing her a crystal ball for evaluation. Xue Bing'er took it, placing her hands upon it, and immediately, a water-blue radiance illuminated the entire room. Moments later, her soul power stabilized at level 40, having started at 32. And with the absorption of a 10,000-year soul bone followed by the octagonal Xianbing grass, she had directly increased by 8 levels. This was, indeed, within expectations. Bing'er, I shall take you to the extreme north to hunt for your soul ring. Only there will you find a suitable one, Xue Qinghe had declared. The extreme north? Xue Bing'er was taken aback. Her previous soul rings had primarily been acquired in the Sunset Forest. She was certainly aware of the extreme north, as it was mentioned in her school textbooks. However, such a place, it seemed, was only traversable by those possessing the strength of a titled Douluo. Otherwise, few would dare to venture there recklessly. The soul beasts of the extreme north were predominantly ice attribute, and with the advantage of their home ground. They often exhibited strength surpassing their inherent capabilities, making them exceedingly formidable. The Tian Shui Academy had also kept a small number of water attribute soul beasts for over a century, which benefited the students of the institution. Your Majesty, do you truly intend to take me yourself? I am unworthy of such an honor, Xue Qinghe hesitated for a moment before hastily declining. Xue Qinghe chuckled softly, stepping closer and wrapping an arm around her slender waist. You are my consort. All you need to do is be obedient, he replied. Xue Qinghe felt her cheeks flush, quietly nestling into Xue Qinghe's embrace. She understood that she might have encountered a benefactor. Serving as the emperor's consort was not traditionally viewed as a position of great honor in the realm of soul masters, but with Xue Qinghe's presence, the situation had changed entirely. Being the emperor's consort not only afforded access to the finest cultivation resources on the continent, but also conferred a lofty status. Who would not desire such a prospect? Thank you, Your Majesty, Xue Qinghe murmured, unsure of what else to say. Xue Qinghe smiled again, holding her delicate waist as they made their way outside to enjoy some time together and cultivate their relationship. Meanwhile, at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong returned with great joy. Father, Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, she called out exuberantly within the grand hall. Before long, the three emerged. Ning Fengji spoke calmly. Rongrong, what is all this fuss about? He felt quite helpless regarding his daughter's exuberance. What good was it to be the emperor's consort? The emperor's cultivation resources paled in comparison to those of their own family, for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's heritage was unparalleled across the Douluo continent. Ning Rongrong smiled gently and said, Father, uncles, you must see this. With that, she summoned her martial spirit, and the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda materialized in her hands. Accompanied by the emergence of 3 soul rings beneath her feet, Ning Fengji was immediately astounded. Yellow, yellow, black. Rongrong's 3rd soul ring is black. This has never occurred in the history of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Typically, a soul master would need to reach at least level 50 to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. Rongrong, how did you manage to absorb this soul ring? Ning Fengji inquired with concern. It was given to me by His Majesty, Ning Rongrong replied cheerfully. At that moment, there was little mirth on Ning Fengji's face. If Xue Qinghe had employed some secret technique to forcefully assist Ning Rongrong in absorbing the soul ring, it might appear as a rapid enhancement in the short term. But the repercussions could be dire. Noting the lack of smiles on their faces, Ning Rongrong pouted and said, Humph, father, your eyes are truly failing you. Do count carefully. Ning Fengji was about to admonish her for her lack of manners when he focused his gaze on her 7-treasure glazed tower. Momentarily taken aback, both the sword Douluo and bone Douluo shared his astonishment. Ning Fengji blinked and examined it closely. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There were indeed 9 levels. This was not merely a 7-treasure glazed tower, but rather a 9-treasure glazed tower. Her martial soul had undergone an evolution. Chapter 84, The Far North. Ning Rongrong, your martial soul has evolved, Ning Fengji exclaimed in awe. Ning Rongrong smiled proudly. See, I told you, following His Majesty holds great promise. He gifted me an elixir known as the Chilua tulip, and after consuming it, my martial soul transformed into this. With knowing glances, the sword Douluo and bone Douluo turned to Ning Fengji. The sword Douluo remarked, Fengji, look, Rongrong has gained an elixir by serving as a consort to His Majesty. His words hinted at something deeper, but to the father and daughter, the implications were entirely different. Ning Rongrong continued to boast. What do you think, father? I told you there was no harm in being a consort to His Majesty. Ning Fengji shot a look at the 2 old fellows, chuckling. What kind of looks are you giving me? Are you suggesting I should also become a consort to His Majesty? I am His Majesty's teacher, with a bit of shamelessness. I might also procure an elixir. Ning Fengji nodded, saying, Indeed, Rongrong, the future of the 7-treasure glazed sect rests upon your shoulders. Ning Rongrong felt a swell of pride. In the palace, once Xue Qinghe completed her absorption, Xue Qinghe took her away, and it was just the 2 of them. Departing from the palace, they journeyed northward, heading directly towards the far north. The sun chariot soared through the sky, and Xue Qinghe gazed in awe at the scenery below. As they traversed the clouds and mist, Qinghe, in the icy expanse of the far north, your ice phoenix may unleash unforeseen power, Xue Qinghe remarked. Your Majesty, the far north is exceedingly perilous. You must exercise caution, Xue Qinghe urged. She remained in a state of shock, not only due to the sun chariot soaring through the sky, but also because of the incredible spontaneity of this journey. Xue Qinghe chuckled, saying, Qinghe, allow me to enlighten you about the far north. Xue Qinghe attentively perked up. This was a rare opportunity for ordinary individuals. The far north was akin to a forbidden zone, something that was never taught in schools. Teachers often merely advised against venturing there, stating, just don't go. If one refrained from going, there was no need to know more. For humanity, the dangers of the far north surpassed even that of the Star Luo forest. In the Star Luo forest, soul masters were not affected, but the far north was an entirely different matter. In such frigid conditions, soul masters experienced rapid depletion of their soul power, and their strength was significantly curtailed. The frigid weather inherently possesses a controlling attribute. As soon as one arrives in such a place, the biting cold renders them shivering, making combat nearly impossible. 4 high-ranked soul masters, although they can withstand the chill. Such an environment proves largely ineffective. Ice element soul masters are, after all, quite rare. However, for Xue Qinghe, this is merely a trivial concern. She need not fret, for her supreme ice attribute allows her to resist the severe cold even at a mere level 40. Moreover, with a stroke of luck, she might even stumble upon the remains of a soul beast, which she could then directly absorb. In the extreme northern lands, any such find could serve her well, provided its age is suitable. The most formidable beings in the northern extremes are the 3 great kings, the Snow Emperor, the Ice Emperor, and the Titan Troll. With ages of 700,000, 400,000, and 200,000 years, respectively, as Xue Qinghe explained. Xue Qinghe was taken aback. What? 700,000 years? Surely, this cannot be a jest. Does such a soul beast truly exist on the continent? Observing her astonished expression, Xue Qinghe chuckled, admitting that he himself had never encountered such an ancient creature. By comparison, the sky blue bull python and its kin from the Star Luo forest are not merely younger siblings, but rather grandchildren. Xue Qinghe swallowed hard. If she could absorb a soul beast of that age, wouldn't she be able to stride across the continent with unparalleled confidence? Though this dream seems nearly unattainable, is it not permissible to dream? After enlightening her for nearly half an hour, Xue Qinghe accelerated their sun chariot, ascending above the clouds. They basked in the warmth of the sun, which inevitably made them a bit hot. Thus, Xue Qinghe descended slightly, propelling them at full speed toward the northern extremes. Xue Qinghe slowly processed the information imparted by Xue Qinghe, as its impact on her was undeniably profound. Indeed, reading a myriad of tomes pales in comparison to traversing vast distances. A day later, they arrived at the edge of the vast, white northern expanse. Xue Qinghe remarked, "Your Majesty, for my 4th soul ring, I require merely one around 5,000 years. There is no need to venture too deep." "No need to venture in?" Xue Qinghe responded. "Then has all my exposition been for naught? 5,000 years. You possess an ultimate attribute martial soul. 5,000 is far too low." Xue Qinghe was momentarily stunned. "Too low? Surely, Your Majesty is jesting. In their academy, a 4th soul ring of 5,000 years is exceedingly rare. How can it be deemed too low here?" Xue Qinghe clarified. "Rongrong absorbed a 10,000-year ring for her 3rd. Your talent is commendable. And your 4th soul ring ought to be at least of that age." Xue Qinghe felt exasperated. While she harbored a competitive spirit, she would never engage in reckless bravado that risked her life. Xue Qinghe continued, "After absorbing the 8-pointed mysterious ice grass, the quality of your martial soul has ascended significantly. And with the addition of a soul bone, absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring is hardly an exaggeration." The current situation of Xue Qinghe bears a striking resemblance to that of Tang San in the original narrative, as both possess a soul bone and have utilized celestial herbs. Under these circumstances, failing to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring would indeed be a tremendous waste. The two of them ventured into the extreme northern territory. As the chilling winds swept in, Xue Qinghe, a title Douluo at level 99, felt no fear whatsoever. Xue Qinghe, after a brief shiver, gradually acclimated to the cold. Being the wielder of the Ice Phoenix martial spirit, they continued their descent into the depths. Xue Qinghe remarked, "The predominant species here is the Ice Blue Scorpion clan, which is perfectly suited for you. Let us seek out the Ice Blue Scorpions." Xue Qinghe silently nodded. Having no prior knowledge of what the Ice Blue Scorpions looked like, she decided to follow along. They pressed further inward. The air grew frigid, and as Xue Qinghe rubbed her small hands together, she felt the cold intensifying, a sensation she had never experienced before. Suddenly, Xue Qinghe wrapped his arm around her slender waist and soared into the air, heading deeper into the territory. Moving on foot would be far too slow. Xue Qinghe nestled in his embrace, closing her eyes. With a swish, Xue Qinghe, not concealing his aura, traversed the skies above the extreme north with the imposing presence of a limit Douluo, undoubtedly drawing the attention of the powerful beings in the area. The 3 mighty kings of the extreme north took note of this overwhelming energy, their innate intelligence rivaling that of humans, immediately sensing an intense wave of crisis. Moments later, Xue Qinghe and Xue Qinghe arrived at the domain of the Ice Blue Scorpion clan. The clan, under the reign of the Ice Emperor, held a prestigious position in the extreme north, and it was said that the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion had a connection with the Snow Emperor, further elevating their status and making them a force to be reckoned with. To provoke this clan would be tantamount to declaring enmity with the 2 dominant kings of the extreme north. Thud, the pair landed on the ground. Only a mere 20 to 30 kilometers from the Ice Blue Scorpion clan, where scattered Ice Blue Scorpions frequently came to forage. They merely needed to wait patiently for their opportunity. Had it been anyone else in such harsh conditions, they would likely have frozen solid. Yet these two remained undaunted, strolling through the snow as if in a leisurely garden. Binger, let me teach you how to build a snow house, Xue Qinghe said with a smile. A snow house? Xue Binger inquired, puzzled by his words. Upon witnessing Xue Qinghe getting to work, she felt a bit embarrassed to stand idly by and joined in to assist. A snow house is a unique structure of the Eskimos, designed to provide warmth against the cold. After all, waiting for their opportunity would require some time. Xue Qinghe dug a large pit and, with swift efficiency, fashioned a snow house resembling a bun. The two of them entered, and Xue Qinghe retrieved food from his storage soul guide, warming it with his martial spirit until it was ready to eat. Xue Binger sat quietly within, experiencing a peculiar sensation for the first time. Despite being in an immensely perilous location, she felt an overwhelming sense of security. Your Majesty, it's surprisingly not so cold here, Xue Binger exclaimed with delight. Xue Qinghe nodded, acknowledging the marvels of human invention. He handed her a steaming meat bun. Holding it in her hands, she felt fortunate to indulge in such a warm treat in this desolate place. Thank you, Your Majesty, she said with a beaming smile. As she took a bite, the warm juices flowed from the bun, trickling down the corner of her mouth. She slurped it up, savoring the delightful aroma. This bun is so fragrant. Following Your Majesty was indeed the right choice. Even the palace buns are this delicious. I could eat such delightful buns every day. After finishing, Xue Binger wiped her mouth and asked, Your Majesty, may I take some buns back for my sister when we return? Xue Qinghe chuckled, of course. If your sister desires buns, she can have as many as she likes, even if she wishes to enter the palace. Xue Binger then began to meditate and cultivate. It was remarkable that she could find peace of mind in such a place. A soul master could achieve remarkable results in a simulated cultivation base. And the extreme cold of this northern land was a paradise for Xue Binger, who possessed the ultimate ice abilities. The icy landscape became her ideal training environment. Had conditions permitted, she would have relished the opportunity to cultivate here indefinitely. Such an environment was rare elsewhere. It would be wonderful to bring her younger sister along, though she excelled in water attributes. However, being a naive girl with water abilities, she might struggle to adapt to this environment and could very well freeze into a biscuit. She chuckled to herself. As she contemplated and practiced, time flew by. Upon opening her eyes, 2 hours had passed. Xue Qinghe glanced outside. There were no signs of being alone. Given his strength, he could charge indirectly, but that would provoke an entire horde of attackers. The Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor would surely come. Although Xue Qinghe was unafraid, he worried about Xue Binger's safety. Stretching, he accessed the system. The host has been out for 2 days. Reward, 10 points for the Great Monarch. The host has flirted with maidens for 2 days. Reward, 10 points for the Great Monarch. Xue Qinghe's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such a thing was possible. Previously, he spent each day in the palace enjoying the company of the maidens, with slow accumulation of points. Yet, after just 2 days of adventure, his points had increased significantly. It seemed that even as an emperor, one could not remain cooped up at home. One must venture out. In this world, all beauty belongs to me, he mused. Xue Qinghe resolved to wander outdoors daily. After procuring a soul ring for Xue Binger, he intended to tease little Xue. Gazing beyond, he understood that merely waiting for a hare to arrive was futile. One must seize the opportunity. His mental prowess encompassed several kilometers, within which lay the formidable ice blue scorpions, a prominent tribe in the extreme north, bolstered by the presence of the Ice Emperor. They primarily feasted on ice silkworms, the very kind associated with the dreaming ice silkworm. Xue Qinghe discovered an intriguing fact. Within his mental reach, there were 3 ice silkworms aged over 10,000 years. Yet only a solitary ice blue scorpion of the same age. Although the ice silkworms were relatively weak and easily preyed upon, their reproductive and survival capabilities were truly exceptional. However, to the ice blue scorpion clan, even a millennium of existence merely rendered them a moving meal. Just as Xue Binger finished her warm bun, the ice blue scorpion clan was out hunting, with their target being the ice silkworms. As the mantis stalks the cicada, the hunter lurks behind. Xue Qinghe fixated on a 10,000-year-old ice blue scorpion, determined to capture it. In a swift motion, he dashed forward, positioning himself before the ancient scorpion. Utilizing his 7th soul skill, Golden Crow Incarnation, the temperature surged dramatically, and Xue Qinghe's presence became overwhelmingly formidable in an instant. The glaciers within 100 meters began to melt. Upon activating the Golden Crow Incarnation, he surveyed his surroundings and noticed, perplexed, that the ice blue scorpion had vanished. My lord, it is over here, cried Xue Binger from a distance. She witnessed Xue Qinghe unleash his martial soul, and before he even attacked, the mere amplification of his skill had gravely injured the scorpion. Seizing the moment, Xue Qinghe approached and swiftly dispatched it. A circle of black soul rings ascended from the ice-blue scorpion. Compared to the ice silkworm, the scorpion was more challenging to absorb. Its soul power more ferocious, yet undeniably robust. Qinghe, you must absorb it quickly, Xue Qinghe urged. All surrounding soul beasts had fled in fear, prompting him to retract his martial soul. If he maintained it any longer, the entire glacier might transform into a vast ocean. The weight of the 10,000-year soul ring bore heavily upon Xue Qinghe. Xue Qinghe led her away from the vicinity, concerned that any returning soul beasts would disrupt her absorption process. Gazing at the black soul ring atop the ice-blue scorpion, Xue Qinghe inhaled deeply, steeling her resolve to begin the absorption. A torrent of violent power surged within her, yet she gritted her teeth, undaunted. In the distance, two pairs of icy eyes observed the scene intently. A figure clad in white garments, with skin as fair as snow and an exquisite visage, gazed from a distance like a celestial maiden draped in ethereal white. Another woman, similarly attired in blue with waist-length azure hair, bore a fierce expression as she fixated on the snow-laden abode. Ice, what do you perceive of this individual strength? Inquired the snow maiden with a frosty tone. The blue-clad woman pondered for a moment before replying, Sister Snow, his prowess is likely on par with ours. The snow maiden's expression shifted subtly, her emotions only slightly stirred, while the blizzard behind her intensified. In this frigid northern expanse, the snow maiden was regarded as a deity among spirit beasts. She was a soul beast nearing 700,000 years of age, ranking third among the 10 most formidable beasts, and currently standing fourth among all spirit beasts. The longest living was the deep-sea demon whale king, approaching 1,000,000 years, followed by the black dragon emperor Tian at nearly 800,000 years, and the evil eye tyrant ruler at over 700,000 years. The snow emperor's strength in this extreme north was approximately level 98, and when combined with the ice emperor's assault, it approached level 99. Her advantage lay in her attributes, while her physique was a drawback. The two sisters clasped hands, summoning a swirling tempest of ice and snow. With a thunderous roar, a blizzard materialized, sweeping towards the tranquil snow dwelling. Nearby, the Ice Scorpion clan received the Ice Emperor's command to prepare for evacuation. In this icy realm, the Snow Emperor's soul power was nearly boundless, recklessly advancing towards Xue Qinghe. As the icy storm approached, Xue Qinghe, having just absorbed its essence, seized the bewildered Xue Qinghe and soared into the sky. Yet, the tempest's momentum remained unabated, continuing its advance towards them. Ah, you two are rather eager, aren't you? I merely seek to harvest a spirit ring. Is such urgency truly necessary? Xue Qinghe chuckled. Harvest a spirit ring? You speak so lightly of it. The Snow Maiden, harboring a profound disdain for humans who sought spirit rings, felt her fury escalate upon hearing Xue Qinghe's words. Human, you should not have come here. Since you have, prepare to meet your demise, the Snow Emperor declared with wrath. Chapter 86, The Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor. Xue Qinghe observed the icy demeanor of the Snow Emperor, remarking, Ah, what a fiery temperament she possesses. After 70,000 years, her disposition remains as tempestuous as ever. In the past, Liu Erlong also had a fiery temperament, yet now she has become remarkably docile. Xue Qinghe's gaze shifted from the Snow Emperor to the Ice Emperor, noting, indeed, both are beauties. Though the Ice Emperor was a scorpion, spirit beasts over 100,000 years old could transform into human form, and in her human guise, she was strikingly beautiful. Xue Qinghe summoned the three-legged golden crow, unfurling its wings while cradling Xue Qinghe in his arms. Xue Qinghe clung tightly to Xue Qinghe, acutely aware that being swept into the icy storm at this moment could spell her end. With a level 99 strength, Xue Qinghe possessed a significant advantage against the two. And even in this extreme northern terrain, the sun of Xue Qinghe would continue to rise steadily. The ninth soul skill of Xue Qinghe, the sun, rises in this frigid land. Even without detonating, merely hovering here would likely result in the demise of countless soul beasts. Creatures like the ice scorpion may endure at ambient temperatures, yet the majority of soul beasts thrive in ice. Without it, their lives are at stake. I detest violence, Xue Qinghe remarked with a smile. The Snow Emperor scoffed, is that so? If you abhor conflict, how did the ice scorpion meet its end? Xue Qinghe shrugged nonchalantly, asserting that the Emperor's actions were beyond reproach. Should he report to her for approval? With a swift motion, Xue Qinghe descended from the sky, cradling Xue Qinghe, and the two landed gracefully on the ground. Xue Qinghe gazed at the formidable beasts not far off. They were perhaps the most powerful soul beasts she had ever encountered. However, they dared not make a rash move, greatly influenced by Xue Qinghe's imposing presence, emphasizing the significance of strength in the survival of the fittest realm of Douluo continent. Xue Qinghe preferred not to engage in combat with beautiful women. Rather, he sought to include them in his harem. Although the Ice Emperor was but a diminutive scorpion, he remained indifferent to her form. Xue Qinghe accessed his system panel, where he had amassed 120 points of the infamous monarch. He could exchange these for numerous items. He discovered the transformation pill, precisely what these two divine entities required. The universal version of the transformation pill, enhanced by the system, was effective for all magical beasts, soul beasts, and demons, serving to transform beast bodies into human forms. He exchanged 2 points for 2 transformation pills. Whether they were soul beasts of 400,000 years or 700,000 years, they shared a singular ambition, to attain divinity. The two approached, their murderous intent enveloping Xue Qinghe, who had absorbed the ice scorpion's soul ring. This vendetta could not be overlooked. Xue Qinghe called out, "You two young ladies, come here." Xue Qinghe stood aside, puzzled by Xue Qinghe's intentions, and found his reference to them as young ladies curious. Soul beasts typically awaken their intelligence after at least 10,000 years. These two had lived for several 100,000 years, and Xue Qinghe was hardly their equal, making his address seem inappropriate. The Ice and Snow Emperors exchanged glances, questioning his motives, suspecting some ulterior scheme. Noticing their unabated hostility, Xue Qinghe produced the 2 transformation pills. With a smile, he proposed, "This will allow you to shed your beastly forms while retaining all your strength, transforming you into humans. What say you? Are you intrigued?" The Ice and Snow Emperors regarded each other. Although they loathed humans, the path to divinity necessitated their transformation into human forms. Yet, their thoughts would remain those of soul beasts. It was undeniable that what Xue Qinghe offered held considerable allure for them. The Snow Emperor, harboring distrust, queried, "Human, how can you prove the veracity of your words?" Xue Qinghe scratched his head, pondering the impossibility of proving his claims, as they were derived from the system which he had never personally utilized. However, he reasoned that anything produced by the system must be genuine. The Ice Emperor cast a cold, penetrating gaze upon Xue Qinghe, her mind racing to devise a countermeasure. She had already sensed that even in unison with her sisters, they might not stand a chance against him. Xue Qinghe continued, "I have heard that the Snow Emperor is currently in the process of condensing her second soul core. I can offer my assistance." He added, "Of course, whether it pertains to your transformation or the condensation of the soul core, certain conditions apply." The Ice Emperor regarded him with an icy stare, realizing that his true intentions were beginning to surface. Noticing the silence between them, Xue Qinghe chuckled, "In truth, the conditions are rather simple. All I ask is that you become my consort. I have yet to experience the essence of a snow woman. I wonder how it compares to that of a human." "What?" The moment his words fell, the Ice Emperor erupted in fury. This shameless individual harbored inappropriate desires towards the Snow Emperor, a transgression unforgivable. "Human, you have crossed my threshold." Before the Snow Emperor could interject, the Ice Emperor surged forward, her hands transforming into icy pincers, formidable and unyielding, as she launched an assault on Xue Qinghe. The Snow Emperor, taken aback, had initially intended to dismiss the matter lightly. After all, even if Xue Qinghe possessed immense strength, he was still merely a mortal, destined to perish in less than a century. There was no need to take him seriously. The Ice Emperor approached with astonishing speed, arriving before Xue Qinghe in the blink of an eye. Xue Qinghe remained by Xue Qinghe's side, wary of venturing too far. She understood that her safety was assured only by staying close to him. Any distance would render her vulnerable to these two fierce beasts. 7th Soul Skill. True form of the Golden Crow. The temperature around Xue Qinghe soared dramatically, and at the moment the Ice Emperor advanced, he unleashed a powerful strike. Bang! The clash of ice and fire produced a resounding ripple of soul power. The searing flames scorched the surrounding ice. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, the Snow Emperor rushed to provide support, but at that instant, the Ice Emperor had already begun to falter. Bang! With a single palm, Xue Qinghe sent the Ice Emperor flying, her body hurtling backward to collide with a distant ice mountain. Xue Qinghe's power was at level 99, while the Ice Emperor was merely at 97. Even with the advantage of terrain, she could not match his might. The Snow Emperor hurried to assist the Ice Emperor, helping her to her feet. The Ice Emperor's gaze toward the Snow Emperor was filled with complexity. The one person she admired and cherished was the Snow Emperor. The one standing before her was her beloved. How could she bear to watch her beloved become someone else's consort? The Ice Emperor, driven by passion, resolved to fight for her love. "Qinghe, it's all right. Leave it to me," the Snow Emperor whispered. "Continuing this battle will only lead to our defeat. Even together, we cannot prevail." Chapter 87. The Snow Emperor's Perspective on Love. "To become your consort? Who do you think you are?" The Snow Empress inquired with a hint of bewilderment. Having existed for nearly 700,000 years, she had witnessed the passage of time since humans swung from branches like monkeys. Yet now, she found herself enveloped in confusion. While it was not uncommon for soul beasts to transmute into human form through elixirs or rare materials, the process was fraught with challenges, particularly in retaining their soul power. In the frigid north, there existed a 10,000-year-old snow lotus that, when consumed, could facilitate such a transformation. However, it was inevitable that much of their strength would be diminished in the process, rendering the elixir that Xue Qinghe possessed exceedingly precious. Moreover, the martial spirit of Xue Qinghe was something the Snow Empress had never encountered before. It was formidable enough to suppress even her ultimate ice. This man was shrouded in enigma. Xue Qinghe smiled and introduced himself. I am the Emperor of Tiando, Xue Qinghe. Have you heard of me? The Snow Empress and the Ice Empress exchanged astonished glances, both taken aback. They had heard of the Tiando royal family. But the royal martial spirit was a large white goose. How had it transformed into this magnificent firebird? Could it be a mutation? The Snow Empress continued her inquiry. And from whence did you procure this elixir? With unabashed confidence, Xue Qinghe replied, Of course, I concocted it myself. The Snow Empress found it impossible to trust him. His words were filled with deception, and he appeared to be a cunning human, perhaps coveting her soul rings. As for the matter of the soul core, I shall not trouble you further. Regarding your proposition of making me your consort, allow me some time to ponder, she replied dismissively. Having navigated the corridors of power for many years, Xue Qinghe understood that the Snow Empress might be attempting to deceive him, aiming merely to send him away. However, he had no intention of departing. If he left, he would forfeit any chance of acquiring the Scorpion and the Snow Maiden. He produced a transformation elixir and cheerfully declared, Since you harbor doubts, allow me to bestow upon you this token of my imperial favor. With that, he tossed the elixir directly to the Snow Empress. With a resounding clap, the Snow Empress caught it, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. She was taken aback by Xue Qinghe's generosity. Why would a human suddenly exhibit such kindness towards a soul beast? Something felt amiss. She regarded him solemnly, pondering what scheme lay behind his actions. Such a precious elixir would typically serve as a bargaining chip. Why had he simply given it away? Xue Qinghe chuckled. Do not overthink it, Snow Empress. My gesture is purely one of admiration. Please accept it without hesitation. Admiration? Though the Snow Empress had lived for nearly 700,000 years, her existence amidst the icy expanse had left her surrounded by soul beasts, rendering her utterly oblivious to the concept of human affection. Admiration, it seemed, could imply an opportunity for exploitation. Strictly speaking, the Snow Empress had no kin. She was the sole representative of the Snow Maiden clan on the entire Douluo continent. Despite reproductive isolation from humans, it appeared that humans were the only beings with whom she could relate on a superficial level. After all, those soul beasts are rather unsightly. How could they possibly be worthy of the beautiful and sacred Snow Empress? She possesses a profound understanding of the soul beast's concept of love. For them, love is relatively straightforward. If one loves another, the natural course is to procreate. Thus, in the ears of the Snow Empress and the Ice Emperor, it seemed that Xue Qinghe wished to bear children with her. This transformation elixir was intended to eliminate the reproductive barriers between them. In the realm of soul beasts, the notion of monogamy is virtually non-existent. They remain indifferent to the multitude of beauties surrounding Xue Qinghe. In their world, it is entirely normal for the strong to possess numerous partners of the opposite sex. The Snow Empress furrowed her brow. Truth be told, this elixir promised her immense benefits. Yet the prospect of bearing Xue Qinghe's children was not something she could readily accept. As a soul beast, her greatest dilemma lay in the constraints imposed upon her potential. Deities remained inaccessible to them, and should they currently inhabit human forms, they would immediately ascend to be among the strongest of humanity, making the pursuit of divinity a feasible aspiration. However, this hinged entirely on the authenticity of the elixir. The Snow Empress continued to feign consideration. Very well. I shall ponder this. You may return for now. Although she harbored intentions of eliminating Xue Qinghe, initiating conflict in this frigid expanse would result in significant devastation. For the sake of the soul beasts residing here, negotiation remained the most prudent choice. Xue Qinghe chuckled. Snow Empress, do hurry with your thoughts. I am but a mortal and lack your hundreds of thousands of years of lifespan. The Snow Empress nodded, understood. The Ice Emperor, maintaining a cold demeanor, regarded Xue Qinghe with disdain. I love only the Snow Empress. I shall not bear your children. Xue Qinghe replied, Very well, I shall await your favorable news. Additionally, should you too require assistance in condensing a dual soul core, do not hesitate to seek me out. I possess experience. With that, Xue Qinghe embraced Xue Binger and took flight. As she watched their retreating figures, the Snow Empress contemplated many things, weighing the pros and cons regardless of perspective. Acquiescing to Xue Qinghe would yield significant benefits, and any perceived losses seemed negligible. Every being harbors a desire for procreation. Even the Snow Empress, as a snow spirit, has such inclinations, albeit devoid of any emotional connection to Xue Qinghe. Moreover, in terms of cultivation, the fusion of ice and fire, particularly the extremes of absolute ice and absolute fire, offers the most favorable conditions for advancement. The dual cultivation of ice and fire is indeed invincible. The Ice Emperor's gaze remained fixed on the gradually receding form of Xue Qinghe, filled with resentment. This wretch had harmed her kin and sought to claim her beloved Snow Empress for himself. Such acts were unforgivable. Xue Qinghe must perish. While the Snow Empress typically exhibited a cold and ruthless demeanor, at this moment, their thoughts diverged in subtle ways. Swish. Xue Qinghe, accompanied by Xue Qinghe, gradually distanced themselves, returning with bountiful gains, not only acquiring a millennium-old soul ring, but also unexpected delights. Xue Qinghe retrieved the lifeless corpse of the millennium-old ice-blue scorpion from the storage soul tool, now cold to the touch. The optimal soul bone for such a soul beast should ideally be the external tailbone. However, their scarcity is quite pronounced. As the corpse lay before her, Xue Qinghe felt a flicker of doubt. Logically, this body should be of no use. Could it possibly harbor a soul bone? With a smile, Xue Qinghe replied, "You are indeed correct. Open it and see." Xue Qinghe hastily obliged, and to her delight, discovered a water-blue right arm bone nestled within. Elated, she exclaimed, "Your Majesty, there truly is a soul bone." Xue Qinghe nodded, affirming that it was of the ice attribute, perfectly suited for Xue Qinghe. "It is yours." Chapter 88. The Ice Emperor transforms into a human. In the far north, the Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor were deep in contemplation, gazing at the transformation pill, uncertain of their decision. The Ice Emperor remarked, "Snow Emperor, this human is cunning and untrustworthy. Furthermore, we have lived for so many years without ever hearing of such a pill." The Snow Emperor nodded slightly. The Ice Emperor's words held merit, as one should not place complete faith in humans. Seeing her hesitation, the Ice Emperor took a deep breath. She could not bear the thought of the Snow Emperor being harmed. If this pill were to be a deception, she would bear the consequences. With a swift motion, the Ice Emperor seized the transformation pill and swallowed it whole. Her gaze was resolute, fully prepared for any outcome. In the far north, she ranked second in power. Should anything go awry, the Snow Emperor would remain the steadfast cornerstone of their realm. Moreover, her demise might deepen the Snow Emperor's contempt for humanity, potentially benefiting the far north. If the pill proved genuine, all would be well. Alarmed, the Snow Emperor urged, "Qinghe, you must regurgitate it. This is not meant for consumption." Yet the Ice Emperor had already swallowed it. Once the transformation pill settled within her, a gentle medicinal force began to permeate her being, gradually infiltrating her limbs and bones. The Ice Emperor's visage twisted in agony as she felt her meridians contorting, deviating from their original paths, functioning in a manner that was almost surreal to her. The process was excruciating. This internal pain could not be alleviated by soul power. In fact, the more she attempted to channel her energy, the more intense the suffering became. It felt as though her soul power had been sealed, rendering her immobile. The Snow Emperor, alarmed and at a loss, placed her hands on the Ice Emperor's back, trying to mend the chaotic meridians, but they were completely disordered, tangled like a ball of yarn. Yet soon, a glimmer of hope appeared. The Ice Emperor's meridians began to realign, restoring themselves in a manner of total trust. The Ice Emperor's appearance, once fleeting and unstable, fluctuated between human form and ice-blue scorpion, gradually settling into a stable human state. She closed her eyes, acclimating to the novel circulation of energy within her body, the immense power of 400,000 years intact. After circulating her soul energy, she felt a refreshing clarity throughout her entire being. Gently exhaling, she rose to her feet. The Snow Empress was utterly astonished. This was indeed a success. The Ice Emperor remarked, "It seems I have truly transformed into a human." Both were taken aback, as none could have anticipated that a mere pill, casually given by Xue Qinghe, could genuinely facilitate such a transformation. The Ice Emperor retained her original strength, and in fact, now possessed even greater potential for advancement. Unlike soul beasts, humans have the ability to attach soul rings and soul bones. The Ice Emperor continued, "Though my soul energy remains unchanged, I lack any soul rings. I must cultivate my own soul rings to fully restore my former power." The Snow Empress took a deep breath, her heart filled with astonishment. It was indeed terrifying, for it implied that the Ice Emperor could still add soul bones. Without delay, the Ice Emperor began to cultivate her soul rings, utilizing her mental prowess to imprint her learned soul skills into rings. With nearly 400,000 years of soul energy at her disposal, she could allocate the soul ring ages as she saw fit. If she were to evenly distribute her energy across the soul rings, she would acquire 9 rings, each exceeding 40,000 years, which would not be advantageous for her strength. Thus, she resolved to retain 200,000-year soul rings and evenly distribute the remaining 200,000 years across the first 7 rings, averaging nearly 30,000 years each. Suddenly, 9 soul rings emerged beneath the Ice Emperor's feet, 7 black rings and 2 red ones. The appearance of the 100,000-year rings was imposing. The Snow Empress recalled Xue Qinghe's soul rings and pondered. It seemed that when he arrived earlier, he had not utilized any soul rings. Merely drawing upon his martial soul, the Ice Emperor smiled, declaring, "I have realized that these soul rings can continue to evolve. They will increase in age as my strength grows." The Snow Empress inhaled deeply, confirming the formidable nature of this revelation. It appears that the pill provided by Xue Qinghe is indeed effective. The Ice Emperor chuckled, "Do not worry, Snow Empress. After all, that pill was freely given, and we need not owe him anything." The Snow Empress was somewhat speechless, her perception of Xue Qinghe shifting. He seemed to be quite a decent fellow. Not the wretched human she had initially thought. At the very least, he was a man of his word. For years, the Snow Empress had been striving to cultivate a dual soul core of yin and yang, fully aware that, given her current strength, even death would not allow her to take that step. She admired Xue Qinghe's integrity. A trustworthy ally laid the foundation for collaboration. Just then, the Ice Emperor approached and grasped the Snow Empress's wrist, saying, "Snow Empress, let us not overthink it. We should return. She certainly does not wish for her beloved to sire offspring with another. She herself will not bear children for Xue Qinghe. If she were to conceive, it would be for the Snow Emperor alone." Xue Emperor silently nodded, contemplating another attempt upon his return. Perhaps this time success would grace him. He resolved to grant himself one more chance. Should it not come to fruition, then, on the periphery of the extreme north, Xue Qinghe beamed as she held a skeletal arm. The soul bone of the ice blue scorpion was undoubtedly of the ice attribute, which Xue Qinghe could not utilize. Among his consorts, only Xue Qinghe possessed an affinity for ice, making her the most suitable recipient for this acquisition. Overjoyed, Xue Qinghe promptly expressed her gratitude. Thanking His Majesty profusely, she did not feign modesty. Seizing the moment was paramount. Having already received a millennium-old soul bone, her joy was doubled with this additional boon. They were now at the edge of the extreme north, and without hesitation, Xue Qinghe commenced the absorption process. A millennium-old soul bone posed no challenge for her at this stage. She promptly seated herself, ready to absorb its essence. Meanwhile, Xue Qinghe stood guard, casually glancing at the system. The system indicated that his transformation pill had already been consumed, not by the Snow Emperor, but by the Ice Emperor. Xue Qinghe chuckled softly. The plan had unfolded smoothly. It would have been arduous to sway their steadfast worldview with mere words. However, presenting them with a taste of sweetness would easily ensnare them in his scheme. Propping his chin on his hand, he admired the graceful Xue Qinghe while reminiscing about the 2 enchanting ice maidens he had recently encountered. Indeed, they were all stunning beauties. He was not picky. He desired them all. Chapter 89. Xue Qinghe's Ice Explosion Technique. Moments later, Xue Qinghe completed her absorption. The millennium-old ice blue scorpion soul bone presented no difficulty for her, especially considering she had already assimilated the scorpion soul ring. Rising to her feet, she now possessed 2 soul bones in her arms. At the 40th level of soul masters, possessing dual soul bones was an unprecedented achievement. Typically, 1 soul bone sufficed to dominate peers at this stage. The young man from the armored sect, with his single skull bone, had only fallen to defeat when besieged by the Shrek Academy. In a one-on-one confrontation, he would likely have proven invincible. Xue Qinghe tossed a soul power testing orb to Xue Qinghe and said, "Qinghe, let us test your soul power." Xue Qinghe caught it, placing her hands upon the orb, which immediately blazed with brilliance. Her soul power had reached level 45. Taking a deep breath, she marveled at the incredibility of it all. Just a few short days prior, before participating in the selection contest, she had only been at level 33. In this time, she had absorbed 2 millennium-old soul bones, 1 millennium-old soul ring, and a celestial herb, the octagonal mysterious ice grass, resulting in a remarkable surge of 10 levels. Moreover, the powers she had acquired were in perfect harmony with her essence. Xue Qinghe remarked, "A soul master with exceptional attributes, after reaching level 40, will find their soul power further refined. Otherwise, with such an abundance of valuable assets, your soul power could easily surpass level 45. Progressing slowly is not necessarily a disadvantage. The advantages become more pronounced in the later stages. Do try your soul skills." Water Qinghe activated her soul bone ability, conjuring a block of ice in her hand before casting it into the distance. Xue Qinghe blinked, puzzled by her actions, wondering if they were engaged in a snowball fight. The little ice cube landed silently in the distance. With a playful smile, Water Qinghe said, "Your Majesty, watch closely." With a snap of her fingers, the small ice block erupted in a sudden explosion. Boom. Xue Qinghe observed this spectacle, feeling a strange familiarity. It was identical to Hui Yuhao's soul bone skill, ice explosion. This was indeed a divine technique, especially in a frigid environment, rendering it utterly invincible. Waterbinger explained, Your Majesty, I can infuse the explosive element into the ice, and at my will, it will detonate instantly. Xue Qinghe nodded, acknowledging that it was indeed akin to Hui Yuhao's skill. The soul skills derived from the ice scorpion's soul bone were quite similar. Can you infuse explosive elements into all your soul skills? He inquired. Waterbinger giggled and nodded. Indeed. How about that, Your Majesty? Is this soul skill powerful? Indeed, it is nearly equivalent to delivering a series of damages to anyone struck by your soul skill. Xue Qinghe responded, awed by its potential. Thus, in a situation of surprise, Waterbinger could unleash an area attack, depleting the enemy's defenses before executing the ice explosion to deliver a decisive blow. He envisioned her dazzling performance in future competitions. Thank you for bestowing upon me the soul ring, Your Majesty, Waterbinger said, leaping into Xue Qinghe's embrace with a radiant smile. He tightened his hold around her slender waist, gently kissing her forehead, inhaling the sweet fragrance of youth that enveloped him. Her short, aqua-blue hair added to her unique charm. Although surrounded by countless beauties, Waterbinger was the first girl with blue hair he had encountered. Perhaps the color of their hair was linked to the attributes of their soul powers. For instance, Huowu, with her fire attribute, sported fiery red hair. Xue Qinghe held Waterbinger close, gazing at her blushing face, grasping her hand as they headed toward the direction of the Tiando Empire. Fifth soul skill, Solar Chariot. They settled into the chariot, and Xue Qinghe closed his eyes, resting peacefully on Waterbinger's lap. Her thighs were soft and pleasantly rounded, offering a comforting cushion. Waterbing, still blushing, asked, Your Majesty, I have heard that dual cultivation of ice and fire attributes significantly accelerates one's training speed. Might you consider cultivating together with me? Xue Qinghe sat up and said, Of course, come here. Having spoken, he straightened his posture and extended his hands. The two hands met, and Xue Binger was taken aback, instantly feeling the vast and mountainous soul power emanating from him. In stark contrast, she felt as insignificant as a mere insect at the foot of a colossal mountain. She could not help but marvel at the sheer strength of this force. Even a fraction of it could obliterate her entirely. Soon, their soul powers began to circulate, with Xue Qinghe meticulously controlling the flow. Had he allowed too much of his power to surge into Xue Binger, it might have caused her body to shatter. Gradually, they discovered a suitable equilibrium. Xue Binger gently closed her eyes, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead. The sun chariot moved languidly, aimlessly drifting across the sky. An hour passed. Xue Binger felt somewhat weakened. The dual cultivation of extreme ice and extreme fire was beyond what her petite frame could endure at present. Xue Qinghe held her closely, and Xue Binger, surrendering to exhaustion, decided to take a brief respite. Xue Qinghe scrutinized her delicate features, thinking she truly was a little beauty. He finally resolved a long-held curiosity. Xue Binger's hair was a water blue, and all her body hair shared this hue. A sense of clarity washed over him. If that were the case, then Huowu's body hair must be fiery red, while Hulaina and Qian Renxue would possess golden locks. The thought was exhilarating. Xue Qinghe redirected their course, not towards the Tiando Imperial Palace, but towards the Spirit Hall, intending to visit Bibi Dong. Within his system, he had drawn numerous 10,000-year soul rings that he no longer needed. He would bestow them upon her. Previously, Xue Qinghe had believed that the soul rings from the system were exclusively for personal use, yet he realized they could be gifted to others as well. Liu Erlong and Ning Rongrong had both benefited from the high-quality soul rings produced by the system. At the Spirit Hall, Hulaina respectfully reported to Bibi Dong, Teacher, these are the recent activities of Xue Qinghe. Bibi Dong remained silent, her expression sour. Another selection contest for concubines. That scoundrel held one every year. As if he didn't already have enough beauties around him. Infuriating. Bibi Dong inquired, Have there been any secret messages lately? Hulaina slightly bowed and replied, No. All secret communications have been delivered to you at the earliest opportunity. Bibi Dong felt displeased. That scoundrel, having acquired a new concubine, was remiss in writing to her. Chapter 90, Bibi Dong's Boyfriend. Bibi Dong seethed with anger. That wretched Xue Qinghe only ever thought of selecting concubines. Tiando City was not far from the Spirit Hall, yet he had failed to make an appearance. Hulaina instinctively took a step back, although Bibi Dong remained seated. Her emotional turbulence emanated an invisible soul power that spread outward. Moments later, Bibi Dong inquired, What of Xiao Xue? What has she been up to lately? Hulaina, with utmost respect, replied, Sister Xue has been in seclusion, diligently cultivating her skills. It has been quite some time since we last saw her. Bibi Dong nodded slightly. sensing the increasingly potent and repugnant aura of angels that had recently intensified as she was undergoing the trials of the Rakshasa god. Her sensitivity to divine energies was remarkably keen. Concurrently, Qian Renxue was also inheriting the powers of the angel god. Although she had started her journey slightly later, she was making rapid progress under the meticulous guidance of Douluo. A cold smile graced Bibi Dong's lips as she contemplated Douluo. She was fully aware that with each divine trial he assisted Qian Renxue in completing, his own angelic powers would diminish. The day Qian Renxue ascended to divinity would mark the end of his influence. Hence, Bibi Dong chose to disregard the old man, allowing him to meet his natural demise. Very well, Nana, you may proceed with your cultivation, Bibi Dong instructed. Hulaina bowed respectfully, replying, as you command. Bibi Dong reclined on her throne, resting her chin on her hand, her eyes gently closed, lost in contemplative thought. Meanwhile, in the spirit city, Xue Qinghe awakened from her slumber in Xue Qinghe's embrace. Rubbing her eyes, she surveyed her surroundings and noticed Xue Qinghe leaning against a grand tree, his gaze fixed on a magnificent city in the distance. Your Majesty, where are we? She asked, bewildered. Xue Qinghe chuckled softly. That over there is the spirit city. Let us venture inside. A look of astonishment crossed Xue Qinghe's face. The spirit city? Isn't this the ancestral home of the spirit hall? Wouldn't it be perilous to be here, deep within enemy territory? Xue Qinghe stood and lifted her effortlessly, assuring her, fear not, it is quite safe. Xue Qinghe nodded silently, conceding that her sovereign was a formidable level 99 ultimate Douluo. As long as they remained discreet, they would surely be unharmed. As they entered the city and wandered for a while, the sky gradually darkened. A rumble echoed from Xue Qinghe's stomach. Though she had slept throughout the journey, hunger began to gnaw at her. Xue Qinghe led her to a nearby restaurant to dine. Once seated, all semblance of ladylike grace vanished as Xue Qinghe began to devour the food voraciously. Moments later, the table was cleared of dishes, and she sheepishly smiled, feeling a hint of embarrassment. Xue Qinghe wrapped an arm around her, gently placing a hand on her abdomen. Ah, it seems you've truly indulged. Xue Qinghe, with a playful smile, asked softly, shall we stay at a hotel tonight or return home? Xue Qinghe pondered for a moment and pointed toward the most illustrious building in the spirit city. Xue Qinghe, though unfamiliar with the city, deduced. That must be the hall of the Pope. Xue Qinghe remarked, let us stay here for the night. Xue Qinghe was momentarily taken aback. Your Majesty, you cannot be serious. This is the abode of that madwoman, Bibi Dong. Before she could fully grasp the situation, Xue Qinghe had already led her away. In the papal palace, as night enveloped the world, Bibi Dong emerged from her bath, ethereal mist swirling around her, draped in a white robe that elegantly embraced her voluptuous figure. She returned to her chamber. Upon her return, she sat cross-legged on her bed, commencing her cultivation. Sleep was a rare indulgence for her, as she devoted most of her time to her training. After a brief interlude, Hulaina approached swiftly and knocked on the door. Teacher, I have a confidential letter. At that moment, Bibi Dong, her heart aflame with anticipation, reclined on her bed, her hands wandering over her body unconsciously. Her form swayed gently as she became lost in rapture, silently uttering his name. Upon hearing Hulaina's voice, Bibi Dong hastily rose, opened the door, and took the letter. Hulaina was taken aback, gazing at her teacher, who was clad in a delicate nightgown, momentarily stunned. How beautiful my teacher appears, she thought, for reasons unknown. Bibi Dong's cheeks were flushed, her hair slightly tousled, enhancing her allure, with beads of crystalline sweat adorning her forehead. The temptation of such a mature beauty left Hulaina feeling inadequate. While Hulaina was known for her charm, she felt markedly youthful in comparison to the radiant Bibi Dong. After perusing the letter, a subtle smile graced Bibi Dong's lips as she instinctively laughed. She quickly retreated to her room, shedding her nightgown for a more serious and dignified outfit, yet maintaining her poised elegance. Uncertain whether to leave, Hulaina discreetly caught a glimpse of Bibi Dong disrobing, her fair and elongated figure fleetingly visible. Soon, the noble papal figure re-emerged. Hulaina noticed Bibi Dong lingered at her vanity for a moment, seemingly preparing to apply some rouge. Could it be that my teacher is adorning herself for someone? Bibi Dong sat quietly for a brief spell, delicately applying a touch of lipstick before setting down the makeup. Her innate beauty rendered any cosmetic enhancement unnecessary. Stepping out of her chamber, she declared, all right, Nana, you may return. Yes, Hulaina was about to respond when suddenly a voice resonated within her spiritual sea. Do not depart. I happen to have a concubine with whom I wish to spar. This message was not conveyed through sound, but rather through a soul transmission, directly entering the depths of their consciousness. Both Bibi Dong and Hulaina perceived it. In an instant, Xue Qinghe and Xue Qinghe arrived. Xue Qinghe's countenance was one of utter astonishment as she beheld Xue Qinghe enter the papal palace as if it were a realm devoid of barriers. Utterly perplexed by the unfolding events, Xue was taken aback. She never anticipated that the visitor would be Xue Qinghe. She was aware that there had always been someone transmitting secret messages to Bibi Dong, yet she remained oblivious to the identity of this messenger. Once, Xue had speculated that this individual might be Bibi Dong's beloved, pondering various possibilities, but she could never have imagined it would be Xue Qinghe. Xue Qinghe, you have arrived, Bibi Dong said calmly, her tone tinged with a hint of indifference. Xue Qinghe swallowed hard, bewildered by the situation. The emperor was actually entangled with the pope. This was utterly inconceivable. Chapter 91. Xue versus Xue Qinghe. The pope was, in fact, the emperor's girlfriend? If this were to become known, it would undoubtedly leave many astounded. No wonder there had been no minor conflicts between the Tiando Empire and the Wuhuan Temple in recent years. Perhaps they had already conspired over significant matters beneath the covers. Xue Qinghe quietly followed behind Xue Qinghe, her gaze fixated on Pope Bibi Dong, who was remarkably beautiful, noble and elegant. The coldness in her demeanor gave her an air of superiority. Being a perceptive young woman, Xue Qinghe was adept at reading the subtle cues around her. It seemed that there was a hint of melancholy in the Pope's eyes, akin to that of a wife longing for her husband's long-overdue return. Xue Qinghe cheerfully remarked, "Your Holiness, it has been a while. I trust you are well." Bibi Dong replied coldly, "Well, is this girl the concubine you have just taken?" Xue Qinghe felt a chill run down her spine. Being scrutinized by Bibi Dong was no trivial matter, especially given the unfriendly tone in which she spoke. Xue Qinghe smiled. "Indeed, her name is Xue Qinghe. Quite lovely, wouldn't you agree?" Bibi Dong remained silent, allowing her faint aura of slaughter to envelop only Xue Qinghe. He shivered at the intensity of her presence, exclaiming, "Please, do not be angry. As the emperor, it is only natural for me to take several concubines. Otherwise, the citizens of the Tiando Empire would feel ashamed." Xue Qinghe awkwardly introduced, "Though Xue Qinghe is young, she has already reached the soul sect level. Qinghe, show them your soul rings." Bibi Dong was not surprised by the presence of a 13-year-old soul sect girl. It was evident that she had been selected from the best of the best. Moreover, Xue Qinghe had surely bestowed upon her numerous rare treasures. As long as her talent was adequate, she could indeed reach the soul sect level through sheer resources. However, the moment Xue Qinghe displayed her soul rings, Bibi Dong was taken aback. 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black. The 4th soul ring, aged 10,000 years, was something even she had never obtained. Xue's astonishment surpassed even that of the Pope. Her own 4th soul ring had performed exceptionally, having absorbed one that was 7,000 years old. And she had felt immense strain at the time. Yet, Xue Qinghe had directly absorbed a 10,000-year-old ring. This was simply extraordinary. Xue Qinghe proudly declared, "What do you think? Am I not an exceptional consort?" Bibi Dong let out a cold snort, gazing at Xue Qinghe with a subtle nod of acknowledgement. Instantly understanding the unspoken message that the papal hall was not a venue for displays of prowess, Xue Qinghe promptly embraced Xue Qinghe, who had just finished her meal, and soared into the skies. Likewise, Bibi Dong took Hulina and they both exited the papal hall, heading towards the outskirts of Wuhuan City. Whoosh. Moments later, the 4 of them landed anew in a desolate area outside the city. "This 4th spirit ring," Xue Qinghe began, "was acquired when I took Qinghe to the extreme north for a hunt. Hulina, why don't you two engage in a spar?" Hulina, momentarily taken aback, quickly agreed, "All right." At 17, Hulina, a blossoming maiden, stood at level 48, 5 levels higher than Xue Qinghe. Xue Qinghe sidled up to Bibi Dong and discreetly took her hand, causing her cheeks to flush. They then settled beneath a tree to admire the moon. Not far away, the 2 girls simultaneously summoned their martial spirits, exchanging information regarding their soul power and martial spirits. Xue Qinghe was fully focused. Xue Qinghe had warned her that mental-type soul masters were exceedingly tricky and required utmost caution. With a playful grin, Xue Qinghe proposed, "Your Holiness, if Qinghe wins, I shall bestow upon you a kiss. If Hulina prevails, you shall kiss me. The victor may choose the location." How does that sound? Bibi Dong's heart raced, but she feigned calmness, responding, "Regardless, it seems you hold the advantageous position." After a moment's contemplation, Xue Qinghe added, "If Xue Qinghe loses, I shall also present you with a 100,000-year spirit ring. What do you think?" Bibi Dong was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? A 100,000-year spirit ring? You can simply give that away? Will you assist me in acquiring it?" Suddenly, in the darkness, a circle of crimson spirit rings materialized around Xue Qinghe's hand. It was not affixed to him, but rather procured from the system. Bibi Dong's eyes widened. She herself possessed a 100,000-year spirit ring and recognized the caliber of this one. Even among the 100,000-year rings, it was of superior quality. Meanwhile, Hulina and Xue Qinghe felt an overwhelming pressure, as if a mountain had descended upon them. Though it was merely a spirit ring, its mere presence sent shivers down their spines. Hulina swallowed hard, astonished by Xue Qinghe's audacity. Was it not said that spirit rings would vanish if not absorbed within an hour? How had he managed to manifest it in his hand? Driven by her desire for her mentor's 100,000-year spirit ring, Bibi Dong silently nodded. Fine. The allure of the 100,000-year spirit ring was immense for her, and after all, a kiss between couples was quite normal. With a chuckle, Xue Qinghe retracted the ring, and thus, the battle commenced. A resounding cry of the phoenix soared into the heavens as Xue Qinghe unleashed her full power upon her arrival. Despite possessing dual soul bones, she did not underestimate the girl before her. The opponent was not only a direct disciple of the Pope, but also a formidable spirit master of the mental realm. In an instant, Xue Qinghe's fourth soul ring illuminated, invoking the skill of frozen expanse. It was a tremendous boon for her to acquire a wide-range ability at this stage. The icy layer swiftly spread towards Hulina. Rather than reacting with anger, Hulina smiled. Her second soul ring glimmered to life. With her second skill, seduction. At that moment of intense confrontation, Xue Qinghe suddenly felt a cloud descend upon her mind. Her expression became dazed, and in that fleeting instant, it seemed as though ages had passed. Within the sea of her consciousness, she was entwined in a passionate embrace with the Emperor. Hulina blinked and smiled softly. Was this not amusing? With just a single use of seduction, Xue Qinghe appeared utterly lost. Whoosh! Hulina leapt into the air, seizing the opportunity with a swift movement towards Xue Qinghe. Boom! Just then, the surrounding ice shattered, followed by a violent explosion. Crash! Sharp ice shards and fragments hurtled towards Bibi Dong and Xue Qinghe. With a casual wave of her hand, Bibi Dong conjured a barrier that shielded them from the onslaught. She was somewhat taken aback. She had assumed Hulina had secured victory, only to witness such a turn of events. At the outset, Xue Qinghe had been caught off guard, falling prey to Hulina's seductive technique. She remained ensnared in the sea of her consciousness, entangled with the Emperor. However, she had secretly laid down the ice explosive technique. Wherever the icy terrain extended, even the slightest resistance would trigger a detonation. Boom! The power of the ice explosion was terrifying, being a skill derived from a 10,000-year soul bone. Hulina was alarmed and quickly retreated, narrowly escaping the lethal radius of the ice blast. Bibi Dong and Xue Qinghe exchanged glances, both having believed their side was destined for victory, yet now found themselves evenly matched. Hulina, shrouded in soul power, emerged from the ice explosion's radius, though it had drained a significant portion of her energy. The tremendous noise of the explosion jolted Xue Qinghe back to consciousness. She realized how close she had come to falling into Hulina's trap. This woman was truly formidable. Reflecting on her earlier reverie within the sea of consciousness, she felt a rush of embarrassment. At such a critical moment, she had indulged in a daydream. Wake up! She chided herself. What was she thinking? Xue Qinghe poked Bibi Dong and inquired, Your Holiness, if these two were to reach a stalemate, who would claim whom? After exchanging letters in a long-distance relationship with Bibi Dong, they had only held hands at most, never having shared a kiss. Although Xue Qinghe was surrounded by countless beauties, conquering a pope would be the ultimate thrill. Bibi Dong calmly remarked, Of course, it's a complete dispersion. What else do you expect? Xue Qinghe shrugged. Very well then, Qinghe. For me to kiss Bibi Dong, you must give it your all. You cannot afford to lose. Xue Qinghe took a moment to admire Bibi Dong. A beauty of unparalleled grace, surpassing any woman in his palace. Where should he plant a kiss? Naturally, upon her luscious crimson lips. Boom. Hulina gazed at Xue Qinghe, a slight smile curling at the corners of her mouth, exuding a seductive charm. Sister Qinghe, I did not expect you to be not only stunningly beautiful, but also possess such remarkable soul power. Xue Qinghe frowned. The woman's words were irresistibly tempting, causing her heart to flutter each time she heard them. Suddenly, she felt dazed again. Sister Qinghe, do look over there. The soft, uniquely tantalizing voice resonated in Xue Qinghe's mind. What was happening? She saw Xue Qinghe approaching her, igniting her hormones anew. Her thoughts became muddled once more. Boom. As Hulina attempted to step forward, another explosion rang out, causing her lips to twitch. Her mental attribute was indeed exceedingly rare. Even the young generation cultivated in Tiando could hardly withstand it. In the concentrated sound of Hulina's mental power, regardless of gender. Unless one were a completely hormone-devoid stone figure, they would be instantly ignited by desire. However, Xue Qinghe's passive defensive ice explosion technique prevented her from advancing, leading to a stalemate. Suddenly, Xue Qinghe declared, I concede. Both Bibi Dong and Xue Qinghe, who were observing the match, were taken aback. What was happening? Why the sudden concession when there was still a chance? Hu Laina supported Xue Qinghe as they emerged from the remnants of the ice explosion technique. With a smile, Hu Laina expressed, "Thank you, Sister Qinghe, for allowing me to win." Xue Qinghe nodded silently, then stumbled and fell into Xue Qinghe's embrace, her body trembling gently. Beads of crystalline sweat trickling down her forehead. At this scene, Xue Qinghe could not help but ponder. This girl was truly an enchanting little temptress. Bibi Dong smiled and said, "Well, Xue Qinghe, it appears you have lost." Xue Qinghe puffed out his chest, akin to a fish at the mercy of a butcher, and replied, "Your Holiness, feel free to kiss me. Anywhere is fine." Bibi Dong shot him a disapproving glance and inquired, "I wish to absorb your 100,000-year soul ring first." And then, Hu Laina, standing nearby, sighed, "Teacher, I have done my utmost. I have reclaimed the 100,000-year soul ring." This match was indeed precarious. Just as it reached a stalemate, Hu Laina whispered a few words to Xue Qinghe using her mental power. Subsequently, the young girl voluntarily conceded, leaving everyone uncertain about the outcome had the competition continued. Bibi Dong gazed at Xue Qinghe, gently swallowing her saliva before approaching him. At that moment, Xue Qinghe had already closed his eyes, awaiting Bibi Dong's advances. He felt that he could endure anything. Soon, he sensed her arms enveloping his shoulders. And then he was met with the soft, warm touch of her lips. Xue Qinghe, still cradled in Xue Qinghe's embrace, watched in silent astonishment as the two shared a passionate kiss. A peculiar feeling stirred within her. "Your Majesty, you hold me close yet kiss another." She observed their lips entwined, and soon Bibi Dong shifted from being the initiator to a passive participant, entirely submissive to the moment. Their kiss lingered for an extended duration, and Xue Qinghe noticed Xue Qinghe's hands deftly exploring Bibi Dong's generous curves. At that instant, Bibi Dong trembled as if jolted by electricity, hastily pushing him away. Flustered, she averted her gaze, unsure of where to look. Xue Qinghe noted a slight redness around the corners of Bibi Dong's lips. Oh, she must be sacrificing much for the sake of the 100,000-year soul ring. "Your Holiness, come and accept the soul ring," Xue Qinghe cheerfully declared. Bibi Dong remained silent, merely nodding before sitting cross-legged, anticipating the arrival of the prestigious 100,000-year soul ring. With a casual wave, Xue Qinghe sent the soul ring hurtling toward her. As Bibi Dong began to absorb it, a fierce surge of power coursed through her, and she firmly anchored her spirit core. In that moment, she felt exceptional. Not only was her strength at its zenith, but her spirits soared as well. Despite the formidable nature of the 100,000-year soul ring, it felt like child's play in her presence. Hu Laina inhaled deeply, observing quietly, absorbing the experience, though such soul rings were exceedingly rare. Perhaps one day she might have the fortune to acquire one herself. The power of the 100,000-year soul ring gradually flowed into Bibi Dong's second martial spirit, the soul-devouring Spider Emperor. The soul ring bestowed by the system resonated perfectly with her, and as she began to absorb it, no rejection occurred. The process was utterly seamless. Half an hour later, as night deepened, Hu Laina remained vigilantly by her side, while Xue Qinghe and Xue Qinghe exchanged subtle gestures of flirtation. The flames of desire within Xue Qinghe were ignited by Bibi Dong. That woman only knew how to spark the fire without extinguishing it, truly a heartless temptress. Conversely, Xue Qinghe's passion had been kindled by Hu Laina, even though the latter was a woman. Chapter 93. Xue Qinghe, are you a deity? Hu Laina's expression was peculiar as she regarded the affectionate scene between Xue Qinghe and Xue Qinghe. Is it permissible for you, as an emperor, to behave so recklessly? Just moments ago, you were sweetly whispering to my master. How can you so quickly turn to intimacy with Xue Qinghe? Moreover, my master is still in the midst of absorbing the soul ring. You promised to protect her, yet here you are, engaging in flirtation. In truth, Xue Qinghe found himself in a difficult position. He had no intention of being intimate with Xue Qinghe, especially not in Bibi Dong's presence. However, he found himself utterly incapable of restraining Xue Qinghe. This young lady had just fallen victim to Hu Laina's beguiling charm, igniting a fire within her heart. Hu Laina's allure was so potent that it ensnared both men and women alike, especially someone as naive and unguarded as Xue Qinghe, whose mind was still in its formative stages. Hu Laina, the seductress, merely enticed without extinguishing the flames of desire, leaving Xue Qinghe with no choice but to intervene personally. Xue Qinghe, somewhat intoxicated, nestled against him, the innocent maiden fervently seeking affection. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Hu Laina thought to herself, this scoundrel emperor, while my mentor absorbs soul rings, is shamelessly indulging in romance. This is utterly unacceptable. With renewed determination, Hu Laina employed her fox charm once more, dispelling all previous influences over Xue Qinghe. Instantly, Xue Qinghe regained her clarity, only to realize that Xue Qinghe was engaging in a rather intimate act with her, his lips silencing hers. What to do? With a sudden burst of strength, she pushed Xue Qinghe away. He was momentarily taken aback, questioning why his beloved consort had so abruptly turned against him. Flushing with embarrassment, Xue Qinghe cast a furious glance at Hulaina, thinking, "You little fox. I ought to give you a good thrashing." Hulaina, refusing to meet her gaze, huffed in response. The scoundrel emperor was indeed indiscriminate in his affections. Suddenly, it occurred to her that the emperor's reputation as a scoundrel seemed detached from any genuine romantic entanglements. True devotion was a rarity, and such frivolity was hardly conducive to the legacy of the realm. The emperor's penchant for romantic liaisons was merely a foundational skill of his. Hulaina dismissed further contemplation, resolving that if he dared to mistreat her mentor, she would not let him escape unscathed. She pondered how Xue Qinghe's association with her mentor would be perceived by Xue Jie, unaware of the implications. Over the years, Qian Renxue had diligently honed her skills, viewing Xue Qinghe as a hypothetical rival and striving towards him as her ultimate goal. If she were to discover this situation, her expression would surely be one for the ages. Despite the current division of the Douluo continent into 3 factions, Xue Qinghe's relationship with Bibi Dong had effectively secured dominance over the entire land. Following the defeat of the Star Luo Empire at Xue Qinghe's hands, it had languished without recovery. Although the nation's strength had not visibly diminished, the trust of the soul masters in the royal family had waned significantly. Consequently, many young soul masters from Star Luo chose to pursue their studies in Heaven Do, and upon graduation, they seldom returned to Star Luo. This shift gradually widened the power disparity between the two nations. Star Luo, with its expansive territory and abundant resources, was inadvertently nurturing talent for Heaven Do, incensing the royal family of Star Luo, yet rendering them powerless to amend the situation, left with the choice to either gamble everything or resign themselves to despair. After a half-hour had passed, Bibi Dong finally completed her absorption, unleashing her second martial spirit, the soul-devouring Spider Emperor. The first 6 soul rings were black, while the 7th and 8th shone in red. Such a configuration was indeed extravagant. Generally speaking, the 7th soul skill of all individuals is identical, manifesting as the true form of their martial soul. Thus, even under special conditions, it is unlikely for anyone to utilize a 100,000-year soul ring at this stage. Yet, Bibi Dong has done just that, exhibiting an unparalleled extravagance. The appearance of 200,000-year soul rings upon her figure left Xue Qinghe utterly astonished. Even our esteemed monarch possesses merely 1 such ring. How could she have 2? Xue Qinghe chuckled lightly, revealing that this was not the most alarming aspect. In an instant, a crimson soul ring appeared in his hand, and with a grin, he proclaimed, "Your Holiness, I present this to you as well." At that moment, even Bibi Dong gasped in disbelief. "Is there yet another? Are 100,000-year soul rings being mass-produced in your household?" Bibi Dong felt her soul power surge to a new level, and while she reveled in the excitement, the shock of Xue Qinghe's generosity lingered. With astonishment, she inquired, "Where do you procure such an abundance?" Xue Qinghe shrugged nonchalantly, explaining that he simply had an excess provided by the system, which he could not utilize himself. Thus he chose to bestow them upon others. Xue Qinghe gazed longingly at Xue Qinghe, yearning to know if he had reserved any of the 100,000-year soul rings for her. Xue Qinghe embraced Xue Qinghe's delicate waist and reassured her, "I have plenty more. Continue your absorption." After a brief moment of hesitation, Bibi Dong ventured, "Xue Qinghe, you cannot possibly be a deity, can you? This is beyond mere divinity. Even the Rakshasa god has not shown me such kindness." The deceptive inheritance of the Rakshasa god offered no rewards at all. Bibi Dong now watched in awe as Qian Renxue grew increasingly formidable. After reaching level 90, Qian Renxue accelerated her progression, skyrocketing from level 90 to 98 in just a year, her prowess derived from the angel god. Bibi Dong felt a pang of envy. Lamenting her own lack of such power, she began to suspect that the Rakshasa god might be a miserly reincarnation. Xue Qinghe and Hulaina held their breath, equally captivated by Xue Qinghe, both harboring the same bewilderment. Setting aside the question of how Xue Qinghe managed to store such 100,000-year soul rings, the mere act of producing 2 of them felt surreal. For Hulaina and Xue Qinghe, the 100,000-year soul ring existed solely in textbooks and the words of their teachers, never before encountered in reality. Xue Qinghe scratched his head, stating, "In truth, I am not yet a deity." Bibi Dong silently nodded, accepting the soul rings from Xue Qinghe, as she now required only 1 more 100,000-year soul ring to complete her collection. Bibi Dong settled into a meditative posture to continue absorbing the soul rings. Hulaina cast envious glances at Xue Qinghe, who clung tightly to Xue Qinghe. "Humph, the monarch is so generous to his woman. Perhaps one day, I too shall acquire 100,000-year soul ring. Hulaina turned her face away, determined that she too could attain such power. Not far from the spirit city, Qian Renxue, who was cultivating in the Hall of Offerings, sensed a formidable fluctuation of soul power emanating from outside the city. A slight frown creased her brow. This power was eerily familiar to her, yet its sudden surge left her astonished. Could it be that that woman has inherited divine powers? Contemplating this, Qian Renxue made a swift decision and soared towards the source of the disturbance beyond the city.